everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
It was not kept at the shop counter, so she had to go to the small storeroom compartment behind them to retrieve it. Thank you. Soon, after taking the kits and putting them into his ninja tools pouch, Higashino Makoto prepared to pay. Suzune stopped him. Makoto, if you're buying so many at once, are you heading to the front lines? Yes. Then treat these as a gift from your Neisan. Promise me you'll take good care of yourself. Once you're on the battlefield, don't push yourself. Higashino Makoto smiled and answered seriously, don't worry, Suzune-san. I still want to see, when Tenten grows up, which of the two of you she'll resemble more. Of course me. If she takes after her dad, she's done for. On Konohagaku's main road, the support forces had already begun to gather. Quite a few villagers stood on both sides. They had come to see off their loved ones. Some were saying goodbye to family, others stood alone. In a world where wars were frequent, not everyone had family. In wars between ninjas, the death rate was extremely high. Many times, people lost their lives without even getting the chance to be wounded. Higashino Makoto rejoined his squad and looked over the expeditionary force setting out together this time. There were relatively fewer adults, and many youths, rookies who had graduated in recent years. The youngest were, like Higashino Makoto, not yet 10 years old, the oldest were at most 12 or 13. As for this, Konohagaku had no choice. It was not that there were no more adult ninjas, but the village had to retain the necessary defensive strength. Ninjas were not ordinary soldiers. With their high mobility and high concealment, they were very suited to stealing the enemy's crystals. It was extremely dangerous for the village to become overly empty. Higashino Makoto saw quite a few familiar faces in the crowd, for example, Guy and his two teammates, Shiranui Gunma with a senbon in his mouth, and Ibisu wearing sunglasses. Because of the brilliant battle record Might Due had achieved last year, Might Guy received focused training from the Hokage. When the fighting was not intense, he was reassigned back to the village to recuperate. Now, they were once again rushing to the battlefield. There was also another boy wearing sunglasses. Higashino Makoto heard his companions call him Aoba, so he was likely Yamashiro Aoba. One of his companions had very distinctive features, naturally curly, shoulder-length hair and red pupils. Unfortunately, there were no black tomo in them, so that was Yuhi Kurinai. Since Kurinai was there, then the one with the prematurely mature face beside her had to be Sarutobi Asuma. Just looking at how he seemed practically glued to Yuhi Kurinai made that obvious. If even the third Hokage had sent his own son to the battlefield, what could anyone else possibly say? Besides that, Gekko Hayate's peers, Kamizuki Izumo and Kotetsu Hagane, were also present. Higashino Makoto did not recognize the teammates of the two Gate Guardians. All along, Higashino Makoto's social circle had been very small, and he preferred staying at home to study, so aside from Gekko Hayate and Uzuki Yugao, there were not many familiar figures he had encountered. He had not expected to run into so many at once today. These people would all become the backbone of Konohagaku in the future. Unfortunately, Umino Iruka was not there, nor was Hayate's female classmate Tsubaki. As for them, how should it be put, their talent was insufficient, and they had not managed to graduate early. Actually, Iruka's parents were quite formidable. In this war, they had been promoted to Jonin and were an important representative force of civilian-born ninjas within Konohagaku's Jonin ranks. It was just that Iruka had failed to inherit his parents' talent for ninjutsu, possessing only extremely solid theoretical knowledge. Uzuki Yuga was pulled aside by her mother, who was carefully giving her detailed instructions. Higashino Megumi also stroked her son's head, but did not say anything. After Yugo returned to formation, Uzuki Sakura said to Gekko Kumomi, "Kumomi-san, I'll be leaving the children in your care. Don't worry. I'll protect them well. You don't need to worry too much." Higashino Megumi already understood her son's strength and reminded him, "Makoto, protect your companions." "I will, Mom." When the time came, everyone bid farewell to their loved ones and set off immediately. After leaving Konoha's main gate, the formation spread out, and the unit gradually vanished into the roadside forest. This was the way ninjas marched. They usually did not take the main road, nor did everyone bunch together. They were often organized as 2 or 3 familiar squads forming small groups that could look after one another. These groups kept their distance from each other, dividing into what appeared to be a loose formation but was in fact a tightly connected, flexible whole. This was to prevent being caught in an enemy ambush along the way and getting wiped out by a map-wide ninjutsu. Although such a possibility was very small, after all, the gathering of reinforcements was no secret, the choice of advance routes was strictly confidential. Advancing together with Higashino Makoto's squad were old acquaintances, his classmates Hyuga Tokuma and Abure Muta, who had applied for early graduation last year. Their teammate was a girl from the Inuzuka clan, named Inuzuka Miko, from the same year as Gecko Hayate, and she brought along a half-grown, husky. Higashino Makoto's gaze turned subtle. He felt the road ahead looked a bit bleak. Your look is kind of off. Do you have a problem with me? This husky's senses were very sharp, it noticed someone staring at it. I swear I absolutely don't. Higashino Makoto denied it flatly. Good. Otherwise, be careful, I might bite you. This was outrageous. The dog could talk. He was actually talking with a husky. He had known the shinobi world was magical, but this was way too magical. The jonin leading the three-man team came from the Sarutobi clan, named Sarutobi Hyoma. He laughed heartily. You brats from Kumomi's squad, relax, Rocky is very reliable. Damn it. A dog named Rocky? You don't exactly look like a heavyweight. Gecko Kumomi also smiled and said, Makoto, Inuzuka clan ninja dogs are quite reliable partners for us Konoha ninjas. I know, sensei. On this point, Higashino Makoto truly believed it. He had just been momentarily stunned by seeing a well-known furniture destroyer. After all, this ninja dog's eyes carried a hint of intelligence. Still, the composition of Hyuga Tokuma's squad was rather intriguing. Wasn't this exactly the setup of what would later become Team 8 among the Konoha 12? One who worked with dogs, one who worked with insects, plus a pair of Byakugan. Looks like a reconnaissance unit. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 53, Encounter with Kiri Shinobi. 1662 words. The girl named Inuzuka Miko did not seem very talkative. She merely glanced at Higashino Makoto once and then stopped paying attention, instead stroking the head of her beloved dog on her own. Her temperament was completely opposite to that of her future clansman, Inuzuka Kiba. Hyuga Tokuma, on the other hand, waved and greeted him. Yo, Makoto, long time no see. Long time no see, Tokuma, Muta. Abure Muta responded with a sound, giving Higashino Makoto a serious look, and then that was the end of it. It was not that he had any issue with Higashino Makoto, it was simply his personality. In all their years as classmates, Higashino Makoto had never seen him exchange more than a few complete sentences with anyone. At the same time, you could see him in any class activity, yet he was as quiet as a wooden post. However, if you greeted him, he would always respond promptly. That was just how their clan was, well known for producing taciturn people. Seeing the opponent he had always wanted to defeat, Hyuga Tokuma joked, you finally decided to graduate, huh? I thought you'd stay at the academy for the full 6 years. If circumstances allowed, I actually wouldn't mind staying a few more years. The academy can't make our strength grow quickly. Only by becoming formal shinobi can we receive enough training. So, Makoto, after graduating a year late, will you still be that monster who leaves me without any hope of victory? Higashino Makoto said in surprise, you're not thinking of sparring with me right now, are you? How could that be? Do I really lack a sense of priorities that much? But maybe, in this war, we can see who kills more enemies. Tokuma. Higashino Makoto looked seriously into his nearly white eyes. War is not a game. Compared to killing enemies, I would rather you and everyone else make it through alive. After several seconds of silence, Hyuga Tokuma nodded. I understand. At this moment, their team-leading jonin, Sarutobi Hyoma, said sternly, Makoto is right. Don't face war with the same mindset you use for ordinary missions, you will die. You must stay on full alert and prevent the enemy from launching a surprise attack, especially when we get close to the battlefield. Our reconnaissance squad is the team's eyes. We cannot relax for even a moment. Yes, sensei. The 3 members of Tokuma's squad immediately nodded and responded. Among the 5 great shinobi villages in the shinobi world, the straight-line distance between Konohagakure and Kirigakure was actually the shortest. Kirigakure crossed the sea, using the peninsula of the former Land of Whirlpools as its foothold, and invaded the Land of Fire directly from the southeast. So the so-called Eastern Front would be more accurately described as the Southeastern Front. Unlike the wars in other directions, the Southeastern Front was entirely within the Land of Fire's homeland. There were no buffer countries between the two sides. The sea served as the buffer, and Konohagakure shinobi clearly would not be foolish enough to run out onto the water surface to fight Kirigakure. If they did, the other side would hold an entirely advantageous environment. Therefore, for the support force to reach the southeastern front line, they only needed to cross a little more than half of the Land of Fire. Because this team has quite a few genin, and in order to preserve stamina to handle unexpected situations, the jonin leading the team did not have them advance at full speed. They also stopped to rest at intervals to recover their stamina. This was a steady approach, and the other jonin would not object. Higashino Makoto's group departed on time at 9 a.m., and by the afternoon, they were still within the Land of Fire. It was not until dusk that the advancing Higashino Makoto suddenly stopped. Something's up. Gekko Kumomi immediately used a special method to send a signal to nearby companions. Seeing Sarutabi Hyoma's puzzled look, he gave a light nod. Very quickly, the entire support force stopped advancing and hid on the spot. After that, several jonin hurried over, including an adult shinobi from the Hyuga clan. A jonin from the Noro clan asked, "What's the situation?" Higashino Makoto immediately reported, "At hour 1 o'clock, there's a lake. There's a chakra reaction there. It's about 4 kilometers away. Head count, 15 people." Upon hearing this, the adult shinobi of the Hyuga clan immediately activated the Byakugan, abandoning the near 360-degree field of view and concentrating their vision in the direction Higashino Makoto had indicated. The long-range sight of the Hyuga clan's Byakugan varied from person to person. Depending on purity and strength, the distance one could see also differed. The purest Byakugan princess of the main family, Hyuga Hinata, at around 16 years of age, could see beyond 10 kilometers when focusing her vision in a single direction. However, there were no main family members here. Hyuga Tokuma had not even activated his Byakugan like the others of his clan. Perhaps he had already opened it but had not yet learned the technique of concentrating his vision in a single direction to extend its range. After all, he was only 9 years old. The adult Hyuga shinobi could clearly do this. Even if he could not see beyond 10 kilometers, 4 kilometers was still within his range of vision. After observing, he said to several colleagues beside him, "They are Kiri shinobi, 15 in total. 3 are by the lakeside and seem to be preparing some kind of ritual. The remaining 12 are scattered around the perimeter on guard. Additionally, there is a restless mass of chakra spreading through the center of the lake area. Perhaps these Kiri shinobi are plotting something. What should we do, Captain Suzaku?" The jonin named Noro Suzaku was the commander of this support force. This was the Land of Fire, and he was familiar with the lake ahead. Its area was relatively small. After brief consideration, he said, "No matter what those bastards are planning, we definitely can't let them run wild in the Land of Fire. In terms of numbers, the advantage is on our side. Pass on my order, assemble the jonin and chunin to surround them. Each genin squad will be responsible for the outer perimeter. The requirement is that not a single enemy is allowed to escape." "Yes." No one raised any objections. Once the orders were conveyed, the entire support force immediately moved, advancing toward the target in an encircling formation. Including Gekko Kumomi and Sarutabi Hyoma, no one worried about the safety of the genin on the outer perimeter. If so many of them could not eliminate 15 mist shinobi, it would mean the enemy's strength far exceeded expectations. If that were the case, whether the genin squad's leaders were present or not would make no difference, they would be doomed anyway. Before long, as the encirclement tightened, the Kiri shinobi at the lakeside, who were busy with something unknown, finally realized that something was wrong. It seemed that there were also shinobi among them who had some grasp of sensory techniques, but their sensing range was likely quite limited, probably not exceeding 1 kilometer. There are very few people in the shinobi world with ultra-long-range sensory abilities. The Uzumaki clan once had Kagura's mind eye, but they have been completely wiped out, and the next person who might possess that ability, Karen, may not even have been born yet. Perception of a non-human level like Senju Tobirama's is even rarer. As for the rest, those who fight with dogs, those who use insects, and those with the Byakugan, almost all of them are gathered in Konohagakure. No wonder the other shinobi villages are constantly filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment toward Konoha. After realizing that they had been surrounded, the Kiri shinobi reacted decisively. They immediately destroyed the ritual scrolls completely, and then turned around and killed the 3 companions who had been responsible for the ritual, even attaching explosive tags to their heads and blowing them up. This maneuver left the 3 adult Hyuga shinobi observing from different directions completely stunned. The fight had not even started yet, and they had already killed their own teammates as a sacrifice. Was this how ruthless Kiri shinobi were? When they reported what they had seen, it only strengthened the Konoha shinobi's conviction that the other side had some unspeakable purpose. It seemed that, if necessary, they would have to leave a few enemies alive, or at least preserve some intact heads. As the distance between the two sides closed, the remaining 12 Kiri shinobi immediately joined forces to activate water release, hiding in mist technique. With the advantage of being near the lake and having a water source, thick chakra-laden mist spread outward in all directions. Water release, hiding in mist technique is an extremely convenient D-rank ninjutsu. Every Kiri shinobi knows it, and it allows them to create favorable battlefield conditions for themselves. The prerequisite is not running into wind release. But that was impossible. Several wind release users in the support force stepped forward, and a combined C-rank wind release, great breakthrough blew the dense mist straight into the sky. Tsunegakure specializes in wind release, Iwagakure specializes in earth release, and Kumogakure specializes in lightning release. Only Konohagakure has every type of release, capable of meeting the needs of any opponent. The 12 Kiri shinobi had never expected the mist technique to achieve much in the first place. It was merely a feint. After casting it, everyone took the opportunity to begin scattering and attempting a breakout. Their main route of retreat was toward the lake, since water made them feel somewhat safer. However, Norosuzaku had already anticipated this. The largest number of shinobi were coming from the lake side, and the two sides quickly collided. The battle erupted instantly. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 54, Keri Ninja Without Mercy. 1799 words. Higashino Makoto had been in the ninja world for more than 9 years, and this was the first time he finally saw what combat between ninjas during a war was actually like. There was no intention on either side to stop and talk, to probe each other, or to exchange information. Konohagakure and Kirigakure, already in a state of hostilities, seemed to share an irreconcilable blood feud. Once their ninjas met, they fought with lethal intent. 12 Kirigakure ninjas split up and attempted to break through, but Konohagakure held an absolute numerical advantage. Every Kirigakure ninja had to face several opponents at once. These water-style fighters were all ruthless. Even in such a disadvantageous situation, no one chose to surrender. Ninjas raised in the bloody mist were cruel to themselves, and even more cruel to their enemies. Surrender? That option had never existed in the brutal education they had received since childhood. After the first wave of ninjutsu exchanges between the two sides, they quickly closed the distance and became entangled in close combat. A brief series of thunderous booms erupted around the lake and its shoreline, followed immediately by dense, continuous clashes of metal. Unfortunately, the outcome of the battle had been decided from the very beginning. In the absence of top-tier experts capable of suppressing the enemy with overwhelming strength, numbers were the greatest advantage. Even in direct ninjutsu exchanges, some of Konohagakure's water-style techniques were executed better than Kirigakure's. At the very least, Water Dragon Bullet did not require the painstaking formation of 44 hand seals. Some old Senju ghost in the Pure Land, they're all my techniques. Every single one of them was developed by this old man. The battle began quickly and ended just as quickly. Ninja combat was simply like that. On the outer perimeter, the genin newcomers assigned to hold the line watched the fighting not far away with envy, witnessing for the first time how Chunin and Jonin engaged their enemies. Unfortunately, they could only observe from the sidelines. It was not their turn to participate in this battle. There was no need to rush in and add pointless casualties. Staying put, absorbing experience and credit, was the correct choice. Regardless of how the upper leadership interpreted the will of fire, among the powerful Chunin and Jonin below, the will of fire in their hearts was at least not distorted. In chaotic battles, they would usually stand in front of the younger generation. Higashino Makoto's three-man squad was responsible for defending this direction between the lake and Konohagakure. Not far to their left was Tokuma's squad, and to their right was the Gate God squad. Well, although they had graduated last year and had participated in the Chunin exams, at present only Hyuga Tokuma had been promoted to Chunin, and their team was still classified as a genin squad. Higashino Makoto stood on a tree, carefully observing the battle in the distance. Although he was very strong, he was not the type who liked to show off, and he had no intention of going up to join the fight. But sometimes, when luck comes, you cannot stop it. In his perception, a quick-witted little Kirigakure brat had fortunately survived the encirclement and was breaking through directly in their direction. Higashino Makoto immediately said to Hayate and Yugao, "Prepare for battle, an enemy is coming." Yes. The two drew their weapons and stood ready. Very soon, a Kirigakyo Kunoichi who looked to be around 20 years old crossed the open ground between the lake and the forest, stumbling as she ran toward them. Higashino Makoto's group had sharp eyes. They saw that more than a dozen kunai were embedded in that beautiful woman's body, like a hedgehog. One of them was even lodged at the position of her heart, yet for some reason she was not dead. Perhaps she had some special constitution, maybe that was what let her slip through and escape by sheer luck. In any case, it clearly wasn't because of a generous bust. This female ninja's chest was rather underwhelming. Unfortunately, there was still a Konohagakyo ambush on the outer perimeter. Even if it were not Higashino Makoto, it would have been the same with any other genin squad. In her half-dead state, she probably would not have been able to escape very far. This Kirigakyo Kunoichi also knew there were people in the forest, so she did not hesitate at all. She poured chakra into it and opened with a B-rank water release, exploding water shockwave to clear a path. She was not trying to kill anyone, she only wanted to blast open a route so she could run for her life. A massive volume of water surged over like ocean waves. Unfortunately, she was not Hoshigaki Kism, and this was not a large-scale water technique. The volume of water and the impact force were limited. Higashino Makoto jumped down to the ground, planting his feet deep into the mud. Gekko Hayate and Uzuki Yuga naturally trusted their teammates' defensive power, they did not even ask, and with tacit understanding they landed together and stood beside him. Higashino Makoto stretched both hands forward, and a large amount of chakra surged out from his 10 fingers. Water release, one horn tranquility. A pale blue, hemispherical defensive barrier protected the 3 inside. No matter how the water battered it, the barrier was squeezed and deformed slightly, but it was as steady as an old dog, like a fat soap bubble you could never poke through. After casting the ninjutsu, the injured Kirigakyo Kunoichi's consciousness grew increasingly hazy, and she did not notice anything wrong beneath the flowing water. When she charged forward closely behind the water flow, she saw the 3 youngsters standing there completely unscathed, and her muddled mind froze for a moment. Gekko Hayate and Uzuki Yuga were not rookies who had never killed before, the 2 seized the opening and slashed at her. Sensing the opponent's depleted chakra and unfocused eyes, Higashino Makoto gave a prompt warning, take her alive. The 2 immediately shifted their blade trajectories, one on each side severing her hand tendons and leg tendons. As they passed each other, Gekko Hayate followed up with a spinning kick, sending the enemy flying toward Higashino Makoto. Higashino Makoto shifted his body slightly. He had already sensed support coming from the left, and with a single punch he struck the Keri Kunoichi at the back of the head, smoothly sending her onward toward the other side. If there is credit to be earned, remember to share it with your companions. With his Byakugan active, Hyuga Tokuma naturally saw that an enemy had broken out from the lakeside battlefield and rushed over to provide support. Facing the Keri Kunoichi flying toward him, he did not waste a word and went straight in with gentle fist to strike her tenketsu. Immediately afterward, Abure Muta beside him used Kikaichu to drain the remaining chakra from her body. The poor Kirigakyo Kunoichi had thought she would escape with her life, only to run into 2 eager little Konohagakyo squads desperate to earn merit, and she ended up receiving a smooth, compact combo. If she still had any consciousness left, she would definitely have bitten her finger. To perform the summoning technique? No, at that point, all she would have wanted was to carve the word miserable over and over into her thigh. But the ninja world is like this, in battle, no one cares whether you are a beautiful woman. Once there is an opening, they strike with lethal intent. Fortunately, her life was spared. Unfortunately, what awaited her afterward would likely be even worse. After all, the commander on the Eastern Front was Oro Kaimaru. Once the intelligence in her head was thoroughly extracted, she would naturally be placed on the experiment table. For a physique that could survive having a kunai driven into the heart, the Uncle Snake would wash his face with his tongue while shouting, Subarashia. With no women in his heart, experiments naturally become divine. The Uncle Snake was someone who had cast off humanity's low-level interests and had no particular pursuit of matters between the sexes. In the future, he might even change his own sex. After Abure Muta recalled the Kikaichu, Higashino Makoto stepped forward to check the missed Kunoichi, who had completely lost consciousness. With chakra wrapped around his hand, he carefully removed the small devices on her body meant for suicide. Then, with one hand he pulled out the kunai, and with the other he treated her wounds. A perfectly good captive, she could not be allowed to die. Kunoichi, attractive, prisoner, stripped of the ability to resist. For some reason, many unpleasant scenes he had seen in his previous life surfaced in his mind. Unfortunately, when he cleared the poison sac from her mouth, the missed Kunoichi's distinctive set of sharp, shark-like teeth instantly dispelled all such fantasies. Sharp teeth, harmful to future offspring. No wonder Terumi Mai would have trouble getting married later. Even though that woman was excessively beautiful and did not have shark teeth, boil release and lava release. Hyuga Tokuma grew more and more displeased as he watched. Makoto, you bastard, having outstanding sensory abilities would be one thing, but you can even use medical ninjutsu. You really are a monster, aren't you? Who? Tokuma, why are you insulting me? Makoto replied. If I'd known, I wouldn't have shared the credit with your squad. Hearing this, Hyuga Tokuma immediately bowed. I was wrong. Please be sure to share some of the credit with our squad. This guy really did not seem like someone from the Hyuga branch family at all. Wasn't it said that every member of the Hyuga branch family always looked bitter and resentful? Did you and your two taciturn teammates get your roles mixed up? The caged bird seal is carved on their heads, not yours, right? Gekko Kumomi and Sarutobi Hyoma had already arrived. The fighting in the lake was over, and both of them were completely unscathed, even their hairstyles had not changed. Gekko Kumomi said in surprise, huh? You actually managed to take a live captive. Uzuki Yugo said, Sensei, don't tell me that with so many of you, you couldn't keep even one alive. Gekko Kumomi did not want to speak. Sarutobi Hyoma said awkwardly, huh? Kirigakure ninjas are all lunatics. If they can't win, they slap explosive tags on their own heads. Who wants to be buried along with those bastards? Gekko Kumomi immediately changed the subject. Alright, both of your squads did well and earned great merit. Let's gather by the lake and treat the wounded while we're at it. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 55, The Source of the Contradiction and Recuperation. 1,779 words. This was a great victory. 15 Kirigakure ninja had slipped past the front lines and were sneaking around within the borders of the Land of Fire. 3 of them were cut down by their own people first, and then 11 were killed by Konohagakure's reinforcement unit. There should not have been any survivors, but Higashino Makoto dragged one back from the brink of death. As for who sent that Miss Ninja to the brink in the first place, don't ask. All of the dead had their heads destroyed. It seemed these people had already steeled themselves for death if the mission failed. If one wanted to know what kind of scheme Kirigakure was plotting, that lone survivor was the top priority. Higashino Makoto inwardly wondered, what scheme could there really be? The restless chakra mentioned by the adult jonin of the Hyuga clan was something Higashino Makoto had naturally sensed long ago. Not only that, what he sensed was not just restlessness, but also revulsion, an instinctive rejection. He understood this clearly. It should be the chakra of the 3 tails, Isobu, which had died together with Nohara Rin at the beginning of this year. That chakra had diffused through the rivers, lakes, and sea surface of the southeastern region of the Land of Fire. It was very faint, and ordinary people could not perceive it. Tailed beasts do not truly die. After death, they revive on their own, but how they revive, where they revive, and when they revive, no one knows. Perhaps Kirigakure knows something. After all, they had kept it for so many years, which was why they secretly sent people to collect the leaked chakra. Using tailed beasts sealed into humans as Jinchuriki was also something that had only begun in recent decades. Each village both loved and hated its own Jinchuriki. Hold them in one's hands and fear they might fall apart, keep them in the village and fear they might explode. Villages would not lightly use tailed beasts for experiments, let alone kill them. Perhaps only Kirigakure, which liked to shut its doors and slaughter its own people, had rich experience in killing Jinchuriki. In the future, the 3 tails would die once more, together with the 4th Mizukage. Isobu was truly, damnably miserable. As for why Higashino Makoto instinctively detested the chakra of tailed beasts, he had not forgotten the scene he had witnessed while in a state of consciousness. He had absorbed white natural energy that was pitifully weak, squeezed and devoured by other energies, on a daily basis, becoming the runt that got beaten up by its own kind. And tailed beasts are a part of the 10 tails. The 10 tails is the body of the God Tree, formed from the God Tree absorbing the ninja world's natural energy and converting it. How could he not hate it? Therefore, Higashino Makoto knew from the very beginning that it was impossible for him to sign a contract with the summoning beasts of the 3 great sage regions, and he would never go and get a tailed beast sealed into his body as a warm baby. From the moment he absorbed white natural energy, he stood on the opposing side of all those things. An irreconcilable contradiction existed between the 2 sides. Konohagakure's current 9 tails Jinchuriki was Uzumaki Kushina. This Wani-san had a forthright personality, no schemes to speak of, and she wandered around the village every day. But Higashino Makoto had never thought of getting to know her and swearing sisterhood with her, so that it would be convenient to learn sealing techniques. He even avoided contact with Namake's Minato. One reason was that he feared being invited by Anbu to have tea. The other reason was that hatred for this kind of thing was mutual. He hated tailed beasts, and tailed beasts would instinctively hate him as well. He was afraid that if he got too close to the Wani-san Uzumaki, Kurama would jump out and beat him. Right now, there was absolutely no way he could beat that fox. One tailed beast bomb would be enough to send him, together with his parents and Konohagakure, straight up to heaven. At the lakeside assembly point, when Noro Suzaku, the acting commander leading the team, saw Gekko Kumomi carrying the captive over, he was overjoyed. He had originally planned to leave a few prisoners alive. Who would have thought these Kirigakure ninja were all lunatics? Not a single intact head was left. Fortunately, the two squads holding the perimeter had better luck and caught a straggler that slipped through the net. "How are things? Is she still alive?" Gekko Kumomi said. "She's still alive. Makoto already treated her, don't worry. She won't die. His medical ninjutsu ability is truly not inferior to his mother's." Noro Suzaku immediately had someone take the captive away and keep strict watch. Looking at the 6 young juniors, these were the village's future. He praised them. "Not bad. You are all very outstanding. You made up for the oversight of us seniors. Especially you, the child of the Higashino family. Your talent makes even me a little jealous. You overpraise me, Suzaku-senpai. This is what we should do." "Good, good, ha ha. I'll have to trouble you to go treat your injured companions as well, to prevent any delays to the journey afterward." This unexpected skirmish encountered by the reinforcement unit, because Konoha's side had discovered the target early, and with the advantage in numbers, did not result in any ninja casualties. There were not even any seriously injured. There were only a few lightly injured personnel. However, their unit did not have a professional medical ninja, so Higashino Makoto became the only field medic. He took out a small scroll from his ninja tool pouch, spread it out on the ground, and formed seals to perform an unsealing technique. With a bang, a backpack-sized medical kit appeared on the scroll. A simple non-blood contract inanimate object seal was something he naturally knew. This also counted as a type of summoning technique. His space and time talent was not particularly good, but at least he had some. He just could not, like 1010 in the future, turn himself into a walking warehouse. Inanimate object seals occupy extra-dimensional space. The size of that space is another manifestation of space and time talent. Without this limitation, he, or anyone else in the ninja world, could completely stack quantity to compensate for quality. After all, scrolls are quite long, and there can be many sealing slots inside them. After handing the medical kit to Uzuki Yugo, Higashino Makoto transformed himself into a medical ninja. Yugo automatically switched roles and became a nurse, while Hayate consciously took on the job of bodyguard. As for the Hyuga Tokuma squad, they were already hopelessly immersed in the envious, jealous, and resentful gazes of the other genin squads. Did Abure Muta not care about such things? Impossible, you just do not understand what it means to be quietly competitive. Most of the injuries were impacts from ninjutsu and cuts from ninja blades, none of them serious. Higashino Makoto took disinfectant from Yugao's hands and carefully wiped the wounds clean. After finishing the cleaning, he used ninjutsu to heal the injuries. When there are no conditions, treatment is applied directly. That is the usual approach on the battlefield when time is tight. If conditions allow, however, the wound should still be wiped clean and disinfected. Otherwise, invisible foreign matter may remain, and after healing, the original wound will have an itchy sensation for 2 or 3 days. This kind of itch does not affect combat strength, it just makes people a bit uncomfortable. Thanks to his improved control over the yin-yang balance of his own chakra, the vitality of Higashino Makoto's medical chakra was astonishing, making the treatment speed extremely fast. Many people quickly returned to normal, and their wounds had no abnormal sensations. One after another, they expressed their gratitude to Higashino Makoto. When you make a living as a ninja, strength is what matters. If your capability is great enough, others will not look down on you because of your age. On the contrary, they will consider you trustworthy, and when danger comes, there will be more people willing to step in front of you and take the blade than for anyone else. The last injured person was an elderly ninja whose hair had already begun to turn grey. He was about the same age as the third Hokage. Moreover, he had an iron pot strapped to his back. With that getup, there was no mistake, this was the perennial genin, Maraboshi Kosuke. However, his title as a perennial genin was just a label. As for his real strength, any veteran jonin understood it well. Otherwise, Noro Suzaku would not have let him charge in with the first team. During the battle, Higashino Makoto had sensed things very clearly from the outer perimeter. This old man's water release was both fast and ruthless, beating even Kirigakure ninja who specialized in water into confusion. Old sir, you must be very strong. How did you end up injured? Maraboshi Kosuke narrowed his eyes and chuckled. Not strong at all, not strong at all. I'm just a genin. It's just that I'm old now. When I see reckless juniors, I always feel like I can help block a hit for them. You're being far too modest. Genin is only a rank, it doesn't represent strength. Otherwise, Suzaku-senpai wouldn't have allowed you to take part in the first wave of combat. Oh? Very sharp observation, and your medical ninjutsu is excellent as well. I heard you were also the first to spot the enemy, weren't you? Very good. You really a Konoha's future. Not at all. We still need to learn much more from seniors like you. I can't really teach you much. But since your two companions both seem to use swords, I do have some insight in that area. I could teach you a few practical techniques. Young juniors, I hope you can survive every mission you take on. Higashino Makoto gave Gekko Hayate and Uzuki Yuga a look. This was an opportunity they absolutely had to seize. The man in front of them was a master-level figure who combined genjutsu and swordsmanship, perfectly aligned with the fighting styles of his two friends' clans, and something that could greatly enrich their skill sets. As for himself, he could fully take the chance to ask about training in water release. With Higashino Makoto's current level of mastery over water release nature transformation, there were actually many techniques he could already develop on his own. Still, exchanging insights with others always revealed knowledge he had overlooked. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 56, When You Discover a Snake. 1,709 words. Unlike the chaotic three-way melee in the north, the fighting situation along the southeastern front was not intense. It was only because a portion of the forces, primarily from the Hyuga, had been redeployed to support the north that personnel reinforcements were needed. The unit led by Norosuzaku was precisely the reinforcement force that Konoha had managed to scrape together. More than half of its members were rookies who had graduated only a few years earlier. From this, it was clear that after the Third Shinobi World War had dragged on to this point, the number of ninjas Konoha could deploy had indeed reached a severely strained state. The other large and small ninja villages were much the same. Once war began, no one could hope to avoid it. Did small nation ninja villages like Grass, Taki, or Hot Springs really expect the great powers to bleed each other dry while they stood aside and reaped the benefits? Keep dreaming. During wartime, what is the most important thing for a ninja on the march? It is maintaining sufficient stamina to deal with unexpected situations, with stability and safety taking absolute priority. As long as they reached their destination within the specified time, that was enough. After Higashino Makoto followed the main force to eliminate a Kirigakure ninja squad they had encountered by chance, and after the battlefield cleanup was completed, night had already fallen. The jonin leading the unit decided to rest on the spot before continuing onward. They arrived at the Eastern Front Battlefield Command Headquarters at around 7 in the morning the next day. This was the difference between ninjas and ordinary people. Crossing more than half of the Land of Fire took them less than a full day. If they had traveled at maximum speed without restraint, it would not even have taken half a day. As they approached the outer perimeter of the Command Headquarters security cordon, the scattered reinforcement units began to converge. At that moment, Higashino Makoto saw a squad of ninjas ahead wearing standard-issue Konoha flak jackets. After confirming identity information with Jonin Norosuzaku, they used the body flicker and departed, continuing their patrol. After entering the command headquarters camp, everyone was assigned temporary lodgings according to their squads. The accommodations were extremely simple, only a single room, with everyone sleeping together so they could respond immediately if an incident occurred. That was simply how ninjas were. When on missions or during war, there was no distinction between men and women and no room for such niceties. When sleeping, no one even took off their clothes. Stay here and rest. If anything comes up, we'll talk after I get back. Gekko Kumomi instructed, then left. As a jonin, he could not be as leisurely as his disciples. He had to go assemble for a meeting and get a general understanding of the current situation on the front lines. As soon as their sensei left, Uzuki Yugo asked excitedly, Hey, Orochimaru-sama must be here too, right? Sensei should be able to meet him, right? How would Hayate know something like that? Higashino Makoto replied, hard to say. Uzuki Yuga did not quite understand. As the overall commander of the Eastern Front battlefield, if Orochimaru was not at the command headquarters, where else could he be? Before he defected, Orochimaru was still highly respected in the hearts of Konoha's ninjas. After all, he was one of the Sannin, the Hokage's disciple, the chief contributor to the first victory of this war, and a strong contender for fourth Hokage, an object of admiration for many Konoha ninjas. It was just that his image and temperament were not very approachable. He could not be like Namake's Minato, sunny and warm, impeccable in image, winning over both young and old. Sure enough, just as Higashino Makoto had expected, near noon, when they saw their sensei return, Uzuki Yugao asked curiously, "Sensei, I heard people say Orochimaru-sama looks really scary. Is that what he's like?" Gekko Kumomi's expression was a little strange. "Sorry, Yugu. I didn't see that, Lord. And also, don't spread those rumors you hear in the future." "Who? You didn't see him? Isn't Orochimaru-sama the overall commander of the Eastern Front?" Since the relationship between Higashino Makoto's three-person squad and him was not as simple as that of mere sensei and disciples, Gekko Kumomi said in a low voice, the one presiding over the meeting was Fugaku-sama, the head of the Uchiha clan. "As for Orochimaru-sama, I've heard he often disappears. No one knows what he went off to do." Uzuki Yugao was a little disappointed. How could it be like this? How could it be like this? Higashino Makoto thought to himself, it was probably because the Uncle Snake no longer had much interest in things like war. The reason he agreed to take a post in the East was likely that the Kirigakure battlefield could provide him with sufficiently interesting experimental materials. As for the specific matters, just leave them to Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hayashi. Now that Hyuga Hayashi had been transferred away, the remaining Fugaku would be very willing to command a frontline sector. That was precisely what their clan desired. Once he accumulated enough merit, he could even apply to become a Hokage candidate. Gekko Hayate felt indifferent to all this. "Sensei, then what are we going to do next?" "Well, there's nothing for now. We'll just wait for orders from above. Waiting time could not possibly be wasted. If rest time was not used for training, wouldn't that be a pity?" In the afternoon, Higashino Makoto teamed up with his two squadmates and went to look for the old senior Maraboshi Kosuke to farm gold coins again. Regarding this special individual, Gekko Kumomi did have some understanding. He also knew that the man took good care of the village's juniors, so he did not stop them. After dinner, a ninja came to deliver a notice, asking Higashino Makoto to make a trip to the medical station. Upon arriving at the temporary hospital, Higashino Makoto saw the person who had sent for him. "Mishima-san, you were looking for me." Inside an unused ward of the temporary hospital sat a middle-aged man with glasses who was reading a book. He was not tall, had a friendly-looking face, and appeared to be in his 30s. His name was Mishima Toshio. He was a colleague of Higashino Megumi at the Konoha hospital, and the two were on good terms. Higashino Makoto often ran into him back when he used to go to the hospital to grind medical experience. "Makoto, you're here. So, how about it, do you want to come help out here? With your level of medical ninjutsu, I think it would be very easy for you. Is this my mother's idea?" Mishima Toshio did not hide it. "It's Megumi's idea. But she said in her letter that everything depends on your choice. We won't force you. Thank you for your concern, Mishima-san, but I still prefer fighting a bit more." "Ha ha ha, just as Megumi guessed." "Well, no problem, but if I need help on my side, you still have to come over." "All right. As long as I'm in the camp, I'll come whenever you call." At that moment, a loud female voice came from outside. "Mishima-senpai! Mishima-senpai! Hurry up and treat me." As the voice drew closer, the door to the room was shoved open forcefully, and a girl with an explosive ponytail burst in. The girl had dark hair with a faint purplish tint, and her eye color was similar. She was a little shorter than Higashino Makoto. Mishima Toshio covered his forehead, speechless. "Anko, where did you run off to with your sensei again?" "Of course we went to do high-level missions. Don't worry about that for now, hurry up and treat me. I still have to train tonight." So this was Orochimaru's current and only disciple, Mitarashi Anko. How should it be put, rash, hyperactive, not very mindful of manners, the type of single-track, hot-blooded idiot. Basically, a female version of Naruto. It was hard to imagine someone with Orochimaru's personality taking in a disciple like this. Mishima Toshio refused, saying, "I've been busy all day. I need to rest." "Ooh? Then what about my wound?" "Idiot. Haven't you noticed there's another person here?" Mitarashi Anko exaggeratedly shook her head and looked around, then deliberately put on an expression as if she had finally spotted her target. She and Higashino Makoto stared at each other wide-eyed, both feeling that the other was highly unreliable. Pointing at Higashino Makoto, she questioned him, "This little brat is a medical ninja too?" Higashino Makoto raised his left hand, green chakra emerging from it. "Anko-senpai, you seem to have quite a deep prejudice against younger teammates." "Eh? Senpai? Do we know each other?" "No, but I've seen you at the academy. You're 2 years older than me. By the time I reached my second year, you had already graduated." "Aha. Is that so? So you're a junior. You look pretty reliable, then I'll leave it to you. It's no trouble." Higashino Makoto stepped forward and removed the bandage from Anko's arm. Taking a look, he saw that it was a deep wound cut by a sharp blade, though it had only received simple cleaning and bandaging. This kind of injury was naturally very easy for Higashino Makoto. As he treated it, he asked, "Anko-senpai, do you not like eating meat? How could meat be as good as sweet dango?" "Ooh? How did you know? You're 2 years older than me, yet you're not even as tall as I am. And you still have the nerve to call me a brat. Anko! As long as you don't mention height, we can still be good friends." Late at night. The squad had already fallen asleep when Higashino Makoto suddenly opened his eyes. He sensed a small snake wandering around outside. This was not behavior a wild snake should have. This was the Eastern Front Command Headquarters camp of Konoha. For a snake to appear here could only indicate one thing. Someone was trying to lure him. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 57, Come Be My Assistant. 1653 words. Gecko Kumomi, who was lying near the doorway, did not open his eyes, but suddenly spoke in a low voice and asked, "Makoto, did you find something?" Higashino Makoto did not conceal anything. "There's a small snake circling outside. I think it might be Orokai Marusama's summoning beast." "Is that so? Then it should be here to look for you. It seems that Lord has returned. Do you need me to accompany you?" In truth, he did not want Higashino Makoto to go, but no matter what, Orokaimaru was the highest-ranking superior here, and as subordinates they could not easily refuse. Orokaimaru-sama is using this method to summon me, so he probably doesn't want my sensei to come along as well. Otherwise, he could have directly sent someone to deliver an order. "Is that so? Then go by yourself." "All right, sensei." After thinking for a moment, Gecko Kumomi reminded him, "Makoto, just maintain respect toward Orokaimaru-sama. Don't get involved too deeply. You understand the stance of our 3 families, don't you?" "I understand." At this point in time, in the eyes of the Konohagakure ninja, Orokaimaru was still that powerful and reliable disciple of the Hokage, someone with outstanding command ability. His image was merely somewhat cold and unsettling, but not to the extent that he would ever turn on his comrades. Gecko Kumomi believed that he might simply have encountered a talented junior and, in a moment of delight, wanted to meet him. He would not do anything to Higashino Makoto. The reason he spoke that way was that all 3 families were firm supporters of the Hokage faction, and as for Orokaimaru, these jonin were not fools. Through certain signs, they could naturally tell that this lord might no longer have any chance at the position of Hokage. Otherwise, Orokaimaru should have been assigned to the north to preside over the battlefront at this time, accumulating greater military merit to pave the way for his rise. Who was currently presiding over that front? It was Jiraiya, another disciple of the 3rd Hokage, and the one shining most brilliantly on the battlefield was Jiraiya's disciple, Namake's Minato. Those who could become jonin were never stupid. Some things did not need to be spelled out, everyone could see them clearly. Aside from a handful of Orokaimaru's diehard loyalists, everyone else toward this Hokage disciple showed only respect and obedience to orders, without drawing too close. Outside was a small snake whose body was interlaced with red and black ring patterns. It was a bit longer than a pair of chopsticks. After it saw Higashino Makoto, it flicked its tongue, then turned around and left. Higashino Makoto took one look and saw that the meaning of a lead the way was so obvious, so it really had come to find him. At the same time, he once again marveled at the wonder of ninja chakra life forms. This snake was small, yet its intelligence was not low at all. In its tiny snake pupils, it could actually convey very human-like emotions. The small snake was extremely fast and moved without a sound. Higashino Makoto was the same, drifting behind it like a gust of wind. Very quickly, he followed it to an open patch of ground outside the camp. After arriving here, the small snake slipped behind a large tree and disappeared. Higashino took a look. Behind the tree, there was an opening in the ground. A faint trace of light came from within, but if you didn't move close to where the cave entrance was, you wouldn't be able to see it from outside. That Uncle Snake of his, he just likes digging tunnels underground. Just because your name is Orochimaru, do you really treat yourself as a snake? Seems like later on, his true body really is a white-scaled giant snake, then never mind. Walking down the hardened earthen steps, he entered the downward passageway. On both sides, the walls were recessed with intricate, hard-to-understand patterns. Every so often, oil lamps provided illumination, but overall it was still very dim, a typical Orochimaru-style aesthetic. After entering the underground space, there were some prison cells on both sides, but most of them were empty. Higashino Makoto followed the chakra reaction he sensed, turned a few corners, and then entered a simply equipped laboratory. Here, it was not oil lamps providing the light. The lighting was bright, apparently there was electrical equipment supplying power. Under the bright shadowless lamp stood a slender figure who did not look very muscular. He wore Konohagakyu's standard flak jacket. A head of long black hair hung loose down his back, not tied up. He had his back to Higashino Makoto as he studied something at the lab bench. Aside from him, there was another person under the light, a dead person, responsible for being studied, lying quietly on the lab bench, completely nude. This was a female corpse. This was a perverted scene. In movies, when this kind of scene appears, they at least have to cover it with a cloth as a token gesture, but reality doesn't need that. If my summoning beast hadn't led the way, would you have been able to find this place? Orochimaru stopped what he was doing and slowly turned his head around. What were the classic features of Uncle Snake's appearance? Pale skin, purple eyeshadow, and golden vertical slit pupils. At a glance, he did not look human. In the future, Marino Ibuki's description would be very apt. The feeling he gave was not that of a human, but of some kind of thing wearing human skin. Higashino Makoto curiously took a moment to appraise this classic figure, famous in both his past and present lives, then slightly lowered his head and said, "Of course it's possible, Orochimaru-sama. Since you came to look for me, you must have already understood my background. This place isn't far from the camp and is still within the range of my perception. Just as I thought. Your perceptive ability is even more refined than I imagined," Orochimaru said, then moved his feet and stepped aside. At this moment, Higashino Makoto saw who the material on the experiment table was. It was the live captive they had caught earlier. As expected, after having her value completely drained, she had now become Orochimaru's research subject. At this point, Higashino Makoto finally confirmed one thing: this Kirigakyu Kunoichi really was only an A-cup. You don't seem surprised by what you're seeing. Orochimaru-sama, Konoha Hospital also has research departments. Things like dissecting corpses, I was exposed to them very early on. You learned that from following your mother, Higashino Megumi, correct? I remember her. She's a fairly capable medical ninja, but I believe you've already far surpassed her. My mother will always be my model for learning. Information on the Higashino family was naturally no secret to Orochimaru and could be accessed at any time. He did not dwell on it, instead pointing at the experimental material and asking, "Do you recognize her?" "I do. She's the Kirigakyu captive we caught on the way. I already understand the course of events. It can be said that being able to annihilate the Kirigakyu ninja and capture a live prisoner, your contribution was the greatest. Astounding perceptive ability, powerful medical ninjutsu, outstanding ninjutsu talent, and psychological composure far beyond your age." As Orochimaru spoke, he couldn't help but extend his tongue and wash his face with it. "Higashino-kun, your excellence exceeds even my sensei's expectations. Compared to you, even I, once called a once-in-decades genius by him, feel inferior. You flatter me too much, Orochimaru-sama. There are many companions in the village who are stronger than me. They are the true geniuses." Orochimaru chuckled softly. "You mean Kakashi? He really is a genius, but only insofar as being a ninja. But we are ninjas, Orochimaru-sama. So, what is it you wanted to see me about today?" Orochimaru got straight to the point. "Higashino-kun, would you be willing to become my assistant? I need your abilities. There are far too many secrets in this world, perhaps I could take you along to see some of them." So it wasn't that he coveted my body, he had his eye on my perceptive and medical abilities. "Forget it. You should keep that position for your true fan, Yakushi Kabuto. I'm just a fake fan with no feelings." Are there really secrets in this world that we ninjas don't know about? Of course. For example, aren't you curious why this Kirigakure Kunoichi could be stabbed through the heart by a kunai and still not die? Is it some special ability? The Hazuki clan of Kirigakure, their hydrification technique. Unfortunately, her talent wasn't sufficient. She could only liquefy part of her body to evade a fatal wound. Otherwise, in a place with water, she would have been very difficult to capture alive. The same flesh and blood body as ours, yet able to transform into water, don't you find that astonishing? Orochimaru's intent to bait him with curiosity was obvious, but Higashino Makoto said, it is astonishing. However, Orochimaru-sama, compared to research, I prefer battle. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Orochimaru was neither surprised nor disappointed. When he himself had been Higashino Makoto's age, he too preferred battle. It was just that, after witnessing enough comrades die, people inevitably changed. He believed Higashino Makoto would be no exception. He nodded. Very well. Go back. But remember to keep your curiosity about this world. If one day you wish to understand it, you're always welcome to come find me. Higashino Makoto respectfully performed a bow, then turned and left the underground laboratory. What a pity, Mr. Orochimaru. From the very beginning, I was already standing at the end point of your research. The chakra of truth you're searching for is nothing more than a messy family soap opera involving a nest of aliens. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 58, Frontline Combat. 1873 words. The Land of Waves was an inconspicuous small island nation in the ninja world. Located directly east of the Land of Fire, it was separated from the mainland by only a narrow strait. Its territory was small, its population sparse, and its daimyo so poor that he simply could not afford to maintain ninja or a ninja village for self-defense. During the ninja wars, it was like a frail young girl, any burly man could come over and bully her at will. Facing the surging advance of Kirigakure, the Land of Waves had no power to resist and lay flat, becoming one of Kirigakure's bridgeheads for its invasion toward Konohagakure. The people and the daimyo of the Land of Waves, what could we do? We were desperate too. The Konoha front line resisting Kirigakure lay in the direction of the Land of Waves. In the forest, Makoto sat cross-legged atop the crown of a large tree, carrying out his daily training. Ever since he had refused Snake Uncle's assistant invitation that night, it had not been long before Team 3 began frontline garrison duties. By today, 1.5 months had quietly passed. The current Orochimaru was not that petty yet. He would not make things difficult for a team just because Makoto had refused him. Each squad's garrison location rotated once a week, and there was no difference compared to the other teams. There was no need for him to assign a certain death mission to Makoto's team to let him witness the deaths of his companions. There was no need at all, death was like the wind, always accompanying ninja. It would arrive suddenly when you were not paying attention, without requiring deliberate arrangement. Just like how he could never have imagined that during a simple team-leading mission, his own disciple Nawaki would step straight into an explosive tag formation trap. Nawaki! Is this ever going to end? In the ninja world, death was as common as eating or drinking, gradually numbing people to it. Orochimaru was always very patient with those he took an interest in. What he sought was heartfelt acknowledgement and voluntary allegiance from others. He was particularly skilled at abducting children. The children of the ninja world, no matter how strong they were, always had minds like blank sheets of paper ready for him to paint with his own colors. Over the past month and a half, Makoto had come to understand just how little these Kirigakure lunatics played by common sense. They would always suddenly attack from some direction, stir up chaos, and after drawing out the Konoha defensive line's redeployments, if they saw they couldn't gain any results, they would retreat immediately. It looked blind and random, but Konoha had long since learned through interrogating some Kirigakure ninja, including that female captive, that this was simply a straightforward feint tactic. By forcing Konoha to shift the strength of its defensive line, they created weak points, then arranged elite squads to slip into the interior of the Land of Fire to complete their own missions. Even knowing it, they still couldn't ignore it, because a fake attack could switch to a real breakthrough at any time. The defending side was always passive. In order to reverse the situation, Konoha ninja were also working hard to find a way to break the deadlock. Unfortunately, their immediate superior Orochimaru was obsessed with human experimentation and had no interest in this. If he had even half the initiative he'd shown back when opposing Tsunagakure, the state of the battle might have been different. A small number of people felt that this Hokage's disciple seemed to be deliberately dragging out the timeline of the standoff between both sides, but there was no evidence. Acting Commander Ucha Fugaku, on the other hand, was full of passion and eager to achieve merit and build a career. It was just, how should one put it about this guy? If he truly had deep scheming and outstanding strategy, he wouldn't have led his own clansmen into a ditch. A typical case of usually standing aside and smoothing things over, only to throw his life on the line for the family at a critical moment. Makoto didn't know whether it was because the tailed beast chakra on the Eastern Front was overly active, but starting half a month ago, his training in white natural energy entered a deeper level of the second stage. Now he didn't need sleep to enter an awareness body state. As long as he meditated in stillness, he could draw natural energy into his body, all the way until reaching his body's daily limit of endurance. Similar to Hashirama clapping his hands and instantly entering sage mode. However, he didn't have a sage face pattern. His only distinguishing feature, the silver mark on his forehead, was also covered by the Konoha forehead protector, so ordinary people couldn't see it. What differed from the sage mode of the three great sage regions was that he wasn't absorbing a specific type of natural energy and combining it with his own chakra in a fixed ratio, but instead directly absorbing white natural energy to continuously strengthen his physical body and spirit. When there were enemies, he fought. When there was nothing, he quietly trained, like today. All of a sudden, Makoto, who was in the middle of training, opened his eyes and looked toward the north. A distress signal flare was rising slowly. Gecko Kumomi, who had jumped up onto the treetop, took a glance and asked, "Makoto, what's going on over there?" 6 Kirigakure ninja, 2 standard Chunin squads. Each ninja team along the defensive line was not very far apart from the others, and they naturally all fell within Makoto's steadily expanding range of perception. Kumomi drew his ninja blade and issued the order, Team 3, move to provide support. Hearing this, Makoto ended his training and, together with Gecko Hayate and Uzuki Yugao, rushed toward the location where the signal flare had risen. As for whether the gap in the defensive line left behind after their departure would be exploited, that was not something the 4 of them needed to worry about, because there was still a second defensive line behind them. A distance of several kilometers was very close for ninja and did not take much time at all. When the 4 of them followed the sounds of battle and arrived, they saw 3 young Konoha ninja relying on the dense forest terrain to stubbornly resist the Kirigakure ninja's assault. On the ground, some Kirigakure ninja had used water release, forming a large, shallow lake that created an environment advantageous to them. Nearby, there was also an area filled with thick mist. The area was not large, but the Konoha Chunin squad had already leapt out of the mist-covered zone and was retreating toward the second defensive line while fighting. Only a fool would struggle with Kirigakure ninja inside dense fog. By retreating to the second defensive line, they could join forces with companions arriving from the left and right, forming a 3-pronged encirclement against Kirigakure. From another direction, 3 more Konoha ninja arrived as well. Together with Kumomi's team, they immediately launched an attack. The ones originally stationed here were a Chunin team. One young man had wrapped his forehead protector around his head like a headscarf, forming a ninja cap style, but worn backward. Facing 2 Kirigakure ninja alone, he nimbly evaded enemy attacks in the forest while Senbon flew from his hands and mouth as if they cost nothing. This was Shiranui Gunma. A Chunin squad that had rushed in from farther north joined his battle, and together with him began to surround and attack the 2 Kirigakure ninja. Another ninja, dressed similarly to Gunma, but with the steel plate of his ninja cap facing forward and wearing dark glasses, was Ibisu. He was facing only one enemy. Although at a disadvantage, he was not in disarray, trading blows back and forth. Hayate and Yugao quickly joined in, creating a 3-on-1 situation. The remaining one was naturally the taijutsu expert guy, also fighting 2 Kirigakure ninja by himself. One of them was dressed in an archaic and peculiar style and appeared to be a taijutsu-type ninja as well. With a crazed expression, he was engaged in close-quarters combat with Guy, while his companion provided support from the side, darting in to slash whenever an opening appeared. The 2 of them had no coordination at all and even interfered with each other. The Kirigakure ninja with the archaic appearance and crazed expression sometimes even struck his own companion. Guy avoided any fatal areas. Although the remaining wounds left him covered in blood, they did not affect this rare beast as he poured out his youthful passion. Yelling at the top of his lungs, he kept hammering his opponent's face with Konoha Whirlwind and Great Whirlwind. Kumomi used the body flicker and appeared in the midst of the battle. With a Jonin joining in, the situation reversed in the blink of an eye. When my guy saw this, his fighting spirit immediately burned even hotter. Only 5 Kirigakure ninja? Where was the other one? Makoto used the body flicker and appeared behind Ibisu. This lecherous fellow was weaker than his 2 companions. After receiving help from Hayate and Yugao, his tension had eased, and he neglected the danger coming from behind. Clink, 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 clink. On the surface of the water behind Ibisu, a smooth mirror appeared, from which a spray of transparent, crystalline senbon shot out. Earth release, one-horn Great Wall. Higashino Makoto, who had appeared behind Ibisu, extended his left hand flat. Chakra sprayed out from his 5 fingers, instantly forming a massive, earth-yellow, semi-transparent shield that blocked all of the crystalline senbon. This was another defensive instant-cast ninjutsu developed by Higashino Makoto. Its principle was the same as One-Horn Tranquility, but it was infused with Earth Release Chakra, making use of its hardness and stability to specifically block damage from sharp, piercing weapons. Water Release, One-Horn Tranquility, on the other hand, was infused with Water Release Chakra, using the flowing nature of water and its flexible tensile force to block the energy of ninjutsu, as well as the accompanying impact and compressive damage. Of course, ninjutsu was fixed, but people were not. Their uses were not limited to defense alone. Hearing the commotion, Ibisu turned his head to look and cried out in his mind, "Lucky, saved." However, he looked at Heiate and Yugao in front of him, wildly slashing at the enemy with their blades, and then looked at Makoto. Were juniors these days all this ferocious? Makoto did not have time to worry about Ibisu for the moment, because he had discovered an unexpected surprise. He fished a senbon out of the shallow water at his feet. It was transparent and crystalline, icy to the touch, and emitted faint strands of cold air. Ice release? Really interesting. Makoto felt the urge to stick out his tongue and wash his face with it, but he restrained the impulse. He was a proper ninja, he could not imitate a pervert like Orochimaru. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 59, Understanding Ice Release. 1,585 words. With the arrival of 2 teams of Konohagakure shinobi, the situation reversed in an instant. Seeing that things had gone bad, the Kirigakure shinobi hiding in the water decisively flashed away and bolted toward the dense fog zone not far away, completely ignoring the 5 companions behind him who were still fighting desperately. Teammates? What teammates? Shinobi who come out of the bloody mist, do we even have such a thing? Higashino Makoto broke into a sprint in pursuit, likewise paying no attention to the battles involving his teammates. All 3 battlefields were holding an absolute advantage, only Heiate and Yugao might need to spend a bit more time, but with Ibisu added, victory was assured. If even under these circumstances they could not take down the enemy, or were even injured, then that could only be called the price of growth. He intended to protect those he defined as companions, but he would not act as a nanny, constantly keeping teammates tucked under his arm would leave them with no room to be tempered. In the ninja world, if one wanted to live longer than others, personal strength was always the best guarantee. Makoto would not be at their side at all times. The fleeing Kirigakure shinobi was very fast in the water, but not faster than Makoto. After a few steps of pursuit, he leapt into the air and swung his blade downward, making several empty slashes. The nearly invisible wind blades released by wind release, shadowless sword plunged into the water like artillery shells, pierced through the shallow water, and drilled into the ground, sealing off the Kirigakure shinobi's path of escape. The Kirigakure ninja beneath the water broke out in a cold sweat, if sweating were possible underwater. If he had gone even one step farther just now, he would have been cleaved cleanly in 2 by the razor-sharp wind blades. It seemed that unless he dealt with the brat behind him, there was no way to escape smoothly. With that thought, he decisively burst up from beneath the water, kicking up a spray as both hands rapidly formed seals. The splashing water he brought up instantly transformed into a dense spread of water needles that shot toward Higashino Makoto, who had yet to land. He intended to turn that detestable Konoha brat into a pincushion while he was still in midair. In midair, let's see how you dodge now. Makoto didn't need to dodge. He didn't even use One-Horn Tranquility to deploy a chakra shield for defense, instead, he activated a levitation technique, his body rising higher out of thin air as he shifted laterally at high speed. While evading the dense volley of water needles, he moved straight to the Kirigakure shinobi's side. What the hell? Damn it, can you fly or something? This Kirigakure shinobi, no more than about 20 years old, with soft, delicate, handsome features, froze for a moment. You could fight like this as a ninja? Could it be like a Sunagakure puppet master, using chakra threads tied to something to swing himself up? But above them was nothing but blue sky and white clouds, what could you possibly tie to? Don't tell me you've got some dead uncle up there helping you. Surprised as he was, his combat instinct didn't dull. Facing Makoto's incoming slash, he formed 2 ice kunai with both hands and braced them to block the downward strike. Then his expression changed. High-density chakra was condensed along the blade, abnormally sharp. Not only did it easily sever his hard ice kunai, but the chakra extended cutting edge also split his body cleanly in two from top to bottom. The two halves of flesh fell onto the surface of the water along with Makoto, and then, with a poof, they turned into splashing water. It was a water clone. Makoto wasn't surprised. From beginning to end, the opponent had been hiding in the water. He hadn't run, he had been looking for a chance to counterkill. That was why ninja combat was an information war. The opponent didn't understand Makoto at all, he knew nothing about his methods. Hiding underwater was useless against ordinary sensory-type ninja, especially since what Makoto used was nature sensing, but since the other side wanted to counterkill, he would give him that opportunity. The moment he landed on the water's surface, ice mirrors suddenly grew up out of thin air all around him. The mirrors spread at an astonishing speed, and in the blink of an eye, they surrounded him in the middle. A ninjutsu that felt truly familiar and nostalgic. But Makoto wasn't going to stupidly stay inside. During the time it took the opponent's ninjutsu to form, he immediately charged in one direction, and with a casual slash he sent a wind blade that shattered one ice mirror, slipping out. Ice release is indeed quite remarkable, but the user's strength is a bit lacking. He can't trap me with speed. When it comes to speed, I won't lose to any, so cold. Got you. Just as he emerged, a figure suddenly appeared beneath the water's surface. Both hands seized Makoto's ankles, and then ice release was activated at full power, freezing Makoto into an ice sculpture. Die already, you really are a damned, hard to deal with little brat. The young Kirigakure shinobi slowly rose up from the water, facing Makoto. Staring at the figure inside the ice sculpture, he cursed through clenched teeth. Yet despite the ferocity of his expression, his slender build and overly soft, beautiful features made him look more like a beauty throwing a petulant tantrum. Go on, I can still take it. Makoto's voice suddenly came from inside the ice sculpture. At the same time, one hand broke through the solid ice and reached toward the Kirigakure shinobi. The other side was startled and grabbed Makoto's hand. Die, just die already. Shouting as he did so, he desperately activated his ice release again, freezing his opponent once more into a massive block of ice. This likely exhausted the last chakra he could extract. After the technique was completed, sensing that the little brat inside had gone completely still, he let out a long breath and collapsed onto the surface of the water, sitting down hard. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain along his spine. Then his entire body lost all sensation. His brain could no longer command his body, and he fell onto the water's surface, beginning to sink downward. As he fell, he saw that behind him there was still another little brat, pointing at him with an index finger. Wind release, wind finger gun. Makoto fired a chakra bullet straight into his spine. The sharp cutting nature of wind attribute chakra erupted within a small area, completely severing the central nerves inside his spinal column. Put simply, he didn't die, but he was crippled. A high-level paralysis from the neck down. For the rest of his life, he would only be able to sit in a wheelchair if he even had a rest of his life. It seems this is all you're capable of, Makoto said as he lifted him up. What did you do to me, you damned little brat? What kind of evil ninjutsu did you use? Why can't I move? I have no obligation to tell you. At that moment, the shadow clone trapped inside the ice finally couldn't hold on any longer. With a bang, it burst apart, sending a massive amount of memories back to the original. Makoto closed his eyes and absorbed the clone's experiences, then smiled happily. So this is ice release. A bloodline limit really is quite something. That was right, if he hadn't wanted to experience the feeling of ice release firsthand, there was no way he would have dragged the fight out for so long. Those initial wind blades alone would have been enough to cut the opponent down at the very start. Makoto was naturally born with both windy and water attribute chakra, and his nature transformation training was already quite advanced. He also wanted to try producing ice release for himself. Even if it wasn't used for combat, using it as an air conditioner in summer, or for chilled drinks, would be extremely convenient. For that purpose, he had even deliberately allowed the opponent to grab him twice, personally experiencing the activation process of the ice release bloodline limit. The Kirigakure ninja of the Yuki clan despairingly felt his numb, unresponsive body. In a softer, more pleading voice, he begged, Can I still be cured? I can, right? If you can cure me, I'm willing to do anything. I can acknowledge you as my master. Makoto lowered his head and looked at that stunningly beautiful face, and suddenly exploded in anger. You think you can fool me? Don't think I don't know, you're a man. A man? Bastard! With that, he knocked the other party out with a single punch. What a sin. How was it that the Yuki clan produced nothing but these damned pretty-faced men? Staying around people like this for too long, Makoto didn't dare guarantee he wouldn't end up bent later on. After all, these guys didn't even need disguises to enter the women's bath, just showing their faces was enough. If the ninja world had live streams, they wouldn't even need makeup to scam the top donors into losing everything. Damn it, no wonder Kirigakure would later wipe these monsters out completely. Leaving them around would seriously impact the village's birth rate. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 60, Bloodline Plan, Guy. 1,704 words. When Higashino Makoto came over carrying the captive, the fighting on this side had already ended. The ninjutsu dissipated, the lake receded, and the battlefield was left a mire of mud. Normally, the water created by water release ninjutsu disappears once the technique ends. However, aside from the second Hokage, very few water release ninja are that extravagant. Most instead use chakra to gather moisture from the air, or directly draw on real, existing water to amplify the power of their techniques. The lake that had previously covered the battlefield was exactly that kind of case. It had been formed by a Kirigakure ninja diverting water from a nearby small river. If he had relied solely on his own chakra to produce that volume of water, even draining him dry would not have been enough. Earth release follows much the same principle. The Konoha group had already moved to a dry area nearby and were sitting on the ground resting. 5 bodies were piled off to one side, and judging by their appearance, they were thoroughly dead. During wartime, such as in the Battle of Kanabi Bridge, when large numbers of Iwagakure ninja were driven into a dead end and faced the yellow flash, they had no choice but to surrender. Prisoners on that scale could not all be killed and were instead useful as bargaining chips to force negotiations. But in small-scale skirmishes like today's, ninja rarely leave enemies alive. Seeing Makoto carrying a Kirigakure ninja, Gekko Kumomi asked curiously, "You didn't catch another live one again, did you?" "Alive, but already crippled. From the Yuki clan, too, the ice release has already been awakened. I think keeping them alive is more useful than killing them." Hearing this, the others all cast curious glances at the unusually attractive enemy. An ice release Kekkei Genkai, something rarely seen around here. Many of them had never encountered it before. Even in Kirigakure itself, awakening ice release was uncommon. No one knew why someone like that had been sent on a mission to harass the defensive line. Still, after a brief look, everyone averted their eyes. They could not look for too long, staring too much would shake the sacred will of fire in their hearts. Uzuki Yuga glanced at the captive who had been casually tossed aside, then at Makoto, and said with a sly grin, "Makoto, you really went hard. So pretty, don't you feel even a little pity?" Makoto stared at her as if she were a pervert. "This is a man." "Who?" Yuga froze into stone, then fell into self-isolation, using a kunai to draw circles on the ground. She was actually not as pretty as a man. This ninja world was truly awful. Now everyone completely dared not look too much. "Ahaha!" Kumomi used loud laughter to ease the awkwardness, then pointed at a Kirigakure ninja in the pile of corpses whose hairstyle looked like something out of an ancient era. "Actually, there's also a Kekkei Genkai here. If I'm not mistaken, with the way he's dressed, he should be from Kirigakure's Kagaya clan. But when I fought him just now, he didn't use the Shikosumiaku. I think he's probably a guy who hasn't awakened his clan's Kekkei Genkai." "Is that so?" Makoto sized him up and found that the outfit really did look a lot like Kimimaro's. Unfortunately, he hadn't awakened Shikosumiaku. Even if he had awakened it, Higashino Makoto still wouldn't be interested. Probably only Orochimaru would be satisfied with this harvest. There are 2 types of Kekkei Genkai in the ninja world. One is the organ type, like the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, the Chinoite clan's Ketsuraigan, Shikosumiaku, and so on. This kind of bloodline was not something Makoto could set his sights on unless he had snake uncle transplant cells or eyes into him, but he would have to be insane to do that. There was no need. The second type is a bloodline produced by the fusion of 2 or more different chakra natures. That kind can be referenced and reproduced based on existing samples. He was born with 3 chakra natures, wind, water, and earth, and because of his golden finger, he had trained each nature transformation to a very deep level. Now, he had already come into contact with ice release formed from wind plus water. Through the fight with Kirigakure's trap, he had basically formed some guesses and understanding. Next, he needed time to slowly experiment. As for wood release from water plus earth, Higashino Makoto knew this was the signature release of Konohagakure's first Hokage. If he wanted to see a sample, that was easy. Later on, he could find a chance to farm Yamato's experience. After all, Yamato was an honest ninja. Kakashi shouldn't be the only one who got to bully him. In fact, Makoto setting his sights on Kekkei Genkai was not because he wanted to change jobs and become a purely ninjutsu turret-type ninja. That had never been a fighting style he liked. The primary reason was that by fusing Kekkei Genkai, one could gain a deeper understanding of changes in chakra nature. As for the secondary reason, of course it was curiosity. What could it be for the sake of looking cool? Reining in the thoughts about Kekkei Genkai in his mind, Makoto took a medical kit out of a ceiling scroll and began treating the injured. The main patients were Might Guy and his two teammates. The reinforcements who had arrived later were not really injured, just somewhat tired. Being able to wipe out the Kirigakure ninja without losses, aside from the advantage in numbers, actually had another important reason. After consecutive major battles, Kirigakure's ninja forces had suffered a severe decline in both quantity and quality. They were in even worse shape than Konoha. Before the war, they had already taken heavy losses from internal strife. After the war, they had then been repeatedly battered by Konoha. At present, the few top-tier fighters they had were either fighting Tsunagakure to the death on the southern islands, or carrying out secret missions on the Land of Fire front. The one sent to harass the defensive line truly had limited strength. Shiranui Gunma and Ibisu were relatively fine. Makoto handled their injuries with ease. Guy, on the other hand, had it much worse. He was a pure taijutsu ninja, and while he was entangled in close combat with a Kagaya clan ninja, there were also people beside him constantly cutting him with blades. If not for the enemy's lack of coordination, he might have had no choice but to open the 8 gates to win. Who knew how many gates he could open now? In the future, Lee could open up to 5 gates at the age of 13, and Might Guy seemed to be around 13 this year as well. But that was someone else's private matter, a ninja secret. Probing into it rashly would be extremely impolite. Even though Guy was an open-minded person, if a companion asked, he would most likely not hide it. Makoto carefully cleaned each wound with disinfectant, then performed the mystical palm technique to begin treatment. Guy-senpai, you're a pure taijutsu ninja, right? Engaging in close quarters, bare-handed combat is still too much of a disadvantage for you. Guy raised his thumb and flashed a bright, white-toothed grin. This is the way I pour out my youth. Being injured means the sweat of my youth still isn't flowing enough. Have you never thought about choosing a suitable weapon? That way you could better protect your body. Senpai, you wouldn't want your body to burn through its vitality too early because of too many injuries, affecting your ability to keep pouring out your youth in the future, would you? Makes sense, Guy said, rare contemplation crossing his face. His thoughts immediately turned to the nunchaku he kept at home for training hand speed and reaction time. I already know what weapon I'll use. Thanks for the reminder. I'll protect my body and let my sweat and youth last longer. I believe you can do it. Still, as a medical ninja, I'd recommend paying attention to nutrition and restorative supplements. Otherwise, you won't be able to surpass Dewey-senpai. Guy looked a little surprised. You know my father. I'd seen him in the village before, but I really got to know him at the hospital. My mother was quite close to Dewey-senpai. Your mother is? Higashino Megumi. I'm Higashino Makoto. Guy was the type who wasn't good at remembering names. He lowered his head and thought hard for quite a while before the memory finally surfaced. I remember now, Megumi-senpai from Konoha Hospital, right? I heard my father mention her, and I've seen her at the hospital a few times. So she's your mother? No wonder your medical ninjutsu is so impressive. That's right, it's her. Guy tried to stand up, but Makoto pressed him back down, so he simply sat on the ground and performed a formal salute. Thank you, Megumi-senpai. My father said that without the care of the doctors at the hospital back then, his body wouldn't have held out for so long. We're all comrades of Konoha, it's what we should do. I've examined Dewey-senpai's body as well. Compared to him, your physical condition is much better. You're young, so there isn't any major accumulation of old injuries yet, but you still need to take good care of yourself, especially after you reach adulthood. Makoto, thanks for the reminder. I'll remember it. As he spoke, Guy flashed that familiar, dazzling grin again. Might Dewey was only a genin and often couldn't get into teams to take on good missions, so his income was limited. Whatever few resources he had all went to his son. Guy, however, was already a chunin and would rise to jonin in the future. His income wouldn't be low. As long as he took care of his body during training, he could reduce the damage caused by opening the first 7 gates to some extent. As for the Gate of Death, no matter how good the body was, it was useless. whoever opened it would die, unless a god descended. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 61, Chapter 61, Squad Training and Ice Release. 1912 words. War never truly disappears, it only changes its form. After the establishment of the shinobi villages, ordinary people's armies lost their eligibility to participate in war. Shinobi, who during the Warring States period had fought as family-based units, were reorganized into new, unified military forces. This evolution toward organized and militarized shinobi forces made warfare and killing far more efficient. In order to adapt to the wars of this new era, the major shinobi villages have also been gradually updating their military doctrines, enriching their tactical strategies for both offense and defense. Taking the southeastern defense line as an example, to counter the high speed, high mobility, and high concealment characteristics of shinobi, the defending side, Konohagakure, constructed a defensive network consisting of squad-based fixed-point garrisons, 2 interlocking defensive lines positioned front and rear, and mobile patrol units roaming to provide support. The defensive tactics of the other major shinobi villages are basically all based on this same model. The fact that Might Guy's squad was attacked by 2 Kirigakure squads, and that the joint defense squads on both the left and right flanks arrived to provide support within an extremely short time and eliminated the enemy, was precisely the result of this system. If the number of enemies were too great to oppose, they would not fight to the death. Instead, they would immediately withdraw to the second defensive line while rapidly transmitting intelligence back to the command headquarters. This is the daily routine of Konohagakure's frontline shinobi after the Eastern Front War entered a stalemate phase. When the mobile patrol units arrived to provide support and discovered that the battle had already ended, their task was simply to take away the enemy corpses and prisoners, while leaving behind a squad to replace Guy's team. All 3 members of Guy's squad were injured. Although they had already been treated by Higashino Makoto, according to regulations they were entitled to several days of leave for recuperation. The length of the leave depends on the severity of the injuries. For cases like the 3 from Guy's squad, they would generally receive 2 days of rest. In fact, every squad has leave time. The rotation cycle is said to be 1 week, but it actually consists of 6 days on duty, with the remaining 1 day as rest. After the rest period, missions are reassigned either to a position on one of the 2 defensive lines, or to joining a mobile patrol unit. In any case, they will not be idle. Time quietly slipped by, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. After Kumomi's squad of 4 finished their mission, they rested for 1 day, and then were reassigned to the second defensive line, positioned closer to the command headquarters. It was even more idle here. Unlike when carrying out mobile patrol missions where they had to run all over the place, the squad had more time to train. Kumomi's fighting style was the same as Hayate's and Yugao's, so on a daily basis he trained and taught the 2 of them to improve their strength. As for Makoto, Kumomi, the Jonin, said he could not teach him. He even believed that in the entirety of Konohagakure, there was no one who could teach this overly talented disciple of his. The combat methods of the Gecko and Uzuki families are primarily swordsmanship-based, fused with genjutsu guided by various movements, forming an eerie and hard-to-guard against Konohagakure's secret transmission swordsmanship system. The entire system is composed of 3 key components: swordsmanship, genjutsu, and shadow clone technique. The offensive characteristic is that before the enemy can even figure out the pattern, they get cut down in a daze. Representative techniques include Dance of the Crescent Moon, Moon Shadow, Aboro Moonlit Night, and so on. In any case, the system is very distinctive, but Higashino Makoto's evaluation of it was, it's quite effective against fodder, but when facing a slightly more formidable expert, it's useless. Both families tend to produce shinobi with fairly solid strength, but it is very difficult for them to produce top-tier experts. This is the current situation of most of Konoha's smaller clans. Therefore, as friends who had grown up together with Makoto since childhood, and because both possessed wind attribute chakra, he had started very early on to have the 2 of them undergo high-difficulty chakra nature transformation training. The shinobi of both families are not the type with large chakra reserves. They cannot function as ninjutsu artillery platforms, but they can instead follow the path of Konoha's future elite jonin, Shirakumo Hayama. Hayate and Yugao, unlike Makoto, do not have a cheat. They cannot achieve his level of extreme chakra control. Their nature transformation training can only rely on piling up time through sheer effort, and they are currently enduring that grind. As for Kumomi, as an adult jonin, his foundation in wind attribute chakra nature transformation is very solid. After several months of training, he has already preliminarily developed a technique similar to wind release, vacuum blade, and has successfully integrated it into his own combat system. The concealment, speed, and power of Vacuum Blade are all one tier inferior to Shadowless Sword, but this already represents the utmost limit of what Kumomi can achieve. This is precisely why ordinary shinobi have limits. Some boundaries, with a mortal body and without great wisdom, great perseverance, and great fortune, can never be crossed. Compared to Makoto, who has already gone deep into a realm they cannot comprehend, Kumomi is, at present, the best teacher for Hayate and Yugo. Using Shadowless Sword as a reference, the vacuum sword technique that Kumomi developed set an excellent example for the two of them. Coupled with the swordsmanship insights and experience obtained from the old senior Kosuke, it was more than enough for the two to train for many years. It was believed that as long as they mastered these things, reaching Elite Jonin for level strength in the future would not be much of a problem. They would be far stronger than the two in Makoto's memories. At the very least, they would not be instantly killed by Baki in a single exchange. As for whether it would be embarrassing for a teacher to learn from his own disciple, Kumomi said, "Embarrassing? What embarrassment? Do you have any idea how happy it is, at my age, to be able to raise my strength by a large margin? You can't even imagine my happiness. Please give me another dozen disciples like this, thank you very much." At the treetops, Makoto sat cross-legged, his hands forming no seals. His body seemed weightless, unified with the tree, swaying with the wind. Within his chakra pathways, wind attribute chakra and water attribute chakra coexisted at the same time, colliding with each other as they searched for an opportunity to fuse. In nature, what substance undergoes phase transitions most easily? It is water. Under normal pressure, water can easily switch among the three phases. Below 0 degrees Celsius it freezes into a solid. When the temperature rises to a critical point, water molecules gain energy and escape to become a gas. In between lies the common liquid state. Kirigakure's ninjutsu encompass all three of these phases: ice release, water release, and the hiding in mist technique. But this is only water in the natural world. Water attribute chakra is different. It is merely a mimicry of this natural phenomenon. It is not real water molecules. Chakra is energy. It is distinct from matter, can interfere with matter, and can also mimic matter. Therefore, trying to synthesize ice release by using the conditions under which ice forms in nature is unrealistic. Those conditions can only serve as a reference for phase transitions. What truly matters is the fluctuation of ice release chakra. Why did Higashino Makoto spend time fighting the Kirigakure cross-dressing shinobi, and even allow him to use ice release on his own body twice? It was to use his unique perception to understand that kind of fluctuation, and then restore it through fusion using extreme chakra control. Over these 10 days, this was mainly what he had been doing. Higashino Makoto focused intently. On one hand, he forcefully suppressed the fluctuation frequency of water attribute chakra, making it tend toward stability. On the other hand, he controlled the light, flowing nature of wind attribute chakra, allowing it to sweep past the water attribute chakra at high speed. He conducted collision experiments through this blowing motion, searching for an opportunity to fuse. Today was his lucky day. Finally, in a collision at a certain point, a trace of cold appeared. Then, like a chain reaction, centered on that point, the cold rapidly spread until all of the refined chakra of the two attributes fused into a single whole. When the fusion was complete, a surge of cold air suddenly erupted. Centered on Makoto, it enveloped several nearby trees. It was already August, and the Land of Fire was in the height of its hot season. Not far away, Hayate and Yuga were jointly launching a fierce attack on their own teacher, and all three were drenched in sweat. Suddenly, a cold wind swept over. The three of them all shuddered at once, stopped their movements, and turned their heads, only to behold a scene they would never forget for the rest of their lives. In the forest, the tree swayed with the wind. Yet centered on Makoto, several nearby trees stood completely still, all of them turned into ice sculptures. A biting cold swept along with the wind, as if they had instantly been transported into the land of snow in the depths of winter. Yugao could not believe the scene before her eyes. How is this possible, ice release? Could it be that Makoto Ni is from Kirigakure? Kumomi shook his head. That's impossible. Jiro and Megumi are both native-born people of the Land of Fire. When Megumi gave birth to Makoto, your mother was outside the delivery room. She watched Makoto being born. Oh, right, you were there too, back then, still inside your mother's belly. But this is clearly ice release. Kumomi thought for a moment and said, do you remember the battle 10 days ago? Makoto fought against a shinobi of the Yuki clan who had awakened ice release. I think he must have started learning it from that day onward. Hayate murmured, but father, is this really something a shinobi can do? Learning a Kekkei Genkai in just 10 days? This time, Kumomi did not mind Hayate calling him father by mistake during the mission. He even felt a trace of pity for him. Sometimes, having friends around you who are simply too outstanding truly is an unparalleled pressure. But as a shinobi, this is a reality you have to accept. Hayate, just because we can't do it doesn't mean Makoto can't. He is different from us. In the shinobi world, there will never be a lack of people younger than you, yet stronger than me. Makoto is exactly that kind of person. Hearing this, Hayate lowered his head and quietly clenched his fists. As both a friend and a target he sought to surpass, he knew all too well that Makoto's talent was beyond imagination. For him, this was pressure, but also motivation for training. Ooh? Wait, isn't my chakra also wind and water? Should I give it a try? Hayate fell into deep thought. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 62, The Secret Belonging to Team 3, 1. 1,608 words. As time passed, August arrived. It was the height of summer, and the scorching heat was oppressive. For the past 2 days, Gecko Kumomi and the other two had all seemed a little dazed. They did not know whether it was because of the high temperatures, or because of the shock of witnessing someone develop a legendary Kekkei Genkai right before their eyes. They could not tell, they truly could not tell. Was this still the ninja world they knew? Since when had the Kekkei Genkai, something every ninja envied, become something that looked so simple? 10 days. Just 10 days. Sage of 6 parts above, are my teammates really human? Makoto had no way to explain it. He could only say, we players who are running cheats are just like this. Look, after Prince Naruto stuffed the chakra of other tailed beasts into his belly, things like magnet release and lava release, weren't they something he could just casually throw out on the spot along with a Rasen Shuriken? As for himself, it was merely that the miraculous perception and keen control brought by training in white natural energy had allowed him to analyze and reproduce an ice release. Compared to all of that, what interested him more was the series of changes brought about by this new type of chakra formed through fusion ever since ice release appeared. First, the speed at which his chakra quantity increased had become a bit faster. Then, after ice release chakra was produced, it seemed to begin slowly solidifying and imprinting itself into his body, causing his body temperature to drop ever so slightly. That is to say, once a Kekkei Genkai is formed, the body will record it, and it can be inherited. When he became an adult, if he had a child with some woman, then the descendant might directly awaken ice release, without needing to go through the hardship he did, painstakingly training in 2 chakra natures, and also having to analyze the special chakra fluctuations of ice release. The second defensive line was much easier than the first defensive line. At least they could make an open fire, and they could have more time to train. Under the shade of trees outside the outpost, the 4 members of Team 3 were resting, and also boiling tea. After the fresh, piping hot tea was poured into the cups, Kumomi and the other 2 simultaneously handed them to the companion in front of them, who had his eyes closed. Makoto, who was contemplating the changes within himself, opened his eyes. His face was full of speechlessness as he slowly reached out and brushed his hand over their teacups. Cold air surged out. The originally piping hot tea immediately became ice cold. The 3 of them swallowed it in one gulp and let out a burst of delighted refreshment. Being able to drink a mouthful of iced tea out in the wild during a scorching summer day, that feeling was simply so good it sent them soaring. Makoto! Damn it, I worked my ass off to develop ice release, and it was just so you could have a sip of a cold drink? Yuga let out a long breath. Ah, comfortable. No matter how strong ice release is in combat, at least I won't need to buy a refrigerator in the future. Hayate was still thinking about his own matter. He asked, Makoto, I also have wind and water chakra natures, but these past days, after being in contact with you, I tried training a bit, and it seemed like I didn't feel anything like what you described at all. The 3 of them had grown up together since childhood. If there was something they wanted to know, they would just ask, there were not that many reservations between them. Makoto thought for a moment and said, you want to learn ice release too? Well, first, you have to form chakra of these 2 attributes simultaneously within the meridians, allowing them to coexist. Then you need to suppress the fluctuations of the water attribute chakra as much as possible, while at the same time controlling the wind attribute's light, flowing nature to rotate at high speed around the water attribute. Hayate, Yugao, and Kumomi. Are you even speaking human language? What do you mean by simultaneously converting 2 chakra attributes and letting them coexist? What do you mean by controlling them to operate according to different properties? Is this something a human can even do? Kumomi let out a sigh and said, Hayate, I suggest you don't aim too high. As your sensei, my advice is that you should first properly train in the things that Makoto and I have taught you. You're still young, so you might not know this yet. In the ninja world, chakra fusion type Kekkei Genkai are basically developed or awakened by ninja under accidental circumstances. They don't have reproducibility. Do you understand what I mean? After hearing this, Hayate fell silent. He was still young, and his breadth of knowledge was not as extensive as his father's. There were still many secrets of the ninja world that he did not clearly understand. Being young and unwilling to admit defeat, he had always thought that if others could do something, then he could do it as well. It was only that he had not worked hard enough, or that his method was wrong. Yugo asked curiously, "Sensei, are there really no Kekkei Genkai that can be taught?" Kumomi thought for a moment. Perhaps there are. I've heard that the dust release of the third Tsukikage was learned from his sensei, the second Tsukikage. However, this was only a rumor. As you all know, ninjas place the greatest emphasis on secrecy. No one knows whether this rumor is true or false. As he spoke, he glanced again at Makoto. But one thing can be confirmed, Kekkei Genkai can be inherited through bloodlines. That is to say, if Makoto has more children in the future, then Konohagakure might gain an entirely new Kekkei Genkai clan. Upon hearing this, Yugao blushed and lowered her head. Kumomi and Hayate. Why are you blushing like that? You were way too straightforward, you silly girl. Hayate looked at his father. Are you going to report this? Would that really be a good thing for Makoto? Ironically, although Kumomi had once worked in the ANBU, he was not the kind of person who always put the village first. What he cared about most was his own family, followed by the small alliance formed by the Gekko, Uzuki, and Higashino families. Especially after realizing just how much of a genius Makoto was becoming, his first reaction was not to report everything truthfully, but to use this opportunity to raise the standing of their three-family faction within the village. Makoto was still young. As long as he was given time to grow, with the ties between the three families, their group would become a force that even the Hokage could not afford to ignore. He was already over 30 years old. He did not care about any of that so-called will of fire nonsense. He understood only one thing, in the ninja world, strength was the truth. So he did not answer his son's question. Instead, he turned his head toward his disciple and asked, "Makoto, what do you think?" "No need to report it. I just want to train quietly." "That's fine. But for now, you cannot use this power in front of others, at least not until you believe you can withstand pressure from those above." "Do you understand what I mean?" Makoto replied calmly, "I understand, sensei. Don't worry. I trained in ice release purely out of curiosity, and to deepen my understanding of chakra natures. It won't change my fighting style." "Very good. Then this will be the secret of our Team 3, Kumomi concluded. After setting the tone, he suddenly turned to Yugao and said, if the village were to find out, in order to obtain more ice release bloodlines, those above would assign Makoto many wives. When the time comes, the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan might not care, but clans like the Sarutobi, Yamanoka, and Noro would all introduce beautiful girls to Makoto. The young girl snapped to attention on the spot. "Don't worry, sensei. If anyone finds out about this secret, I'll kill them." "Hayate, sensei, isn't that going a bit too far?" "My son," Kumomi said, "you're underestimating what a heritable Kekkei Genkai means to a village or a clan. If you had one yourself, you'd understand." "Hayate." "Ooh? I don't believe it, one day I'll definitely get one myself." Just then, Makoto suddenly said, "Someone's coming." The three immediately fell silent. They had great confidence in Makoto's sensory perception. At the second defensive line, Makoto would not actively activate his perception, it consumed chakra, but his passive sensing was always present, and the range was not short. At this moment, a small squad was approaching their outpost. Very soon, 3 Chunin wearing green flak jackets appeared in front of the 4 of them. After both sides verified the encrypted passphrase, the leader spoke, "Is this the third team under Jonin Gekko Kumomi?" "Kumomi, yes." "Is there an order from above?" "The command headquarters has issued an order. Team 3 is to return immediately. We will take over the defense here." After saying this, the man handed over a scroll. After reading it, Kumomi said to his disciples, "All right, everything checks out. This garrison mission is ending early. Let's head back. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 63, Healing Resuscitation Regeneration Technique. 1742 words. After returning to the command headquarters camp, the four discovered that the place was merely somewhat noisy and did not look like it was under enemy attack. No one came to tell them why they had been called back either, so everyone could only return to the room assigned to their squad to rest and recuperate. When they reached the doorway, an unfamiliar young female ninja was waiting there. Upon seeing Makoto, she immediately stepped forward and asked, "Excuse me, may I ask if you are Higashino Makoto?" "I am." "And who might you be?" "I'm Yutate Mai, a nurse from the camp's medical department. Director Mishima asked me to come and find you." Kumomi nodded slightly. "You go on ahead first. If there's anything, I'll have the other two come look for you." "All right, I'll go take a look." Medical ninja were already a scarce profession to begin with, and this was even more true on the eastern Kirigakure battlefield. Because the front had fallen into a stalemate and large-scale fighting was infrequent, quite a few medical ninja had gone north with Hyuga Hayashi's support forces, where the battles were intense and manpower was needed more urgently. After arriving at the temporary medical department, Makoto discovered that the place had lost its usual quiet atmosphere and now had many more wounded. Several medical ninja and nurses were treating those with more serious injuries, as for those who were only lightly wounded, they would have to wait for the time being. Makoto's squad had been stationed to the north of the command headquarters all along, specifically at the Land of Waves defensive line. Recently, there had been no news of any large-scale battles breaking out there. In other words, these wounded must have come from the southern Land of Whirlpool's defensive line. God knows what they had been through. At that moment, Makoto saw a teenage ninja who looked somewhat familiar, about 13 or 14 years old, roughly the same age as Guy. This person was staying by the side of an injured teammate. He walked up to get a better look and asked, "Are you Iwasashi?" The sturdy teenage ninja with darker skin lifted his head in confusion. "Yes." "Do you know me?" 5 years ago, by a tributary of the Naka River. You tried to snatch my grilled fish, and then I beat you up." Iwasashi looked carefully at Makoto, thought for a moment, and only then remembered. "Oh, it's you. Sorry, back then we were all too young and didn't really understand. We caused you trouble." That's right, Iwasashi was the Konoha brat Makoto had run into a few years ago. But compared to his once arrogant manner, Iwasashi, after being battered by war, now looked much more well-behaved. Naturally, Makoto could not possibly hold a grudge against a kid. He asked, "How come it's only you? Didn't the companions who were with you back then become ninja?" Iwasashi's gaze dimmed. "Them? They're all dead." For a moment, Makoto didn't know how to respond. Back then, it had just been children fooling around, there was no real enmity. But in the blink of an eye, out of the group of 4, only one was left. Since coming to the ninja world, this was the first time Makoto had profoundly realized how worthless a ninja's life was, even when they were underage children. He said nothing more. Instead, he walked over to Iwasashi's teammate, untied the bandages on the wound, and found that it had already been cleaned. He then directly performed the mystical palm technique to treat the injury. The nurse following beside him, Yutate Mai, did not stop him. She watched attentively and, to her surprise, discovered what set Makoto apart from other medical ninja. Under his medical chakra, the patient's wound healed at a noticeably faster rate. After the treatment was finished, Makoto patted Iwasashi on the shoulder. "All right. Your teammate is fine now. Take him to rest." Iwasashi bent at the waist in a bow. Thank you very much." Watching him leave with his teammate, Makoto thought to himself, the children who once dreamed of becoming Hokage, how much longing for that position still remained in their hearts now. Shaking off the distracting thoughts, Makoto split off several shadow clones and began devoting himself fully to treating the wounded here. Mai looked left and right, unsure of whom to follow. In the end, she chose to stay behind the original body and assist. This was the first time the nurse had seen that a medical ninja could be this overbearing. With such a large amount of chakra, could one really do whatever they wanted? "Makoto, sorry, I have plenty of chakra, so yes, I really can do whatever I want." After the treatment ended, the young nurse had become extremely respectful. This little brother looked several years younger than her, who would have thought he was actually a big shot. Outside a special treatment room, Hyuga Tokuma, Abure Muta, and Inazuka Miko were sitting on the chairs outside, while the husky Rocky lay sprawled on the floor. 3 people and 1 dog all wore the same dejected expression. Their bodies were covered in tears and grime, looking thoroughly bedraggled, so much so that even the husky's eyes no longer looked very bright. When Makoto was brought over by Mai, the sharp-sensed husky lifted its head to glance at him, then lowered it again, like a dog being made to sit in punishment after tearing up the sofa. "Hayama-sensei isn't inside, is he?" he asked. Hyuga Tokuma replied, "He's being rescued." Makoto sucked in a cold breath. Did the southern defensive line you were guarding run into a large-scale Kirigakure invasion? There are wounded everywhere outside, and even the Jonin leading your team is. This time, Tokuma only nodded without speaking. At that moment, Mishima Toshio's voice came from inside the special treatment room. "Makoto, get in here, quick." Makoto entered the treatment room and saw that a complex, symmetrical pattern had been inscribed with runes on the floor at the center of the room. The medical ninja sat at the 4 directions, forming hand seals as they performed the technique. This special treatment room was the casting chamber for the healing resuscitation regeneration technique. Hyoma lay in the center with nothing left on but a pair of shorts. His body was covered in wounds, among which several massive, penetrating injuries in the abdominal area were the most fatal, holes that went straight through him, the kind where one could see from front to back. Even after being injured to this extent, he was still clinging to a single breath. His vitality was truly tenacious. But a fatal injury that could end his life at any moment could only be saved with the healing resuscitation regeneration technique. Green chakra flowed from the 4 medical ninja presiding over the technique and, through the runes, enveloped Hyoma, continuously using other parts of his body's tissues as a medium to repair the internal wounds. The healing resuscitation regeneration technique not only demands extremely high precision from those performing it, its most troublesome aspect is its long duration. An ordinary ninja's chakra is simply not enough, so replacements are required. However, among the 4 medical ninja present, only 2 had replacements standing behind them. Medical ninja on the southeastern front were already in short supply, and those capable of presiding over the healing resuscitation regeneration technique were even fewer. Makoto split off a shadow clone that evenly shared his chakra and took position behind Toshio and another person, ready to replace them at any time. Toshio asked, "Will you be alright doing this?" "It's fine, Mishima-san. My chakra is very plentiful." "Good. Prepare to switch." With a single order, the 4 people presiding over the ninjutsu, including Toshio himself, were replaced one by one. Makoto alone occupied 2 positions. With his participation, the speed of the treatment increased somewhat, but at this moment everyone was either fully focused on performing the technique or using every spare moment to recover chakra. No one had the time to be surprised by this. In fact, if it were not for maintaining synchronization with the others' casting rhythm, he alone with 3 shadow clones could have gone even faster. But Makoto did not want to do that. Excessively dazzling brilliance would only overshadow the early efforts and contributions of others. It was not until nightfall that Hyoma's condition finally stabilized. All the wounds large and small on his body had completely healed, but his overall vitality had been depleted too greatly, and he would need a period of recuperation before he could recover. Looking at Hyoma, who had been transferred to an ordinary ward, Makoto let out a long breath. At last, his life had been saved. It had to be said that the medical techniques possessed by Konohagakure were something the other major ninja villages simply could not compare with. At that moment, Mai handed him a lunch box. "Here, Dr. Higashino, you must be hungry. I brought you some food." "Thank you, my senpai." Toshio and the other medical ninja protested, "We're hungry too." "Ah, ha ha ha, don't worry, everyone. I've already put your dinners on your desks." "Ooh? Ours too?" "Thanks." After saying that, Toshio called out to his colleagues. "Come on, let's go eat too." Makoto really was hungry. Several hours of uninterrupted ninjutsu had greatly depleted his chakra, and now he picked up the lunchbox and dug in without hesitation. Halfway through the meal, Yugo also arrived carrying a packed dinner. She looked at the food in Makoto's hands, then at Mai standing nearby, and her gaze immediately became wary. After being intimidated by Kumomi, she now felt that any suitable girl she saw was trying to steal her Makoto. The young girl puffed out her cheeks. "Looks like I came at the wrong time." "No, you came at just the right time. You know, my appetite is quite large." "HMPH, stuff yourself to death." "Don't worry, even if you add 2 more portions, I can still finish them." "Why are you the only one here?" Height is training, and Sensei went to the command room for a meeting and hasn't come back yet. It seemed that, because of Kirigakure's sudden large-scale offensive, no matter what those madmen were really plotting, Konohagakure had no choice but to respond with its full strength. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 64, Mission Briefing and Deployment. 1763 words. Early the next morning, Kumomi took Makoto to the command room for a briefing. The detailed state of the battlefield had already been sorted out in a meeting among the Jonin the previous afternoon. Today's meeting was primarily to assign missions. The reason a genin like Makoto was required to attend was that he was a top-tier sensory ninja. Because of the nature of chakra, most powerful ninja possess some degree of sensory ability, but that is closer to a sixth sense or combat intuition, limited to a small range around themselves. Truly specialized sensory ninja, especially top-tier, ultra-long-range sensory ninja, are extremely rare. Inside the command room, Orochimaru was uncharacteristically seated at the head of the table. Judging by his expression, however, he did not seem particularly interested. By contrast, Acha Fugaku, seated beside him, was fully engaged, studying the military map spread across the table together with Norosuzaku. In addition, Makoto saw the Hyuga clan Jonin who had come with him to support the front lines, as well as Yamashiro Aoba, who was wearing his usual sunglasses. The Hyuga Jonin was named Hyuga Terai. At first, Makoto had thought he was Hyuga Hisashi, but later learned that he was not. Hisashi had taken most of the branch family and headed north with Hyuga Hayashi to protect his beloved main family elder brother. At present, there were not many Hyuga ninja on the Kirigakure battlefield. Aside from Hyuga Terai and a small number of adult ninja, the rest were newcomers. For example, Hyuga Tokuma was Makoto's classmate, Iroha was also from the same year, while Hyuga Hohito and Mitarashi Anko were classmates from 2 years above him. All of them were branch family, there was no main family here. This place was the Hyuga main family's land of shame. The war with Kirigakure had only been going on for a few months when a main family member, an inexperienced, arrogant fool who liked to blunder around and give random orders, fell into a Kirigakure trap. Before dying, he only had time to destroy one of his eyes, the other became Kirigakure's trophy. To this day, Konoha Hagakure still has not recovered that eyeball. It is said that the Kirigakure ninja who obtained that eye did not want to stay here and become a public enemy, so he ran off to the southern islands to grind with Sunagakure, making the sand players suffer greatly. In his heart, he must have cursed Konoha Hagakure countless times. After everyone had arrived, Suzaku looked at them all and said, Kirigakure is already destined to lose this war against Konoha Hagakure. Right now, their only objective is something we have known for a long time. These past few days, all of their actions have been thwarted by us. So the other side has been pushed to the point of a final desperate gambit. Yesterday's assault on the defensive line was only a feint. From other directions, we have learned that an elite Kirigakure unit has once again infiltrated behind the defensive line. But the problem now is that within this Kirigakure unit, there is a top-tier sensory ninja who can easily evade our search squads. So it won't be hard to eliminate them, but how to find them is the real difficulty. Fugaku glanced at Orochimaru and saw that this highest superior on the eastern front had no intention of speaking. He picked up the thread and said, right now, aside from the people staying behind at headquarters and on the defensive line, the sensory recon experts we can mobilize are all of you. Jonin Hyuga Terai, Special Jonin Yamanoka Nobuhiko, Chunin Yamashiro Aoba, and Genin Higashino Makoto, the command headquarters will use the squad you belong to as the core to form for search teams, tasked with flushing out the rats that have slipped into our rear lines. Although Terai was from the branch family, his Byakugan abilities were outstanding, in no way inferior to those of the main family. The name Yamanoka Nobuhiko alone made it clear that he came from the Yamanoka clan, that clan as a whole possesses solid sensory abilities. As for Yamashiro Aoba, this man was highly well-rounded, and sensory capability was one of his strengths. No matter how one looked at him, he seemed like a Yamanoka, except that his surname was Yamashiro. As a Jonin, Terai naturally had the right to raise questions about the mission. Since the enemy is an elite unit and includes a top-tier sensory ninja, then judging from the current situation, that ninja sensory range may far exceed expectations. How, then, do we ensure the safety of the search teams, especially the team that Yamashiro Aoba is in? Although he did not say it outright, the implication was obvious. In Aoba's team there was a Chunin named Sarutabi Asuma, damn it, that was the third Hokuge's son. If something happened, who would take responsibility? Everyone knew this guy was extremely rebellious. Even if he were temporarily kicked out of the team, given his personality he would definitely sneak along anyway, which would make things even more dangerous. So really, stuffing the boss's kid into the front lines during wartime was genuinely headache-inducing. Wouldn't it be better for him to stay home and stick to being the boss's son, instead of coming to the front lines to play at being a soldier? Makoto and Kumomi exchanged a glance. The latter nodded slightly, and Makoto spoke up. Senpai, all you need to do is locate the traces of this Kirigakure unit and then notify me. Hyuga Terai said sternly, Genin Higashino Makoto, I know your sensory range is very long, but how can you ensure that the enemy will not detect you first? This is an extremely dangerous matter. If anything goes wrong, it could cost both you and your teammates their lives. Orochimaru, who had been acting as little more than a mascot, suddenly grew interested and extended his tongue to wash his face. Oh? Higashino-kun, could it be that your sensory ability is different from everyone else's? Yes, Orochimaru-sama, it is indeed different, he replied. My sensing can not only detect others, but also conceal the presence of the people around me. If Nobuhiko-senpai and Aroba-senpai sense it for themselves, they will understand. Hearing this, Nobuhiko and Aroba immediately closed their eyes to sense. A moment later, they snapped their eyes open, their faces filled with a look as if they had seen a ghost. Nobuhiko said in disbelief, "That's incredible. Even though the person is clearly right in front of my eyes, there's nothing at all in my perception. How is this done?" Ahem, ahem. Kumomi coughed a few times deliberately. Sorry. Nobuhiko apologized at once. Even among comrades from the same village, probing into another person's ninjutsu secrets without permission was extremely impolite. The interest in Orochimaru's eyes deepened further, but he did not say anything more. The ninja world was like this, there were countless strange and unusual techniques, which was precisely why he longed to understand everything. Before Nara Suzaku could speak, Uchiha Fugaku made the decision. Very good. This search will take Jonin Kumomi's squad as the main force. I will dispatch an elite Uchiha squad to follow and provide protection. If any of the other teams discover traces, do not take risks by approaching. Notify Kumomi's squad immediately. Once the enemy is located, inform the rear to execute the encirclement plan. We must leave none of these rats alive in the land of fire. Yes. With their orders received, everyone prepared to depart. Orochimaru glanced at Fugaku with a faint, inscrutable smile. This clan head of Konoha's foremost noble family would never understand that no matter how great the merits his clan accumulated, they would never lay a hand on the Hokage position. Having lived so long, and still this naive. Outside the Konoha Command Headquarters camp, the 4 members of 3rd Squad successfully rendezvoused with the 4 members of the Uchiha Squad. This was the clan's elite unit that clan head Fugaku had arranged as their escort. Whether they were truly elite was hard to say, but Fugaku had clearly put thought into it. The squad included a familiar face from 3rd Squad. Makoto greeted him, "Yo, Shisui, long time no see." That's right. Among the Uchiha Squad's members, the youngest was Shisui. Ever since completing the required quota of D-rank missions, he had been stationed on the Eastern Front. It was just that their assignments usually did not overlap, so they had not seen each other. It had been quite a while. He greeted them cheerfully. Long time no see, Makoto, Height, and Yugao. I didn't expect we'd be carrying out a mission together this time. After that, he introduced both sides to each other. His squad leader was a middle-aged ninja whose most striking feature was a head of prematurely graying hair. His name was Uchiha Yashiro. Of the 2 teammates, one looked as if he had just reached adulthood, Uchiha Inabi, while the other appeared to be 13 or 14 years old, named Uchiha Teka. With this lineup, the team perfectly covered for generations, middle-aged, young adult, adolescent, and child. Makoto suddenly remembered, weren't Shisui's teammates the trio that Itachi had taken down in a single encounter? 3 against 1, and they were instantly defeated by that filial son, truly embarrassing. The 3 Uchiha naturally knew about Shisui and cast curious looks at Makoto. To make a clan member awaken their eyes with nothing more than words was something they rarely ever saw. Fortunately, they understood how eye awakening worked within their own clan. It was mainly because Shisui's talent was exceptional, which was why they did not tie Makoto up and drag him back to the clan to give speeches every day. After both sides met and got acquainted, they set off immediately, searching in the predetermined direction. Konoha already knew Kirigaku's objective, so the focus of the search was mainly concentrated in the southeastern regions of the Land of Fire, where lakes and rivers were located. In fact, some among Konoha's upper ranks had suggested collecting a bit of the Three Tails chakra, but Hiruzen vetoed the idea. Tailed beasts were taboos for all villages, and the 3rd Hokage only wanted to end the war as quickly as possible, without stirring up further trouble over this. As for whether Orochimaru had obediently followed that order, only he himself knew. Ever since realizing that he was probably destined to miss out on the Hokage position, this man's actions had become increasingly unconstrained. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 65, Sensory Confrontation. 1613 words. At present, the ninja world does not possess much knowledge about the tailed beasts. All information of this kind is classified as top secret, and those who know it are limited to the high-level leadership of each village and a small number of elite jonin. Because of the damn ninja secrecy principles, ordinary ninja have absolutely no idea what tailed beasts actually are. In their understanding, those things are simply dangerous monsters. Yes, at the moment, both ninja and ordinary civilians in the ninja world regard tailed beasts as nothing more than legendary yokai. As for how long it takes for a tailed beast to revive after death, how that revival occurs, or whether the revival location follows any specific rules, those matters are secrets among secrets. The only village estimated to possess relevant intelligence is Kirigakyu. This bunch of bastards has an unusually twisted way of thinking. During their internal strife, they would even kill Jinchuriki without hesitation. Their village could practically be called the tailed beast recycling hub of the ninja world, with rich experience in retrieval. For example, if the one-tailed Shukaku were to die, it would only revive in the desert. By the same logic, the three tails should only revive in places with vast bodies of water. Half a year ago, after the three tails died together with the Konoha Kunoichi no Hara Rin, its residual chakra spread everywhere like the atmosphere. However, the main concentration was still in the open sea southeast of the Land of Fire. There was not much of it within the borders of the Land of Fire, but Kirigakyu did not dare to take that risk. What if, when the time came, the three tails suddenly had a lapse in judgment and wanted to taste fresh water, choosing to revive within the territory of the Land of Fire instead? Konoha having ideas or not isn't important. What matters is that we think you will have ideas. My things showed up in your house, so you are guilty. As for why they showed up in your house, don't worry about that. So, in order to eliminate even the slightest possibility, we must clean up completely the hidden danger that is drifting over the waters in the southeast of the Land of Fire. In the vast forests along the southeast coast of the Land of Fire. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 8 ninja, as if flashing into view, suddenly appeared at the side of a pooled lake beneath a waterfall. Makoto sensed the surrounding environment, and the Acha squad also had their Sharingan activated, searching the area for possible traces. Although the Sharingan does not have the ability to see through things, when it comes to finding subtle traces, it is not weak at all. It can see things that ordinary ninja cannot discover. Among the 4 of them, there were 2 pairs of 3-tomo and 2 pairs of 2-tomo, calling them an elite squad was not wrong at all. There are no abnormalities in this area. After sensing for a moment, Makoto said to Kumomi. After the Acha squad searched, Yashiro also said, the most recent travel traces end here. Looks like the enemy deliberately left them to confuse us using clones. Kumomi looked at the map and pointed upstream along the river. Keep moving. Let's go take a look at the lake area upstream. After confirming the next target location, the 8 of them quickly left. If they were only searching for a group of ninja who could hide their traces within this vast stretch of land in the southeast, that was a bit like looking for a needle in the sea. However, the opponent's objective was far too obvious, which made matters much simpler. It was enough to conduct a sweep by following the waterways. Around noon, the 2 teams stopped to eat and rest at a high point with an open field of view. Ninja are not perpetual motion machines. Chakra is limited, and with the need to respond to enemies that could appear at any moment, it is impossible to wait until chakra is completely depleted before recovering. What they ate were ninja-specific portable rations such as hard biscuits. They were high in calories, nutritionally dense, and quick to replenish energy. When eaten together with water, they also provided a decent sense of fullness. During missions in the field, ninja generally could not light fires to cook, as doing so would expose their whereabouts. As for soldier pills, unless it was a critical moment that urgently required chakra replenishment, no one liked eating that kind of thing. Suddenly, Makoto raised his head and glanced at the sky. In the distance, a black speck rapidly grew larger as it approached. It was a messenger hawk trained by ninja. It could use chakra, possessed high intelligence, flew fast, and was capable of sustained flight for long periods. Although wired telephones and radio wave communication had already been invented in the world, they were inconvenient to use during ninja missions in the field. Moreover, they were not safe. They were far too easy to intercept through corresponding means. Ninja trusted traditional methods of communication more, such as messenger hawks or summoning beasts. Very soon, the messenger hawk landed on Kumomi's shoulder. After he took the intelligence written in Konoha cipher and glanced over it, he said, "There's progress." Torai's Jonin squad discovered traces that the enemy tried to conceal, but for safety reasons they didn't dare to stick too close behind. Yashiro asked, "Do we go over and rendezvous with them?" Kumomi spread out the map and pointed in a direction. "No need. As long as we confirm the enemy's traces, their next route is easy to guess. We'll approach from the flank, this way we can encounter them faster." After confirming the objective, the 8 of them set off again, accelerating the pursuit. More than an hour later, Makoto stopped. Found them. Numbers, around 40 people. Moving northwest. Judging from the chakra fluctuations, a preliminary estimate puts all of them at Chunin level or above. Chakra quantity cannot fully represent strength, but ninja with real ability generally do not have a small amount of chakra. Kumomi opened the map again. Northwest, there are quite a few lakes along the way. The largest one is Biwa Lake. These are very likely all part of their mission targets. The Biwa Lake is the largest freshwater lake within the Land of Fire. Yashiro said, we must find a way to stall them, preferably force them to jump into an encirclement on their own. Kumomi looked at his disciple. Is there a way? I'll try. If they prioritize the mission and are unwilling to proactively start a war with Konoha ninja, it might be possible. After saying this, Makoto split off a shadow clone and chased after the group of Kirigakure ninja at top speed. Relying on his sensory ability to conceal his own special traits, he followed closely behind them. The main group of 8 maintained the original distance and continued the pursuit. After sensing that the shadow clone had closed in on the enemy, Makoto immediately had everyone change direction, and then stopped using his chakra to conceal the team's trail. The Kiri ninja's advance speed was not fast. Because they were operating in the enemy's rear, they had to be extremely cautious and could not leave behind traces that could be tracked. At that moment, a Kiri ninja within the group, slightly overweight, wearing red goggles resembling diving goggles, with 3 blue markings tattooed on his face, suddenly stopped and let out a sound of doubt. He seemed to be the leader of this team. The others followed his movement and halted. A companion beside him asked, Chukichi-sama, did you detect Konoha ninja again? Yes. Right behind us, slightly to the side. 8 people in total. At this point, another Kari ninja with little patience said, only 8 people? We might as well just kill them all. Chukichi was a person with a cautious nature but a short temper. He turned his head and stared at the companion who had spoken recklessly. Bastard! If you dare have thoughts like that again, I'll kill you first. This is just a Konoha search team passing through. Avoid them and that's it. Don't create unnecessary complications. The mission, completing the mission, is our top priority. You'd better remember this. Whoever dares to sabotage the mission will die first at my hands. After that, no one dared to bristle anymore. Regardless of strength, without Yukichi's sensory concealment, all of them would die in the Land of Fire. Ninja who came out of Kirigakure were crazy, but they were not stupid. After a brief pause, Chukichi said, adjust direction and continue moving. Those Konoha guys are just passing through and haven't discovered us. Chukichi seemed extremely confident in his sensory abilities. After they left, Makoto's shadow clone voluntarily dispelled itself. In an instant, the original Makoto received the returned information. He stopped and said, the maximum detection range of Kirigakure's sensory ninja is about 6 kilometers. At the same time, they are indeed unwilling to come into conflict with our search teams and will actively avoid Konoha ninja they encounter. So that's how it is. Kumomi marked a position on the map and said, then we'll force them to move in the direction of Kusamugadani. Send the intelligence back. Yes. The young ninja named Ucha Inabi summoned for pitch black crows. After tying the written intelligence to their legs, he dispelled one of the summons, while the remaining 3 flew off in different directions, toward the locations of the other 3 search teams. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 66, Encirclement Battle I. 1670 words. One of the rules of a ninja is to protect one's intelligence well. You can talk about your abilities, but you don't have to say everything. Ideally, only you yourself should know your true limits. Concealment within reasonable bounds not only protects yourself, but also better protects your companions. In the ninja world, hiding a small piece of information will not get anyone killed, boasting and making reckless promises about things you cannot do will. For example, when Makoto had just graduated, he told his instructor that his sensory range was a radius of 3 kilometers, but that was a lie. At the time, his actual sensory range was around 4 kilometers. From graduation until now, 4 months had already passed. Especially after arriving at the Eastern Front, his rate of training with natural energy had increased slightly. A few days earlier, he had also successfully fused ice release, which raised his chakra reserves a little. As a result, his current sensory limit was a radius of about 6 kilometers. In other words, the sensory ranges of both sides were roughly the same, and he had been repeatedly hovering right at the edge of Chukichi's perception. During the time that followed, Makoto led 2 squads and circled around to the other side of the Keri ninja unit at the fastest possible speed. Then, like a ghost that appeared and vanished without warning, he would show up here for a moment, then reveal himself there. Each time, the number of people was different. Sometimes he used abilities to conceal 1 or 2 individuals, sometimes he used shadow clones to make the team appear to have several extra members. He even went so far as to cover everyone's bodies with chakra when allowing the enemy to sense them, simulating unfamiliar fluctuations to avoid exposing any flaws. In Chukichi's perception, the Konohagakure search teams in this direction seemed a bit too densely concentrated. If it were only 1 or 2 squads blocking the way, he could still bring people over, deal with them quickly, then erase the traces and run, but with the situation as it was now, it was obvious that something had happened over there, drawing a large number of Konohagakure ninja together. This forced him to lead the team on a longer detour to reach the target mission point. Although constantly correcting their direction made him so irritated he wanted to kill someone, for the sake of the mission, he endured it. Completing the mission was a ninja's duty. No matter how cruel the training in Kirigakure had been since childhood, this iron law was branded into the mind like a steel stamp. For example, even though Zabuza and Kizum had defected, when they got by in the ninja world they still lived off missions, really quite remarkable. Perhaps, deep down in their hearts, they still longed for order. Even after defecting, they still held to this principle. The only one who truly went insane was probably Kurosuke Reiga. Chukichi's temper was indeed short, but he was also someone with a very strong sense of caution. As the vegetation around them gradually thinned, he slowly noticed that something was off. It wasn't until they arrived at a mountain valley with many rocks and little water, where the grass was sparse and the woods were thin, that they finally confirmed it. They had fallen into a trap set by that bunch of Konohagakure bastards. This place looked like the land of earth. In the vegetation-rich land of fire, terrain like this was rare, and it was usually found only in fairly famous locations. The most famous rocky valley was called the Valley of the End. At this point, it was no longer just Chukichi, even the other Keri ninja had sensed that the outlook ahead was bad. Someone pulled out a map they carried with them, compared it, and cried out in alarm, "This is Kusamugadani. Not only are there no rivers nearby, there are barely even any ordinary civilian villages." "Chukichi-sama." Someone else beside him also asked, "Chukichi-sama, what's going on?" What kind of look Chukichi had behind his red glasses was something no one could see. He glanced at the sky with an expressionless face and gave an order, "Pick up the pace. Leave this place." They had only run a few hundred meters when he suddenly stopped. A Keri ninja beside him said, "Chukichi-sama." Chukichi let out a sigh, surveyed the surrounding environment, and said, "Everyone, we've been surrounded. While the encirclement hasn't fully closed yet, prepare to break out. Run east. If we can find a village with signs of habitation, even better, then we might still be able to stay alive long enough to reach the Land of Waves outpost." At that, no one could remain calm anymore. Without bothering to complain about Chukichi leading the team, everyone buried their heads and sprinted madly forward. To the northwest of Kusamugadani, Makoto and 7 others linked up with another search team. It was the squad that included Yamashiro Aoba. His teammates were the highly motivated Sarutobi Asuma and the cute Yuhi Kurinai. The clan crest on the clothing of the Jonin leading the team showed that he, too, came from the Sarutobi clan. In theory, after a genin squad of 3 was promoted to chunin, they could break away from their original jonin and operate independently. However, this was not a hard rule, it depended entirely on the choices of both sides. As for those following along to protect their safety, there were only 3 people. The one in the lead was none other than Noro Suzaku, the staff officer of the Eastern Front. His teammates were a fat man and a middle-aged, orange-haired handsome guy. This was a traditional Konoha Aino Shika Cho combination. As an ally of the Sarutobi clan, and for Asuma's safety, Noro Suzaku had no choice but to come in person before he could feel at ease. Although the third Hokage often said that if Asuma were to die in battle, it would only mean his talent was no more than that, such words were fine to listen to, but one should never take them seriously. Anyone who believed them would be an idiot. At this moment, Makoto suddenly said from within his perception, "The enemy has already realized they've fallen into an encirclement and has started breaking out toward due east." Noro Suzaku sneered. As expected. The reaction matches our predictions, but unfortunately for them, that's not an easy direction to break through. After hearing the exchange between the two, Asuma was overjoyed. "Then what are we still doing here? We can't let the enemy get away." With that, the guy immediately accelerated and gave chase. Asuma, wait! Kurenai stretched out a powerless hand, but how could she possibly stop a companion burning with eagerness to earn merit? I knew it would be like this. Suzaku pressed a hand to his forehead and had no choice but to call for everyone to speed up and chase after him as well. Damn it, Makoto cursed inwardly, unable to hold back a line of profanity. Running into this kind of rebellious, hot-blooded youth really never led to anything good. The meaning behind Suzaku's words had been perfectly clear. The command headquarters had already anticipated the enemy's subsequent moves. There were definitely strong opponents lying in wait to the east. All they needed to do was sit tight and wait for the encirclement to close, and they could wipe out the enemy at minimal cost. Asuma was not stupid. Did he not understand? No, he understood perfectly. He just didn't want to miss the chance to earn great merit. Sure enough, is this what it's like for anyone living in the shadow of the Hokage? Just like the future Sarutobi Konohamaru, always wanting to defeat his grandfather, prove his own talent, and earn other people's recognition. Compared with Asuma at this moment, you couldn't say they were exactly the same, you could only say they were cut from the same cloth. While speeding up in pursuit, Suzaku asked, Makoto, we have 15 people now. Can your ability conceal everyone so they won't be detected by the enemy sensory ninja? Although the number is a bit large, it's no problem, Suzaku-senpai. Good. Since we have no choice but to go in, then we'll act as a surprise force and catch them off guard. A distance of several dozen kilometers was not far at all for shinobi moving at full speed. Makoto and his group of 15 passed through the forest, crossed a desolate grassless valley, and then dove back into the forest again. As long as they came out of the forest once more, they would be able to see, not far ahead, a bustling small town with signs of habitation. But at this moment, a major battle had already erupted there. Chukichi was leading 40 elite Kari ninja and had deliberately run in this direction. Naturally, he knew there were Konohagakure ninja blocking the way here, but there was no choice, this was the best option. Only by charging into the town and creating chaos would they have a chance to fish in troubled waters and get a few people away. Even if it was only one, it was better than being wiped out completely. But the ones blocking the way here were Konohagakure ninja with the Uchiha clan as the main force, personally led by Uchiha Fugaku, and they dealt them a head-on blow. For a time, kunai and shuriken flew everywhere, explosive tags and great fireballs blasted madly, and the collision of fire release and water release made mist spread thickly outside the town. Seeing that this route was impassable, Chukichi took advantage of the chaos, called over a few familiar companions, and turned around to run, using the rest of the Keri ninja as sacrificial pawns to buy him the chance to flee from another direction. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 67, Encirclement Battle, 2. 1677 words. Chukichi believed that this was currently the best possible solution. The companions who had been sacrificed would not have died without value. With his own sensory abilities, he felt there was still a chance to find a way out. Konohagakure did not know what method they had used to set a trap for them, but amid the present chaotic melee, chakra fluctuations were intense, interfering with the sensory abilities of both sides. It was precisely the moment to pull a sleight of hand and deceive everyone. What he did not know was that a group of seasoned operators with invisibility techniques activated was following closely behind him. Still less did he know that the dense search teams he had been sensing were, from beginning to end, nothing more than a single Konoha brat putting on a performance for him. So when the few of them turned back and tried to charge into the forest, only to see a whole group of Konoha ninja rush out from within, their bewilderment was beyond words. Who are you people? Where did you come from? Why is it that I can clearly see you right in front of me, yet my senses register nothing at all? Could it be that we've run into ghosts? Sarutobi Asuma didn't care about any of that. The moment he saw the enemy appear, it was as if he saw merit beckoning to him, as if he saw the Hokage seat waiting for his arrival, as if he saw that detestable old man at home having no choice but to sigh in admiration and say, Asuma really has grown up. Then he discovered that he was getting farther and farther away from all of that, so much so that even the Yuhi Kurenai he admired was standing in front of him, blocking his path. How could the Sarutobi Jonin leading the team possibly let him act recklessly? A bit of rebellion in ordinary times was one thing, but now they were about to fight elite enemies. This was a moment where lives were on the line. So from the very start, he had been keeping his eyes on Asuma. The instant Asuma rushed forward, he decisively stepped in, grabbed him by the back of the neck and with one motion flung him back behind the line. The Jonin reacted extremely quickly. Just as that Sarutobi Jonin charged to the very front, 2-3 Tomo Uchiha, Yashiro and Inabi also made their move. The Uchi's and Sarutobi signature ninjutsu opened the exchange, 2 fireballs and a sheet of blazing fire blasted out. Wind release, great breakthrough X2. Makoto and Kumomi split to either side, fanning the flames. For a moment, the wind fed the fire, its might surging, and it swept straight toward Chukichi and the others. Chukichi, highly capable, and another Kirigakure ninja reacted swiftly, raising a hand. They used a water release, wild water wave with a simple set of hand seals to block it. But the 2 Kirigakure ninja in front, whose reactions weren't fast enough, were in deep trouble. They were burned by the fire first. When they instinctively tried to dodge back, they were then washed by their teammates' water release straight into the sea of flames. Water and fire combined, an invigorating sensation. After receiving an on-the-spot ice and fire 9th heaven service, they died on the spot, dead beyond dead, disfigured beyond recognition. After the exchange of ninjutsu, the Konoha group quickly drew their weapons and rushed out, pursuing Chukichi and the other man as they turned and ran back again. Makoto pointed at Chukichi and shouted, "Watch that Kirigakure ninja wearing red glasses, is this squad's leader and sensory ninja." That was a big catch. Yashiro's squad immediately charged forward. Both sides rapidly closed the distance with the chaotic battlefield to the east, allowing Konoha to form a 2-pronged pincer and grind down the Kirigakure forces. Makoto did not rush forward blindly. Instead, together with Hayate and Yugao, he advanced in formation under the leadership of Kumomi, cutting their way forward in a steady line. In this operation, his squad had already earned enough merit. At this point, the safety of his companions took priority. In this kind of chaotic melee, Hayate was one thing, but with Yugao's level of strength, it would be very easy for her to be taken out in a few strikes if an enemy expert suddenly rushed up to her side. The Sarutobi clan's Jonin adopted the same formation, positioning themselves at the front to protect their own squad. After assessing the situation, Norosuzaku's Ino, Chika, Cho trio decisively rushed toward the distant battlefield to provide support. Asuma. If only I weren't the Hoku's son. Chukichi and his remaining companion swung their blades, struggling to hold back the Uchi 4-man group's assault. Wearing his red glasses, Chukichi kept his head lowered as much as possible. However, during a clash of ninja blades with Yashiro, his teammate inadvertently caught sight of those crimson eyes. In that instant, the Kirigakure ninja, as if possessed, suddenly turned and slashed at Chukichi. Damn it! Chukichi cursed inwardly. How could he not know that this was the effect of Uchi Genjutsu? That was precisely why shinobi across the world so despised this heaven-favored clan, because when fighting them one-on-one, you might not even know how you died in the end. Damn Konoha, why can't they learn from Kirigakure and wipe out these red-eyed bloodline ninja completely? We were even ruthless enough to slaughter that pretty red-eyed boyish clan, so are the Uchi supposed to be more handsome than those boys? Chukichi only wanted to survive at this point. After parrying a slash from his companion, he kicked him straight toward the enemy, then used the momentum to accelerate and dash back into his own group. That area wasn't safe either, but at least there were still people there who could help share the pressure. This is how we Kirigakure ninja are, companions? What companions? Anyone who can block a blade is a good companion. The Uchi 4-man group was eager to press their advantage and couldn't be bothered to deal with the pitiful Kirigakure ninja caught in genjutsu, so they simply left him to the teammates behind them. Kumomi casually finished him off with a single strike, ending his suffering. Large-scale ninja melees usually only allow both sides to exchange 1 or 2 waves of ninjutsu before contact. Once the forces are tangled together, it becomes a brutal contest of weapons and taijutsu. White blades went in, red blades came out. Kunai and ninja swords either hacked at necks or stabbed into hearts, severed limbs flew, blood sprayed everywhere. There was simply no time to form hand seals and cast ninjutsu. Even if you did, you might end up killing your own allies. Reality isn't a game, there is no friendly fire immunity. Although the Kirigakure ninja were all elite, they were at an absolute numerical disadvantage. Their effective fighting strength kept falling, but both sides, eyes red with bloodlust, couldn't spare any attention for that. When Chukichi charged into the battlefield, he used a large area hiding in mist technique to temporarily obscure the situation. He shouted at his remaining companions, "Don't get bogged down, split up and break out to both sides." The scattered remnants had already lost all initiative. Upon hearing his voice, they mechanically fled toward both ends. Chukichi led several people north, while the rest routed south, but it was useless. This was an encirclement, with Konoha reinforcements on both the north and south sides. From the moment they were discovered by Konoha, their deaths had already been sealed. The hiding in mist technique spread over too wide an area and simply couldn't block much of the line of sight. The two Konoha forces converged, then split their troops to pursue toward both ends. Makoto's squad and Shisue's squad chose to head north, while Asuma's squad followed the Aino, Shika, Cho trio in a push to the south. Before long, both sides linked up with the reinforcements closing in from the north and south. The large encirclement became two smaller ones, but the effect was the same. Chukichi finally admitted that the overall situation was lost. This mission had failed completely, they were all going to die here. If that was the case, then he would at least drag a few more Konoha bastards down with him. Eyes bloodshot, he abandoned defense and switched to a life-for-life fighting style. The other Kirigakure ninja did the same. After all, this was the final outcome for ninja, no one could escape dying in battle. But with the advantage firmly in hand, Konoha wasn't foolish enough to increase casualties for no reason. They began to segment the battlefield, adopting hit-and-run harassment tactics, constantly bleeding the desperate opponents dry. In the end, Chukichi realized there were no comrades left at his side, only himself remained. He mustered his strength to knock aside the senbon aimed at his vital points, letting the rest of his body be pierced until it looked like a hedgehog. He swung his blade at that brat with the senbon in his mouth, trying to take one more with him before dying. But a flash of green light crossed his vision. He was kicked square in the face by a Konoha Great Whirlwind, sent flying backward. That familiar outfit, could it be the opponent the 7 ninja swordsmen had encountered, according to the intelligence? Why did Konoha have monsters like this as well? He could no longer think. The pain in his heart told him that his life as a ninja had come to an end. Turning his head mechanically, he saw a brat. It seemed to be the same one who had earlier exposed his identity as a sensory ninja. He used perception one last time in his life. The person was clearly standing right there, yet he didn't know what technique had pierced his heart, because within his senses, there was only emptiness. So it was you. At the moment of death, he finally understood everything. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 68, Chapter 68, The Advance of Uchiha Fugaku. 1,637 words. Dozens of corpses were laid out together, some intact, some not. The Kiri ninja who had already gone to report to the Pure Land expressed that they did not mind. We tried. We couldn't win. We were wiped out in one wave. What's there to say? The Konoha ninja who had gathered but had not participated in the battle began to clean up the battlefield, treat their comrades, or collect the bodies of their fallen companions. War never comes without deaths. Even in an encirclement battle that held an absolute advantage, the enemy's desperate counterattack could still inflict considerable losses on Konoha. But this was, in the end, a victory. At a minimal cost, Konoha had eliminated more than 40 high-end elite Kiri ninja. This made the situation faced by Kirigakure, already barely holding on at the Land of Fire battlefield, even more dire. The accompanying medical ninja were treating the wounded. This time, Makoto did not need to step in. To be honest, he was quite tired. He had been continuously expending chakra throughout the entire day. Even if his body could still endure it, his mind would inevitably grow weary. He sat off to the side to rest with Hayate and Yugao, watching the Konoha ninja bustle about. Those enemy corpses were laid out there like pork at a marketplace. Search, inspection, recording, then they were sealed away and collected, awaiting further arrangements. Even after death, a ninja's body was still a tremendous asset. Not only could intelligence be extracted from it, but through special methods, certain ninjutsu secrets from before death could also be analyzed. As he watched, Makoto suddenly leaned back and fell onto his back, lying on the grass. Yugao was startled. Makoto, what's wrong? Are you hurt? Ooh? No. It's just that after being busy all day, we finally took down the enemy and won. I want to relax a bit. As long as you're fine. You scared me to death. After hearing that, Yuga let out a sigh of relief and patted her flat chest. Yugao, sensei said Makoto's real strength is even greater than his. How could he possibly be hurt? Hayate offered a word of comfort, then looked at those Kiri corpses. Hey, Makoto, don't you think war is really boring? I feel like those Kiri ninja died without any meaning. They, like many others, lost their lives in this war, but what did they gain? Makoto replied offhand, they gained freedom. Their souls can go to the Pure Land and rest in peace. From now on, they won't have to risk their lives for some village, some country, or things like hatred. I really don't understand why the other ninja villages started a war. They paid such a huge price, did they get any benefits? Plenty of benefits. As Makoto spoke, he tilted his head and glanced at Hayate. What was up with this guy today? He was starting to think about grand questions like Shisui. Did the shinobi profession also have a newbie wall? After getting used to killing, would you naturally enter a period of confusion? He looked at his friend and asked seriously, "Hey, you're not feeling sorry for these Kari ninja, are you?" "Ah? No, I'm not." Hate immediately shook his head in denial. "Good. You need to be clear about your position. They are invaders. No matter what reasons they had, since they dared to invade another country, they must be prepared to be killed. Imagine this, if Konoha were the one that lost today, the ones lying on the ground as corpses would be you, me, and Yugao, as well as most of the ordinary civilians of the Land of Fire in the nearby town. At that point, no one would come to pity us." Yugao also chimed in, "Exactly. Those bastards invaded the Land of Fire, serves them right to die. The other ninja villages too, best if they all died out." "Ahem." Hayate coughed awkwardly twice and looked at his teammates, who wore relaxed expressions. "Makoto, why do I feel like you seem to like war?" "No, I don't like war. I just like fighting. I like an exciting, thrilling life, that's all." "Is that so? It's best if you don't like war. I think no one would like it." "Who says that?" Makoto pointed toward the distance, where Fugaku was energetically discussing something with Suzaku and the other jonin. "Look, doesn't our Fugaku-sama like it very much?" "Hate." Fugaku actually did not like war either. But for the Uchiha clan, this war was indeed a rare opportunity, and he had to seize it. In the earlier battles, the person in charge was Orochimaru, with Noro Suzaku serving as military advisor, and there was also Hyuga Hayashi, who did not see eye to eye with him. Although the Uchiha clan had contributed the most on the Eastern Front and suffered the greatest sacrifices, they did not have much say. Even if victory was achieved, people would still think it was Orochimaru's credit. But now it was different. Orochimaru was habitually absent, even when he returned, he hardly managed affairs. Hayashi had been transferred to the Northern Front. Suzaku was only an advisor. Of those remaining with decision-making authority, wasn't it him? Today's annihilation battle had been won under his leadership. Not only were dozens of elite ninja from Kirigakure eliminated, but the hidden dangers behind the defensive line, along with Kirigakure's schemes, were completely cleared away. Next, it was time to take advantage of Kirigakure's weakened state, drive them back to the Land of Water, and secure the final victory. When that happened, the greatest credit for the Eastern Front's victory would belong to him, Fugaku. When would the glory of the Uchiha be restored? In this very battle, right here, in this battle. The clan head's thoughts began to spread uncontrollably. After returning to the command camp, night had already fallen. After dinner, Makoto and the other two washed up and went to sleep early. Their exhausted bodies and minds needed sleep to recover. All the teams that had participated in the battle were the same. The unfortunate Kumomi was dragged to the command room for a meeting because he was a jonin. A jonin was not only part of a ninja village's upper ranks, but also its most important fighting strength. There were not many on the Eastern Front, so any major meeting had to be attended. Inside the command room, the lights were brightly lit. Fugaku had also participated in the fighting during the day, and as one of the main forces. Although his body was exhausted, his spirit was extremely high. If he were to open his Sharingan now, it would probably be even more vividly red than before. Fugaku looked at the Konoha colleagues present and said, "Everyone, this war with Kirigakure is about time to end. After discussions between myself and Jonin Suzaku, we unanimously believe that now is when they are at their weakest. We should press the advantage, completely defeat them, and restore peace to the southeastern region of the Land of Fire. So, what do you think?" The assembled jonin whispered among themselves for a while, and in the end, all agreed with this decision. The war had lasted far too long, and they were exhausted as well. Some jonin had been fighting in rotation against several major ninja villages without pause ever since the war began. Watching people around them fall one after another, while newcomers kept joining, their bodies and minds were already worn out. Being able to end the war sooner was something they were very willing to accept. In a great ninja war, even jonin could die at any time. Over these past few years, many familiar faces around them had disappeared forever. If this continued, who knew whether the one to die tomorrow would be themselves? Someone asked, "Fugaku-sama, when exactly will we begin, and from which direction will we attack?" Fugaku pointed at the map and said, "The direction of attack will be the various strongholds that Kirigakure has established within the former Land of Whirlpools. According to intelligence, Kirigakure's remaining main force is still within the peninsula. As long as this place is cleared out, the Kirigakyo forces in the Land of Waves will no longer pose any threat to us. If they don't want to die, they can only withdraw back to the Land of Water. When that happens, we will achieve the final victory in this war with Kirigakyo. And the time of attack is set for 2 days from now. At this time, a Sarutobi clan Jonin who was leading Asuma's team raised a doubt. Jonin Nora, does Orochimaru-sama know about this decision? Fugaku was somewhat unhappy. This question, couldn't he ask it in private? After glancing at Fugaku, Suzaku said to the Sarutobi Jonin, Orochimaru-sama knows about this matter, and has already entrusted clan head Fugaku and me with full responsibility. With that, no one questioned anything further. Fugaku swept his hand. Good, then it's decided. All of you go and make preparations. In 2 days, we launch the counter-attack. Yes, XN. Watching the Jonin leave the command room, Fugaku felt a sense of loss. Commanding the village's Jonin felt different from commanding the clan's ninja. Perhaps this was the power of the Hokage. Unfortunately, it was only temporary. If only it were permanent, then he could not only grasp the village's highest authority, but also fulfill the Uchiha clan's long-held wish. He himself did not have that strong a desire for power, but sitting in the position of clan head, even if he did not want it, the clansmen would still push him toward that position. Sometimes, he felt it was not up to him. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 69, Counterattack against Kirigakyo, I. 1607 words. Over the course of 2 days, the ninja of Konohagakure kept a tight watch to the north in the direction of the Land of Waves, while to the south they concentrated their forces, reorganizing their ranks and preparing for battle. At the same time, the command headquarters issued an order, aside from intelligence personnel specially authorized by headquarters to maintain contact with the village, no one was permitted to use any means whatsoever to communicate with the outside world. Anyone discovered doing so would be uniformly treated as a spy. Once the planned time for the counter-offensive arrived, all participating Konoha ninja were organized with squads as the basic unit. Based on ability and overall strength, they were combined into more than a dozen assault teams, which launched a sudden strike against the Kirigakyo defensive line. Everyone had fully stocked their ninja tools, their blood boiling with fervor, ready to press the attack in one decisive push, either to wipe out these detestable Kirigakyo invaders completely, or to drive them back to their homeland. Whoosh, whoosh, rustle, rustle, a thud, thud. Squad after squad of Konoha ninja moved at a steady pace through the forest, advancing southward. Each assault team was led by a ninja with sensory abilities at the front, tasked with discovering and eliminating every enemy encountered in advance, doing everything possible to delay the Kirigakyo ninja from transmitting intelligence back to their rear lines. Sensory ability did not refer solely to chakra detection. In a broader sense, perception encompassed any capability that allowed one to discover enemies ahead of time. Makoto, or previously, Chukichi of Kirigakyo, used the most typical form of sensory perception, detecting the chakra fluctuations of ninja within a certain range through special means. Both were experts in this field, with sensory ranges far exceeding those of others. However, Makoto's abilities were far more diverse and extraordinary. With natural energy acting as a cheat-like advantage, Chukichi, blindly trusting in his own perception, fell into Konoha's trap, resulting in the annihilation of his entire force. The Hyuga clan's long-range clairvoyance was another kind of sensory perception. The distance varied depending on the ninja's strength, but most of the time it was within 1 or 2 kilometers. If they could mobilize chakra and focus their line of sight in a single direction, they could see farther. However, not all Hyuga ninja could use this method. It might be a main family secret technique, and only with the main family's permission would one have a chance to learn it. Besides that, the Inuzuka clan used scent to scout, and the Aburame clan spread out insects, both were also forms of sensory perception. In fact, the Uchihas Sharingan also had the function of seeing through chakra, but the range was too short. It served only for one's own combat, strictly speaking, it could not be counted as a sensory ninja technique. As for the Uzumaki clan's Kagura mind's eye? Sorry, extinct. The direction Konohagakure was advancing toward now was exactly where they had once lived. The land of whirlpools was still there, but Uzushio-Gakure, the hidden ninja village, had already disappeared forever. As a small but capable sensory specialist recognized by the command headquarters, Makoto was naturally assigned to the front of the formation to open the way, positioned within the centrally placed 7th Assault Team. Not only did they have to eliminate any Kirigakyo ninja they discovered at the fastest speed, they also had to provide support to allied forces on both flanks at any time according to signals. Their role was extremely important. The 7th Assault Team was the spearhead at the very front of this counter-offensive. Darting through the forest, as they drew closer to the Kirigakure defensive line, Makoto's hot blood began to boil uncontrollably. The D-rank missions after graduation were only to fulfill the task quota for promotion to Chunin. The C-rank missions were to make them adapt to the ninja's life of killing. A few days ago, the battle against Chukichi's unit had been a sensory engagement and an annihilation operation, limited in scale. But today, they would be facing a true ninja war head-on. As members of the same squad, Heiei and Yuga were naturally to act together. Both of them were somewhat nervous. Originally, Kumomi had wanted them, like the other genin, to follow behind the main force, but the two of them refused. Their strength was not lacking. They were only one procedural step away from becoming Chunin once they returned to the village. Yes, Frontline Command Headquarters did not have the authority to promote ninja. It was only responsible for reporting each person's battle merits. Promotions, as matters that embodied honor, could be decided only by Konoha's true upper leadership. Kumomi comforted his disciples. Don't be nervous. Trust in your own strength. Makoto followed up with a reminder. Always pay attention to your positioning. Maintain the coordination we're used to. Don't stray too far from me, and don't charge blindly. Understood. ×2. As the force pushed deeper, chakra reaction soon appeared within Makoto's sensory range. However, it was not yet the moment to act. Judging from the enemy's response, they had not discovered them. A monster like Chukichi, with a sensory radius of around 6 kilometers, was extremely rare to begin with. Even if the other 4 great ninja villages were combined, one still could not find many like him. After continuing forward for some distance, Makoto suddenly stopped. 1 kilometer straight ahead, there's an enemy patrol, 4 people total. Based on the chakra, it's a genin squad led by a jonin. Other than that, nothing has been detected in the other directions. The Acha clan jonin in charge of command made a hand signal to the rear, and several vanguard squads quietly closed in. The Kirigakure patrol squad was only carrying out a routine task today, responsible for checking whether any Konoha ninja had wandered near the front of a defensive line. However, the jonin leading the team soon sensed that something was wrong, an intuition born of extensive experience. But everything was already too late. From all around the forest, dense volleys of kunai and shuriken suddenly shot out, instantly pinning 3 unfortunate Kirigakure rookies into hedgehogs. The jonin leading the patrol reacted quickly. Without sparing a thought to rescue his subordinates, he drew his blade to guard his vital points while retreating, because there were simply too many projectiles for him to block them all. Enduring the piercing pain coming from all over his body, the jonin accelerated and fled. Konoha bastards had attacked, he had to transmit this information back. But what greeted him was a pair of crimson, 3-tomo Sharingan. Shimata, the Kirigakure ninja, cursed inwardly. His mind suddenly went blank, and then his throat was cut open with a single strike. Kunai and ninja blades came first, no one used ninjutsu. That would cause too much commotion and alert the Kirigakure defenses in advance. After all, for ninja, ambush was justice, and covert killing was the mark of greater skill. No one cared about the deaths of these 4, even though 3 of them looked very young, younger than Uzuki Yugao. Surrounding them with multiple squads was not because they could not win, but to ensure they were killed as quickly as possible, preventing any information from reaching the defensive line. After advancing a bit farther, Makoto stopped once again. We're already close to the Kirigakure defensive line. The defensive positions and numbers within my sensory range have been confirmed. The Acha commander of the 7th Assault Team beckoned with his hand. The captains of each sub-team stepped forward and watched as Makoto marked the distances, positions, and personnel information of the enemies along the defensive line on the map, silently committing everything to memory. The commander was named Acha Susuke. He looked at everyone and asked, "Have you all memorized it?" "Yes." He checked the time. "Good. Launch the attack in 10 minutes. Now, disperse." With the order given, the teams began to split up and advance toward their designated target points. When the time came, they all lunged toward their respective opponents. Kunai fitted with explosive tags stabbed accurately into the various strong points along the Kirigakure defensive line. As explosions rang out one after another across the area, the battle officially began. It was not just here, sounds of fighting also erupted from the left and right in the distance. Once contact was made with the defensive line, it was impossible to continue advancing silently. That was unrealistic. Therefore, the objective now was to break through Kirigakure's multiple layers of defense at the fastest possible speed, inflict as many casualties as possible, and reduce the forces Kirigakure could concentrate at its command camp. Inside one of the strong points, Makoto swung his blade aside to deflect a kunai thrown by a Kirigakure ninja about his own age, then ended the opponent's life with a single strike amid the other's terrified gaze. When had this young boy graduated? What was his name? What dreams did he have? None of that mattered anymore. Now he was a corpse. This was war. With the intelligence provided by Makoto's sensory perception, the 7th Assault Team wiped out the enemy at top speed, broke through the first line of defense, and then immediately rushed toward the distant second defensive line. They had to push forward as quickly as possible while the enemy had not yet fully grasped the situation, smashing Kirigakure's entire defensive system and maximizing the early stage strategy of dividing the enemy and destroying them in parts. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 70, Counterattack against Kirigakure, 2. 1716 words. Once the fighting began, there was no longer any chance to calmly encircle and wipe them out. From that point on, every new wave of enemies they encountered could turn into a hard-fought battle, and each one would be tougher than the last. But was that truly the case? Konoha's defensive zone along the eastern front was extremely vast, covering nearly the entire southeastern coastline. As a result, the defensive net was sparse. Each point was manned by a single squad, whose role was not to directly repel the enemy, but to serve as sentry posts, planting eyes to form a chain surveillance network guarding against enemy advances. If the incoming enemy force was small, they would fight; if it was large, they would withdraw, trading space for time so the main forces could arrive. With the Byakugan at their disposal, as long as they did not act recklessly, Konoha could keep this up indefinitely. Kirigakure, however, was different. The Land of Whirlpools, as the perfect springboard for invading the Land of Fire, had terrain shaped like a long, narrow peninsula. Within the defensive lines constructed by Kirigakure, ninjas were deployed far more densely. They were the invading side and had no real room to retreat. If they withdrew to the sea, what meaning would this invasion even have? When the fighting erupted and the first defensive line burst into flames at multiple points, the Kirigakure ninja in the rear immediately understood what had happened. Damn it, Konoha had struck first. This was no longer the small-scale harassment by a handful of ninja during the earlier standoff period, but a decisive battle. It seemed the moment had come for the two sides to determine the victor. They immediately used every available method to transmit the intelligence further back to the command center, while simultaneously sending signals to rally their comrades and prepare to resist together. This would allow them to cooperate effectively against the enemy, avoid being defeated in detail, and slow the advance of the Konoha ninja, buying time for the rear to organize large forces to meet the attack. Now, time was life. When the 7th Assault Unit that Makoto belonged to broke through the first early warning defensive line at the fastest speed and fought its way to the second defensive line, what they faced was a blocking force that had already gathered a good number of Kirigakure ninja. Thick mist mixed with chakra concealed them within it. Similar scenes were playing out along the entire defensive line, each one like a cluster of white fortresses, with skilled hunters lying in ambush inside, waiting for prey to enter the net so they could slaughter them at will. But as old rivals, Konoha had long since prepared ways to deal with this. In Makoto's unit, there were wind-release ninja who used ninjutsu to blow away the hiding-in-mist technique, but this time was different from what he had encountered when he came to the Eastern Front battlefield. Back then, the dozen or so Kirigakure ninja used the hiding-in-mist technique only to cover their own scattered breakout. Now, the Kirigakure ninja in front of them were determined to hold them here, so there were always people inside maintaining the hiding-in-mist technique. Wind release could only blow away the outer mist. Inside, there was always a large area where the mist remained thick, and when the wind release ended, the mist began spreading outward again. It seemed that with just a bit of time, the mist could cover the battlefield again, but that bit of time was enough. Countless kunai with explosive tags attached were thrown into the thickest part of the mist. With the situation unclear, they first launched a round of saturation bombardment. Under the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, there was no mist that could not be seen through. Those unlucky ones using the hiding-in-mist technique received special attention, and for a time they were blasted into frantic disarray. Most of the traps that had been hastily set up in front of the position were also blasted out of commission. Facing opponents in war who were essentially running a wall hack was just that difficult. It was therefore easy to imagine how envious, jealous, and resentful the other ninja villages were toward Konoha. No matter what methods they used, they had always wanted to get their hands on a pair of Byakugan to enjoy that advantage for themselves. Fortunately, the Hyuga clan had the caged bird curse seal as protection, which maximized the prevention of the Byakugan leaking out. Although this seemed somewhat unfair to the Hyuga branch family, Konoha as a whole benefited from it, so the higher-ups naturally had nothing to say. In fact, most members of the Hyuga branch family did not have much objection to the caged bird. They understood that it was also a form of protection for themselves. What they hated was not the caged bird itself, but the unfairness. What they hated was the main family turning the caged bird into a means of controlling the branch family's life and death. When the mist dispersed, close combat officially began. For a time, ninjutsu flew everywhere on both sides, but the most common were fire release and water release. The collision of the two types of ninjutsu made the battlefield mist grow thicker again, but at this point no one cared about that anymore. Amid scattered screams, the two sides had already become entangled with each other. Aside from a few freaks of nature, there was no ninja who could rely on ninjutsu alone from start to finish in a single battle. On the battlefield, using taijutsu in coordination with weapons was the most chakra-efficient way to fight. After all, you never knew how long a battle would last, so you had to carefully calculate every bit of your chakra. Even someone like Makoto, who possessed a large amount of chakra, did not like to waste it. Otherwise, what was the point of all the hard work he had put into developing highly efficient killing methods? Following along within the crowd, the 4 members of 3rd Squad also charged into the Kirigakure ninja. On the chaotic battlefield, kunai and shuriken flew everywhere. If you failed to pay attention to any movement around you, a single moment of carelessness could leave you wounded or cost you your life. Suddenly, Makoto, advancing at the front, fixed his gaze. His left hand shot up and caught a shuriken. He did not even glance at it. After adding a little something to the shuriken, he casually returned it to its owner. Wrapped in a trace of wind release chakra, the shuriken let out a sharp whistling sound as it shot back along its original path at an even greater speed. Ah! An unlucky Kirigakure ninja who had been trying to approach their squad was pierced clean through the body in a single strike. He fell to the ground wailing, and was then successfully finished off by Hayate. As for whether that shuriken had originally been thrown by him, who had the time to care about that now? Yugao clashed in swordplay with an adult Kirigakure ninja. However, the gap in strength between the two was too great. After only 2 exchanges, her guard was knocked wide open, exposing a huge opening. The adult Kirigakure ninja wore a crazed grin, ready to savor the cute sight of the little girl's head falling off. But Kumomi flashed past. A sharp ninja blade lightly sliced across his neck. The Kirigakure ninja only felt a chill at his throat, and then saw the young girl rush in front of him and stab him once more in the heart. 1 strike to the chest, 1 to the throat. Even if Tsunade were here, she would only shake her head. There was no saving him. 3rd Squad cooperated with seamless coordination. While protecting one another, they also killed the enemy with high efficiency. Very quickly, the Kirigakure ninja resistance that had gathered along the 2nd defensive line was smashed through by the Konoha ninja. Aside from a handful of quick-witted types who saw the situation turning bad and sold out their teammates to flee, the rest were left lying on the ground. So, on the battlefield, you absolutely cannot let your blood rush to your head. You have to calmly observe the situation. If you see that something is off, you choose a strategic withdrawal. That is the only way to live long. As for why the direction of the strategic withdrawals is the opposite way, don't worry about that. Just tell me, did I withdraw or not? The mist dispersed with the wind, and the screams grew fainter and fainter. Achisusu glanced over the battlefield and gave the order, quick, check the battlefield. Watch out for traps on their bodies, and give the Kirigakure bastards who aren't dead another stab. Treat the wounded, bandage them on the spot. Leave comrades who are too badly injured to keep fighting, as well as the dead, where they are, and let the follow-up troops take over. Yes. The ninja around them carried out the orders at once. Are there any Sensora-type ninja? Are you still alive? Yes. Makoto and a Hyuga ninja youth with a high ponytail responded quickly. Higashino Makoto knew this guy. His name was Hyuga Hohito. He was 2 years older than him and in the same class as Anko. Because this unit had a sensory expert like Makoto, they had only brought along 1 Hyuga ninja. At present, there were not many Hyuga ninja on the Eastern Front. Other places needed the Byakugan's help more than they did. Not far away, there were also dog handlers and insect users gathering toward this place. Achisusu instructed the few of them, you are to search immediately. See if there are any enemies hidden away. Make sure this area is absolutely safe. Yes. After receiving the order, the few of them scattered. Ninja were a profession that specialized most in hiding. There were always some people who had mastered all sorts of strange methods, and would appear behind you when you were not paying attention and stab you. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 71, Counterattack against Kirigakure, 3. 1,798 words. Facts proved that Kirigakure were not fools. When facing a shinobi army, no one dared to stay behind to play the ambusher. Those who had realized early that the situation was turning bad had already fled so thoroughly that not a single shadow of them could be found. Who would stay behind to seek death anyway? If the higher-ups were to pursue accountability, at worst they would just become rogue ninja. That was the level of integrity the Kiri ninja had. After finishing the battlefield cleanup, the 7th Assault Unit continued pushing eastward. They were the sharp spearhead of this counter-offensive. As long as nearby Allied units did not send out signals indicating they needed support, their mission was simply to advance, and keep advancing without pause. At present, it appeared that the other units on both flanks were progressing smoothly, having encountered no stubborn resistance that required assistance. According to intelligence, the Kiri ninja had set up at least 4 defensive lines along this route. However, as Makoto followed the unit in pursuit, he discovered that aside from various freshly laid traps, the latter 2 defensive lines contained not a single person within his perception. Everyone had completely fled. It was unclear whether the Kiri ninja intended to concentrate their superior forces for a final decisive battle with Konoha, or if they were simply making a full retreat. Playing with traps in front of the Byakugan was meaningless. Even arrays of explosive tags hidden inside large trees or rocks were seen with absolute clarity by the penetrating gaze. After dismantling all the traps along the way, the 7th Assault Unit, guided by Makoto's perception, arrived outside a large fortified outpost. They had previously come across a similar outpost, but it had been the same as the defensive lines, no one was stationed there. But this outpost was different. Its location was very special, it was built on a protruding hillside, and behind the hillside was an almost vertical cliff. In the forest outside the outpost, quite a few enemies were hidden. Although they had concealed their presence very well, they could not evade the detection of Makoto, the Hyuga clan, and the Aburame clan. The Inuzuka clan would cry themselves unconscious in the toilet. Sometimes, for shinobi, scent was the easiest thing to deal with. Even if you could not get rid of it, you could use a more pungent smell to confuse an animal's overly sensitive nose. Having too keen a nose was not always a good thing. The poor Inuzuka Kiba had once been blasted so hard by one of Naruto's farts that he could not tell north from south. By comparison, tiny insects that were subtle and could slip in everywhere were even harder to guard against. A cliff was naturally not an obstacle for shinobi, but attacking from there would be equivalent to having to endure strikes from above. The losses would be too great. There was only one route, a direct assault up the hillside. If the team had an expert like Hashirama or Madara, it would be simple, just walk up with a Susanoo or a wood golem. Even the 3rd Hokage's Great 5 nature release barrage could barely serve to clear the area. Having Orochimaru summon Manda to slither up and make a round would also work. Unfortunately, they had none of that. That old bastard Orochimaru was currently obsessed with experiments and could not pull himself out. On a daily basis, he was out at sea, no one knew what he was doing. Achisusuke asked, "How many enemies are there in the forest on the hillside?" Makoto said, "Slightly fewer than us, about 150 Kiri ninja are hidden in there." This time, in order to drive the invading Kirigakure forces straight back to their homeland in one decisive push, Konoha had assembled a little over 1,000 shinobi. Aside from leaving behind the necessary forces to protect the Land of Waves defensive line and the command camp, this was already the maximum strength they could gather. These forces were divided into more than 10 units. The 7th Assault Unit had the largest numbers, with about 200 shinobi. After breaking through 2 defensive lines and subtracting the dead and wounded, roughly 180 remained. Such losses were already quite small. The village was also in a difficult position. Konoha needed strength to guard its own territory, the western front also had to guard against Tsunagakure turning against them, the northern front was locked in fierce fighting with Kumogakure and Iwagakure. There was truly no surplus strength left to support the eastern front. Makoto's group was the last reserve force. Pressing any further would mean forcing the lower-grade children from the Ninja Academy to graduate early, no different from sending them to their deaths. Kumomi and several other jonin suggested, how about waiting for the other units to arrive? Once the disparity in strength is overwhelming, we might be able to persuade the other side to surrender. Susuke naturally knew this was the best choice, but he did not want to wait. This was the perfect opportunity for the Uchiha clan to fully display its strength, prove its capabilities, and rack up merit for the clan head. A large number of clan members had been assigned to the 7th Assault Unit under his command, was it not precisely for this very moment? He swept his hand decisively. No need to wait. The mission of our assault unit is to clear away all obstacles ahead. The Ucha shinobi will charge first and fall first. It is time to prove why we are the strongest clan in the shinobi world. What else could anyone say? You are the commander, whatever you say goes. You have already put your own clansmen at the front. What more can we say? After hearing this, Makoto could only shake his head repeatedly. Are the members of the Ucha clan reliable? Brave? Willing to fight? That is beyond doubt. No one would question it. But Suzuki-sama, if you do things this way, even if you win, others will not acknowledge your clan's merit. Those shinobi who die along the line of attack, once their families learn what happened today, who do you think they will settle the score with? Why would they know? They will. Brother, absolutely they will. The power over village public opinion is not in the hands of the Ucha. A fierce battle erupted once again. Aside from leaving some personnel to circle around to the base of the cliff to prevent the enemy from escaping, everyone else, under the leadership of the Ucha clan, charged up the hillside. When the two sides closed to the effective range of thrown-bladed weapons, kunai, shuriken, and fuma shuriken collided in midair, producing dense clanging sounds. Mixed among countless concealed weapons were an unknown number of explosive tags, forcibly blasting a blank strip through the forest between the two sides. Konoha shinobi advanced under heavy fire. When the distance closed further, ninjutsu exchanges began. The Kiri shinobi on the hillside, taking advantage of their elevated position, launched combined water release techniques, water shockwave, water turbulence, exploding water shockwave, everything was thrown into the fray. Surging water rushed downward through the gaps between the massive forest trees, the momentum truly imposing. On Konoha's side, the Ucha clansmen holding the front were using either fire release, great fireball technique or fire release, great fire annihilation, while the other shinobi provided support with various ninjutsu. Two waves of large-scale ninjutsu collided, producing a tremendous thunderous roar. Dense mist surged skyward along the battle line and quickly spread to envelop the entire battlefield. Although Konoha was at a disadvantage in terms of terrain, they managed to hold. Next would be charging forward to engage in brutal close-quarters combat. Rumble! But at that moment, an even greater sound rang out. A group of powerful Kirigakure shinobi on the hillside drained all of their chakra and jointly unleashed water release, great exploding water shockwave. Makoto did not know how spectacular the great exploding water shockwave later used by Kizum with the aid of the great sword Samahada would be, but it was likely much the same as what was happening now. A massive volume of water merged with the water previously gathered by water release techniques. Carrying uprooted trees and shattered rocks, unaided by the downhill terrain, it slammed toward the Konoha shinobi with an unstoppable momentum. Faced with an attack like a tsunami, everyone was stunned. How was this supposed to be blocked? The Ucha clan were not particularly adept at defense either. Shinobi were not all the same. In this world, for the vast majority of shinobi, their chakra reserves were only enough to cast a few earth release, earth flow wall. But no matter how many earth release, earth flow wall were raised, what use would they be against this gravity-enhanced, natural disaster like water release? Makoto was somewhat speechless, he knew it would be like this. The Kiri shinobi on defense only needed to use water release from higher ground to blast downward. The attacking Konoha shinobi had far more to consider, they had to dodge concealed weapons, clash head-on with ninjutsu, and only then might they be able to close in on the enemy. There was no choice. He could only go all out with firepower. He could not just watch allied forces get scattered by water release. Since joining the battle, this was the first time Makoto formed hand seals to use ninjutsu. He instantly entered Sage mode, immediately absorbing a large amount of white natural energy and mixing it with his own chakra. He lowered his stance and slammed both palms onto the ground. Sage Art, Earth Release, Ultra Earth Flow Wall. Two enormous earthen walls forming an obtuse angle rapidly rose in front of the Konoha shinobi, shielding everyone within. The earthen wall was broad and thick. Its height even exceeded the surging large-scale ninjutsu, great exploding water shockwave. When the two collided, a heaven-shaking roar erupted. But the ultra-earth flow wall stood unmoving. It guided the tsunami-like torrent to both sides, rapidly flowing into the forest at the base of the hillside. Now it was Kirigakure's turn to be stunned. Those Kiri experts who had been drained of chakra lay on the ground, staring at the towering earthen wall below the hillside, and a sudden sense of foreboding rose in their hearts. Damn it, the combined ninjutsu they had been counting on to earn merit had failed. Could it be that, like their own 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, they had also run into a god from Konoha? I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 72, Counterattack against Kirigakure, 4. 1789 words. As everyone knows, many ninjutsu are released from the mouth, so in theory, when a ninja performs ninjutsu, they do not shout out the name of the technique in an overdramatic manner. Makoto naturally did not either, even if his mouth happened to be free. So everyone knew that this was an earth-style wall, but they did not know that it was senjutsu. This led everyone to develop another question. I understand the ninjutsu, but why was the wall so enormous? Makoto replied, so what? Just tell me, is it a wall or not? The people of Konoha still did not know who had performed the ninjutsu, but the companions beside Makoto could see it clearly. Heiichi stared in shock at the two gigantic walls that blocked the rushing water and muttered, Father, this isn't right, is it? Is Earth-style wall really that big? Kumomi said, huh? Ah. That's right, this is Earth-style wall. Yuga also felt that he was inexperienced and ignorant. Makoto ni, is that amazing? The technique he uses is naturally amazing too. Is there a problem with that? Gekko Heiichi. Makoto glanced at the little girl. When there was something going on, it was Makoto ni, normally, it was just Makoto. You really know how to do this. Commander Uchisusuke saw that the crisis had been resolved and was overjoyed. Without bothering to look for the one who deserved the credit, he shouted to everyone, charge with me, wipe out these damn Kiri ninjas. Oh tilde? Everyone let out a shout, then froze. If you want us to charge, how are we supposed to charge? Climb over such a high wall? That's not impossible. Seeing this, Makoto used body flicker and arrived at the front line. With a simple set of hand seals, the enormous Earth-style wall cracked open from the corner, then toppled toward the Kiri ninja position on the slope. The Kiri ninjas, is it dark? Then they reacted and frantically retreated. Rumble. Like a mountain collapsing, the sound shook the four directions. The earth trembled, and dust filled the sky. Makoto drew the short blade from his back. Slash, 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 he swept 3 horizontal cuts, scattering all of the white natural energy he had absorbed into his body. Senjutsu, winged release, shadowless sword. 3 huge, nearly invisible wind blades scraped across the slope like razors. Not only did they shave the forest on the slope flat, the strong wind also blew the dust and mist completely away. Visibility immediately cleared. Where the wind blades passed, the quick-reacting Kiri ninjas leaped away at once. The slow-reacting ones were lucky enough to see their own butts. Some butts were still hanging from trees. Makoto raised his blade and pointed forward. Charge! After saying that, he was the first to rush forward. The morale of Konoha's people surged, and they howled as they charged toward the Kirigakure stronghold on the slope, unstoppable. As the opponents, the Kiri ninjas had already been so rattled by this inhuman ninjutsu that they completely lost the will to fight and frantically retreated toward the cliff. Fight? How are we supposed to fight? Fight with our heads? The defeat collapsed like a landslide. When Fugaku arrived here with the remaining forces, the battle was already over. The 7th Assault Team was in the middle of cleaning up the battlefield. Cliffs were not a dead end for ninjas. There were too few Konoha ninjas blocking the lower area, so in the end, some of the Kiri ninjas still managed to escape. The commander in charge did not order a pursuit. It was just as well to let them carry the news back and shake the enemy's morale a bit. So it wasn't that the Ucha were stupid, rather, their personalities were just a bit too straightforward and sunder. After learning what had happened, Fugaku immediately expressed his praise for Makoto, though the look in his eyes carried a trace of grievance. At this moment, the clan head had bitterness he could not put into words. What was going on with the shinobi world? Did it have a grudge against the Ucha? Back then, they had finally produced an Ucha Madara, bearing an air of invincibility, only for the shinobi world to simultaneously spawn a natural airhead named Senju Hashirama, who hard-countered Madara at every turn. When he set his mind on reviving the glory of the Ucha, a Namikaze Minato appeared on the battlefield, flashing around everywhere. Although he was a few years older than the other man, they were still considered of the same generation. Now the clan had produced a genius like Ucha Shisui. Fine, along came another peerless powerhouse of the same age like Higashino Makoto. Was there just no way left for the Ucha to survive? Weren't they supposed to be the strongest clan in the shinobi world? This shinobi world was truly terrible. At the same time, there were 2 other groups nearby paying close attention to this battle. Orochimaru stood atop the branches, an inscrutable smile on his face, his tongue repeatedly licking across his lips. He was naturally aware of this operation, and it was he who had approved it. As the overall commander of the entire Eastern Front, even though his mind was no longer on this place, he still had to come take a look. Otherwise, if things went wrong, it would not look good for him. He, Orochimaru, cared about appearances. But it seemed he had seen something interesting. That child called Higashino Makoto, there was something very wrong about him. On a more distant mountain ridge, two other odd figures were also observing the battle here. One was a long-haired man wearing a mask that revealed only a single eye. The other was a yin-yang-faced figure wrapped within a gigantic aloe-like plant. These were naturally Ucha Obito and Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu asked in his uniquely hoarse voice, quite an impressive child. Obito, do you know him? Call me Madara. Obito corrected the other's form of address. Then he recalled the scene in the hospital where he had been verbally shut down by Higashino Makoto, yet spoke dismissively. He's called Higashino Makoto, just a little brat. But he seems very strong. The power he used back then also felt rather unfamiliar. So what? Without the bloodline of the Sage of Six Paths, a ninja has limits in the end. He's nothing more than another Kakashi. Are you sure? I think it would be better to keep an eye on him in the future. Oh, right, he seems to have quite good sensory abilities. We should leave, to avoid being discovered. Obito obediently activated Kamu space, preparing to leave. But before departing, he still had to save face, HMPH. Mere grains of sand, not worth even a fraction of what Hashirama and I possess. Black Zetsu. Damn it, are you really getting addicted to pretending? When Ucha Fugaku arrived at the Kiri Ninja command camp with the main force, he met only minimal resistance. The Kiri ninjas left here were far too weak, and the Konoha ninjas quickly wiped out the remaining Kiri ninjas. This victory came, not very satisfying. Fugaku-sama could not help feeling a bit empty. I haven't even used any strength yet, and you've already fallen. JPG. At this time, Makoto ran over from behind the command post. Fugaku-sama, as expected, most of the Kiri ninjas have fled by ship. Should we give the order to pursue? Makoto, you and Shisui are friends. You don't need to call me Sama. If possible, just call me Loji-san. Fugaku's expression was incomparably gentle, and then he said, no need to pursue. Fighting the Kiri ninjas at sea is not wise. Yes, Fugaku Oji-san. Although he felt there was some suspicion of being taken advantage of, it was just a form of address. Makoto was not that thin-skinned. That's how it should be. No need to be so distant. My son is already 4 years old this year. A young talent like you is exactly the example he should learn from. After we return to the village, Shisui can introduce you so you can get to know each other. Higashino Makoto. A truly filial son. Getting to know him is fine, but what if he stabs me? Ooh? No, that's not right. He can't beat me. Even if he awakens the Mangekyo later, he probably still won't be able to beat me. Then what the hell am I afraid of? At this time, Acha said, Clan head, on the way here, it seems like we didn't run into many Kirigakyo clan ninjas, especially bloodline clans. What's the situation with the other units? Ucha Fugaku, as the overall commander of this campaign, naturally understood the situation. It does seem to be the case. Jonin Suzaku, what do you think? Noro Suzaku thought for a moment and said, based on the intelligence we have, Kirigakyo's internal strife has been very serious for a long time. The civilian ninjas and the bloodline clans are in sharp opposition. It's probably because of this that they pushed the civilian ninjas to the front to block us, while they themselves ran off ahead of time. Makoto recalled what he had sensed earlier. Among the Kiri ninjas who left, there seemed to be quite a few with rather distinctive chakra, especially one big fat guy carrying a strange weapon. That was probably Suikazan Fuguki. That guy must have heard that Konoha had another godlike figure arrive and ran faster than anyone else, practically like he had PTSD. Fugaku began to feel contempt for Kirigakyo. HMPH, such a short-sighted village. Well, though, it's good for our Konoha. I hope their infighting becomes more severe, better yet, that they wipe out all those powerful bloodline clans. Suzaku glanced at Fugaku, not quite sure where to begin criticizing him. Brother, when you say that, did you forget that your own family is the most badass bloodline clan in the shinobi world? At this moment, the Konoha ninjas had already finished clearing the battlefield and were preparing to withdraw. Suddenly, an enormous purple giant snake was summoned, crushing Kirigakyo's command post into a complete mess. Then, amid a stream of cursing, the summoning was terminated, and it vanished on the spot. Ucha Fugaku. No, Orochimaru, what the hell do you mean by this? Under my command, we defeated the Keri ninjas and secured victory on the Eastern Front for Konoha. And you pop out at the end just to show your face. What are you trying to do? Fugaku-sama once again felt that something was deliberately targeting the Uchiha clan. This shinobi world was truly terrible. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 73, Dividing the Fruits of Victory. 1,624 words. By the calendar counting from the founding of Konoha, this should be Konoha year 50. Since the outbreak of the Third Shinobi World War in February of Konoha year 47, the war had already lasted for 3.5 years. August 8th of this year was a good day. Konoha achieved merit in battle, completely driving the invading Keri shinobi out of the Land of Fire and restoring peace to the southeastern territories. In the second year after the war began, Konoha defeated Tsunagakure. In the third year, Konoha defeated Iwagakure. This year, under Orochimaru's decisions and with the Uchiha clan taking the lead, Konoha defeated Kirigakure as well. Now only Kumogakure remains to be added to the list of the defeated. The Hyuga clan had suffered the loss of a tremendous achievement. Now it depended on whether, under Hyuga Hayashi's leadership, they could grind out some accomplishments from the northern Kumo shinobi brutes. Hayashi, we must beat the Kumo shinobi until they shit themselves, otherwise how will we ever hold our heads up in front of the Uchiha clan in the future? Having consecutively defeated 3 ninja villages of the same tier, Konoha's momentum was unmatched for a time. Battle reports from the various villages might lie, but the front lines would not. From how the Shinobi World War had developed to its present situation, one could also see the relative strength of the 5 great ninja villages. Konohagakure was the undisputed number 1 in the world, Kumogakure second, and Iwagakure third. If they had not been crushed by the third Raikage alone, they would not have fallen to Konoha so quickly. As for Tsunagakure and Kirigakure, one was the first to provoke the war and then quickly suffered defeat, the other was the last to join the Shinobi World War and then also quickly suffered defeat. The 2 weaklings were currently tearing into each other among the islands in the Southern Sea, trying to shove the title of weakest ninja village onto the other's head. Makoto felt that, at present, the weakest should be Kirigakure. After all, while Tsunagakure was fighting them, it was also resisting Iwagakure in the north at the same time. This also meant that the one under the greatest pressure was Tsunagakure. Its natural conditions were the worst among the 5 great ninja villages, resources were scarce, and its foundation was insufficient. Now it urgently needed to end the war in the south with Kirigakure, then concentrate its forces to drive Iwagakure out so it could gain time to catch its breath and recover. Pakura, Rosa, don't look at me. I may have killed Keri shinobi until my hands went numb, but that bunch of lunatics just refuses to surrender. What am I supposed to do? Rosa, what terms do those lunatics in Kirigakure even want before they'll sit down at the negotiating table? It can't possibly be that you want me to sacrifice Pakura, Kirigakure's precious treasure, to them, right? The next morning, when Fugaku led the main force back to headquarters, excited cheers rang out across the entire Konoha camp. All the shinobi were happy. Kirigakure's defeat signified complete victory on the Eastern Front. They had finally endured this war and could return home alive. The communications ban was lifted. One letter after another, carrying the shinobi's longing for their loved ones, set off first along the road back to Konoha with the messenger Nin. These letters also included one from Makoto and Yugao. As for Hayate, wasn't his father right there with him? What letter was there to write? As for the victorious battle report and its detailed course, it had already been drafted by Norosuzaku after the Keri command headquarters was breached, approved by Orochimaru and Fugaku, and transmitted back to Konoha through special means. Now, the Konoha shinobi on the Eastern Front only needed to enjoy the joyful fruits of victory. The adult shinobi were very happy, celebrating the fact that they were still alive. The rookies who had graduated in recent years were very happy as well, celebrating not only their survival, but also that they could now write down a bold, significant achievement in their records. The medical ninjas were very happy. Casualties in this counteroffensive were not heavy, so they did not need to be exhausted like dogs from treating the wounded, nor did they need to face rows upon rows of fallen comrades with aching helplessness. Orochimaru was very happy because he had long stopped wanting to waste time staying here. His purpose for coming to the Eastern Front had basically been achieved, and he had obtained experimental subjects with various special bloodlines in abundance. Along the way, he had also completed some of his preliminary plans. For example, during the war, he had established several private laboratories overseas. Among them, the laboratory in the Land of Sea satisfied him the most. Not only was it fully equipped, it had also allowed him to recruit a research assistant of considerable talent who shared his ideas, named Amakai. Otherwise, what did you think this snake was so often disappearing to do? Was it really just to take that foolish disciple, Mitarashi Anko, out for training? Now, all objectives had already been completed, and the war had ended at just the right time. He could focus wholeheartedly on the experiments he had his heart set on. If he needed anything here again in the future, that was simple, just take on a mission and come back with Anko. As for the credit for defeating Kirigakure, it had been nothing more than a matter of convenience. If the Ucha clan wanted it, they could take it. He no longer cared about such things now. His final public appearance had been purely because of his status. He had been forced to show up, that was all. Orochimaru swore that he absolutely had not done it on purpose to disgust Fugaku. Makoto was very happy. He was famous now. As the unit returned, the Konoha shinobi here all knew that another 10-year-old genius had appeared in the village, someone who had saved his comrades with an enormously massive earth-style wall, then used an extremely terrifying wind-release sword technique to instantly wipe out at least half of the Kiri shinobi in their stronghold, securing victory for the 7th Assault Unit. Terrifying beyond belief. And the more this account spread, the more outrageous it became. In just half a day, it had already evolved into a version where Makoto cleaved off the entire mountain where the Mist stronghold stood with a single sword strike. Not only that, the wind blades released from the sword would even actively seek out enemies, cut them cleanly in half at the waist, and conveniently hang their asses on trees. Makoto! The ones about asses hanging from trees were accidents, all right. They had been standing in trees to begin with, their asses just got stuck on branches when they died. Who knew how distorted the story would become once the news spread back to Konoha, one sword's cold gleam chilling the 5 great villages? Makoto, that wouldn't even be that outrageous. One day, I really will chill the entire shinobi world with a single sword and split the earth in 2, just to open your eyes, you bunch of ninjas. Fugaku was also very happy. After all, it was under his leadership that complete victory over Kirigakure had been achieved. No matter what, that credit could not be erased. Since joining the war, the price paid by the Ucha clan, the clan members who had been sacrificed, was, at this moment, fully showing its due value. As for the twists that appeared in the final battle, Orochimaru was, after all, the overall commander of the Eastern Front and a disciple of the Hokage. Coming out to make a public appearance was only proper, and in his heart, Fugaku had already let it go. As for the Makoto who had stolen the spotlight, he was a good seedling, but Fugaku had also devised a way to deal with it. During the final assault on the Kirigakure command headquarters, Fugaku reassigned the 3rd squad to the outer perimeter to serve in a sensory alert role. Wasn't that exactly what sensory ninjas were for? The offensive battle was carried out entirely with the Ucha clan as the core, especially the peerless genius Ucha Shisui who had been pushed to the forefront. Charging into the ranks of the Kirigakure shinobi, he truly cut through them like slicing melons and vegetables, displaying strength far beyond his age. Thus, against the backdrop of this great victory, a bizarre scene appeared in Konoha's Eastern Front encampment. Someone was secretly publicizing Makoto's strength and valor, vividly portraying the battle to assault the Kirigakure stronghold. Those distorted rumors spread further and further out of control in exactly this way. Suzaku stated that he knew nothing about it, this was merely comrades boasting a little out of the joy of victory, nothing worth making a fuss over. In order to respond to this trend, the Ucha clan began to vigorously promote Shisui's genius. For a time, on Konoha's battlefield against Kirigakure, 2 little heroes appeared, and both were alive. Ordinary Konoha shinobi did not care about this undercurrent of rivalry. All they knew was that 2 outstanding talents had appeared in the village again, and that in the future, the village would become even stronger. Being a ninja, being happy was what mattered. A world where only the Kiri shinobi were hurt was thus achieved. Kiri shinobi, damn Konoha, just you wait, we'll go right now and beat Tsunagakure hard, and vent this rage properly. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 74, Fame and Challenges. 1672 words. Makoto had lived 2 lives, and this was the first time he had truly experienced what it felt like to become famous. That was when, after stepping outside, everyone would cast glances his way. Even people who did not recognize him at first would, after a companion's reminder, reveal an expression of sudden realization, oh. So it's him. So young, yet already this capable, if he grows up, won't he soar into the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? To be honest, he rather enjoyed it. This was a completely fresh life experience, an honor he had never enjoyed in his previous life. From that point on, he could say that he too had become a well-known handsome young man within and around Konohagakure, famous across the surrounding area for miles. However, this kind of fame soon brought with it a small bit of trouble. On the morning of the second day after returning victorious from the counter-offensive against Kirigakure, intelligence was reported back from the defensive line in the direction of the Land of Waves. According to the reconnaissance carried out by the sensory squad dispatched there, the Kirigakure shinobi stationed in that area had likewise withdrawn, leaving completely. One could only say that the Kiri ninjas in the south still had a bit of conscience. When they fled, they did not forget to notify their allies, sparing them from being wiped out by Konohagakure in one fell swoop. This development did not fall outside the expectations of the Eastern Front Command headquarters. Konohagakure had never planned to launch an attack there in the first place. There was no need to increase casualties after a war that had already been won. At this point, the war between Konohagakure and Kirigakure could finally be considered truly over. The southeastern region of the Land of Fire at last genuinely welcomed peace. The command headquarters issued orders, aside from assigning the necessary patrol squads, all remaining personnel along the Land of Waves direction could withdraw and return to rest properly. However, for the time being, all Konohagakure shinobi still could not return to the village. They needed to remain garrisoned on the eastern front, and only after a few days, once it was confirmed that Kirigakure would not make a comeback, would they begin a gradual withdrawal. As for Kirigakure opening its mouth to surrender? Signing a peace agreement? That did not exist. These guys were a weirdo in the shinobi world. Konohagakure, Tsunegakure, Iwagakure, and Kumogakure, these four are all on the continent, and their territories are connected to each other, with only some small countries in between as buffer zones. If Tsunegakure is defeated, it can immediately drop to its knees and surrender on the spot, and sign a peace agreement right away. Iwagakure can as well, though their temper is as hard as stone, so they keep dragging it out. But after this war ends, it will always be signed. In the entire shinobi world, only Kirigakure does not play by the usual rules. Even if they lose, they do not surrender, and they do not sign a peace agreement. They simply withdraw their troops and turtle back into the Land of Water. After all, their geographic conditions are special. They are on overseas islands, separated by a vast sea. It is very hard for outsiders to attack their way in. They are playing the rogue, they are messing with your mentality. If you have the ability, come hit me. But no matter what, Kirigakure's defeat is a fact. For the time being, they also have no spare strength to launch another offensive. The Konohagakure shinobi on the front line also no longer implemented wartime strict control policies. Aside from not being allowed to leave the camp without authorization, everyone could usually do their own things. Training was fine, gatherings were fine, the higher-ups would not interfere. At noon the next day, that is, August 10th, Makoto finished eating and planned to go to the temporary medical unit to see whether there was anywhere that needed his help. No matter whether he agreed with shinobi world culture or not, all along, what he had presented was the image of a good youth who loved the village and his companions. One must not let the persona collapse. After all, he was not an orphan. His parents were both alive, and the whole family lived in Konohagakure. As a result, the moment he stepped outside, he ran into the Hyuga Tokuma squad that had been reassigned back from the Land of Waves defensive line. This guy had not participated in the fighting because the jonin leading the team, Sarutabi Hyoma, had been severely injured and was still recuperating. Instead, they had been carrying out patrol duties on the northern defensive line. Makoto greeted them with a smile. "Yo, Tokuma, Muta, Miko, you're back too. And that one, the husky." Muta and Miko nodded in response. The two of them were both taciturn types. The husky, however, cocked its head. "My name is Rocky, not Husky." "All right then, Rocky. I hope you win the gold belt at the Inazuka clan's ninja dog boxing competition." "Rocky." The cheerful Tokuma grabbed Makoto by both shoulders, his eyes blazing. "Makoto, I heard from Hohito-ni-san that you really stole the spotlight in the battle." "You bastard, since when did you get this strong?" Makoto frowned. "I've always been strong." "You're only finding out today?" "I remember someone getting beaten by me on the very first day of school, didn't they?" "You're talking nonsense." "I wasn't beaten. I just lost to you during sparring training back then, that's all." Tokuma denied it sternly, then immediately changed his tune. "Come fight me, Makoto. Let me see just how strong you've really become." "Sure." Faced with an old classmate's request, Makoto naturally did not refuse. The two of them set up their stances on the open ground outside the door. Makoto had no particular posture. He simply stood there quietly. Tokuma's eyes bulged with veins at the corners as he activated the Byakugan. His body leaned slightly forward as he assumed the opening stance of the gentle fist. His hands were suffused with chakra, allowing him, upon making contact with an opponent's body, to inject chakra directly into the target's meridian chakra points. Tokuma discovered that Makoto was simply standing there naturally, yet there was not the slightest opening to be found. With no other choice, he charged straight in. In a flash, he rushed in front of Makoto and unleashed the gentle fist 8 trigrams palm. His hands became a mass of afterimages as he continuously attacked the various chakra points revealed by the Byakugan. Makoto's body, after several years of transformation under white natural energy, was no longer what it used to be. His durability, strength, agility, and reactions far surpassed those of ordinary shinobi. His feet did not move at all. His hands likewise became a blur, and each time Tokuma was about to strike his body, he intercepted the blow by striking the opponent's wrist and knocking it aside. In fact, he could have done it with just one hand. But in order not to deal too heavy a blow to his old classmate's pride, he decided it was better to use both hands. Seeing that his attacks had no effect, Tokuma changed his footwork, turned his body, and moved around to Makoto's left side to continue attacking, then to his back, then his right side. He circled around several times in succession, as if facing nothing more than a wooden training dummy. Makoto's body did not follow his change in direction at all. He did not even turn his head. Without relying on his eyes, he perfectly neutralized every single attack. Finally, Tokuma's offensive came to a halt. He waved his hands frantically. I'm done. I can't break through your defense at all. Makoto, you really are as strong as a monster. Against me, you don't even need to use ninjutsu. See? You're insulting me again. But you are much stronger than before. Looks like you really have been working hard all this time, Tokuma. Tokuma was an optimist by nature and did not grow dejected because of defeat. He spread his hands helplessly and said, I figured it out, the harder I work, the more clearly I can feel the gap between us. Makoto, tell me, if I run into an enemy as strong as you in the future, what should I do? What should you do? If you're alone, of course you choose to run away. If you have teammates by your side, then why not choose a righteous group beatdown? That actually makes sense. Of course it does. Haven't you already been doing exactly that? What? Tokuma looked confused. What are you talking about? Makoto did not answer him. Instead, he looked toward Muta, who was standing to the side pretending to be invisible. Muta, do you want to continue? Muta replied in his usual emotionless tone, no need. I've already lost. Could you give my Rinkaichu back to me? Makoto smiled. He bent down, pressed his palm to the ground at his feet, and casually pulled out a chakra cage about the size of a soccer ball. Inside it was a mass of black Rinkaichu. Those were the Rinkaichu that Muta had quietly sent up from underground to probe during Makoto's fight with Tokuma. After noticing them, Makoto had said nothing. He had simply and discreetly placed a one-horn tranquility technique beneath his feet to trap them. Rinkaichu feed on chakra, yet they had absolutely no way to deal with the one-horn tranquility formed from Makoto's chakra. Their bite was not strong enough, they could not chew through it. Defensive ninjutsu can protect oneself, and of course it can also trap others, just like water release, water prison technique. It all depends on how you choose to use it. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 75, on war, philosophy, and why I shouldn't teach the Ucha. 1791 words. Hyuga Tokuma stared at his own teammate with his pale eyes. You bastard, I was the one who issued the challenge in the first place. Why did you have to butt in, hey? Aburain Muta couldn't be bothered to respond. He silently put away his insects, then glanced at Inuzuka Miko. The girl instantly rolled her eyes at him, and then turned her head away to the other side. Neither of you is a match. What, you're expecting a dog handler like me to carry this alone? Now only one husky remained. Rocky noticed Makoto looking at him, his eyes immediately took on a wiser look. Shaking his head and wagging his tail, he said, we're all comrades of Konoha. Fighting each other like this, does that look good? No, it doesn't. Konoha shinobi should value harmony and avoid infighting. The three of you should conduct yourselves properly. After putting on an act and scolding Tokuma and the other two for a few lines, Rocky wagged his tail and slipped away. Miko watched her own stupid dog with killing intent in her eyes. That bastard! She decided that from now on she would switch both his dog food and grooming shampoo to the cheapest brands available. The frontline battles had already ended, so most of the rookies who had graduated in recent years were idle. Everyone's camp residencies were close together, and Tokuma's challenge drew quite a few onlookers. Then everyone personally witnessed that the PH hero rumored over the past couple of days truly lived up to the name. Without moving an inch, he took head-on the attack of a renowned Hyuga shinobi. Terrifying indeed. The air at the scene suddenly seemed to be sucked thin by a sharp intake of breath. Even if some people were itching to give it a try, once they thought about their own three-legged cat level of fighting ability, they shriveled up on the spot. But there were still people who refused to admit defeat, like a certain third Hokuge's son. When they were encircling and suppressing the Keri ninja's elite before, he'd been pulled to the back. During the counterattack, he also didn't get an assignment to push up front and break through. The Jonin leading their main family had been watching him the whole time. Damn it, he was the one who should have been shining brightly. If he could achieve what Makoto had achieved now, then he would definitely be able to prove his talent to the old man at home. It was time to have a decisive match with this upstart newcomer. Luckily, his teammates Yuhi Kurenai and Yomashiro Aoba held back the Hokuge's second son. Kurenai advised, Asuma, Makoto is just our underclassman. He's for classes below us, so even if you win, it won't prove anything. Those words were already very face-saving. What she and Aoba actually wanted to say was, even if you go up there, you'll only get beaten up. This is obviously someone even more ruthless than Kakashi, the genius from our own year. Asuma suddenly came to his senses. Right, he was 4 years older than him. If he won, it wouldn't look impressive. If he lost, that would be even more humiliating. He could already imagine the disappointed look his father would give him. The effect was like a bucket of ice water dumped over his head. His hot blood suddenly cooled. Forget it, no need to compete. Look, this is the small trouble that comes with being famous. There are always little buddies with an age gap not too big who try to challenge him to prove themselves. Luckily, Guy had eyes only for Kakashi. As for Makoto, he generally refused. Only when it was familiar classmates like Hyuga Tokuma would he agree to fight. The sky was growing dark. Makoto came out of the camp's medical department, with Yugao following behind him, a food box in her hands. You really didn't need to bring it over. The medical department has places to eat. Yes, besides, the food that Utatane-mai-san brought was even more fragrant. Makoto's emotional intelligence immediately came online. No, the food you brought is more fragrant. I just think it's too hard on you to run back and forth. The little girl immediately became smug, though she still pouted. HMPH. If I hadn't come, Utatane-mai-san would practically have hung herself on you. You're Konoha's little hero now. All right. It's not very busy here anyway, so I won't need to come over after this. Having obtained that assurance, Yugao's steps became noticeably lighter. She hopped along like a sparrow, pulling Makoto's hand and sticking close to him, not letting anyone else hang on. Wasn't that just to save the spot so she herself could hang on? The children of the ninja world were indeed somewhat precocious, especially the girls. At such a young age, they were already starting to guard their food and had begun staking out and monopolizing their ecological niches early. What a sin. I'm only 10 years old, my bullets aren't even chambered yet. Halfway along the road, he ran into Uchiha Shisui, who was waiting off to the side. The big-eyed youth spoke gently, sorry about this, Yugao. I have a few things I want to talk to Makoto about. Who? I can't listen too. Of course you can. Then let's do it together. Better not. You two talk, I'll head back. When it came to male friends looking for Makoto, Yugao showed not the slightest hostility. It could only be said that the little girl was too young and hadn't suffered the poison of society yet. Sometimes, the one who steals your man isn't necessarily a woman, it could also be a man. Luckily, Makoto was straight, always had been. The opposite sex was the proper path, everything else was heresy. Outside the camp, by a quiet stream, 2 figures sat on the grass, admiring the moonlight in the sky. Although the moon of the ninja world was artificial, it was likewise tidally locked to the earth, so there was no difference from the lunar phases of his previous life. Makoto smiled and said, Shisui, you're not here to challenge me too, are you? Shisui shook his head, his expression serious. No. Although some within the clan hinted that I should do that, I refused. I don't know what meaning there would be in doing so. Meaning? Makoto said. Of course it would be implicit competition. If you won, you could let the Uchiha clan maximize its gains in this war's victory. Then why don't they go up themselves? In your eyes, are people from their own clan all villains? Although the Acha clan's ninjas are rather proud, they would absolutely not do something as discourteous as striking at a child from the same village. Shisue's eyes lit up. Makoto, you always manage to explain things I can't quite figure out in a simple and clear way. So, what did you come to talk to me about today? Do you remember the question Yugo asked you when I graduated? Yugo has asked plenty of questions before. Which one are you referring to? War, all about war. I want to know whether your answer is still the same as before, that you believe war will never disappear. Sure enough, the precocious little Acha liked to think about these grand questions, especially after witnessing the cruelty of war. Makoto didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked, Shisui, do you have any strong desires? Strong desires? Which aspect do you mean? Fine food, the opposite sex, wealth, strength, power, any longing in your heart for something is called desire. For example, wanting the world to be forever at peace, that, too, is a kind of desire. I see. Shisui thought for a moment, then affirmed, then I do have desires. I want the world to be at peace. Do you know, Makoto? I arrived at the Eastern Front earlier than you. Here, I saw far too many deaths, of village companions, of clan members, and of peers the same age as you and me. Some of them were even our classmates. If there were no war, I think they would all be living just fine. But if someone insists on starting a war, what would you do? Shisue's sharing and lit up, and he answered without hesitation, then defeat them and stop the war. Very good, full of spirit. But isn't the act of defeating them itself the opening of another war? Ah? This? Shisue's mind started to smoke. It felt like his CPU was seriously overclocking, and the two tomo in his eye spun rapidly. Makoto prayed inwardly, don't do this, Shisue-sensei, don't do this. If you actually pop a 3 tomo, the Acha clan won't let me off. They'll definitely tie me up and drag me back to serve as their top lecturer. Perhaps Makoto's answer wasn't quite subversive enough to overturn Shisue's understanding after all, and it ultimately failed to stimulate the emergence of a 3rd tomo. Shisui murmured, is there really no way to eliminate war? As long as there are people, there will be desire. Humans form families, clans, ninja villages, and nations, countless desires intertwine, and that becomes human society as a whole. From the individual to the nation, every group has its own interests. When those interests can't be satisfied through peaceful means, war breaks out. How do you eliminate that? The little Shisui held it in for a long while before blurting out, then eliminate everyone's desires. Makoto was stunned. How is that any different from hanging everyone on the god tree? Are people from the Acha clan all this extreme? Shisui, war won't destroy humanity, but eliminating desire would mean humanity goes extinct. When your Otsutsuki grandma hung people on trees, she at least knew to leave some behind to reproduce. You unfilial descendants just want to hang everyone. Other than that, do you have a better solution? Shisui, you have to understand one thing, solutions aren't something we children should be coming up with. That's the business of the various Koge or daimyo. Even if we found a solution, do you have the power to carry it out? So my advice to you is the same as before, train and study, strengthen your body and your mind, stand to the side and observe, and draw lessons from others' failures. Understand this, even if you find a method now, it has no meaning. If it can't satisfy the interests of stronger people, your method is nothing more than a mirage. Shisui sighed. All right, Makoto. You're right, I was overthinking it. Overthinking things, isn't that the common affliction of prodigy boys from the Acha clan? I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 76, White Natural Energy Experiment. 1821 words. Time passed in the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had gone by. On Kirigakure's side, it indeed seemed that they no longer wanted to continue fighting Konohagakure. There was little movement from them, instead, they devoted themselves wholeheartedly to clashing with Tsunagakure. On Konohagakure's side, forces on the Eastern Front began withdrawing in batches. Because the squad led by Gekko Kumomi, a jonin, included an advanced Sensora-type shinobi, they were arranged to withdraw last. In their daily routine, they mainly carried out patrol missions, roaming along the coastline, responsible for keeping a close watch on the direction of the land of water to prevent Kirigakure from making a comeback. Watching others return home one after another in high spirits, Makoto could not understand it. Everyone was doing work for Konohagakure, so why was it always that the more capable someone was, the greater the grievances they had to bear? Konohagakure had so many sensory-type shinobi, why did they always keep singling out one child like him? Fortunately, the missions were light. They only needed to make a round along the coastal areas between the Land of Waves and the Land of Whirlpools at intervals. At other times, he could train quietly. On this day, the squad had no mission. Kumomi went to visit other Jonin to maintain relationships, while Makoto and the other two trained for the entire morning. In the afternoon, they agreed to relax a bit for themselves, going to the riverside to clear their minds and put together a small wild game meal. Life was not only about war and training, there was also enjoyment. The scenery of the Land of Fire was quite good, treat it as a bit of sightseeing. Only a life that knows how to enjoy itself can truly be fulfilling. Hayate habitually started acting like an angler. Shinobi generally carry basic survival tools on their bodies, things like fishing line and fish hooks. Not only can these be used to find food in rivers and lakes in an emergency, they are also useful for setting traps. As for the fishing rod, just find a stick. Yuga had always had no interest in fishing. By the river, she carefully distinguished some wildflowers and uniquely shaped plants she had not seen around Konohagakure before, and recorded them in the notebook she carried with her. Makoto, meanwhile, was nowhere to be seen. After a while, when he came back, he was carrying 2 grey-furred wild rabbits in his hand, leading 2 wild boar piglets with a straw rope, and in his other hand he was also carrying a small cage woven from steel wire and tree branches, with quite a few insects confined inside. When Hayate and Yugao saw this, neither of them asked about it. They assumed it was simply the dinner he had gotten, only the amount was a bit too much, and those insects, were they for eating? After Makoto came to the riverside, he sat down on the grass. Without even needing to clap his hands, he silently entered sage mode. At present, he had 2 ways of utilizing white natural energy. The first was to absorb it into his body. After it was filtered by his own special consciousness entity, it would merge into his cells and consciousness, becoming nourishment that strengthened him. In theory, any ninjutsu he used was actually senjutsu. As for the second way, it was like in the previous battle, he would temporarily absorb white natural energy, without passing it through the consciousness entity for filtering, letting it enter his meridians directly and fuse together with his own chakra, using it only to increase the power of ninjutsu. With his current level of compatibility between his body and white natural energy, there was no need to pay excessive attention to the proportion between the two. If too much was absorbed, the consciousness entity would filter out the excess and return it to the body to be absorbed. The only thing that required caution was that he could not absorb several other colors of natural energy, otherwise, there was a risk of rampaging or being assimilated into a non-humanoid form. Today, he wanted to test what effect white natural energy would have on other living beings. He grabbed an insect resembling a cicada. The little thing struggled with all its might in his hand, flapping its transparent wings forcefully, looking full of fatality. Higashino Makoto infused a trace of white natural energy into its body. The insect's body shuddered once, and then it went still. Any living organism in the shinobi world contains chakra, even a cicada. Although the total amount was extremely weak, when Makoto focused his sensory perception on it, he was still able to detect it. But now, there was no reaction at all. The cicada was dead. It had not turned into a stone toad, had not become a monster, and had not transformed into a snake or a slug. The other insects that followed met the same result. Once pure white natural energy entered their bodies, the insects died on the spot. After that, he extended his sinful hand toward the rabbits and the wild boar piglets. These creatures, like humans, were placental mammals, and the amount of chakra in their bodies was not something insects could compare to. Yet after accepting white natural energy, they only struggled 2 seconds longer than the insects before kicking their legs and dying where they stood, their passing far from peaceful. By comparing the results and then recalling the sensation he felt when he first came into contact with white natural energy, it seemed that the consciousness of those animals had been broken down, or rather, annihilated. Once consciousness was annihilated, the remaining energy became part of natural energy. Born from nature, returning to nature, after the body left behind decayed, it too would be decomposed by nature. He did not know what would happen if a human came into contact with it. In future missions, he could make use of some expendable targets and run experiments to find out. They dug into the soil and took out the prepared charcoal. After lighting it, they set up an iron plate they had brought with them on top. Tonight's dinner was iron plate grilled meat. Makoto brought over the sliced meat. Half of the rabbits and wild boar piglets had been freshly slaughtered, while the other half had been killed by white natural energy. He carefully kept them separated. Uzuki Yugo had also gathered some wild vegetables, mushrooms, non-poisonous ones. She was no longer the little girl who once wished everyone dead. No fish. No fish. No fish. Important things had to be said 3 times. Hayate was a shameless, empty-handed fisherman, unable to catch even a finger-length fry. The two of them ate the freshly slaughtered meat. The slices sizzled on the oil-coated iron plate, and once seasoning was sprinkled on, the aroma rushed up. Makoto grilled 2 slices of wild boar meat that had been killed by white natural energy. After it was done, he put them into his mouth to taste, and then spat them out. There was only the taste of seasoning, none of the savory aroma of meat. The mouthfeel was hard to describe. He wanted to say it tasted like eating shit, but he had never actually eaten shit, so he could not make a proper comparison. In short, it did not resemble food at all. It seemed that after absorbing white natural energy, the wild boar piglet's body remained, but certain substances within the flesh had been annihilated along with its consciousness. Hayate cast him a puzzled glance and began to think it over. After happily eating a piece of grilled wild boar meat, Yugao asked, "Eh? Makoto, doesn't it suit your taste? I think it's really good." "No. There's something wrong with this meat. That can't be right. It tastes great to me. It's the meat on my side." "Really? I don't believe it." Makoto sensed the piece of meat he had just eaten. There was indeed no trace of white natural energy remaining in it, so he grilled 2 slices. After the girl put one into her mouth and chewed it, she spat it out as well. Peh, what is this? Isn't it all wild boar meat? How can there be such a huge difference?" Hayate ate the other slice. After spitting it out as well, he said, "If I remember correctly, that boar was the one you killed at the very beginning, right? You didn't use a blade to let it bleed, it just died suddenly. Is that the reason?" "Yes. It's an issue with the method used to kill them." Yuga did not believe it. "Even if you didn't let the blood out, it wouldn't taste this bad. Do you think I've never eaten meat with blood in it?" After thinking for a moment, Makoto said, "It has to do with my training method." He did not mention natural energy. It was not that he was keeping secrets, rather, they were still too young. Knowing about it might not be a good thing and could even harm the two of them. The little girl's interest was immediately piqued. "That powerful? Can I learn it too?" Hayate's eyes were also shining. He wanted to become as strong as his teammate as well. Yet they trained together every day, and he had never noticed anything different about Makoto. Now it seemed it was simply that they had not known. Aside from truly being a genius, their teammate's training method also appeared to have something special about it. Makoto pointed at the wild boar meat. "You're sure you want to learn? Didn't you see what happened to the rabbits and the boar? The two of them immediately wilted. They had seen the experiments as well. Whether they could learn it or not was one thing, but they definitely did not want to ascend to the afterlife on the spot." Yugao sighed and said, "So it's really that dangerous? Makoto-ni, are you all right? Do you feel anything wrong with your body?" "Don't worry. I'm fine." Judging from today's simple experiments, white natural energy was indeed a training method that belonged to him alone. Other people simply could not touch it. As for what the consequences would be if someone did touch it, that would require further experiments in the future, but most likely, it would not end much better than the wild boar. It was not only white natural energy. Any kind of natural energy was extremely dangerous. Living in this environment posed no problem, but rashly absorbing it into the body would certainly lead to a miserable end. It seemed that if he wanted the people around him to train in senjutsu, he would still have to keep searching for a solution. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 77, Chapter 77, What Ninjas Come Back to. 1718 words. Konohagakure, evening. Inside the Uzuki family's courtyard, the lights were bright. Uzuki Sakura and Higashino Megumi were preparing dinner. As they worked, the two chatted casually, letting out clear, light laughter from time to time. It was obvious they were in very good spirits. Although their respective husbands were still on the northern front, at least the war against Kirigakure had already been won, and the children had all returned safely. The food preparation was lavish. Besides some common home-style dishes, they had also brought out a barbecue table specially meant for grilling, slicing a large amount of fresh meat. It was already close to the end of August. Higashino Makoto's squad had finally finished its garrison duty and was returning to the village today. Judging by the distance between the Eastern Front and Konohagakure, at a shinobi's pace, even without traveling at full speed, a single day would be more than enough to make it home. The two had originally planned to eat at an outside barbecue restaurant, but recently, with large numbers of ninja returning, Konohagaku's consumer crowd had surged sharply. Reservations at shops everywhere were fully booked. After discussing it together, they felt it would be better to hold a dinner at home instead. The atmosphere would be much nicer that way. Unlike the Higashino residence, which was on an upper floor, the Uzuki family's house was a traditional-style building with a small courtyard. Next door lived the family of Uzuki Yugao's uncle. Her uncle was named Uzuki Yumura, a registered chunin of Konohagakure, who was also currently on the northern front. Her aunt had died on the Iwagakure battlefield 1 month before the Battle of Kanabi Bridge. Her cousin, Uzuki Shaiji, was only 6 years old and had just entered the Ninja Academy's 1st grade, and was usually looked after by Uzuki Sakura. War casualties were normal, the Uzuki family was no exception. The Higashino family had simply been relatively lucky in this war. This was everyone in the Uzuki clan. The Gecko clan had a few more members, but the difference was not large. Most of the tiny, micro-scale ninja clans in Konohagakure were like this, they simply could not be compared with those medium or large-scale clans. Calling them commoners would not be wrong. If the Higashino family had not suffered consecutive population losses in the previous 2 shinobi world wars, its size should have been about the same as the Uzuki families. For civilian shinobi households in the ninja villages, establishing a clan was extremely difficult. A single war could reduce their numbers, or even wipe out the entire family, turning the efforts of several generations into nothing. By the shinobi world's common understanding, this was the fate of ninjas. If you could not accept it, then do not become a ninja. It was around 7:30. Makoto and the other 3 arrived together. In fact, they had returned earlier, but after reaching Konohagakure, they first went to the Hokuji Tower to register and report for duty, and only then came over. Mom. As soon as she entered the house, Yugao threw herself into her mother's arms. At home, she was not that young kunoichi who could swing a blade on the battlefield without even blinking, she was a little girl who needed her mother's affection. It was a sharply split contrast, but ninjas had to get used to this kind of split. Those who could not get used to it were prone to mental problems. Good that you're back. Sakura lovingly stroked her daughter's head. The shinobi world was an extremely contradictory world. The ninjas here and the so-called ninjas of Makoto's past life Japan were 2 completely different concepts. After all, there had been no extraordinary power like chakra in his past life. Ninjas are educated from a young age to endure everything, to grow indifferent to emotions, and to become task machines that obey orders. Yet chakra is formed by the fusion of physical energy and spiritual energy. The richer one's emotions are, the stronger one's spiritual energy becomes, and the more possibilities can be unleashed, capable of creating miracles, but also of becoming obsessively uncontrollable. To deal with loss of control, it becomes necessary to emphasize the importance of family and friends, using bonds such as kinship and friendship as restraints. And then a classic question is born, if a mission and a companion fall into the water at the same time, which one do you save first? Mom, I'm back. Makoto greeted her as well. Megumi's eyes were a little moist. You're back, Makoto. You've grown taller, and better looking too. Sakura laughed. Isn't he the same as before? If anything, he's starting to look more and more like you. Looking like me is good, makes it easier to find a girlfriend later, Megumi said, then suddenly added, though it might not even be that troublesome. Our Makoto is a little hero of Konohagakure now. There's a nurse at the hospital named Mai, after she found out we share the same surname, she's been asking me about you quite often. Makoto was a bit curious. She's a nurse at the hospital? How come I never saw her before when I was there? Because she only started working recently. Her former teammates, apparently all of them died on the Eastern Front. After returning this time, she entered the hospital and is preparing to transfer and become a medical ninja. So that's how it is. Yugao puffed out her cheeks. HMPH, she's clearly several years older than Makoto, yet she's still asking around about him and can't stop thinking about him. That's really too much. Oh my, little Yugao, are you jealous? The 2 mothers exchanged a glance, then burst out laughing together. The small courtyard was instantly filled with a cheerful atmosphere, lifting everyone's spirits. But someone was not laughing. Hey, you're that Higashino Makoto from the legends, right? The one who used a dirt wall hundreds of meters high to save his companions and beat up the Kirigakure bad guys. You don't look that impressive to me. Makoto lowered his head to look. It was Yugao's cousin, Uzuki Shaiji, a little brat with a thoroughly unconvinced expression. Makoto smiled and said, yes, that's me. But the dirt wall wasn't hundreds of meters high, that would be exaggerated. It was only 30 to 40,000 meters high. You're bragging. HMPH, so rumors really can't be trusted. You're just a guy who likes to boast. If I could go to the battlefield, maybe the hero would be me. I believe you'll definitely do even better than I did. Keep it up. Makoto smiled and didn't argue with him. A hot-blooded little brat like this would behave himself after getting caught in an enemy's explosive tag traps a few times. Shige, don't be rude to our guest, Yugao said, then delivered a solid punch to her brother's head, making the little guy clutch his head and crouch defensively. I get it, sis, stop hitting me, stop hitting me. I'll get beaten stupid. Oh? Looks like there's no need for explosive tag traps, sister's fist works just as well. Who knows, if the Uzuki family had a hereditary necklace, now would be the time to put it on him. After enjoying a cheerful, lavish dinner with familiar friends and family, Makoto's mood brightened considerably. The trace of severity and gloom on his face brought on by killing on the battlefield began to fade. Sure enough, a happy environment could dissolve everything. An unfortunate fate, on the other hand, made people want to destroy everything. Unlike the past, when Konohagakure was filled everywhere with mourning, now, as he walked home with Megumi, laughter could be heard coming from many places. Sound spilled out from residential homes, from izakayas, from all kinds of eateries. The returning ninjas were either accompanying their families or gathering with friends, celebrating that they were still alive and celebrating the victory of the war. Scars were their medals, experiences were their conversation pieces. If they drank a few more cups of alcohol, there would inevitably be some bragging. Who knew what kind of bizarre image Makoto would turn into during that process? Megumi sighed. Now we're just waiting for the fighting in the north to end. Once that happens, this war will truly be over, and I won't have to worry about you all every single day anymore. Makoto reassured her. Don't worry, Mom. It will be over very soon. Judging by the normal course of events, this war would indeed come to a temporary close within the year, only temporarily, however. Makoto, perhaps the three of you in your squad will be promoted to Chunin very soon. That's much faster than it was in our day. Still, the village's Chunin record is held by that child Kakashi, so you won't exactly stand out. It should be fine. Our squad's battle merits and mission volume are sufficient, but everything still depends on the village's arrangements. When it came to Chunin, no one could really compare with Kakashi. The little white-haired kid became a Chunin at 6 years old, unprecedented for sure, and whether there would be anyone after him was unknown. In fact, as long as one's strength was sufficient, promotion to Chunin was easy. Although the Eastern Front Command did not have the authority to grant direct promotions, it bore the responsibility of observation and recommendation. Their performance during the war would be specially recorded and compiled for submission upward, including evaluations from the Jonin leading their teams. In theory, this made it possible to become a Chunin directly without going through the Chunin exams. Promotion to Jonin, however, required much more careful consideration. Kakashi becoming an official Jonin at 12 years old, aside from his hard power being sufficient, was more likely compensation for Hatake Sakumo's unexpected suicide. Makoto did not have any particular expectations regarding promotion. Being a ninja was still just being a ninja. His purpose in becoming a ninja was not for promotion, but simply to experience the life of this extraordinary profession. Relatively speaking, in his mind, the title of Genin actually sounded more earth-shattering, and losing it felt a bit of a pity. As for Chunin, wasn't that just some roadside nobody? I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 78, Promotion and Purpose. 1,760 words. At present, the village was still operating under a wartime mode. Aside from official missions issued jointly by the Land of Fire's capital and Konohagakure, no free commissions had been opened. As a result, shinobi like Makoto and the others who had returned from the front lines had little to do for the time being and could properly rest for a while. Combat-type shinobi did not need to clock in for work like the functional personnel of the village's various departments. Their work schedule was relatively flexible, while the risks were higher, their freedom and income were also greater. Even if they took a break for a year or half a year, they would not be dragged into the execution line. Those like Makoto and his group, who had made a fortune early on through C-rank missions, already had wallets bulging with money. Continuing to be shinobi was no longer simply about earning money, each of them had their own reasons. Of course, mission rewards could not be short by even a single ryo, missing even one coin was unacceptable. In the days after returning, the team did not gather again. Yugao stayed at home to properly keep her mother company, acting the part of a well-behaved daughter. At the same time, she trained her own little brother, who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, letting him experience just how terrifying a shinobi who had been on the battlefield could be. With nothing more than a single outward release of killing intent, she could make him wet his pants on the spot, making him understand just how laughable his claim that going to the battlefield would let him slaughter enemies and become a hero truly was. Shinobi possess chakra, and within chakra there is spiritual energy. That energy can genuinely cause killing intent to manifest in a real, tangible way. Hayate did not need to accompany his family. After all, his mother had been dead for many years, and his father was also his own team-leading jonin. They were together all day long, and he could enjoy the gaze of a loving father's attention at any time. What he mainly felt was the pressure from Makoto, and he wholeheartedly went to have his father help him improve his strength. The family-inherited swordsmanship, the training experience he had obtained from Maraboshi Kosuke, and wind release, vacuum sword were enough for him to train for several years. Hayate believed that as long as he thoroughly mastered these, he would be able to struggle for a few more seconds under the shadow of the great demon king Higashino Makoto. Makoto was still the same as usual. Early in the morning, he began training his body. After breakfast, he walked around and looked about, then found a quiet place to train in the second stage of chakra control and elemental nature transformation. At night, as usual, he trained in the second stage of white natural energy. Although he did not need sleep now and could also train, when his consciousness left his body, the efficiency was much higher. Even if the progress was turtle slow now, he still practiced diligently without stopping. Training had already become a part of his life. He liked this kind of rhythmic day. If he did not practice for a single day, his whole body would feel uncomfortable. The last day of August. Early in the morning, Makoto went to train his body. After returning and accompanying his mother to finish breakfast, he waited for a while before going out. Today he did not go to train, but instead met up with the team and went to the Hokage building. This was the notification received yesterday. After arriving at the Hokage building, the four of them, under the guidance of an ANBU, came to a rather empty room. The place was empty and quiet. Aside from a few calligraphy works hanging on the walls, there were only 4 middle-aged to elderly men seated behind the long desk inside. Makoto recognized them at a glance. It was Konoha's famously well-known high-level combination, the F4. The man on the left had bandages slanted around his right eye and right ear, as if he had been injured. However, both of his hands were intact, and unlike in later years, they were not yet wrapped up like a mummy and hung in front of his chest. This was naturally Shimura Danzo. Seated beside him was the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, followed in order by Mitakado Homura and Utatane Koharu. At this time, the four of them were not yet so aged. They were around 56 years old, having just stepped into middle age, an age where their remaining authority was still very much present. As soon as Team 3 entered, Kumomi bowed and greeted them. Hokage-sama, 3 Advisor-sama. In truth, aside from being the leader of Root, Danzo's official public position was Hokage assistant. However, for people like Kumomi, addressing him uniformly as an advisor was also acceptable. After all, shinobi were not like those nobles outside who were overly particular about strict etiquette. As long as the intent was conveyed, it was sufficient. Hokage-sama. Makoto and the other 2 also greeted politely. As for the other 3, a bow was enough. After all, today was only their first meeting. Among the 3 advisors, Danzo had long been operating his route in the shadows, stirring trouble throughout the shinobi world while collecting intelligence for Konoha, or eliminating certain potential threats as he himself defined them. Advisor Homura's primary duty in daily affairs was responsible for liaison between the village and the daimyo's residents. As for the specifics, it could be summed up in just 2 words: getting funds. As for what Advisor Koharu was responsible for, few people actually knew. In any case, the 3 of them rarely appeared in public. Those who could see them regularly were at least elite chunin or above. As for ordinary chunin and genin, very few even recognized them. The third Hokage was, as always, smiling amiably. He exhaled a puff of smoke and said, "Oh, look who's here. Our 3 little heroes. Kumomi, you really have a knack for leading students." Listen to how well he spoke. He even called Hayate and Yuga little heroes together, and casually praised Kumomi as well, making everyone feel as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. Then look at Danzo, wearing that stiff, deadpan face the whole time, without the slightest bit of approachability. What, do we owe you money or something? And with that attitude you still want to sit in the Hokage seat? Don't make me laugh. Hokage-sama, you flatter me, Kumomi replied. It's mainly because the academy laid a solid foundation. They themselves have talent as well. I merely did some polishing. Good, good. They are all Konoha's future, Hiruzen said with praise, then continued. Regarding your team's performance on the Kirigakyu front, we are already fully aware of it. You rendered great service. Whether in intelligence reconnaissance or in the counter-offensive against the Kiri shinobi, you played an irreplaceable role, greatly reducing allied casualties and accelerating the pace of defeating the enemy. Especially you, Makoto. You truly did not disappoint me. Your performance fully lives up to the reputation of Konoha's #1 genius of the new generation. Your team's merits have now been fully verified. As for the corresponding mission conversions and reward redemptions, you can proceed through the standard process. Makoto bowed slightly once more. Hokuji-sama, this is all what I should have done. From the very beginning, the goal of my training has been to better protect the village and my comrades. I'm very glad that I managed to do so. Good, good, truly an excellent will of fire, Hiruzen said with a satisfied nod. Then he changed the subject. In light of your performance, you have fully reached the level of Chunin. Therefore, starting today, you are no longer Genin. Gekko Hayate and Uzuki Yugo, the two of you can go register directly in a moment. If there is anything you do not understand, just ask your sensei. The two of them were delighted, but then quickly realized that the Hokuji seemed to have left out one name. There was no trace of disappointment on Makoto's face. He knew there would certainly be more to come. He just did not know what kind of scheme the third Hokuji was playing. Could it be that he was being promoted directly to Tokubetsu Jonin? Or even to full Jonin? Impossible, absolutely impossible. In terms of strength, he had no problem at all. The higher-ups must have already seen his performance in the battle reports from the assault on the Kirigakyo stronghold. With that level of combat power, he had already surpassed ordinary Jonin. The main reasons were simple. First, he was too young, promoting him to Jonin would be far too conspicuous. Second, one must not forget that the Higashino family already had 2 Jonin. If he wanted to be promoted to Jonin, he would still have to wait. Yugo spoke up anxiously, Hokuji-sama, what about Makoto? Didn't you forget him? The third Hokuji replied, of course I haven't forgotten. I simply have other ideas, though I don't know whether Makoto would be willing to help. Hokuji-sama, I am willing to comply with the village's arrangements. Good, good. It's like this, because of the war, the Chunin exams scheduled for July were suspended. After discussion, we have decided to hold a make-up exam tomorrow, September 1st. For the final one-on-one match, our country's daimyo, several important officials, and many villagers of Konoha will all be present to watch. This is a good opportunity to showcase Konoha's strength to the capital, and also to let the villagers witness the bearing of the strongest new generation genius of our village, thereby increasing their confidence in Konoha. Makoto, as one of Konoha's little heroes, you won't disappoint everyone, right? Who? Hokuji-sama, me alone. That's right. You will participate in your personal capacity, and it will be counted as an A-rank mission. I see. Then I have no problem with it, Hokuji-sama. Makoto finally understood. It turned out they were using his name for a political show. But there was nothing wrong with that. As a shinobi, going through life without ever experiencing the Chunin exams was like passing through one's youthful years without ever having a pure, innocent romance. Thinking about it left a slight sense of regret. Now, that regret was gone. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 79, The Pitiful Ucha and the Inquiry. 1,587 words. You're entering the Chunin exams alone, in your personal capacity, that's something reserved for real monsters. Hatake Kakashi became a Chunin at the age of 6. It's unclear whether he competed individually or as part of a team, but later on, in order to look after his teammates, he accompanied Obito and Rin and took the exam again. Among the single-person participants Makoto could think of, there was only one confirmed case, and that was the future paragon of filial piety, Ucha Itachi. Who? Ucha? Put that way, the third Hokuji letting him participate individually seemed to carry an impure motive. He tried asking, Hokuji-sama, could it be that, aside from me, there are others participating in the Chunin exams as individuals? The expressions with which the 3 elders of Konoha looked at Makoto carried a hint of surprise. They likely hadn't expected him to identify the issue so quickly. The third Hokuji let out a long breath of old smoke. Makoto, you really are quite sharp. That's right, besides you, there is indeed another who is entering the exam alone, Ucha Shisui. I know the two of you are very close friends. So tell me, how do you think you would feel, having a hot-blooded confrontation with your good friend under the witness of the entire village? To be honest, Hokage-sama, I'm actually rather looking forward to it. Like hell I am. You four old geezers, just how determined are you to suppress the Uchiha clan? It would be one thing if Norosuzaku, that ironclad Hokage loyalist on the front lines, pulled some strings, but even after returning to the village, you still won't let it go. People are simply too eager to improve. But when they try to climb higher, they don't have the means, so they came up with the idea that, during the tune-in exams, they would use the clan's geniuses to boost their impression points in front of national dignitaries and the villagers, and to reinforce the credit for their achievements on the Eastern Front, so that those achievements wouldn't be downplayed by people with ulterior motives. But you lot. You didn't just steal the spotlight, you doubled down and took it to the extreme. Sure enough, an Uchiha who wants to get ahead isn't a good Uchiha, they're only allowed to stay mediocre. If the ninja world had a list of the top 10 unsolved mathematical problems, one of them would definitely be, based on the battle site of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama at the Valley of the End, solve for the area of the shadow that Uchiha Madara casts in the hearts of Konohas for old men. And another would probably be to find the area of the shadow in Senju Tobirama's heart. It seemed that coming here today was mainly for the third Hokage to explain face-to-face to Makoto about participating in the exam. Just as the four of them were preparing to leave, someone jumped out. Higashino Makoto, this old man is Shimura Danzo. Makoto glanced at the third Hokage. He introduced him, Danzo is our Konoha's Hokage advisor. He has some things he wants to ask you. Danzo-sama. Danzo gave a slight nod, but then said to Kumomi, Jonin Kumomi, you may take your two disciples to handle the procedures for Chunin promotion. Kumomi gave Makoto a look, then left with a new go. Higashino Makoto, according to what we know, you developed a set of chakra defensive ninjutsu on your own. Can you introduce the development process? Aside from the sage techniques that belonged exclusively to him and constituted core secrets known to no one, the higher-ups were certainly aware of Makoto's other ninjutsu. Ninjutsu, once developed, are meant to be used and cannot be kept secret. Whether through reports from the Jonin who led teams at graduation, inquiries directed at Konoha shinobi who had seen them, interrogations of captured prisoners, or extracting intelligence from the minds of the dead, Konoha had no shortage of methods to find out. Makoto sorted through his thoughts and replied, it's like this, Danzo-sama. Because my mother is a medical special Jonin, I began reading a large number of books about the human body when I was very young. Later, through my father, I learned that during missions, a ninja might lose their life because of a single explosive tag, a kunai, or even a single shuriken. At that time, I felt that no matter how powerful our offensive capabilities as ninja might be, our bodies were far too fragile. So I kept thinking about the problem of defense. Later on, as my understanding of chakra deepened and my control improved, and combined with the basic sealing knowledge available in the Konoha library, I developed the current defensive system. Danzo showed no particular reaction and merely said, can you demonstrate it? Of course, Makoto said. After speaking, he extended his left hand and condensed, in front of him, an earth-yellow, semi-transparent chakra shield that covered his entire body. He explained, this is the defensive ninjutsu I developed, Earth Release, One Horn Great Wall. By controlling my own chakra to rapidly transform it into a shield, I use simple sealing principles to constrain its shape, while infusing it with the hardness and heaviness of the earth attribute to strengthen its defensive capability. It can effectively withstand damage from metal blades and heavy impacts. If the area is expanded, it can also protect more companions. Danzo casually tossed out a kunai. It struck the chakra shield with a sharp clang, failed to penetrate it, and fell to the floor. The defensive capability is quite good. Danzo voiced his approval, because he had added something extra to the kunai, wrapping it in wind attribute chakra. Makoto altered his ninjutsu. The shield reshaped into a hemispherical, pale blue form, completely enveloping his body. This is the defensive ninjutsu I developed, Water Release, One Horn Tranquility. The principle is the same, but what's infused into it is the fluidity and flexibility of the water attribute. It's used to defend against large-scale ninjutsu damage. Likewise, by expanding the defensive area, it can include nearby companions and protect them from ninjutsu attacks. These two ninjutsu can both have their size and shape adjusted temporarily as needed. At present, I'm experimenting with the possibility of adding the wind attribute. In the future, I'll also consider developing other chakra attributes and incorporating them to enrich this series of ninjutsu. The expressions of the four elders of Konoha were all quite positive. Look at this child, when developing ninjutsu, all he thinks about is protecting Konoha's companions. The will of fire is burning so fiercely that you'd practically need sunglasses to look at it directly. At this moment, the third Hokage spoke up. All right, Makoto. We've already gained an understanding of your ninjutsu. For certain reasons, we made you reveal the secrets of your ninjutsu. For that, I'm very sorry. It's fine, Hokage-sama, Makoto said. Do you need me to organize these ninjutsu? Or if there's anyone in the village who wants to learn them, they can come directly to me. Makoto didn't mind the two of them playing the routine of one acting tough and the other playing the conciliator. He could even contribute the ninjutsu outright. If you've got the ability, go ahead and learn them. Guaranteed, learn one, and you won't be saying a word. All right. But as for the development approach and principles behind the ninjutsu, we already understand them. There's no need for you to organize anything. As compensation, Makoto, if there's any ninjutsu you want to learn, you can tell me. I can satisfy all of them. Makoto curled his lips inward. I want impure world reincarnation. I want the dead demon consuming seal. The question is, would you dare give them to me? You didn't even mention the scroll of seals. So what, if you're not part of the Hokage's direct line, you're not qualified to see it. In fact, aside from curiosity about soul-related ninjutsu, Makoto didn't have much interest in conventional techniques. They didn't suit his combat style, and if he really wanted to, he could develop similar ninjutsu himself. Put plainly, ninjutsu are just about the control and application of chakra, and that was precisely his forte. For example, he had already figured out most of the advanced forbidden technique derived from the shadow clone jutsu, the multiple shadow clone technique. He simply hadn't used it, considering its dangers. The path he followed was one of extreme precision in attack, not Naruto's crude style of burying opponents under sheer numbers. That said, if there were benefits to be had, why refuse them? After thinking over the gaps in his own knowledge system, Makoto said, Hokage-sama, I'd like to learn more about sealing techniques. Would that be possible? Oh, of course, the third Hokage replied. Let's end things here for today. Thank you for your trouble, Makoto. I'll have someone deliver the sealing-related materials to you. Thank you, Hokage-sama, and thank you to the 3 advisors as well. Goodbye. After Makoto left, the 4 elders of Konoha each fell silent, as if pondering something. In the end, Koharu was the first to break the silence. That child's defensive ninjutsu, especially Earth Release, One-Horn Great Wall, does look remarkably similar to Tsunegakure's Chiyo's mechanical light shield seal. Do you think it could be? Shield-type defensive ninjutsu formed from chakra were extremely rare in Konoha, or even in the entire ninja world. The most famous practitioner was Chiyo of Tsunegakure. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 80, Tone. 1,726 words. As soon as Koharu finished speaking, her 3 longtime colleagues all turned their gazes toward her in unison, looking at her as if she were a fool. They had met with Makoto alone today simply to see for themselves the unique ninjutsu that this village prodigy had created on his own, and to rule out certain conjectures with only a very small likelihood. They were not here to slap on labels or seize a spy. If there were real suspicion, they would have had ANBU arrest him long ago and send him to the interrogation unit to extract information. There would be no need for the higher-ups to step in personally. This advisor also realized that her words had been highly inappropriate. I misspoke. Seeing that the 2 ninjutsu shared some similarities, I couldn't help but think a bit too much for a moment. Hiruzen said calmly, there are countless ninjutsu in the shinobi world. Similarities are perfectly normal. Our Sarutobi clan specializes in fire release, and some of our techniques are also similar to the Uchiha clan's fire release. Besides, if I were the one designing a chakra-based defensive ninjutsu, my thinking might well be similar to this child's. So what would you say then? That I also have ties to Tsunegakure. Furthermore, Chiyo's mechanical light shield block is primarily based on sealing techniques, whereas this technique is the opposite. Sealing is only a simple auxiliary component here, its core lies in changes to the nature of chakra. As Danzo aged, he grew increasingly contemptuous of these 2 old companions he had grown up with. Not only did they fail to agree with his ideology, they also repeatedly got in his way. What was more, from the current situation, it seemed that even their most basic judgment was becoming increasingly unreliable. He retorted, Koharu, you've become senile too. Would you hand this village's secret ninjutsu to a spy you dug up in another village? For that little brat from the Higashino family to be able to develop a similar defensive ninjutsu on his own, aside from proving that he really is a genius, also proves, precisely, that it's impossible for him to have had any contact with Sunagakure. If it were me, and I found such a good seed in another shinobi village, I would only kidnap him at the first opportunity. If I couldn't take him away, I'd kill him to eliminate future trouble. There would absolutely be no possibility of developing his strength. Hiruzen, Homura, and Koharu, upon hearing this, once again turned their gazes toward Danzo in unison. Was it unexpected? Not at all unexpected. This really was exactly the kind of thing Danzo could do. Or rather, people like them who gathered intelligence in other shinobi villages all thought more or less the same way. At this time, Homura, who had not spoken the whole time, said, "This child has indeed displayed unparalleled talent in creating ninjutsu. Whether it's the defensive ninjutsu he just demonstrated, or the wind release, shadowless sword, wind release, wind finger gun, or the sensory ninjutsu listed in the materials, all of it is astonishing. Most importantly, this child's love for the village, he doesn't hide anything at all. He is willing to share these precious ninjutsu so that the village can become even stronger." After hearing this, Danzo looked at him with disdain. "Homura, in the end, you haven't participated in battle for many years. Your eye for things has deteriorated severely. Don't you realize that aside from the way these ninjutsu pursue efficiency, what is truly the most formidable about them is what? That is an extremely exacting, almost harsh level of control over chakra form transformation and changes in its nature. Let me ask you, these ninjutsu, even if they're made public, how many people could actually learn them? Could you? Homura?" He did not want to speak anymore, and silently went to sit at the same table as Koharu. Hiruzen took several deep puffs of his pipe, feeling a trace of helplessness in his heart. Ever since his two companions had shifted into administrative work, their abilities and instincts as shinobi had indeed deteriorated excessively. But there was nothing to be done about that. In the end, he set the tone for today's meeting. "All right, let's put this matter to rest here. Makoto is a rare genius of Konohagakure, another outstanding result of Konoha's education after Minato and Kakashi. In the future, rein in thoughts of this kind. I do not want to hear similar claims again. Is that understood?" The three said nothing further, effectively accepting the Hokage's conclusion. At the same time, Danzo, his single eye slightly narrowed, felt somewhat displeased inwardly. What a fine genius, he had ended up benefiting that monkey. Unfortunately, that brat Higashino Makoto was not to his taste. There was no darkness in his heart, his mind was full of that monkey's so-called will of fire, making him completely impossible to control. If it were not for that, he would have seized him for himself no matter what. By comparison, the child Hatake Kakashi suited his preferences quite well. His personal experiences were steadily drawing him into darkness. It seemed it was time to swing the hoe and dig a bit, to see whether there might be a pleasant surprise. The next morning, Makoto arrived at the venue for the Chunin exams with a sense of curiosity. This counted as an entirely new experience for him, giving him a faint feeling reminiscent of sitting for the college entrance examination in his previous life. It felt quite novel. Inside the examination hall, the candidates taking part were basically all present. They were all genin from Konohagakure, and there were quite a lot of them. A single glance revealed 25 three-man teams plus 2 one-person teams, for a total of 77 people. The number was already close to that of the later multinational joint examination. This was all the result of the Shinobi Academy expanding enrollment in recent years due to the war. Makoto recognized only a small number of team members. They were all from the same graduating class as him, but as genin who had not managed to earn battlefield merit for promotion. Those he was familiar with, such as Gekko Hayate, Uzuki Yugao, Abure Muta, and Inazuka Miko, had already automatically advanced to Chunin by this point and did not need to take the exam, aside from Makoto himself and Shisui, who had been specially arranged. In wartime, as long as one's strength was sufficient, promotion for shinobi was somewhat easier than in times of peace, but it was earned by gambling with one's life. The newcomers from the same class who knew Makoto were very surprised. They could not understand why this big shot had come to take the Chunin exams. Wasn't this just increasing the difficulty for everyone else? Shisui was the most surprised of all, but he quickly recalled what had happened in the camp after the victory on the Eastern Front, and some guesses formed in his mind. Makoto waved to Shisui in a brief greeting, then began to observe the exam venue's distinctive mix of participants. Put simply, there was a sharp polarization in age. They were either children around 10 years old who had graduated not long ago, or already grown genin, with very few in between. Some candidates even had graying hair and beards. To still be struggling desperately for the title of Chunin at that age, one could only wonder how deep the obsession in their hearts truly was. At the same time, they were also the most nervous. By contrast, the younger examinees were eager to try, wearing expressions full of confidence. This was the reality faced by many lower-tier genin in Konohagakure. Their talent and potential were extremely limited, in the eyes of true experts. A chunin who was little more than roadside fodder was the ultimate goal they would struggle toward for their entire lives. Many had even already given up on the chunin exams altogether, content to remain safely at the genin rank, a position that was, in its own way, quite promising. They survived by completing low-level missions issued daily by Konohagakure and the surrounding towns. Rather than calling them shinobi, it was more accurate to say they were hired laborers with chakra, strong, durable, and good at physical work. Konohagakure had plenty of jobs to keep them alive. The village's only real expectation of them was that they marry early and have children. Perhaps a few seeds of genius might sprout by chance. Before long, only a few minutes after Makoto took his seat according to the number in his hand, the first stage of the chunin exams, the written test, officially began. Proctoring chunin distributed the test papers to each examinee. Unlike the later, more famous exam, this one had very few proctors. There were 2 stationed on each side, and 2 more on the podium together with the chief examiner. They merely watched the examinees, without writing anything down. At the same time, the requirements for this exam were also different. Written clearly on the blackboard were the conditions for passing. All 3 members of a team had to answer 8 questions correctly to qualify. In other words, if even one person in the team failed to meet the standard, the entire team would be eliminated. Makoto glanced over the test paper. There were 10 questions in total, covering several categories of knowledge that shinobi were required to master. Half of them were not particularly difficult. Anyone who had studied diligently on a regular basis would be able to answer them. But the remaining 5 questions went somewhat beyond the standard curriculum. If one had not come into contact with this material in advance during the genin stage, or deliberately studied it beforehand, there was no way to answer them. Want to get the questions right and pass the exam? Then you would have to find your own solution. It seemed that no matter the era, what the chunin written exam truly tested was everyone's ability to gather intelligence. If you could copy, that was your skill, so long as the methods were not too blatant. And gathering intelligence wasn't copying. When it came to shinobi, could that really be called copying? I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 81, Chapter 81, the chunin exam that belongs to 2 people. 1900 words. As the chief proctor announced the start, all the examinees immediately picked up their pens and began working. Everyone made the same choice: first finish the questions they knew how to do. As for the ones they did not, either think of a way themselves or rely on their teammates to figure something out. Makoto also did not do anything special. Although he knew all of these questions and could pass even without cheating, he did not rush to finish and hand in his paper early. Instead, he wrote the 5 simpler questions at a normal pace first, and then slowly worked through those questions that went beyond the syllabus. For example, the first question was a translation of a piece of high-level Konohagakure cipher text. He wrote it very slowly, stroke by stroke, with neat and easily legible handwriting. This made the middle-aged male genin sitting beside him and the girl who looked to be around 14 feel extremely fortunate in their hearts. With just a slight shift of their gaze, they could see the answers. Good thing we're sitting next to an academic prodigy of a junior, now we're saved. The same was true for the 4th question, which concerned the damage to the human body caused by mixing 3 common plant poisons, as well as the methods for rapid first aid. For a question like this, if one did not have a medical background, it really would be very difficult to answer it completely correctly. For every difficult question like these, he wrote very slowly, as if he were afraid that others might not know exactly what he had written. This was because Makoto had discovered through perception that everyone seated in the classroom was an examinee. The village had not arranged for anyone who knew the answers in advance to be mixed in among them. In the same village, they were all comrades. To ease their pressure a little, Makoto could only make some contributions for everyone. After all, Higashino-sama was a very Isashi person. He was not the aloof genius type like Kakashi. He cared a lot about Konohagakure comrades. His persona could not collapse. After everyone finished the easy questions, the quiet exam hall began to produce some noisy disturbances. In order to get the answers to the other 5 difficult questions, the examinees began to each display their own abilities. Like the girl to Makoto's right, after copying the academic prodigy's answers, she started playing with her ponytail. But she played in a very distinctive way. Her nimble hands could always use chakra to control a lock of hair into some kind of symbol, quietly passing the answers to her teammates. A very strange hair control technique. It seemed she had the potential to become Jiraiya's disciple. The middle-aged uncle on the left side was the same. After finishing the paper, his armpit started itching. While scratching, he was also using sign language to the people behind him. This was a special contact code between him and his teammates. This was still somewhat methodical. As for those guys without special means, they directly used the great art of throwing paper notes, but you're at least a ninja. Can your methods be a little more professional? Your paper ball is flying through mid-air. Did you think the Proctor Chunin's eyes were left at home and forgotten? And that brother who stuffed the answers into the hole in his shuriken, choosing to throw it from underfoot was very wise, but can you aim a little more accurately? You even stuck it into someone else's calf. Look how much it hurt that kid. For such crude methods, the Proctor Chunin did not even go through the procedure of recording 5 violations. On the spot, they eliminated the entire squad. Very quickly, an hour passed and the first written exam came to an end. Of the 25 teams, 10 were kicked out, leaving only 47 people to advance to the second exam. After that, the chief proctor of the second exam, who had just arrived, led everyone to the outside of training ground number 41, located behind the Hokage Rock. This training ground was not as large as Death Forest number 44, but it was by no means small. From 11 a.m. to 6 p.m., everyone would have to spend the entire time inside it. Outside the second examination area, Makoto looked at the slip of paper he had received and already had a clear idea in his mind. At present, a total of 15 standard 3-person teams had entered the second exam, plus 2 solo examinees, 17 teams altogether. Each team received 1 slip of paper. Besides a serial number, it also contained several strings of numbers and hint words written in high-level cipher text. The cipher itself was not difficult to crack, it was exactly the content of the first question of the first exam. If, when copying answers, you had not memorized the corresponding translations between the cipher and the text, then you would be in trouble. Those examinees who had copied the answers and then paid no further attention now wished they could rush back to the exam hall, retrieve their papers, and take another careful look. To think that the 2 exams could be linked together in this way, the person who designed this Chunin exam was truly both devious and fond of playing games. This was because the condition for passing the second exam was to find the 8 mission scrolls hidden within training ground number 41 and deliver them into the hands of the examiner stationed at the center of the forest. If you did not understand cipher decoding, then you could only snatch it from someone else's hands. Very quickly, all the teams lined up at the corresponding entrances according to the numbers on their slips. When the time came, the entrances opened, and the examinees all rushed into the forest of training ground number 41. After entering the forest, Makoto quickly recalled the situation of training ground number 41. This comprehensive training ground, several sizes smaller than the legendary Death Forest number 44, was likewise surrounded by tall steel fences to prevent people from wandering in by mistake during normal times. Its radius was only about 2 kilometers, and there were a total of 20 entrances around it. That is to say, the entire training ground lay within his perception range. Although the mission scrolls had no chakra fluctuations and were somewhat difficult to locate, Makoto's perception ability was rather peculiar. If he searched carefully, he could still find them. However, he did not plan to do that, because the slip of paper had already given the answer, which gave him a sense of enjoyment, like playing a puzzle-solving game. Makoto entered the forest from entrance No. 5, so he naturally chose the set of data that began with 5, and soon arrived at a location based on the hint on the slip. The set of data that began with 5 was 5, 17, 4, 7. None of the numbers were greater than 20, which indicated that each number represented an entrance, and each set of numbers represented a position. Therefore, the correct location should be the intersection point of the 2 straight lines formed by the 4 entrances, 5 to 17 and 4 to 7, and this should also be the mission location closest to him. The hint corresponding to this set of numbers was red in the forest. However, there were no red trees or leaves here, nor were there any red wildflowers. Makoto surveyed the trees around the mission location, then smiled faintly. His entire body was as if freed from the planet's gravity as he lightly drifted up beside a bird's nest on a large tree. This was the nest of a red-crested tree warbler, a bird species unique to the central and southern regions of the Land of Fire. It was an abandoned nest, with a small scroll pressed beneath it. The mission was successfully completed. After obtaining the scroll, Makoto immediately headed toward the center. As expected, he soon encountered a squad blocking the way. It seemed that those who could not solve the cipher were not fools either. If I can't solve it, that's fine, I can just wait by the central area of the training ground and ambush others. Why bother searching painstakingly when snatching it is faster? This was a team of genin around 15 or 16 years old, all male. The leader, a youth with black spiky hair, said excitedly, "So lucky, we ran into someone so quickly, and it's just one person." "Hey, kid, did you find a mission scroll?" Of course I did. Isn't it just a matter of using your brain? Bastard, are you mocking us? In that case, don't blame us for making a move. These low-level genin of Konohagakure had limited sources of information. Ninja was a profession that emphasized secrecy. They only knew that two little heroes had emerged on the eastern battlefield, but Konohagakure would never plaster their photos everywhere. How would ordinary ninja know what they looked like? However, his teammate still had a clear head and prompted from behind, He seems to be the other solo examinee besides the Ucha. He should be pretty strong. We'd better go rob someone else. The spiky-haired boy was unconcerned. Even if he's a genius, how strong can someone that young really be? We've been ninja for several years already, damn it. Can you show a little backbone? Makoto used the body flicker and appeared behind him in an instant. Killing intent enveloped the three of them. I think that, when you're out carrying out missions in the future, you'd better trust your teammates' judgment. Otherwise, it's very easy to die. After saying that, he vanished. The three stood there dumbfounded, trembling. Another teammate asked, Falcon, are we still going to rob people? Falcon fell silent for a moment, then pulled himself together and said, of course we are. The younger ones are all monsters. We'll look for teams with older members instead. If they're that old and still genin, their strength must be terrible. We might actually succeed. After discussing it, the three decided to change locations and continue lying in wait. Makoto arrived inside the central building hall and handed his mission scroll to the Chunin examiner responsible for registration. The examiner, along with several colleagues beside him, looked completely stunned. Someone passed already, this fast. Register your name, then wait off to the side, he said, steadying himself as he followed procedure and recorded Makoto's information. Then, less than a minute later, the few who had just steadied their nerves were stunned again. Someone else was this strong too. Who was backing this kid? One look at the clan crest on the newcomer's body, oh, an Ucha. Then it made sense. When Shisui saw Makoto, he showed an expression of as expected. After finishing the registration, he walked over. Judging by the urgency in his eyes, he probably had something he wanted to ask. Yo, Shisui. Figures this kind of exam would be no challenge for you, Makoto greeted him, quietly making a hand sign with his right hand. Aren't you the same, Makoto? Shisui understood the meaning of the hand sign, their surveillance, and likewise chose to give a normal response. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 82, Preselected Opponent. 1,579 words. Makoto leaned back against the chair, speaking lazily. What do you think, what if I went out now and dug up all those mission scrolls? That way we wouldn't have to wait so long. You're joking, right? If you did that, what meaning would the second exam have for the other teams? If you think it's troublesome, why did you even participate in the exam in the first place? With your merits, there's absolutely no need for you to do so. And you? Why are you here? It was at clan head Fugaku-sama's request. See? We're the same. Alright, let's not talk about why we're participating today. By the way, when you came over, did you run into anyone trying to block the road and snatch scrolls? How did you get through? I did. I just walked straight through, using a clone to deceive them was enough. Chunin are very important to those senpai, I didn't want to fight them and waste each other's chakra. That would only cause trouble for their subsequent actions. You really are a gentle Ucha. Makoto, you're saying that, don't tell me you personally took action and knocked down the team that tried to rob you. How could that be? Instead of worrying about others, you'd better worry about yourself. You should understand that the two of us will definitely run into each other in the later matches. Are you prepared? Shisui said with some excitement, I've been ready for a long time. I've always been looking forward to having a real fight with you, and the Chunin exam seemed like a pretty good stage. Look, no matter whether an Ucha's personality was cold and arrogant, or gentle and approachable like Shisui, in essence, they were still that battle clan. Thinking of the Fire Daimyo and the nobles and officials of the Land of Fire who would come to watch, Makoto agreed. It really is a pretty good stage. But if you lose, when you go back, you won't get beaten by Fugaku-sama, will you? Ucha Shisui. A perfectly good fight between friends, packed full of bonds, why does it sound, coming out of your mouth, like neighborhood kids getting into a street brawl? The two of them chatted nonsense over there, making the few working Chunin exam proctors' eyelids twitch like crazy. Show some proper respect for the Chunin exams, you bastards. Why don't you have even a shred of nervousness? The scroll-snatching battle that had originally been designed, why did it become, with you two, as simple as going to the roadside to pick a handful of wild grass? Could this be the world of geniuses? Well then, they were really sorry, but it was a world they couldn't understand at all. As time passed, the situation outside quickly grew lively. The more meticulous teams had already found all the scrolls, and then fell into a troublesome predicament, teams blocking the road ahead to rob them, and pursuers biting down tight from behind. 8 scrolls had been reduced to 6. With 15 teams, how were they supposed to be divided? Of course, by fighting. Whoever won would take them. Thus, a massive melee erupted outside the central building of Training Ground number 41. This could also be considered a preliminary round. Only the final victors would be qualified to enter the third exam and, in the Konoha arena, display their team's strength to the villagers. At this moment, all the Chunin responsible for maintaining order at the exam site had gathered outside to keep watch, lest someone die accidentally in the chaos. This was different from the multinational joint Chunin exams. Because this exam was hosted by the village itself and everyone involved were comrades, killing opponents was not permitted. If someone were to die accidentally, how would the Will of Fire be promoted? Konoha wasn't some deranged mist village, it didn't practice that death elimination nonsense. After a lengthy period of fierce fighting, 4 teams ultimately succeeded in obtaining scrolls, breaking into the building, and completing registration. Why only 4 teams? Because 2 of the scrolls had been destroyed during the fighting, and destroyed deliberately at that. 2 overage teams, seeing that they were about to lose their scrolls, adopted a double loss mentality of if I can't have it, neither can you, and directly chose the most foolish course of action. When carrying out missions outside the village, if forced to face ninja from other villages, doing this in unavoidable circumstances, destroying mission items so the enemy couldn't obtain them, wouldn't earn you any criticism. But to do this during a Chunin exam held by one's own village suggested that these people were somewhat too extreme, classic behavior that harmed others without benefiting themselves, with an extremely low purity of the Will of Fire. Naturally, the 2 teams that had destroyed the scrolls received severe warnings, and their evaluations within the Konoha ninja system plummeted drastically. It was foreseeable that they would never be promoted to Chunin for the rest of their lives. A ninja who cannot properly protect mission items is not a qualified ninja. A selfish and self-serving disposition is even less likely to become a reliable force capable of protecting comrades and the village. Makoto and Shisui listened as the chief examiner used those 2 teams as negative examples to lecture everyone, and inwardly they were utterly speechless. Those 2 teams, are they idiots? Once everything was finalized, the third Hokage appeared before everyone. Congratulations, you have passed the second stage of the Chunin exams. I am pleased with the strength and ninja conduct you demonstrated in the scroll-snatching battle. You are all Konoha's future, and the Will of Fire will continue to be passed on through you. Long live the Will of Fire. Long live the Hokage-sama. Hokage-sama, we will continue to work hard. The genin below were stirred to boiling blood by just a few words from the third Hokage, wishing they could begin the third exam immediately. Makoto was just as inexplicably excited as everyone else. After all, in life, the most important thing is to grasp the right degree, one must fit in. At this moment, the chief examiner for this stage wheeled out a mobile blackboard. The third stage of the exam will be held 5 days from now on September 7th, at the circular arena in the center of Konoha. This will be a team-based group battle between squads. We have already arranged your respective opponents according to everyone's strength. As for what preparations you should make over the next few days, I don't think anyone needs to remind you. Makoto examined it carefully. Sure enough, the 4 teams were paired off against each other, and his opponent was Shisui, scheduled for the final match. Good grief. In later multinational joint exams, they would at least put on a show with electronic screens and a lottery draw. This time, they just directly assigned predetermined opponents, no acting at all. Makoto and Shisui exchanged a glance. Neither of them was surprised. The third Hokage concluded, all right, the second stage of the exam ends here. Go back and rest well. In 5 days, strive to face your respective matches in your best condition. When they came out together with Shisui, they ran into Hayate and the other 2 waiting outside for Makoto. As teammates, they naturally came to check on the progress of the Chunin exams. Yugo asked, Makoto, Shisui, you passed the second stage, right? Hayate answered for them, with Makoto and Shisui's strength, there was never any doubt. Then who are your opponents in the third stage? Seeing the 2 exchange a glance, Yugo said in surprise, don't tell me the 2 people who entered the exam individually ended up facing each other, could it really be that coincidental? Makoto spread his hands. Isn't it unexpected? It really is that coincidental. Kumomi glanced at Shisui and said, well, just as expected. Let's go next, you can prepare for the match a few days from now. This isn't just a battle between the two of you. Yuga looked completely puzzled. What, was there some inside story she didn't know about? That evening, when Higashino Megumi returned from work, she also asked about the third stage of the exam. Although she didn't understand why the Hokage would go out of his way to have her son participate in the Chunin exams given his battle merits, she was still very concerned about how things were going. So, Makoto, which team is your opponent? Is it Shisui? So it's that child. Megumi seemed to understand something and abruptly changed the subject. By the way, there have been some strange rumors circulating in the village these days. Makoto asked curiously, what kind of rumors? It seems some people are discussing Konoha's gains and losses in this war, saying that the higher-ups were too lenient toward Tsunagakure after their surrender, and that Iwagakure has still not signed a peace treaty. It appears some believe that as the third Hokage has grown older, his temperament has become somewhat indecisive, and that he can no longer secure sufficient benefits for Konoha. Now, people are even talking about candidates for the next Hokage. Oh, right, apparently the head of the Uchiha clan is also one of the candidates. Makoto looked at his mother and smiled. That's exactly why my opponent is Uchiha Shisui. Honestly, why does it have to be you? Megumi voiced her displeasure. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 83, the third round of the Chunin exams, pi. 1,644 words. Over the next few days, Makoto did not change his usual daily routine. While the other squads carried out their regular training and tactical drills, they also had to gather intelligence on their opponents. Makoto did not need to do so. Although Shisui was already far stronger than most people of his age, he was still not absurdly overpowered. He was not yet the fully realized Shisui who would later cut down the Kiri Shinobi to the point of making them doubt their own lives. Because of his age, his Sharingan was still hovering at the Tsutomu stage. After all, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village was still in its usual state and had not yet developed into the later phase where violent rebellion was contemplated. It could even be said that, because there was hope of competing for the position of the fourth Hokage, this was the period when the flame of hope burned most fiercely in the hearts of the Uchiha shinobi. And then, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. The relationship between the two sides deteriorated steadily, until the outbreak of the Ninetales incident, when it became irreversibly hostile. At the same time, Shisui, who cared deeply about the relationship between the clan and the village, would, amid this torment, experience rapid growth in strength. The cursed eye, this was simply the kind of mentality-warping path its growth entailed. During these few days, whenever Makoto occasionally wandered around the village, he would often see groups of palanquins accompanied by large numbers of attendants and guards, entering Konohagakure in imposing formations through the main gate. All of them were powerful nobles of the Land of Fire, invited by the Hokage to observe the third-round team matches of this Chunin exam. People bring consumption with them. Over these past few days, Konohagakure had visibly grown more prosperous, the merchants were all beaming, and it was obvious they had made quite a bit of profit. Although the fighting in the north had not yet ended, Konohagakure seemed to have already begun recovering from the wartime slump, little by little regaining its vitality. It seemed that holding this exam had significant positive meaning for the higher-ups. At the very least, it could let everyone quickly shake off that kind of mournful atmosphere, pull themselves together, and get back on their feet. After all, life always has to go on. It was just that Makoto felt those powerful nobles, whether daimyo or aristocrats, were actually still riding in ox carts. Even if the oxen and the carriages were decorated in an imposing, luxurious way, the overall vibe was still unbelievably low class. What a strange world. On the 7th, aside from leaving personnel behind for necessary post assignments, Konohagakure gave many departments a one-day holiday, including the ninja academy and the hospital. In the morning, after Makoto happily finished breakfast and rested for a while, he went out together with his mother, Higashino Megumi, heading for the circular arena in the center of Konohagakure. This arena was not far from the Hokage Tower. It was a landmark building in the village center, and it was also the venue for hosting all kinds of important public events. In times of peace, Konohagakure had two fixed Chunin exams each year, one in early July in mid-year, and one in early December at year's end, but only for Chunin exams of major significance would the final round of team or individual confrontation be arranged here. For example, the exam that was restarted after this victory in the war against Kirigakure used to boost the confidence of the villagers and the powerful nobles of the Land of Fire. For example, the future Chunin exam jointly hosted by Konohagakure and Sunagakure. Under normal circumstances, Chunin exams do not carry any particular political significance, so they do not enjoy such a high level of attention. There were many seats around the arena, and if Konohagakure residents had the time, they could all come to watch. Most importantly, there was no admission fee, so no matter whether the matches were exciting or not, it was always worth the price of the ticket. Bloodthirsty spectators rejoiced. At the intersection, the 3 members of Kumomi's team and Uzuki Sakura were waiting for them. After everyone gathered together, Sakura looked at the villagers heading toward the arena in small groups and sighed with emotion. The Hokuge-sama's decision to hold this exam was really wise. The atmosphere in the village has clearly improved a lot. It feels like things have gone back to how they were before the war broke out. Megumi was also in a good mood. It will return to how it used to be. The war is almost over. Kumomi did not say anything, but inwardly he did not agree with their view. The war was not over yet, and trouble could flare up again at any moment. In this war, the number of shinobi Konohagakure had lost had nearly reached the combined total of the previous 2 wars. For the village to recover to its pre-war prosperity, it would probably take at least 10 or 20 years. He was a rational shinobi. Unlike some people in the village, he was not blindly optimistic, and he was always mentally prepared for sudden changes in the situation. Yugao could not be bothered with any of that. Right now, she felt quite regretful. If I'd known, I wouldn't have directly been promoted to Chunin. I also wanted to take part in the exam under the eyes of so many people. Hate felt the same way. Everyone was only around 10 years old, who wouldn't want to stand out in front of all of Konohagakure. But when he thought of what his father had said to him at home, the Hokuge's reason for letting Makoto participate in the exam alone, he knew that many things had been deliberately arranged by those above. Even if he wanted to take part, he would not have the opportunity. After arriving at the arena, Megumi and the others went straight to the spectator stands, while Makoto headed to the waiting room for the participating teams. Here, all for Konoha Genin squads had already arrived. The atmosphere among them was fairly relaxed. After all, they were all shinobi from the same village, and quite a few of them were even classmates. Yes, the members of these 4 squads were not very old, around 13 or 14 years of age. As for the older teams that had entered this Chunin exam, they had all been eliminated. This was simply how the ninja world worked. If you lacked talent, then no matter how long you trained, you would still not measure up to students who had only graduated a few years ago. In fact, these squads were still considered middle to lower tier among their peers. Those with truly good talent had long since become Chunin or even Jonin. When this squad saw Makoto enter, they all looked over with curious gazes. After all, at this point, Makoto could be considered something of a minor celebrity among the Konoha shinobi. Before long, Shisui arrived as well. After nodding to everyone in greeting, he sat down beside Makoto without saying anything. His expression, however, could not hide his excitement and a trace of nervousness. He seemed brimming with fighting spirit. Acha, after all, battle truly flowed in their blood. The time reached around 8:50 a.m. A flash of yellow light appeared, and the chief examiner of the 3rd round of the Chunin exams materialized in the arena. The surrounding spectators immediately erupted into enthusiastic cheers. From time to time, people shouted titles like a yellow flash and hero of Konoha. Even the squads waiting in the waiting room crowded toward the windows to catch a glimpse of the hero, their faces flushed with excitement. Makoto was also stunned for a moment. He had not expected the person presiding over the 3rd round of the exam to be Namikaze Minato. The 3rd Hokage really knew how to pick his timing. On second thought, it made sense. With the northern front at a stalemate, having Jiraiya oversee things was sufficient, while Namikaze Minato frequently traveled between the village and the front lines. And opportunities like today, appearing in front of the villagers and the high-ranking nobles of the Land of Fire, were something Sarutobi Hiruzen would naturally never pass up as a chance to showcase Konoha's a little son and war hero. It seemed that, in his mind, the choice for the next Hokage had long since been decided. Orochimaru, Fugaku. Damn it, this reeks of backstage manipulation. Namikaze Minato. Perhaps, in this little son's heart, coming back to spend time with his girlfriend was what mattered most. Building up impression points in front of the villagers and the nation's upper echelons. That was just a bonus. After accepting the villagers' cheers, Minato, wearing a flawless, sunny smile, beckoned to the participating teams. Makoto and the others leapt down, arriving at his side. Minato looked at them and said, "Well then, today you're all the protagonists. Come on, introduce yourselves to everyone and say hello." Like the others, Makoto raised both hands to gesture toward the surroundings, but what he was thinking was, brother, you're the real protagonist. Didn't you see that the moment you showed up, we all turned into roadside extras? Jiraiya was right, Namake's Minato was a perfect ninja. Compared to him, any other ninja would pale by comparison. Makoto felt that this assessment was accurate. In terms of strength, he might surpass him in the future, but in his heart, he would never be able to be as radiant as he was. This was someone who killed without hesitation, who walked in darkness, yet would never be tainted by that darkness. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 84, the third round of the tune-in exams, 2. 1930 words. At exactly 9 o'clock, the third round of the tune-in exams officially began. The first to step up as a warm-up were two unfamiliar genin teams. Makoto had never heard the names of anyone on these two squads, which was perfectly normal. Konohagakure had tens of thousands of shinobi in total, even counting both his past and present lives, he only remembered a small fraction of them. However, none of the 6 were weak. Their taijutsu was solid, their ninja tool throwing was precise, and each of them even mastered 1 or 2 C-rank ninjutsu. Compared to those career genin who muddled along for years knowing nothing beyond the 3 basic techniques, and perhaps not even a single C-rank or higher ninjutsu, these people possess genuine chunin level strength. At the same time, this was also the typical standard of most chunin in Konohagakure. It was obvious that both teams had made corresponding tactical preparations during the 5 days before the match. Their offense and defense were well organized, without panic, and their combat awareness was on point. The two teams first followed convention with a round of mutual ninja tool exchanges. When that proved ineffective, they immediately closed in and engaged in close-quarters combat, fighting with kunai in hand. As it turned out, both sides employed the same tactics. One teammate proficient in taijutsu served as the main attacker, while the other two provided support from the sides. With little difference in overall strength, neither side could break through the other's formation and coordination. Afterward, the two sides exchanged another round of ninjutsu. These were all low-level, commonly used elemental techniques, slow to activate and lacking in power. Although they left everyone looking somewhat disheveled, all attacks were avoided, and no victor was decided. Using explosive tags isn't allowed in this kind of match, so if they kept fighting like this, they would have to wait until one side ran out of chakra before they could determine a winner. But shinobi are not martial fanatics. They do not pursue the thrill of battle, they only care about quickly dealing with the opponent and securing victory. After both sides separated once again, someone on the all-male squad took advantage of the opening and threw several smoke bombs at the other side. As the opponent sprang back to evade, another person used a low-level wind release technique to blow the smoke over. Their opponents were immediately covered by the smoke and let out violent coughing sounds. It turned out these smoke bombs were specially made, not only could they block vision, they were also laced with something. The all-male squad immediately took the opportunity to fling a handful of ninja tools into the smoke, stabbing their opponents until they cried out in pain again and again. Just as they thought they were about to win and relaxed in their hearts, a kunoichi among the opponents charged out of the smoke and, with all her strength, cast a simple genjutsu on them. This is my last chakra, go! My most prideful ninjutsu, success or failure will be decided in this one move. Genjutsu, Hell Viewing Technique. A simple D-rank genjutsu that allows the afflicted to see the fear in their heart. Its circulation is very broad, and many shinobi know it. Although the all-male squad quickly broke free, it was already too late. Kunai had already been set against their necks. Shinobi combat is like this, a momentary mistake can decide the outcome. High speed, high offense, relatively low defense, and an extremely low margin for error. Not only that, 2 of the male shinobi on the opposing side were wearing simple gas masks over their heads. The kunoichi must have had one as well, she had simply removed it in advance in order to let the genjutsu achieve maximum effect. Low-level ninja combat is, at its core, a battle of information. Clearly, when the special smoke bombs were purchased, information had already leaked, and the opponents had made preparations. Moreover, the fact that someone on the other team could use genjutsu was information the all-male squad did not possess. Those 2 information gaps were then seized upon by the opponents, allowing them to turn defeat into victory. Namake's Minato used the body flicker and appeared instantly between the 2 sides, separating them, while loudly announcing, the outcome has been decided. The victors are the team of Kobayashi Yuko, Sugisho, and Ishihara Tetsu. The winners cheered loudly, while the losers hung their heads in dejection. Minato smiled and softly comforted them, saying, "Don't be discouraged. Your tactical arrangements were good, and the battle was exciting. You have real strength, but in the future, pay attention to protecting your information. We'll keep working hard, Minato-sama. The three of them immediately turned from gloom to joy and cheered up as well. Minato merely spread a bit of his sunny smile and offered a few words of comfort, successfully driving away the shadow of defeat lingering in the juniors' hearts. Worthy of being Konoha's little son. As for the people present who were not shinobi, what would Konoha's ordinary civilians know about tactics or ninjutsu? The ninja on the field fought hard, and the audience watched with great enjoyment. That was enough. As Minato announced the victors, earth-shaking cheers erupted throughout the arena. This time, even if the next two matches were nothing but flashy but ineffective displays, it wouldn't matter. This opening bout alone had already been worth the price of admission. What? The matches are free? Then is my time worthless? The shinobi mixed in among the crowd showed little reaction. This was a fairly ordinary Chunin level battle, the kind they had seen many times before. On the other hand, in one of the stands, academy students who had been brought by their teachers to see the world watched with their blood surging, so excited they wished they could jump down, kick the competing sides away, and personally have a legendary duel with their own class's destined rival. They had the desire, but not the courage. On the main viewing platform, the daimyo, wearing a strange headdress and heavy makeup to conceal the marks of age, covered his mouth with an exquisite fan and said, oh my, what a splendid match. Watching it made my heart beat much faster. The third Hokage seated beside him nodded in agreement and said, it was indeed quite good. However, the truly exciting parts are still to come. Daimyo-sama, you must keep your state of mind steady and not get overly excited. The elderly legitimate eldest son accompanying the daimyo wished with all his heart that his father's heart would leap out of his mouth and that he would die on the spot. The old bastard lives far too well, why isn't he dead yet? I've been that young lord for 40 damn years already. Truly admirable filial piety. Soon, as the first bout came to an end, the participants for the second match stepped into the center of the arena at Minato's signal. Makoto could recognize about half of the people in these two squads by comparing their names with the materials. One of the teams was, likewise, composed entirely of male shinobi. Every member wore a ninja hood, and although the leader looked as though he was still underage, he had a ferocious, menacing air, someone who clearly was not easy to deal with. This fellow was named Marino Ibiki, who would later become the captain of Konoha's interrogation unit. His teammate was even more extreme. Not only was his head wrapped up, even his eyes were covered. His name was Tobitake Tombo, and it seemed he had great confidence in his own sensory abilities. The final member of that team was someone Makoto did not recognize. In the other team, the most eye-catching figure was a small, handsome young man with green hair. Although he was also wearing a ninja hood, the color of his hair was far too striking. His name was Rokusho Aoi. Higashino Makoto had some impression of him, but for the moment could not recall his future information. That team's remaining two members, one male and one female, were strangers. What stood out about this squad was their looks, all handsome men and beautiful women, drawing a round of whistles from the audience. Judging by this, even if they failed to become Chunin, they could still form a group and debut on the spot. With a command from Minato, the second match of the third round of the Chunin exams officially began. As usual, both sides opened with a rapid exchange of ninja tools. Although no results were achieved, any competent shinobi could tell that these two teams were stronger than the previous ones. In the subsequent close-quarters clash, the six fought to a stalemate. Even so, they maintained their formations without disorder, their fundamentals steady. After separating once more, both sides tacitly used ninjutsu to force the other to reposition and create openings. However, Rokusho Aoi's attainments in ninjutsu were clearly higher. He specialized in water release. Several low-level water release ninjutsu were used with great proficiency, both their power and timing were well judged, making Ibiki's team extremely uncomfortable. It looked as though, if they did not come up with a better way to respond, defeat was only a matter of time. Aoi was an extremely proud and self-confident person. He had even already begun savoring the taste of victory in his mind. I haven't even exerted myself yet, and you've already fallen. JPG. But just at that moment, Ibiki, who had been hiding behind his teammates, quietly completed his hand seals. Summoning, Torture Chamber. This was a ninja tool type summoning. The summoning tools were prepared in advance, then called forth during battle to catch the enemy completely off guard. Around Aoi's team, 6 metal pillars suddenly rose from the ground. From within each pillar, several thin steel wires shot out, connecting with one another and weaving into a web-like prison. The 3 members of Aoi's team were instantly trapped in the center. Thin steel wires bound their hands, feet, and bodies. The slightest movement caused the wires to bite into flesh, producing excruciating pain. The 3 members of Ibuki's team leapt onto the metal pillars, all gripping kunai and shuriken in their hands. If these had been enemies, the fate of those trapped would naturally have been to be riddled full of holes. The outcome was decided. Minato announced the result in a timely manner. Hearing this, Ibuki broke into a happy grin, one so ugly it looked worse than crying. It would have been better if he had kept the deadpan expression he had at the start, that at least carried a colder kind of menace. He released the summoning with a set of hand seals, and the 3 from Aoi's side regained their freedom. However, the way this guy looked at Ibuki was far from friendly. He always felt that his own raw strength was greater, but that he had been outplayed by this fellow. In the waiting area, Makoto finally remembered Aoi's information as well. It seemed that later on he would become a rogue ninja, flee to the Rain Village, and make his way up to Jonin there. At the same time, before leaving, he would steal the second Hokage's Thunder God sword, and, incidentally, drag his own student down with him. That student was named Marino Idate, Marino Ibuki's younger brother. Well then, case solved. This grudge had just been firmly established, hadn't it? I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 85, the third round of the Chunin exams, 3. 1850 words. At the center of the arena, the scattered ninja tools had already been collected by the 2 participating teams. After all, those things were not cheap. If they could be recovered, they should be recovered. Ninja money did not come blowing in on the wind. However, the traces left by ninjutsu were still visible on the field. A Konoha AMBU ninja proficient in earth release stepped forward and used a simple ninjutsu to level the ground. Minato looked toward the direction of the waiting room. He knew that inside were 2 of Konoha's new generation of geniuses, and that this rescheduled Chunin exam had, at the very beginning, perhaps been intended by the Hokage as a way to dispel the atmosphere of grief hanging over the village's residents. But after Shisui registered to participate alone, the meaning of the exam changed. Taking advantage of the situation, the Konoha higher-ups then invited Makoto to respond. Now, on the surface, this Chunin exam had already become a stage for just 2 people. Yet behind the scenes, it had instead turned into a means for the higher-ups to test their strength against the Uchiha clan. Minato was not only outstanding in ninja talent, he also lacked no political acumen. He sighed softly to himself. Indeed, the relationship between the village's leadership and Konoha's foremost noble clan was truly complex. He wondered whether, if he were to realize his dream of becoming Hokage, he would be able to handle these troublesome matters properly. Just thinking about it made his head go bald. Well then, for now, let's hand the stage over to these 2 outstanding juniors, Minato muttered to himself. Then he called out toward the waiting room, come down, it's your turn. Makoto said upon hearing this, let's go, Shisui. It's our turn to go on. Shisui responded softly. From the way he looked, it seemed he was suppressing the excitement in his heart. After they arrived at the center of the arena, Minato said, state your names. Higashino Makoto. Uchiha Shisui. This was treatment that the 2 teams before them did not receive. After the 2 of them spoke, their voices were transmitted through the amplification equipment to the stands. The villagers and shinobi who did not recognize them immediately knew who they were as soon as they heard the names. So it's them. Could it be? That's right, it's them. Yes, the 2 little heroes who have been rumored about in the village recently, who defeated Kirigakyu on the Eastern Front. The villagers would not care whether it was true or not. After seeing the 2 heroes from the legends, they immediately stirred up an even higher wave of cheers, the roar continuing without end. Minato looked at the 2 of them, but his attention was more on Shisui. The other party's Uchiha identity made him think of his former student, but Obito was different from Shisui, who had already shown the name of a genius at the age of 10, he was a thoroughly hot-blooded fool. Although he had also obtained the title of hero on the battlefield where Konoha defeated Iwagakure, he paid the price of his life. He hoped that this new Uchiha hero could grow up smoothly. He himself actually had a fairly good relationship with the Uchiha clan. On the main viewing stand, when the daimyo saw that only 2 people had appeared in the arena, he asked in confusion, oh my, wasn't it supposed to be a confrontation between squads? Why are there only 2 people now? Third Hokage explained, because they registered individually to participate in the Chunin exams. These are Konoha's 2 most outstanding geniuses of the new generation. I believe their match will satisfy your excellency. Is that so? then that really is something to look forward to. Oh, ho, ho, ho. However, the daimyo's legitimate son beside him was thinking of something else entirely. If these ninja geniuses could all come under his command and acknowledge him as their lord, then would there still be any need for Konoha to exist? Force, after all, only brings peace of mind when it is held firmly in one's own hands. Seeing that the atmosphere had been fully built up, Minato extended his right hand horizontally between the two of them. Then, let the match that belongs to you begin now. After speaking, he swept his right hand downward and instantly vanished, yielding the stage. Makoto and Shisui formed the opposing seal. Then Shisui said, "Makoto, ever since I got to know you, I've known how formidable you are. Every time we crossed hands at the Ninja Academy, I could tell that you never used your full strength. Because of that, I have been training relentlessly, whether it was the chakra nature training techniques you taught me, or the various ninjutsu passed down by my clan, I have spared no effort in mastering them. All along, I've wanted to see just how great the gap between us really is. And today may be the day to finally uncover the answer that has been in my heart." "Oh," Makoto said. "That's quite a hot-blooded declaration. In that case, what are you still waiting for? Begin. Let me see whether you can truly do it." After the two of them finished speaking, they suddenly pulled back a short distance at the same time. Their hands moved in unison toward their ninja tool pouches, and immediately 8 shuriken flew out of their grips. Clink, 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 clink tilde. The shuriken collided with one another with precise accuracy at high speed in midair, producing crisp collision sounds. Both sides had infused them with wind-release chakra, making the ninja tool's flight speed unbelievably fast. Those without sufficient eyesight could not see them clearly at all, hearing only the sounds of impact. Makoto's ninja tool throwing was not flashy, what he pursued was speed, accuracy, and lethality. Although Shisui's wind-release chakra nature training was not as strong as Makoto's, it was at least enough to ensure that his shuriken could block the opponent's attacks without being sliced apart. At the same time, as a member of a clan that liked to employ fancy ninja tool techniques, the shuriken Shisui launched were not limited to just 8. There were also 4 concealed beneath them that changed direction midway, attacking the opponent from the left and right flanks. Makoto leapt forward to evade the shuriken, closing the distance between himself and Shisui, while simultaneously drawing the short blade from his back and slashing toward his old friend. Shisui instantly drew his blade to block. Both of them poured chakra into their swords, protecting the blades while increasing their sharpness. Immediately afterward, the two sides began exchanging blade strikes. Shisui activated his Tutomo Sharingan right from the start, greatly enhancing his dynamic vision. His attack speed and neural reactions were extremely astonishing. Although Makoto did not possess any particularly advantageous eyes, his body, nourished by natural energy, had dynamic vision and reaction speed that were likewise not weak, allowing him to handle the exchange with ease. Shisui could tell that his friend still had not gone all out, and he could not help but feel somewhat discouraged. At the same time, a stubborn unwillingness to admit defeat arose in his heart. "I need to be a bit faster. Maybe if I'm just a little faster, I can suppress him." The two of them moved through the arena like gusts of wind, their blade strikes flashing like lightning. The speed was so astonishing that even many capable shinobi watching could not help but cry out in amazement. "Ordinary villagers, I can't see anything at all anymore. Hey! Are you two monsters or something? Could you slow down a bit? We came to watch a match, not to watch you two run around the arena like lunatics." After exchanging blows for a while, Shisui felt that this approach would not work, because his breathing was beginning to grow unsteady. He knew that in terms of physical strength, endurance, and chakra reserves, he was no match for Makoto. If things continued like this, he would soon be defeated. But how could he possibly be defeated so easily? Shisui exerted all his strength to knock Makoto's weapon aside with a single slash. Then his left hand flicked out at extreme speed, sending 4 kunai flying to block Makoto's pursuit, while he himself rapidly formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. After batting away the kunai that came at him, Makoto saw the Uchiha clan signature ninjutsu come straight toward his face. But in his eyes, the fireball speed was still far too slow. That was why Makoto did not like attack-type ninjutsu that were expelled from the mouth. He only occasionally used defensive ones. In order to give the great fireball technique, which had never actually hit anyone, a confirmed hit on record, and also to enhance the spectacle of this match, Makoto did not dodge. He stood his ground and took the ninjutsu head-on. His body was instantly engulfed by raging flames. His figure could not be seen at all, as if he had completely failed to evade that ninjutsu. The spectators in the arena shifted in an instant from absolute silence to agitation, erupting into loud clamorous noise. No way. How did he not dodge it? It's over, our Konoha hero killed another hero. Murder! Murder! Minato's body moved slightly, but he quickly returned to his original posture and did not step forward to intervene. As the flames dispersed, Makoto's figure was revealed. His entire body was enveloped within a spherical, pale blue chakra defensive barrier. Minato looked at this defensive ninjutsu with curiosity. Before agreeing to serve as the chief examiner for the third match of the Chunin exams, he had of course reviewed the relevant materials and was aware of the series of ninjutsu Makoto had developed. It truly was remarkable, being able to take the fire release, great fireball technique head-on without suffering the slightest injury. It was very practical, though the difficulty of learning it was perhaps a bit too high. Besides, he did not yet possess a water attribute. If he wanted to learn it, he would first have to develop that attribute through training. Forget it, better to continue grinding away at the subsequent variants of the Rasengan. Spiraling Flash Super Round Dance Howl, 4th form, Wind Arrow Sword Dance. He had even prepared the flashy name already, yet he still had not managed to integrate the wind attribute, which made things a little awkward. The Konoha shinobi watching the match naturally also noticed the wonder of Makoto's ninjutsu. They wanted to learn it, but it looked extremely difficult. As for the ordinary villagers, they could not understand any of it. They only felt that the turnaround had come far too quickly, finding it immensely satisfying. The cheers rose higher and higher, wave after wave. At this point, even if the great fireball had hit them instead, it would have been worth it. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 86, the third round of the Chunin exams, 4. 1823 words. The flames dissipated, and Makoto smoothly dispelled the defensive ninjutsu one-horn tranquility, wiping his forehead where there was no sweat. Seriously dangerous. Good thing I used wind release to vent the hot steam, otherwise, I'd have been steamed to death. Were you planning to boil me and eat me, Shisui? No, Makoto. I just want to defeat you, but it looks difficult, Shisui replied, his chest rising and falling rapidly as he panted heavily. After all, he was still young. His body couldn't compare to Makoto's brute endurance. The prolonged, high-speed exchange of sword techniques had drained him severely. By contrast, Makoto's breathing had remained steady the entire time, with no sign of flagging stamina. That was why the great fireball technique had actually been used to buy himself a moment to catch his breath. Fire release, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. Shisui, who had just been gasping for air, suddenly formed hand seals. More than a dozen fireballs burst from his mouth, flying at extreme speed and closing in on Makoto from every angle. In order to secure victory, Shisui had started using some small tactics, but since everyone here was a shinobi, there was no such thing as despicable. Makoto opened One Horn Tranquility once again, blocking the Phoenix Sage Fire outside. At that moment, Shisui completed another set of hand seals, slammed both hands onto the ground, and two streaks of lightning shot forward from the earth like flashes, attacking his opponent. Lightning Release, Ground Walk. Shisui possessed the lightning attribute, and with the Acha clan's extensive ninjutsu repository allowing him to learn freely, his use of lightning release was hardly surprising. Unexpectedly, this lightning release came far too fast. It had traveled along two steel wires. Those were attached to the kunai Shisui had thrown earlier, set lower down, and Makoto had casually slapped them down at his feet. At the time, he saw the wires and thought they were part of the opponent's method for manipulating shuriken, so he stayed on guard. He hadn't expected them to be used to conduct lightning release instead, which greatly increased the speed of the lightning release attack. As everyone knows, ninjutsu imitates various phenomena in the natural world. Lightning release naturally has the characteristics of lightning, and its conduction through metal is faster than through the ground. Most importantly, lightning release can also conduct along water release. Sure enough, in order to gain at least a bit of an advantage in his fight with Makoto, Shisui had still painstakingly arranged targeted tactical preparations. After becoming a shinobi, even the honest child Shisui was no longer so honest. Makoto lightly leapt into the air, easily dodging lightning release, ground walk. Shisui hadn't been learning lightning release for long, and he wasn't as proficient with it as he was with fire release. There was an obvious gap in the linkage between the two ninjutsu. However, when he saw Makoto jump into the air, joy rose in Shisui's heart, an opportunity had come. Both his hands swept past the ninja tool pouch at the small of his back, and he quickly flung out more than a dozen shuriken, attacking the opponent in midair at blinding speed, where he had no foothold to borrow strength from. Makoto held a kunai in each hand, swinging them up and down like a phantom, precisely knocking every shuriken away. But all of those shuriken were connected by a thin line that was difficult to see with the naked eye. Its material was unknown, and it allowed the shuriken to remain controllable even after being knocked away. Ucha style or manipulating shuriken technique. The shuriken that had originally been sent flying like headless flies instead turned into an attack that wrapped around the opponent from front, back, left, and right, weaving a trap meant to bind its prey. After using the manipulating shuriken technique, Shisui bit down on all the loose ends of the thin lines with his teeth, and the speed at which his hands formed seals produced afterimages. An opportunity like this could not be missed. Fire release, dragon flame technique. Several tongues of flame surged forward like arrows along the thin lines. As long as Makoto was bound, the dragon flame technique would hit its target. The timing was grasped with remarkable precision. A person cannot move freely while in midair unless one can fly. Then he saw it, Makoto's body, which had been falling, suddenly shot upward, breaking free from the entangling lines and hovering steadily above the trap. The painstakingly arranged trap and ninjutsu all came to nothing. Shisui. You can actually fly? That's not scientific. The entire audience. This is bad. Someone must have invaded Konohagakure during the Chunin exams. We're all hallucinating. Ninja is a profession that places great emphasis on secrecy, so the fact that Makoto could fly was probably known only to his mother. In Konohagakure's records, it was only noted that he could flexibly change direction in midair. This was reported by Kumomi with Makoto's consent. It was said in legend that the Tsukikijiri Wagakure, Onoki, could fly with his physical body, but ordinary people, or even most ninja, had never seen it. Today, they had finally seen it. Konohagakure also possessed such an enviable ninjutsu. A ninja who could fly? That was truly rare. In combat, it was an enormous advantage, making the user extremely difficult to deal with. Fight when you want, leave when you want, downright shameless, just like the Flying Thunder God technique. On the main viewing stand, the daimyo's heartbeat suddenly quickened. Pointing his exquisite fan at Makoto in the air, he said, "Third, can ninja really do something like this?" Hiruzen took a few puffs from his pipe. "They can, Your Excellency. Flight isn't rare in the ninja world, summoning beasts or flying ninja tools can achieve it. As for relying purely on ninjutsu, the Tsukikijiri Wagakure, Onoki, can do it." But the difference between Makoto and Onoki is that Makoto achieved flight by training his wind attribute chakra nature transformation to a level ordinary ninja cannot reach. Is that so? Then it truly is incredible. If it's Makoto, I'm not surprised. After all, he's currently the ninja in Konohagakure with the greatest talent for ninjutsu development. The Hokage's meaning was obvious. Konohagakure has plenty of talent and great strength. We can absolutely protect the land of fire, so please be more generous next time the funds are allocated. The entire arena fell into dead silence. Makoto swung his arm downward, using a kunai to unleash wind release, shadowless sword. A blade of wind severed all the thin lines, then drove into the ground, carving out a deep gash. Like a gust of wind, he drifted to a stop in front of Shisui, looked at him, and said, "Your tactics are impressive, but do you still have the stamina to keep going?" Shisui was panting heavily, sweat pouring down like rain. His combat wisdom was already no less than that of a jonin, but his body, not yet fully developed, limited his chakra capacity. The continuous use of ninjutsu had drained him severely. Even the earlier exchange of sword techniques required the constant infusion of large amounts of chakra into the blade. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to withstand even a single strike from Makoto before his sword broke and he was defeated. "Makoto, you bastard! I didn't expect you to still have such a powerful trump card. Sorry about this, my chakra isn't enough to keep fighting anymore. But I haven't lost yet." As Shisui spoke, his slightly lowered head suddenly lifted. The twin tomo of his Sharingan spun, and he launched a genjutsu straight at Makoto. Genjutsu was the ninjutsu he excelled at most, and his final decisive move. Seeing Makoto's eyes lose focus, Shisui drew a kunai and placed it against his neck. "Sorry, Makoto. The essence of a ninja is deception. I know my strength in other areas can't compare to yours. If I want to win, this is the only way." Another Makoto silently rose from the ground behind Shisui, a kunai likewise pressed close to his neck. "You're right, the essence of a ninja is deception. So that one was actually a shadow clone." Shisui was momentarily stunned. "When did that happen?" "When I was surrounded by your great fireball technique. It was so hot inside the defensive ninjutsu, I wasn't going to stay in there and suffer." "All right. You win." Nearby, Minato immediately announced, "The winner, Higashino Makoto." Whoa! Amazing! So strong! The arena, which had been quiet, erupted into enthusiastic cheers. After the two thanked the chief examiner, Minato, and formed the sign of reconciliation, Makoto said, "Let's go. Our fight is finally over." Shisui looked somewhat dispirited. "I still couldn't figure out just how big the gap between us really is." Soon. And besides, your Sharingan has only reached 2 tomo. Once it reaches 3 tomo and your body matures for a few more years, things will be different then. Just look at you, your breathing is steady, and you didn't even shed a single drop of sweat. I don't believe a word of what you're saying. How could that be? To make the fight last a bit longer and satisfy everyone's desire to watch, I worked very hard, you know. So that means you could have defeated me easily from the start. Makoto, you really are strong like a monster. Hey, why are you insulting me now? Watching the two of them joke as they left together, Minato smiled faintly. Having such outstanding juniors in the village truly made one happy. On a certain stand, the young Uchiha Itachi fell into a daze. Shisui ni, lost? How is that possible? He's obviously so strong. Uchiha Fugaku said, Itachi, although our clan possesses ninja talent unmatched by others, there will always be people who break through that boundary. Do not underestimate anyone in the ninja world, and do not relax your training just because of innate talent. I believe you will surpass anyone else, and even surpass all of us. On the main viewing stand, the daimyo was very satisfied. What a splendid match. Seeing that Konohagakure remains strong puts my mind at ease. As long as your excellency is satisfied. After speaking, the third Hokage exchanged a glance with Fugaku in the distance and smiled slightly. No matter what, he trusted Tobirama-sensei's judgment. The Uchiha clan was an unstable clan and had to be kept under control. He understood the desires of this clan and knew what they wanted most. But due to years of ingrained impressions, he could not entrust the village to the Uchiha, it was far too unstable. Aside from that, he had no other objections toward the Uchiha and acknowledged them as members of the village, unlike his close associate Danzo, whose prejudice against the Uchiha had already been etched into his bones. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 87, Turmoil Rises Again. 1814 words. The tune-in exams ended in the morning, but their after-effects continued to spread outward as the audience dispersed. In this era, the ninja world's information and entertainment industries were still underdeveloped. Trendy novelties like television and film had only just begun to emerge in the outside world and were still in their infancy. It would take several more years before they reached Konohagakure. Compared to the hundreds of millions that made up the world's total population, ninjas, though they were the primary force guiding and changing the world, were actually very few in number, belonging to a high-end, elite minority group. Yet it was precisely this small group that dominated the entire ninja world, for only one reason: they had mastered and monopolized the methods for training and utilizing chakra, this extraordinary power. After all, in any world, power is the most fundamental and most important form of authority. Ninjas did not reject new things that appeared in the ninja world, and they would actively promote within the ninja villages any new inventions from the outside world that were beneficial to ninjas. At present, the sources through which people living in ninja villages received information were mainly provided by traditional print media, including newspapers and various periodicals and books. Aside from that, people's leisure activities amounted to little more than idle boasting after meals and tea, no different in spirit from the aunties who gathered at the village entrance. As word spread from mouth to mouth among the spectators, the content of the tune-in exams became the hottest topic of casual conversation. In eateries, izakaya, and similar places, discussions could be heard everywhere. People seemed to have temporarily forgotten the pain brought by the war, forgotten the relatives and friends who had passed away, and immersed themselves in the powerful fantasy brought by a handful of super-spec geniuses. From this perspective, the third Hokage's original purpose in reholding the tune-in exams also seemed to have been perfectly achieved. Using it to put the Uchiha in their place was just an unexpected bonus. Toward evening, Makoto was truly preparing to go to Konohagakure's hot spring bathhouse to enjoy life. Nothing was more refreshing than, after a great battle, getting together with familiar close friends and soaking in a hot spring. This was what ninja life should be like. Makoto had originally wanted to invite Hayate and Yugao as well, to comfort the downcast Shisui and have a friendly get-together. In the end, Hayate ran into his female classmate Tsubaki, who still had not graduated. This girl, like Yumino Iruka, had failed to successfully graduate early, and was still staying at the Ninja Academy. Now that the war was already nearing its end, after the victory on the Eastern Front, Konoha's manpower shortage had been alleviated, so naturally the pace of Ninja Academy students graduating was also slowed. On the way to the hot spring bathhouse, they also ran into Hyuga Tokuma's 3-person squad, so everyone agreed to go relax together. Aside from the adults of the Higashino, Uzuki, and Gekko families, these were Makoto's circle of friends in Konohagakure. His social circle was not wide, and he could not be bothered to make it wide. As for that husky named Rocky, this guy was currently at odds with Inuzuka Miko over the decline in the quality of dog food and coat care shampoo, and was staying with the Inuzuka clan, unwilling to come out. Miko revealed, however, that the real situation was that Rocky, thanks to his excellent pedigree and outstanding intelligence, was extremely popular with the Inuzuka clan's female dogs, and was currently hard at work within the clan stealing other male dogs' mates. He became so engrossed in it, working day and night, that he was eventually cornered at home by the aggrieved members of the same sex and did not dare show his face. Inside a luxurious hot spring bathhouse with steep prices, the men and women were separated. This round was paid for by Makoto. In any case, he was not short on money. If money was not spent, it was nothing more than a string of meaningless numbers. After soaking in the hot spring, everyone felt as though even their souls had been relaxed. Now, laid bare before one another, Makoto finally got to see the legendary caged bird curse mark. Tokuma was an optimist and did not mind others' scrutiny in the slightest. After all, he was also looking at Makoto, and from a very pointed angle. Hey, Makoto, you're about the same age as us, right? So why is it that we're all in the same stage of physical development, yet your treasured weapon is so remarkably prominent? Makoto's old face flushed red. You're actually using the Byakugan to look at that? Hurry back and apologize to all the Hyuga ancestors, you bastard. I don't need to activate the Byakugan. Isn't this something anyone with eyes can see? So, do you have some kind of secret method? Hurry up and share it with us. Hearing this, the others pricked up their ears. Makoto was somewhat helpless and could only share. Every day I stimulate it by striking it with a solid iron ball. Yeah, that's what I do. Tokuma rolled his eyes. If you want us dead, just say so. Makoto could not be bothered to pay him any attention and turned his head to ask, Shisui, did you get beaten up when you went back at noon? How could that be? Shisui replied. Makoto, do you really think our Uchiha clan is that petty in your eyes? In fact, our clan respects strength very much. You defeated me in a straightforward fight, no one would say anything about that. It would only make me work harder in training. Exactly, Tokuma chimed in. Why do people always spin conspiracy theories about Konoha's major clans liking to suppress geniuses who don't belong to their own clans? That kind of thing has never existed. Heiichi said, that's just ordinary people being idle and imagining nonsense. This is the ninja world, strength naturally earns respect. HM? Who was talking? Everyone turned their heads to look. Oh, there was still one more person. When had Abure Muta arrived? And why were you wearing sunglasses even while soaking in the bath? I was just joking, Makoto said after indulging in a bit of gossip. Then, somewhat more seriously, he asked, so, Shisui, do you understand what I told you before? Only the strong will have their words and ideas noticed. Only they can attract people who agree with them and make others willingly follow. No matter how much a weak person thinks, no matter how correct their reasoning is, what use is it? They can neither protect themselves nor protect those who believe in them. Shisui fell silent for a moment, then nodded. I understand. Tokuma cut in curiously, what are you guys talking about? That a ninja's foremost task is to train and grow stronger. Makoto, isn't that obvious? Did that really need saying? Tokuma had no interest in the topic and changed the subject. By the way, you should be able to get promoted to Chunin now, right? After all, a genin hanging around with us Chunin really drags everyone's status down. Chunin status my ass. Makoto splashed him with a ladle of hot spring water. Heiichi voiced his view. There shouldn't be any problem. That includes Shisui, and the other 4 squads as well. You all know that Chunin are a village's foundational strength, and they also suffer the highest casualties in war. Right now, there's an urgent need to fill the gaps. War. Tokuma shrank back into the hot spring. It should be ending soon, right? Now there's only the northern front left. There probably won't be a chance for us to take the field anymore. His sunglasses-wearing teammate calmly added the finishing blow. Hard to say. Anything can happen in the ninja world. Clan upbringing taught me that until the very last moment, you shouldn't jump to conclusions. the Aburain clan, nicknamed Atmosphere Destroyers, successfully wiped out what had been a fairly pleasant mood. Makoto did not mind. On the contrary, he was rather looking forward to seeing what the fighting styles of the Kumo and Iwa ninja were like. As it turned out, Heiichi's guess was correct. On the second day of the Chunin exams, Makoto received a notification and went to the Hokuji Tower to update his records, successfully advancing to Chunin, tragically losing the apocalyptic title of a genin, with his descriptor updated to just another nobody by the roadside. Fortunately, he was not carrying any kind of title system on him. Otherwise, he would have been finished. Not just him, everyone who advanced to the third round of this Chunin exams was promoted to Chunin. The quotas were effectively handed out in bulk. Reality once again proved that Aburain Muta had not been wrong either, until the very last moment. One should not jump to conclusions lightly. Only a week after the Chunin exams ended, by mid-September, the northern front saw turmoil rise again. Intelligence indicated that both Kumo and Iwa were secretly mobilizing troops and accelerating their offensive tempo. It looked as though everyone was at the end of their endurance, yet unwilling to let things end like this. They were preparing to make one final, all-out push, to see who would collapse and die first. To respond to this situation, Konoha had no choice but to once again redeploy forces to provide support. Because without equivalent strength to counterbalance them, those two villages might first concentrate their forces to kick Konoha out of the game, and that was absolutely something they were capable of doing. No matter how one looked at it, Konoha was the one that drew the most hatred. Minato, who had only just returned and spent a few days accompanying his girlfriend, had no choice but to set out for the northern battlefield with the reinforcement forces on the morning of September 14th. The Gekko Kumomi squad that Makoto belonged to, as well as the Sarutobi Hyoma squad that Hyuga Tokuma was part of, were both included in this reinforcement force. Shisui, however, was not. With Konoha's manpower situation no longer so strained, the Uchiha clan was once again put on hold. At the morning assembly, everyone collectively glared at Aburain Muta, "You jinx." Hidden behind his sunglasses, Muta remained calm and composed, completely unmoved. Perhaps he was even secretly pleased. After all, it was finally his turn to be watched by all his companions. Once again, the people of Konoha went through the traditional ritual of seeing off their relatives and friends. Yet the atmosphere was better than at the beginning of the war, because many people had the feeling that perhaps this time, it would be the last. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 88, Chapter 88, Support Battle. 1948 words. After a day and a night of non-stop travel, the support force escorted easily portable strategic supplies and arrived before noon on the second day at the northern 2nd Command Post on the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Hot Water. This location was currently under the responsibility of the Hyuga clan, mainly tasked with resisting the invading Kumo-Gakure ninja. Minato did not remain here for long. Before long, he led part of the teams he was familiar with and moved on to the true northern command post. That location was not too far from here. It lay at the tri-border junction of the Land of Fire, the Land of Fields, and the Land of Hot Water, and was the chaotic battlefield where the three major shinobi villages, Konohagakure, Kumo-Gakure, and Iwagakure, were locked in combat. Unlike when he went to the Eastern Front Command Post during his first time participating in the war, after arriving at the Northern Front, Makoto could clearly feel that the atmosphere here was extremely heavy, carrying an oppressive sense of a storm pressing down on the city. The vast majority of Konoha ninja moving about wore solemn expressions, and laughter was rarely heard. The temporary medical division was also filled with wounded, as if a large-scale battle had taken place not long ago. However, by the time Makoto arrived, the wounded had already been treated, and there was no need for him to assist. The medical resources here were sufficient. This was merely a direct confrontation with a single Kumo-Gakure force, yet the situation was already so tense. One could imagine just how brutal the three-way melee further north must be. At the same time, this also indirectly proved one thing: Kirigakure was truly underperforming. Konoha had only committed part of its strength, yet still completely overwhelmed them. A village torn by internal strife year after year, no matter how fierce the ninja it produces, is still nothing more than a paper tiger. After resting for half a day, on the morning of the second day after arriving on the northern front, the support force was dispatched to the defensive line located within the Land of Hot Water, to relieve the patrol ninja who were already extremely exhausted so they could return to the command post to recuperate. The layout of the defensive line was not much different from the Eastern Front, but unlike last time, Makoto's squad had already all been promoted to Chunin, and the Jonin leading them, Kumomi, did not leave the team the way ordinary teams did after their members were promoted. After all, their relationship was not only that of superior and subordinate, they also bore the status of teacher and disciple. This was the normal state of a team with deep bonds. Therefore, the outstanding third squad was not assigned to hold a fixed defensive post, but instead carried out patrol support duties, moving beyond the defensive line, searching for traces of Kumogakure ninja and providing immediate support to comrades who came under attack at any time. Makoto's exceptional sensory ability was also one of the reasons the command post arranged things this way. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed peacefully. Nothing happened during those 3 days. The last raid had only just ended, and both sides needed to catch their breath and rest for a while. Ninja were not perpetual motion machines. It was impossible to carry out high-intensity combat day after day without pause, even an Iron Man could not endure that. In a village within the land of hot water, the Kumomi squad, patrolling to this area, moved outside the village in secret, searching for traces of Kumogakure ninja. Before long, the 4 who had spread out to search regrouped together. Kumomi asked, "How is it, did you find anything?" Hayate replied, "Nothing found. No ninja have passed through here recently." Yugao's and Makoto's search results were the same. What about the situation inside the village? Makoto had already sensed it earlier. Only a few elderly people are still staying in the village. There are no chakra fluctuations, so the possibility of them being Kumogakure ninja in disguise can be ruled out. Is that so? Then let's move on to the next key point. The 3 of them glanced at the dilapidated village not far ahead. After erasing any traces they might have left behind, they departed without making contact with the villagers. Some of the elderly inside also had no ability to detect approaching ninja. Most of them had vacant gazes, sallow and emaciated faces, little sign of vitality, and no hatred visible in their eyes. The purpose of these elderly people still being alive seemed to be nothing more than waiting for the god of death to come and take them away at some unknown time. Perhaps that, too, was a kind of release. Over the course of 3 days, the 4 of them had seen several villages like this, and the situation was mostly the same. The villagers were either dead or had fled, leaving only a few immobile elderly people stubbornly holding on in their homes. If they were lucky, they would survive. If not, they would be killed by passing Kumogakure ninja, completely eliminating any possibility of information leaking. Therefore, the Ninja World War was not only a matter for ninja. In fact, ordinary people suffered even heavier casualties, only no one cared, and no one kept count. At first, Hayate and Yugao still felt some pity, but after seeing it so many times, they became numb to it. Casualties among another country's civilians were still better than casualties among their own. Wasn't this precisely the purpose for which Konoha ninja took part in the war? To protect Konoha, to protect the land of fire. On the 5th day of patrol, Makoto and the other 3 finally discovered fresh traces by a small stream. Although they had been specially treated, it was obvious that some remnants had still been overlooked. Following the discovered traces, Kumomi investigated as he went, while also instructing his disciples. Judging from the movement patterns, there are quite a few of them. They didn't leave long ago either. Their direction is exactly toward our Konoha defensive line. Move, fast! Makoto, pay attention to sensing the surroundings. Yes. Not long after, Makoto suddenly increased his speed and reported, found them. There are 10 in total, already close to the defensive line. At that moment, a Konoha exclusive signal flare shot up into the sky in the distance. The Konoha ninja on the defensive line had also discovered the invading enemy. Makoto and the other 3 immediately went all out, rushing to provide support. By the time they arrived at the battlefield, the 2 sides were already engaged. Fire release burned, lightning release struck wildly, turning an area that had originally been covered with intact vegetation into utter ruin. Shrubs were set ablaze, and the grassland was torn up. A squad of Konoha ninja stationed there joined up with another squad that had rushed in as reinforcements, fighting fiercely against 10 Kumogakure ninja. After noticing Makoto's for charging in at full speed, the Kumogakure ninja immediately split off 4 people to block them. With that, the numbers on both sides were equal, 10 against 10. But the Kumogakure ninja believed in their own strength, convinced that they would surely slaughter the detestable Konoha ninja before them. The Kumogakure ninja facing Makoto was a young, dark-skinned man. Seeing that his opponent was a young brat, he revealed a cruel, terrifying smile, yet his eyes were filled with hatred. As the 2 closed the distance, he formed hand seals with both hands and suddenly spat out more than 10 flashes of lightning from his mouth, then drew his ninja blade and slashed forward. The lightning flickering from his mouth transformed into sharp senbon that shot straight toward the opponent's face. Makoto did not evade. He extended his left hand, and the earth-yellow shield formed by the defensive ninjutsu one-horned Great Wall pushed straight through the lightning Senbon as he charged forward. Lightning release restraining earth release? That only held true when both sides were of comparable strength. Clang! After closing in, they drew their blades and exchanged strikes. One long and one short ninja blade collided. The Kumogakure ninja's cruel smile remained, seemingly intending to place psychological pressure on the Konoha brat while also using the advantage of his greater adult strength to force the blade downward. But he soon discovered that the Konoha brat before him was no weaker in strength, and that some ominous sound was coming from the blade itself. Crack! Cracks actually appeared on the long blade infused with lightning release chakra. He was gripped by fear and tried to retreat, but it was too late. Makoto gripped his blade with both hands and drove forward, cutting through the opponent's blade, then sweeping across his neck. Blood sprayed. Life ended. Makoto could not even be bothered to give him a second glance. He turned and charged toward Yugao's direction. Before he even closed in, he swung out a wind blade, killing the dark-skinned brat who had been happily bullying the young girl. The young Kumogakure ninja fighting Hayate, on the other hand, was a fair-skinned and handsome man. But after seeing his teammate defeated so cleanly, his expression shifted from cruelty to terror. He realized that they had run into a true expert. So it turned out that they, too, were capable of fear, but losing focus in the midst of battle was a major taboo for ninja. Seizing the moment when his opponent was distracted, Hayate caught the opening and slashed forward, opening up the front of the man's chest with a single strike. The young Kumogakure ninja collapsed to the ground, letting out a miserable scream that warned his other teammates. But the scream abruptly stopped, and his body went limp as he fell motionless. Wind release, wind finger gun. Makoto raised both hands and attacked on both sides at once, firing 2 wind bullets. One was awarded to the fallen young ninja, the wind bullet detonated inside his mouth, thoroughly sending him on his way. The other shot toward the middle-aged Kumogakure ninja who was fighting Kumomi. This man had never been a match for Kumomi to begin with. Now, seeing the wind bullet incoming, his mind was shaken, and he desperately twisted his body to evade. But the wind bullet was simply too fast. Even though ninja were monsters of reaction speed, he still could not dodge it completely. The wind bullet struck his shoulder, but what proved more fatal was Kumomi's vacuum blade slicing across his neck. In the short time after the two sides made contact, all 4 Kumogakure ninja were completely eliminated. Not far away, the remaining 6 Kumogakure ninja saw how quickly the teammate sent to block the Konoha reinforcements had been defeated. Realizing that today's mission had failed, they immediately disengaged and fled from the flank. Come when they wanted, leave when they wanted, how could it be that easy? Makoto accelerated in a burst. His figure was light and agile, as if ignoring gravity itself, and he charged to the rear of the fleeing Kumogakure ninja at a pursuit speed even faster than Kumomi's. Then he leapt into the air. Wind release, shadowless sword. Wind blades, each about the size of a fist and as dense as a rainstorm, poured down as if they cost nothing at all, riddling the 6 Kumogakure ninja full of holes. They died without even managing to use any defensive techniques. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 89, Traps are useless against perception experts. 1815 words. What would happen to a ninja with no effective defensive measures after being struck at full power by dense wind blades from wind release, shadowless sword? For details, one could refer to the scene of a crowd being swept by a 12.7mm machine gun. Severed limbs and shattered remains littered the ground. Not a single Kumo ninja died peacefully, every one of them had been blasted apart into pieces. Because Makoto's squad arrived with timely support, there were no casualties on Konoha's side. When everyone rushed over and saw this bloody scene, even though they were accustomed to seeing death, they still felt a trace of psychological discomfort. But no one pitied this group of Kumo ninjas. Discomfort aside, their eyes carried a hint of grim satisfaction. A Konoha ninja spat toward the corpses. TCH, these bastards died too cleanly. You got off easy. His teammate said, all right, they're already dead. What do we do now? Do we need to clean this up and take it back, Captain IGA? IGA was the captain of this Chunin squad that had rushed over from nearby. He could not make the decision himself and asked, Jonin Kumomi, what do you think we should do? Kumomi did not hesitate. These have no remaining value. Bury them all. It's enough to seal away the bodies of the 4 of ours who were killed. IGA made a hand sign, signaling his subordinates to handle it. The Chunin squad captain stationed in this area was a member of the Hyuga clan. he said with lingering relief, that was really close. If you hadn't arrived in time, we'd have been finished. Thank you so much. Kumomi waved his hand. We're all comrades of Konoha, no need to thank us. You were lucky too. We spotted this squad of Kumo ninja and chased them all the way here, so we just happened to make it in time. Makoto stepped forward and said, Senpai, let me treat you, you're still bleeding. The Hyuga Chunin was a little surprised. Oh, you even know medical ninjutsu? As expected of Konoha's #1 genius of the new generation. As the reinforcement unit arrived, they also brought some of the latest important news from the village to the front line. A few days had passed, and everyone had gained some understanding of Makoto's information. Even if they did not recognize him, seeing that distinctive fighting style was enough to guess. Shinobi are a profession that is very good at analyzing intelligence. At the same time, the Northern Second Command responsible for fighting Kumogakure in the Land of Hot Water was handled by the Hyuga clan, so along the defensive line, every so often there were Hyuga shinobi. That was also why they could discover the enemy in advance. Trying to pull off a surprise attack under the Hyuga's eyes was no different from dancing in a minefield. It left the Kumo ninja on this side with no temper at all, they hated these white-eyed people to the bone. The young Hyuga Hayashi did not care. Right now, he was single-mindedly trying to learn from Ucha Fugaku and grab a major merit credit, but unfortunately, several of the proactive strike plans he came up with were all vetoed by the other people at headquarters. Were they kidding? Here, everyone just needed to hold back the Kumo ninja. The key that could decide the outcome in the north was over at the first command. After the previous lesson in reckless, merit-hungry advances on the Eastern Front, the Hyuga clan had no desire to repeat it here. If something were to happen to the eyes of the Hyuga clan head, no one could bear that responsibility. After a brief rest, Captain Iga said, Everyone, we need to return to our own defensive sector. Take care. Kumomi nodded. Go. If you discover the enemy, don't force an engagement. Immediately fire a distress signal. We'll be patrolling this area and can rush over to support you right away. Don't worry, Jonin Kumomi. We won't act recklessly. As soon as Iga finished speaking, a faint point of light lit up in the distant sky. A Konoha distress signal flare. Judging by the situation, it was very far away, but shinobi all possessed chakra. Even without eye-based Kekkei Genkai, their eyesight far surpassed that of ordinary people, so they could naturally see it clearly. After looking at it, Iga immediately said, that's an outpost adjacent to ours. It looks like they've also come under attack. Kumomi said with some confusion, that's a bit strange. Don't the Kumo ninja usually attack the defensive line at a unified time? Why did this signal flare go up so late? Recently, the Kumo ninjas' roaming squads have all been like this. Their attacks have no clear pattern. Their objective seems to be simply to eliminate the Konoha shinobi on the defensive line. Is that so? After hearing Iga's words, Kumomi immediately gave the order. Our 2 squads will go provide support. The unit stationed in this area is not to move, in case the enemy tries to break through here. Yes. In such situations, a Jonin automatically holds the highest command authority. Everyone simply needs to follow orders. The 2 squads rapidly headed in the direction where the signal flare had risen, but halfway there, Makoto formed a hand sign, signaling everyone to stop. 3 people are moving toward us, at a distance of about 6.5 kilometers. The chakra fluctuations aren't right, they're using the transformation technique. Kumomi immediately understood what had happened. Looks like the comrades over there have already been wiped out. The 3 members of Captain Iga's squad all looked at Makoto in surprise. This guy, was he really just a sensory ninja? His sensing range was actually this far? Much farther than what ordinary members of the Hyuga clan could see. Iga asked, Kumomi-senpai, should we still go over? Kumomi glanced at the dense forest around them and said, no need. We'll wait here. Makoto, continue sensing. About a minute later, Makoto quickened his speech. There are 17 more targets within 2 kilometers around the 3 of them, distributed in a semicircle. This is a hunting trap. 2 kilometers? Kumogakure really knows the Hyuga clan well. Iga felt things were getting troublesome. Should we retreat, Kumomi-senpai? Kumomi did not respond to him, instead turning to his own disciple. Makoto, do you think we can fight? The enemy is in the open while we're hidden, and they're in a dispersed formation. We can fight. Good. Prepare for battle. Very soon, 3 Konoha shinobi appeared before everyone, their bodies covered in wounds. The one in front said excitedly, "This is great, we're finally saved." While speaking, the three of them all accelerated and ran toward Makoto's group, the expressions of having narrowly escaped death vividly acted out on their faces. Deception is a compulsory course for ninja. The vast majority of shinobi are acting experts, so good that they leave pretty boy idols 7 or 8 streets behind. If a pretty idol has poor acting skills, at worst they can still swindle foolish fans out of money. In the shinobi world, if a ninja's acting is poor, what gets cheated away is their own life. Unfortunately for them, they had been exposed from the very beginning. Wind release, vacuum sword. What greeted the three was the lethal ninjutsu that Kumomi had already prepared. The three Kumo ninja had just been about to move together when they were cut down by wind blades. The transformation technique was dispelled, and they reverted to their dark-skinned appearance. They were indeed Kumo ninja in disguise. Why is the transformation technique considered a low-level ninjutsu? Because aside from fooling ordinary people and careless ninja, any ninja with even a bit of experience will not fall for it. Against the Byakugan, the Sharingan, and perception experts like Makoto, the transformation technique cannot even achieve the effect of catching someone off guard. After taking out the three disguised enemies in a single move, Kumomi immediately said, "Makoto, lead the way. Start from the enemy's weak points." "No problem." On the battlefield, having precise perception is like turning on wall hacks, it's that unfair. That's why every sensory ninja is a prized asset of their village. And yet Konoha measures this kind of ninja by the clan, leaving the other villages so envious their drool practically runs to their feet. Makoto led the team to change direction, leaping out of the encirclement and beginning to eliminate the Kumo ninja from the flank. Before the enemy could close in, they concentrated their superior forces to reduce the enemy's numbers. The first ones they encountered were a 3-man squad wearing standard Kumo ninja uniforms. These three were also completely dumbfounded. This wasn't right. This wasn't how the plan was supposed to go. Why had 7 Konoha ninjas suddenly appeared? Unfortunately, they had no time to verify anything with their companions. Kumomi and Makoto charged at the front and swiftly dealt with the opponents. The enemies did not even have time to cast a single ninjutsu before they were sent to the Pure Land. "Good job, Makoto. Keep going." Now, time was life itself. Very soon, they encountered a second Kumo ninja squad. This team had 4 members and seemed similar in composition to Kumomi's team, 1 jonin leading their own students. Makoto took the lead and rushed toward the enemy who appeared to be the jonin, opening with several wind release, shadowless sword strikes. The opponent was experienced and reacted with astonishing speed, using the distortion of the air to perceive the trajectories of the wind blades and narrowly dodging them. At the same time, he drew his blade and blocked the short blade that Makoto slashed down at him. Lightning crackled over his entire body. He was actually a master who practiced lightning release chakra mode. Unfortunately, very few Kumo ninja throughout history had been able to develop this mode to an advanced level. The strongest were the 3rd and 4th Reikage. Most of the other Kumo ninja who received the teachings remained at the entry stage. Makoto increased the amount of wind attribute chakra within his short blade. The blade extended into a long blade, and he launched a frenzied series of slashes at his opponent. After 4 strikes, he split him in 2, blade and neck together. In the shinobi world, wind restrains lightning. At this time, Kumomi and the others had also eliminated the remaining 3 Kumo ninja. He asked, half in confirmation, have the remaining enemies gathered together? Yes. They reacted quickly and have already discovered the anomaly here. Kumomi instructed, recover as quickly as possible. What comes next will be a tough fight. Even though the numbers are 7 against 10, the advantage is on our side. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 90, Counter. 1,776 words. At the edge of the battlefield where the fighting had just erupted, 10 Kumo shinobi of varying ages stared down at the horrific deaths of their comrades below. Their fury was so intense that even dark and pale faces began to twist. Those damned Konoha bastards, this was simply too shameless. A fair-skinned young Kumo shinobi who had been acquainted with the deceased murmured, even Jonin Borwa was defeated that quickly? He had mastered lightning release chakra mode and was even praised by the 3rd Sama, and even his adorable student. The one in command was a burly, dark-skinned, blonde Kumo shinobi. He slammed a fist into a nearby tree, blasting out a crater, and snarled in rage, it looks like something happened to the other team as well. Slishy, hurry up and find those damn Konoha bastards for me. The fair-skinned, blonde young shinobi who had just been lamenting his companion's death reigned in his grief at the words. He closed his eyes to sense, then after a few seconds said, "There are no chakra fluctuations nearby. They've already left. HMPH. Those bastards got lucky, ran off fast like rats. Clean up, and we continue the mission." After receiving the order, the Kumo shinobi began carefully gathering their comrades' remains. However, just behind several large trees not far from them, the very Konoha bastards the Kumo shinobi were cursing were gathered together, discussing tactics. Makoto said quietly, "The enemy is confirmed to be 10 people. 2 have intense chakra reactions, Jonin level. Another 4 have Chunin level chakra reserves. The remaining 4 are Genin level." He was measuring so-called chakra reserves by the standard of ordinary shinobi in the ninja world. Most of the time, it matched up, except in special cases. What counted as a special case? For example, someone might have relatively little chakra but an extremely high battle IQ, and be able to erupt with Jonin-level combat power in a short time, only their endurance was lacking. On the other hand, the most typical example was Naruto. From childhood, his chakra reserves were enough to make Jonin envy him to the point of crying in the toilet, but in the early stage, could you say he had Jonin combat power? Before he learned multiple shadow clone, even a Chunin could beat him to death. Mizuki. Kumomi immediately laid out the tactics. "I'll deal with the 2 Jonin. You quickly take out the others, then come support me." But Makoto disagreed. "I'll do it. Sensei, you all go deal with the other 8. After analyzing the power comparison between both sides in his mind, Kumomi agreed, "That works too. Makoto, be careful, just hold them off. Wait for my support." Yugao said worriedly, "Makoto-ni, are you sure? We should stick to Sensei's plan." "Don't worry. Nothing will happen to me. You two, on the other hand, stay close to Sensei. Don't charge in recklessly and disrupt the plan. Kumomi, no more talk. Trust Makoto. The time is about right, the sound of the gift is the signal to start the battle." Iga and his 2 teammates felt that this ninja world was so unfamiliar. Was this the world of geniuses spoken of in legends, having the confidence, at such a young age, to hold off 2 Jonin? Were all these years of meals they had eaten for nothing? In the ninja world, whether it was an enemy's corpse or a comrade's corpse, one had to be careful when handling it, because it might explode. The Kumo shinobi naturally knew this as well, so they were all extremely cautious when touching the bodies. Makoto and the others never expected that a simple explosive tag trap could actually kill anyone. Only an idiot would fall for that. It was merely a means to make the enemy lose focus for an instant. Sure enough, when a Kumo shinobi lifted the corpse of the Jonin named Borwa, he suddenly released his grip and leapt backward. Immediately after, with a loud boom, Borwa was blown to pieces. Makoto was not short on money, so he burned a bit more paper money for the Kumo shinobi who had died by his hand. The moment the explosion sounded, Makoto charged out from the left. Seizing the instant when the Kumo shinobi were distracted by shock and rage, his target was the sensory ninja named Slishy. He was one of the 2 Jonin. He had always been confident that the sensory ninjutsu he mastered would not make mistakes, yet right now he was panicking badly. No, this couldn't be right. I already sensed everything. Where did you jump out from? Are Konoha shinobi really this unbelievable now? Beside him, a dark-skinned Kumo shinobi about the same age as Makoto saw that the one charging out was a peer, and immediately rushed in to kill him, his face filled with hatred and cruelty. "Let me weigh the strength of a Konoha genin." Slishy immediately chased after him, shouting, "Don't!" But it was already too late. Makoto casually sent out a small wind blade with a single slash, striking his opponent in the chest. Amid his look of disbelief, Makoto followed up with a kick, sending him flying toward the Slishy who was rushing in to help. Slishy had not even finished forming the hand seals for his ninjutsu when his companion's body slammed straight into him. That was why, if your strength was insufficient, you should not charge in blindly, you would only become a liability to your teammates. While Makoto charged out to draw the enemy's attention, Kumomi and the other 6 also rushed out from the right, beginning to cut down the remaining Kumo shinobi. The burly leader standing on the tree took one look at the situation and made a decision instantly. Gritting his teeth, he chose to rescue Slishy. Comparatively speaking, a special Jonin with sensory abilities was far more important to the village than the others. Reality was that cruel. Even among comrades, their value differed enormously. He only had time to use the body flicker to flash to the side with Slishy, barely avoiding the lethal wind blade, while allowing the severely injured junior companion to be cut in 2. At this moment, there was no need for any extra words. Only by killing the Konoha shinobi before him could he avenge his comrades. After being rescued, Slishy quickly formed hand seals, brilliant lightning release chakra gathering in both hands. The chakra in his left and right hands transformed into dozens of small lightning spheres, each trailing a bright tail as they shot toward Makoto, determined to shock that detestable Konoha brat into charcoal. Makoto slashed repeatedly with his short blade. Shadowless Sword triggered an equal number of wind blades, blasting apart the lightning spheres that shot toward him. At that moment, the burly, dark-skinned Kumo shinobi charged in. The long sword, saturated with lightning release chakra, came crashing down from above with the brute's leaping strike, its speed carrying savage force. He couldn't take it head-on. Even if wind release countered lightning release, the enemy's overwhelming strength was not something his small body could withstand. Makoto quickly leapt aside to evade, but the burly Kumo shinobi flipped the blade upward and struck his short sword. The tremendous force sent both the weapon and his body flying straight into the air. Big, powerful brutes, Kumo shinobi really were a bunch who loved building muscle. Die, brat! While Makoto was locked in a clash with the burly shinobi, Slishy suddenly sprang down from a nearby tree to his rear and slashed horizontally at Makoto's neck. Knocked into the air and stripped of mobility, let's see how you dodge this, unless you can fly like that old Tsukikage. Then he watched with his own eyes as the figure before him suddenly vanished. Immediately after, a chill swept across the back of his neck, and his consciousness began to fade. As he fell, staring at the figure hovering in midair, Slishy's final thought was, "You really can fly. Why didn't you say so earlier?" The burly Kumo shinobi had been watching this Konoha prodigy, overwhelmingly strong to an absurd degree, about to die by a comrade's blade. Then, in an instant, the situation underwent a shocking reversal. The opponent could move freely and rapidly in the air. Clearly, just like that detestable Tsukikage, he was a shinobi who could fly. How was this even supposed to be fought? There was no way to fight, the enemy had air superiority. Throughout the history of the ninja world, there had been very few means to deal with flying ninjutsu, unless one used dust release. But the person who could use dust release also happened to be able to fly. He reined in his anger and turned to flee, extremely decisively. Today's mission was undoubtedly a failure. No matter what, he at least had to bring back intelligence on this brat. However, before he could run more than a few steps, he was forced back by a slash from Kumomi, whose blade was wrapped in wind release chakra. Immediately afterward, Makoto struck the back of his neck with a wind finger gun, causing him to lose his ability to move. The blazing sun hung high overhead, it was close to noon. In the forest, Kumo shinobi corpses lay everywhere. The Konoha shinobi, every one of them wounded, sat leaning together to rest. From the moment they discovered the Kumo shinobi's trail and rushed at full speed to provide support, to wiping out 10 Kumo shinobi and then counter-encircling another 20, the non-stop fighting had exhausted everyone. Even Makoto was no exception. One had to remember that earlier he had gone all out with a dense barrage of Shadowless Sword. It looked impressive, but the consumption was enormous. At the time, 6 Kumo shinobi had fled. There was no time to chase them down one by one, so while they were still not too spread out, he had used a large-scale area clearing ninjutsu to take them all out in a single wave. After that, he had kept his sensory ninjutsu active at all times and continued fighting up to now. Even an Iron Man would not be able to endure that. If not for his massive chakra reserves, he would never have lasted this long. Just look at his 2 teammates and the 3 members of IGA's squad, they were in even worse shape than Makoto. Only Kumomi was doing slightly better. From this perspective, Makoto was still a fairly standard shinobi for now, he had not yet crossed into the non-human tier. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 91, Chapter 91, Hey 8 came up with a terrifying idea. 1632 words. On the edge of the battlefield, everyone gathered together to eat lunch. With Makoto, a master of sensory perception, present, there was no need to worry about an enemy sneak attack. The best way to replenish chakra was to rest and let one's spirit recover, then eat a good meal to restore physical energy. Soldier pills were something no one would use unless it was a life-or-death situation, the taste alone was indescribably awful. Moreover, the chakra restored by soldier pills was not much. Their greatest function was to stimulate a person's spirit and bodily cells, forcibly squeezing out the ninja's own chakra reserves. To put it with a simple analogy, if you've run out of liquid funds, you can always mortgage your houses, land, and other fixed assets. As for claiming there's no harm to the body, only a fool would believe that. When conditions allowed, everyone still preferred to light a fire, hunt, and cook a proper meal. As for the smoke produced by an open flame, ninja had their own methods to deal with it. While eating, Yuga did not seem to have much appetite, but everyone knew it was not because there was a pile of Kumogakure corpses nearby. Eating with corpses as company was basic battlefield routine, whether for ninja or ordinary soldiers. If you couldn't manage that, then congratulations, you'd found yourself an excellent weight loss program. Makoto asked with concern, Yugao, are you feeling unwell somewhere? Are you hiding an injury? Although ninja combat made no distinction between men and women, if certain parts of a woman's body were injured, it was inevitably a bit hard to talk about. Not at all, Makoto. They're all just superficial wounds, I've already taken care of them. I just don't understand something. What is it? Does Kumogakure have a deep grudge against us Konohagakure? Why do they look at me like they have some huge vendetta against me? Height thought for a moment and said, I noticed it too. Their goal seems to be to kill all of us. Could that be the reason Kumogakure joined this war? But if that's the case, they should be focusing their efforts on Iwagakure instead. After all, the third Reikage died at the hands of Iwagakure ninja. The IGA squad had been in the north the whole time, so they had seen more of this. He recalled, honestly, at the beginning, there weren't that many people with personal grudges. Quite a few of the enemies I ran into early on only looked down on us verbally. To put it plainly, it was nothing more than refusing to accept that Konohagakure held the title of the strongest ninja village. But as the fighting went on, more of their comrades died at the hands of Konohagakure ninja, so naturally there was more hatred. But aren't we the same? I've had friends and teammates die to Kumo ninja too. The two companions I have now are already the third time I've been reorganized into a squad. His teammate also echoed, it's all the same. This is my second time forming a squad. My former teammates, now their names are all carved on the memorial stone. The other teammate glared resentfully at the corpses nearby. Those bastards. I'd be happiest if they all died out. It seemed he likely had family who had died at the hands of Kumo ninja, so the hatred in his heart was no less than anyone else's. Yugao looked at the fellow village ninja who had fought alongside her earlier, and sudden understanding dawned in her heart, so everyone carried the same kind of hatred. She realized why she had not understood it before, it was because everyone around her was still alive. If they had died, perhaps she too would wish for the enemy's entire village to ascend to the heavens. Even the mosquitoes in that village would get sprayed with insecticide for a whole month. After swallowing the meat in his mouth, Kumomi said with emotion, well, this is the hatred between ninja. I've heard that during the Warring States period, ninja wouldn't reveal their clan traits when outside, and even when dealing with others, they wouldn't inform each other of their surnames. Now it's much the same. In times of peace, when we carry out missions abroad, we're also careful when encountering ninja from other countries, because you never know whether someone might be figuring out how to kill you behind your back. Yugao asked curiously, so, Sensei, is this the reason war breaks out? Maybe. Kumomi was a traditional ninja himself, and his own understanding was something he couldn't say was truly right or wrong. He suddenly turned his head. Makoto, what do you think? Which one of us is the teacher here, damn it? Makoto felt a bit speechless, but still replied, Yugao, you've got it backwards. Hatred isn't the cause of war, on the contrary, it's just a side effect that war inevitably catalyzes. So hatred isn't the cause? Then what is? Now even the three members of the IGA squad pricked up their ears, sighing inwardly, truly worthy of being a genius of the village. At such a young age, he was already thinking about problems this profound, and had even formed his own views. Of course, it's about interests, Makoto said. He didn't want to explain it in overly complicated terms, so he condensed it. Wars arise because of interests, but those who pursue interests aren't gods. They can't control wars, so wars spiral out of control amid hatred. Only when a country falls and feeds everyone, or when everyone is too exhausted to keep fighting, does a war stop. But the hatred accumulated in that war gets exploited again as the surface-level reason to start the next one. It's a vicious cycle. As long as humanity exists, it's hard to break free of it. So, do you understand now? In the future, just live happily, don't spend all day thinking about these things like Shisui. I know. Yuga puffed out her cheeks, but she still felt that Makoto really was a genius. Just a few simple sentences had made her understand the essence of war. The adults fell into contemplation. What Makoto had said seemed to completely step outside the framework of being a ninja, opening up an alternative line of thinking for those who had always approached problems strictly from a ninja's perspective. Height pressed on, Makoto, is it really like you said, there's no way to escape war? Hey, what's going on with you? Have you gone full Shisui too? There is, brother, Makoto said with a wicked grin. Wouldn't wiping out all of humanity solve it? Are you insane? Hey looked horrified. Then he suddenly thought of something and shot back, no, wait. You said wars are started by people pursuing interests. Then wouldn't getting rid of those people be enough? Now it was Makoto's turn to be stunned. Hey, you bastard, you really are a genius. But have you ever thought about who the people pursuing interests actually represent? Are you trying to start a rebellion? Up this? Enough. Stop this discussion. Hey, forget everything Makoto just said. Once you're rested, get back to work. Kumomi stepped in just in time to stop the spread of dangerous ideas. Damn it, if this kept going, he was going to get dragged into a pit by his son and his disciple. The three members of the IGA squad also exchanged glances with each other, basically the kind of look that said, yeah, let's pretend we didn't hear that. There was still one Kumogakure ninja left alive, the dark-skinned, powerfully built squad leader. After being hit in the back of the neck by wind finger gun, he was left with a high-level paralysis below the neck. At the moment, he was lying on the ground, praying to the heavens to give his body back to him. So it had to be said, Makoto's move was truly vicious. Instant death was the best possible outcome for anyone hit, otherwise, it was a fate where one could neither live nor die. It was easy to imagine that, in the future, hospital beds in every village would be in short supply, greatly promoting the development of their medical and nursing sectors, truly something to celebrate. While everyone was busy dealing with the enemy corpses and equipment, checking whether there were any unexpected gains, Kumomi was also interrogating the lone survivor, hoping to obtain some intelligence about this Kumogakure operation. Unfortunately, by the time everyone had finished their tasks, he had gained nothing. IGA asked, Kumomi-senpai, did that guy refuse to talk? HMPH. He's stubborn as hell. There's nothing I can do, mainly because of a real ninjutsu problem. He has no sensation anywhere below the neck now, so most torture methods don't work. And I can't very well go after his head. If I accidentally kill him, that would be a waste, and it would also give him what he wants. The three members of the IGA squad glanced at Makoto, silently warning themselves that they must never offend this living Yama. IGA said helplessly, then we can only send him back to headquarters and let the Yamanaka clan from the intelligence division figure something out. Kumomi shook his head. If he's someone important in Kumogakure, there will definitely be anti-leak sealing techniques placed in his mind. If there aren't any, then it means he doesn't carry particularly important intelligence. At most, Konohagakure can squeeze out the secrets of his ninjutsu. Makoto thought for a moment and said, then, how about letting me give it a try? IGA and Kumomi both froze. Wait, don't tell us you even know the Yamanaka clan's secret techniques. This isn't a joke. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 92, Hayashi. 2,207 words. Makoto naturally did not know the Yamanaka clan's mind-related secret techniques. But in fact, if he wanted to, spending a bit more time would truly allow him to develop them. The same applied to the Noro clan's shadow techniques. When he was on the Eastern Front, he had seen Noro Suzaku and members of the Yamanaka clan use them. At the time, he had quietly observed and sensed the entire process of chakra flow from the sidelines. Put plainly, it was a method of using yin attribute chakra, classified as a relatively simple form of yin release. Unfortunately for them, his chakra's yin and yang attributes had already been mastered long ago, and to a level more profound than either clan's. As long as one's chakra attribute training was deep enough, any ninjutsu could be understood at a glance. The reason he did not develop them was that it would offend too many people. If he were an orphan, he would naturally have nothing to fear. At worst, he could defect and go hang around with Nagato. The problem was that both his parents were alive. He did not want to screw over his own father. The reason he wanted to try was that he planned to use genjutsu interrogation. As long as his yin attribute was strong enough, even simple genjutsu was not something ordinary ninja could withstand. See the cases of the great filial son and Shisui for details. When they saw Makoto, the dark-skinned, powerfully built Kumo ninja roared in anger, "Brat, what did you do to me? Why don't you just kill me outright? Do it! What are you waiting for? Don't expect me to hand over any intelligence. We Kumo ninja aren't as soft as you Konoha bastards." That look in his eyes was as if he wanted to devour the entire group of Konoha ninja in front of him alive. Unfortunately, if a glare could kill, then what would ninja be for, huh? No, wait. In the ninja world, a glare really does seem able to kill. The Uchiha clan is particularly good at that, their Otsutsuki great-great-grandmother is even more of an expert in it. Makoto couldn't be bothered to respond. He simply stared into the man's eyes, his hands forming seals rapidly. Genjutsu, false surroundings technique. He formed the hand seals for real genjutsu, not like those who go around conning people everywhere with fake seals. Although it was only a simple C-rank genjutsu, under the reinforcement of Makoto's formidable yin attribute chakra, the dark-skinned Kumo ninja, already seriously wounded, was powerless to resist. He fell instantly, and his memories were pulled back to the day he accepted the mission. Within his consciousness, Makoto had already taken on the form of his superior. Using the pretext of emphasizing the mission's importance, he made him recount the details once again to avoid any omissions. Because it was under circumstances the man believed were safe, and his brain was not being violently invaded, that seal formula, whether it even existed or not, would not be triggered at all. Faced with superior Makoto's examination-style questioning, he answered everything he was asked. And then everyone learned what kind of trick those Kumo ninja brutes had been playing. The good news was that the dark-skinned, powerfully built Kumo ninja really was an elite Jonin-level expert within his village, able to access a great deal of classified intelligence. All along, the war pressure on the northern frontier in the land of hot water had not been particularly heavy. The Konoha ninja, led primarily by the Hyuga clan, only needed to hold the line here. The Northern First Command's requirement was, don't let the Kumo ninja get through and dig in their own arses. The Kumo side's main focus was not here either. In order to avenge his father, the Fourth Reikage was single-mindedly set on beating the shit out of Iwagakure. But recently, with the fighting growing tense, and after having had enough of the Hyuga clan's Byakugan and its roguelike tactics, they came up with a bold idea. That was to learn from Kirigakure and pull off a big job. If Kirigakure could snatch it, why couldn't we, Kumo, do the same? Who wouldn't want something as good as the Byakugan? Wasn't there a Hyuga main house member sitting there in plain sight on the land of hot water front line? Why couldn't they go and grab it? After all, this had always been Kumo's style, robbing other people was routine for them. On top of that, the intensity of the land of hot waterfront had never been very high, which had served well to lull Konoha into a false sense of security. With timing and terrain already in their favor, the moment to obtain the Byakugan had arrived. So the operation was set just like that. They secretly dispatched several experts to lead forces southward, link up with the local Kumo ninja, and launch this Byakugan acquisition plan. The mission of the dark-skinned Kumo ninja was to position themselves between the defensive line and the command headquarters, killing Konoha ninja by any means possible and cutting off their reinforcements. It was just that their luck was bad, they ran into Makoto. As for the assault, under the Byakugan, there was no such thing as a sneak attack. The ninja leading the frontal attack on the second command headquarters was a renowned Kumo powerhouse, a magnet-release Kekkei Genkai user, Troy. Good grief. So that was what these brutes had been plotting here all along. Unlike the Sharingan, the Byakugan in the ninja world was truly something everyone wanted to seize the moment they saw it, it was extremely sought after. From this perspective, the caged bird seal really did serve a significant purpose. After extracting the intelligence, everyone fell into silence. What came next required a decision from Kumomi, the Jonin present. IGA said anxiously, Kumomi-senpai, we should hurry back to the command headquarters to provide support. Kumomi shook his head. If the intelligence is true, then the fighting over at the headquarters may already be over. Our returning to support them would have no meaning. Then what should we do? Could it be that Hayashizama has already? No need to worry. It wouldn't be that easy to succeed. The village and the Hyuga clan would never allow the same thing to happen a second time. Besides, if the situation were truly urgent, we should have already received an order to return for reinforcement. We haven't, which means the ones who won are our Konoha forces. Now, we'll split into two groups. Your squad will continue to watch the defensive line, and also take care of the bodies of our comrades who were killed in action. I'll take people back, that will be enough. Yes. The 3 members of IGA's squad accepted the order. They had been lucky to run into Makoto's squad and had even rendered great service, but some of their comrades at other defensive points had very likely already met with disaster. For example, the squad that the Kumo ninja had previously impersonated using the transformation technique had been stationed at a neighboring outpost, its members were certainly already dead. After confirming their respective tasks, the 4 members of Kumomi's team rushed back toward the command headquarters at top speed. Here, everything was in chaos. Traces of battle were everywhere, black smoke rose in all directions, buildings were in ruins, and many places still bore the remnants of lightning-release ninjutsu bombardment. The fighting had indeed already ended, and Konoha's ninja were busy carrying out cleanup operations. Kumomi said, "I'll go to the command post to report. You all help out here." After he left, Makoto said, "I'll go take a look at the medical department." Hei did not object. "Go ahead. Uzuki, you go and I will handle things here." After arriving at the medical department, Makoto passed by the morgue and turned to go inside to learn about the situation. On rows of wooden boards lay bodies of varying ages. They had perhaps been lively people, laughing and talking not long ago. Now, all of them were dead. It seemed that Konoha's losses in this battle were not small. These were only ordinary Konoha ninja. Those with special bloodlines or unique secret techniques had had their bodies taken away immediately and handed over to their respective clans to prevent them from being stolen. In the ninja world, such corpses could fetch extremely high prices on the black market. There was no shortage of buyers. After identifying himself to the medical ninja on guard and receiving permission, Makoto carefully examined the bodies. Finding no familiar faces among them lifted his gloomy mood somewhat. At the same time, he noticed that many of the dead bore especially massive wounds, as if they had been cleaved open by some kind of gigantic weapon. Presumably, this was the handiwork of that magnet-release ninja, Troy. As a well-known powerhouse in the ninja world, Konoha naturally had his information on file, including records of the massive square-bladed shuriken he used. Ordinary ninja might not know this, but Kumomi had previously served in ANBU and was naturally aware of it. Before coming to the Northern Front, he had already briefed them on these details. After arriving at the medical ward, the place was packed with people. There were many wounded, and doctors moved back and forth among them, treating the injured. After obtaining permission, Makoto switched roles on the spot and took up duties as a medical ninja. The one in charge of this temporary medical unit was a female medical jonin in her 40s, from Konoha Hospital. She knew Makoto and was well aware of his capabilities. Well, basically, everyone at Konoha Hospital knew him. After all, his mother worked there. As for why Megumi hadn't come to the front line. In the Higashino family of 3, 2 were already at the front. Wasn't that enough? If Konoha's upper echelon really threw the entire family onto the battlefield, that would be going too far. If they dared to do that, Makoto would take his parents and disappear without a trace, then come back a few years later ahead of Nagato to show everyone how a real villain makes an entrance. After dealing with the backlog of wounded in a large medical ward, Makoto headed toward the private rooms and saw 2 familiar faces. "Muta, Miko? Why are you here?" Visiting a patient, Abure Muta replied succinctly. No way, don't tell me Jonin Hyoma got taken down again? Seriously, why is it always Hyoma? Next time, can't you pick someone else to suffer? Like this dog, for example. Why me? I'm already miserable enough, okay, the husky Rocky said in protest. His fate was already tragic, now even when he went home, he had to keep his tail tucked. Inuzuka Miko said, Sensei is fine. It's Tokuma who came to visit a senpai from the clan. Oh, is that so? Then Hyoma senpai is really lucky. Alright then, since I'm here, as a medical ninja I'll go take a look at the patient as well. After entering the ward, he saw an unfamiliar face. After Tokuma's introduction, Makoto learned that this man was none other than the famous Hyuga Hisashi, Hyuga Neji's father. His injuries had already been treated, and he was currently recuperating. Judging by the situation, his wounds had been quite severe, he had likely gone all out earlier, perhaps to protect his beloved older brother. Hisashi-senpai, my name is Higashino Makoto. This is our first meeting, please take care of me. Hisashi's smile was gentle. So you're Makoto? I've heard Hohito and Tokuma mention you. Everyone thinks you're an exceptionally outstanding genius. You flatter me, Hisashi-senpai. Not at all. Even if they hadn't said anything, I've heard plenty about your deeds from others. You're one of Konoha's little heroes, after all. However, if I remember correctly, the task assigned to Kumomi's squad was mobile patrol. Did something happen that made you return early? Yes, Hisashi-senpai, Makoto briefly recounted what had happened earlier that day. After listening, Hisashi said, in fact, you've already rendered tremendous assistance. You blocked and eliminated at least 30 Kumo ninja. If they had managed to come around from the flank and link up with the infiltrators, the consequences would have been extremely serious. As long as it helped. I wonder whether Hayashi-sama is safe. Don't worry. My elder brother is perfectly fine. Kumo's scheme did not succeed. If they had succeeded, I probably wouldn't be able to see my precious son anymore, ha ha ha. Ah? Hisashi-senpai is already a father. Yes. My son Neji has been born for almost 2 months now. I hope that when he grows up, he can become a ninja as talented, and as free, as you. Good grief, my future brother-in-law has already been born. But Hisashi saying he should be as talented as me is fine, but why add free? If one were to ask who in the Hyuga clan hated the caged bird seal the most, it would probably be the man right in front of him. With only a moment's difference, he had been relegated to the Branch family, along with his son, who could not escape that fate either. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 93, Closing the Net. 1843 words. The land of hot water lies in the northeast corner of the land of fire, and together with the land of the moon, it became a buffer zone between the two great powers of fire and lightning. The land of hot water was deeply influenced by the land of fire, while the land of the moon was controlled by the land of lightning. This was the fate of all small countries wedged in the cracks between great nations. But the ones who suffered were only the ordinary people of the small countries. As for the daimyo, what they lost at most was financial interest. Under the influence of the daimyo of their respective countries, the 5 great shinobi villages all reached a tacit understanding, they would not lay a hand on any country's daimyo. At least, they could not do so openly. Because the daimyo of the vast majority of countries in the shinobi world, after countless years of intermarriage with one another, were in fact all relatives, one big family. They were the rulers of the shinobi world, a special class. One could, in theory, regard them as celestial dragons who did not themselves possess extraordinary power. Those who threatened them were often ronin, missing nin, wandering samurai, and rebellions where the low overthrew the high. If they could not handle it with their own guard forces, then one of the 5 great shinobi villages that received their request for aid letter would send shinobi to help them settle it. Shinobi were both a power they feared and wanted to hold in their hands, and also a tool to maintain their rule. The existence of extraordinary power cut off everything that people called peasant uprisings or dynastic change. On this point, Makoto had once seen a very interesting record in some unofficial historical materials, records that could match certain folk myth stories with astonishing accuracy. Rumor had it that many years ago, the world had once gone through a dark era, humanity's numbers plummeted, nations collapsed, disasters struck the land again and again, and the people who remained lived worse than death. Later, one man saved the world. He founded Ninshu and restored order. People called him a living god, the Sage of 6 Paths. Under the Sage of 6 Paths instruction, someone gathered the people and rebuilt a nation on fertile land. Because the Sage of 6 Paths stood above them, the ruler of the country could not call himself the son of heaven, and his status was lowered to daimyo. As time passed, the land gradually recovered. The daimyo's descendants were infeft across various regions. After who knew how many years of evolution, people forgot history, the ruling nobles in different places no longer obeyed a single sovereign ruler, each becoming independent, and each slapped the daimyo hat onto their own head. Even if the territory they ruled was only a single city, they still dared to call themselves daimyo. After all, no one was policing it. After that, the world entered the warring states era. Through several hundred years of warfare and annexation among the countries, the current world structure slowly took shape. In other words, the daimyo of the various countries in the shinobi world actually all came from the same ancestor. Back then, when Makoto studied in the library in his spare time, he treated these scattered unofficial histories as stories. Now, the people of the shinobi world also regarded the Sage of 6 Paths as a mythic figure, some even believed he was entirely fictional. But Makoto knew that this person had truly existed. In folk myth stories, aside from some absurd events that were obviously fake at a glance, some of the stories were also real. For example, the former Dark Era was, in all likelihood, the late-stage period of Otsutsuki Kagaya's tyrannical rule, casually sacrificing humans to the god tree to produce white Zetsu. Her 2 sons, due to differing ideals, erupted into battle with their own mother. They shattered the land into pieces, and what followed was naturally disasters occurring one after another. Unfortunately, the people of the shinobi world had no habit of recording history, or rather, even if someone did record it, it would be deliberately erased by some little black bastard who had lived for 1,000 years, so everything was forgotten by the people. Unlike the land of fire, which was dominated by plains and hills, although the overall elevation of the land of hot water was not high, its internal terrain mainly consisted of densely packed mountain ridges rising abruptly from flat ground, and it was rich in geothermal resources. The environment here was beautiful, with hot springs everywhere, an excellent place for tourism and relaxation. In fact, geothermal resources were abundant throughout the entire Shinobi world. The Land of Fire itself had many famous hot spring sites. Even the Land of Wind, which was dominated by desert, had hot springs at some oases. It was fucking ridiculous. At times, Makoto even speculated whether the battles of those three back then had damaged the continental shelf, leading to the present phenomenon of geothermal activity erupting everywhere. The coast of the Land of Hot Water. Sea waves crashed against the cliffs. Lofty mountain ridges blocked the seawater, leaving little flat terrain suitable for building good harbors. This was the defining feature of the Land of Hot Water's coastline. The special geographical environment cut off any possibility for them to develop large-scale maritime trade, leaving them able to focus only on their specialty hot spring tourism industry. At dawn, Makoto, who had been standing night watch, sat at the edge of the cliff, opened his eyes, and ended his training. A faint glow rose in the east. Before long, the sun would rise. Watching the sunrise from a high seaside cliff should have been an exceptionally beautiful sight, but unfortunately, he did not have the time to wait for the rising sun. Kumomi and the other two had already woken up and prepared a simple breakfast. After eating, the four-man squad continued along the coastline, advancing toward the Land of the Moon. After returning to the command post yesterday afternoon, they had not gotten much rest. That very night, they received orders to depart on a mission. According to reliable intelligence, the Kumo ninja fighting Konoha in the southeastern part of the Land of Hot Water had not established their own base. Instead, they had swiftly seized Yugakyu in the early stage, not only gaining a ready-made stronghold, but also being able to coerce the Hot Water ninja into attacking Konoha ninja together. That was how shinobi villages of small countries were. What choice did they have? Disobey, and death was the only outcome. Iwagakyu had done the same thing before. Did Kusagakyu dare to resist? Dare to utter even half a word of refusal, and the entire village would be wiped out. Although the U-ninja had been forced onto the battlefield, they did not dare to truly fight Konoha to the death. For small shinobi villages, there was only one way to survive: play both sides. Their covert contact with Konoha had never ceased. According to the intelligence they passed along, after yesterday's failed attack on Konoha, the Kumo ninja had not withdrawn and seemed unwilling to give up. Konoha, in order to stabilize the rear and secure the final victory in the decisive battle, decided to completely eliminate this batch of hidden dangers embedded in the Land of Hot Water. The Northern First Command would secretly dispatch personnel into the Land of Hot Water to cut off this group of Kumo ninjas' retreat routes, preventing them from linking up with the main Kumo forces in the north. Hyuga Hayashi's Second Command, meanwhile, would begin advancing from the southeastern part of the Land of Hot Water toward the northwest. As for Makoto and the squads with sensory capabilities, they had already set out in advance. Their target was the coastline of the Land of Hot Water. Their mission was to destroy every ship and Kumo ninja outpost they encountered, preventing them from escaping back to the Land of Lightning by sea. Shinobi could indeed run on water, but go ahead and try running across the vast open sea. If you could make it to land before your chakra ran dry, then you'd be impressive. Shinobi were not perpetual motion machines. In fact, 99% of shinobi had very limited chakra reserves. Daring to flee across the ocean by waterwalking had only one outcome: falling into the sea and drowning, becoming fish food. This was the extermination plan that the Northern First Command of Konoha had set in motion after learning of the Kumo ninja's intention to seize the Byakugan. A three-pronged encirclement, to wrap up the Kumo ninja hold-up inside Yugakyu, the hot water shinobi village in the central part of the Land of Hot Water. Among the stone forest beyond the coastal cliffs, Makoto carefully sensed the surroundings and said, "There's an outpost here. 2 people on guard. The situation is the same as before." Kumomi said, "Then we'll use the old method, quick in, quick out." Yes, the 3 responded in unison. Under the cover of Makoto's sensory perception, the 4 quietly followed the secret passage repaired by the Kumo ninja and slipped down into the outpost below. This place was one of the retreat routes prepared by the Kumo ninja, meant as a contingency in case the war went badly, to be used by companions who scattered and fled. After reaching the target location, Kumomi and Makoto charged into the hidden outpost to eliminate the enemy, while Yugao and Hayate went to the docks to destroy all the ships. Perhaps the Kumo ninja were overly confident, believing the chances of this retreat route being activated were slim, so the shinobi left behind to guard the outpost were relatively lax. Thinking about it, those assigned to do this kind of menial work were not experts to begin with. Their overall shinobi quality was nothing special. When they saw the enemy, their first reaction was actually to freeze in shock. Kumomi moved in and took one down immediately. Makoto was gentler. he simply knocked the other unconscious with a single punch, then infused natural energy into the person's body. In his stupor, the Kumo ninja seemed to experience immense pain, his brows knotted tightly, his body convulsed violently, but soon there was no movement at all. There were no outward injuries, but the man was indeed dead. "You're experimenting with your new technique again." "Yes, sensei. Since they're going to be killed anyway, let me at least put the trash to use." Kumomi thought about it and said nothing more. As long as Makoto was not using innocence for these things, it was fine. A series of explosions sounded outside. It was Hay-8 and the others using explosive tags to blow up the ships. Sure enough, before long the two hurried over to rendezvous. Kumomi said, "Let's go. Continue the mission. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 94, Battle of Yugakure, 1800 words. At noon, in a small fishing village within the land of hot water. The village lay between two mountains, with a small stretch of flat land. However, the nearby waters were too shallow and the beach area too limited to serve as a trading port. Fishermen had gathered here and formed a village, making their living by fishing. But today, they had lost the fishing boats they depended on for survival. All boats, large and small, had been gathered together and burned to ashes in a single blaze. The villagers clustered together, watching the fire, not daring to resist in the slightest. In the children's eyes, as they looked toward the four Makoto and his companions, there was a clear mixture of fear and envy. Civilians could never stand against ninja. Not to mention that there were only a little over 100 of them. Even if there were 10 times that number, any attempt at resistance would still end in slaughter. Even arming them would be useless. The gap between ninja and ordinary people was simply that vast. Yuga worked in silence, not daring to meet the fisherman's eyes. At that moment, she felt that in their eyes, she was probably nothing less than a terrifying female demon. But there was no helping it. The order they had received was to destroy all boats along the coast, all of them, which naturally included fishing boats. Fortunately, among the 5 great ninja villages, Konohagakure still possessed some measure of restraint and basic decency. Kumomi was negotiating with the elderly village chief. After settling the accounts, he handed over a sum of money and warned him, "This is compensation for you. Remember, do not purchase materials to build new boats in the near future. If they get seized, Konohagakure will not take responsibility." The old village chief nodded repeatedly. "We understand, Ninja-sama. Don't worry. Everyone will wait until this war is over before buying them again. It's always been like this, we know the rules." His familiarity with the situation was enough to make one sigh. The fishermen's gazes shifted away from the flames and all focused on the banknotes in the old village chief's hands. That money was their guarantee of survival for the coming period of time. Once the four completed their task, they left. On the road, the young girl let out a sigh of relief. At least there was compensation. Otherwise, we really would have become the bad guys. Makoto quietly followed up, "Honestly, in the eyes of ordinary people, we ninja have never been good people to begin with. Yugo, you don't seriously think being a ninja is a righteous profession, do you?" "Maybe not righteous," she replied, "but it can't possibly be evil, right? Didn't you see the fisherman's eyes? Fear mixed with disgust. It didn't change even after we gave them compensation." Hay-8 said, "But I also saw envy. Not just from the children, many of the adults as well." Makoto smiled. "Of course. That's not contradictory at all. After all, ninja represent power. If they had the chance, they'd naturally want to become people with power too. Who wouldn't? Especially those kids, their eyes never left us." At this moment, he was rather glad he had been reborn in Konohagakure, and that both of his parents were ninja. He was a ninja trainee by birth. If he had been reborn in that fishing village, it would have been a huge problem. Forget learning ninjutsu, he might even have been treated like roadside trash by Kumo ninja passing by in defeat and casually wiped out. Among the 3 of them, no one paid any attention to that sum of money. Because it hadn't come out of their own pockets. Later, they could reimburse it through the village, and the village would send the bill to the daimyo of the land of hot water. As for whether the daimyo of the land of hot water would raise taxes to make up for his losses, that had nothing to do with them. After they got some distance from the fishing village, Kumomi stopped, took out a map, and spread it on the ground. After confirming it once, he said to the 3, "Our squad's assigned area has been cleared. Next, head to the rendezvous point and link up with the others." "Yes." In a mountain hollow forest to the east of Yugakure, the 4 of them spent some time reaching the designated location. Dozens of Konohagakure ninja were already stationed here. They weren't the squad scattered out to sabotage coastal boats, but the team that had arrived ahead of time to scout the area. After the two sides briefly verified signals and the cipher for this operation, they continued hiding in the forest. The light in the dense woods was much dimmer than outside. The four sat in the trees eating dry rations, recovering chakra, and making preparations for battle. This place wasn't too far from the alert line Kumo ninja had set up east of Yugakure, so it was impossible to light a fire and cook, otherwise it would be easy to expose themselves and cause the operation to fail. At the same time, this distance was also far beyond the sensing range of Kumogakure ninja. All 5 great ninja villages trained their own sensory ninja, but most were ordinary, and it was extremely difficult for top-tier experts like Kirigakure's Chukichi and Higashino Makoto to emerge. After that, squads carrying out the same mission as Makoto's kept gathering here, one after another. But everyone did the same, hiding in the forest, resting in silence, and recovering chakra. No one spoke. For ninja, infiltration was a basic skill. As time passed little by little, around 5 in the afternoon, the agreed time for the attack arrived. All the ninja gathered here opened their eyes. They organized their ninja tools, murderous intent surging, then split up and advanced toward Yugakure. On the way, as they rushed forward, Yugao suddenly asked, "Sensei, what if we run into Yugakure ninja?" Kumomi answered directly, "Before the battle is over, kill every enemy you can see. Remember, never trust Yugakure ninja who surrender." This was a lesson the seniors had learned with blood. The two sides quickly met at the defensive line on the outskirts of the village, and the battle erupted instantly. Makoto led his 3-man squad toward a defensive strongpoint he had sensed. 4 ninja charged out from inside as well. Judging from their forehead protectors, 3 were Yugakure ninja, and only 1 was a Kumo ninja. But when the 3 Yugakure ninja saw the Konoha ninja, there was no trace of gratitude on their faces, only hostility as they raised their weapons and charged. It was completely upside down. The relationship between Konohagakure and Yugakure had always been quite good, yet now they looked ferocious, as if the Kumo ninja were their half-brothers from different parents. This was normal. Small ninja villages like this were always divided internally over which great power to align with. With Kumo using Yugakure as a command base to attack Konoha, it was natural that some opposed it while others welcomed it. Those who welcomed it might even be fantasizing about earning merit and joining Kumogakure to become ninja of one of the 5 great villages. Those willing to stay here and defend alongside Kumo had clearly made up their minds to side with the Land of Lightning. In that case, they couldn't blame Konoha for being ruthless. Makoto's body leapt into the air, drifting and twisting like a feather. After dodging the incoming kunai, a wind blade split another kunai, one wrapped with an explosive tag, cleanly in half. Then, without any leverage in midair, he suddenly accelerated, swept past the Yugakure ninja, and his short blade had already cut open the man's throat. At the same time, Kumomi also dealt with the Yugakure ninja in front of him. The last one, facing both Hayate and Yugao, had his vision thrown into disarray by Yugao's Genjutsu swordlight, and was finished off by a single strike from Hayate. As for the quality of ninja from small villages, though they were said to be chunin, they were really only about on par with Konoha genin. Seeing his subordinates defeated so quickly, the last Kumo ninja cursed Yugakure under his breath as a bunch of useless trash, then turned and ran. It wasn't that he was afraid of death, he needed to carry the intelligence about Konoha's attack back. With fighting breaking out everywhere, he wasn't stupid. He naturally understood what was happening. But by then, Makoto had already closed in behind him. The Kumo ninja could only respond in haste. After the two exchanged a couple of blows, he was cut down, blade and body together. Makoto's group wiped out their opponents here, but there were always a few lucky ones who managed to escape. The news of the attack couldn't be stopped, but it didn't matter. The encirclement was already complete. From here on, it would depend on how much damage the Kumo ninja could inflict on Konoha before dying. Inside Yugakure, the Kumo commander Tyoshi had already received the report. He was a middle-aged ninja with fair skin and blonde hair. He asked the Kumo ninja who had returned with the report, "Are you sure those Konoha bastards are attacking from the south?" "Yes, Tyoshi-sama. The defensive line has already been breached. What should we do next?" Before he could answer, another Kumo ninja rushed in to report that Konoha ninja were attacking from the north. Then the ninja returning from the eastern defensive line reported the same situation. Tyoshi froze. They had been surrounded by Konoha. It seemed that yesterday's plan to seize Konoha's Byakugan had not only failed, but had instead made the other side decide to wipe them out. At the side, Troy, although the strongest here, had always had nothing on his mind but fighting and disliked thinking about tactics. he said, Tyoshi, there's not much time left. Do we fight, or do we leave? Leave. Otherwise, we'll all die here. We have to bring back as many comrades as possible. Break out? To the west? That seems to be the only direction where we haven't run into Konoha ninja. Tyoshi was a bit speechless. That's the direction of the Land of Fire. Breaking out that way, is that going to send us to our deaths? That's true. Then which direction do you say we go? Konoha definitely has heavy forces to the north to block us from linking up with headquarters. The south is likely dominated by the Hyuga clan, escaping under the Byakugan won't be easy. After briefly analyzing the situation, Tyoshi made his decision. Pass the order. Assemble immediately. Our objective, break out to the east. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 95, Battle of Yugakure, 2. 2,110 words. Before Konoha launched its attack, the key figures of Yugakure had already gathered in a sealed chamber. After all, the intelligence from Kumogakure was something they had sold privately themselves, no one understood what was happening better than they did. The way small ninja villages survive is by playing all sides, keeping a flexible posture and swaying with the situation, yet never offending any one great power to the point of no return. At this moment, it was once again time for them to make a choice. The leader of Yugakure was usually not the strongest person in the village, but rather a highly respected elder chosen by consensus. As a result, the leader's strength might only be at the level of a chunin or genin, or even that of an ordinary person. At present, the acting leader was a grey-haired old man. He said to the village's strongest jonin, Chizo, keep our people in line. Do not let them get involved in the fighting. Whatever Kumogakure wants to take, let them take it. There is no need for pointless sacrifices. Chizo did not object, but he still asked with concern, Leader, is this really all right? Won't this offend Konoha's side? The leader shook his head. No. You don't understand the style of that third Hokage. He won't blame us for not taking part in the battle. On the contrary, if we assist Konoha, we gain nothing and instead offend Kumogakure to the death. At that point, we wouldn't be able to bear their retaliation. But some of our comrades are already planning to follow Kumogakure and break out. Should I step in and stop them? There's no need. Let them go. Those fools who can't see the situation clearly still fantasize about joining Kumogakure, never realizing that they are nothing more than cannon fodder to them. But they're still comrades from the village. The leader let out a long sigh. Chizo, when it's time to give something up, you have to give it up. This is the helplessness of small ninja villages. Perhaps after this war, we should rethink our path of development. I've finally seen it clearly, for small ninja villages, trying to develop real strength is simply impossible. The 5 great ninja villages will not allow it, and the funding from the daimyo's side is being cut year after year. Maybe having no strength at all would be better than being stuck in this neither here nor there state. At least then we wouldn't be forced into impossible choices. After the war ends, cut ties with those lunatics of the heretical god cult as well. After so many years of experiments, there have been no results, there's no need to keep supporting them. Yes, Leader Dono. Ninja movements were always swift. This wasn't moving house, there was no need to pack large bundles. As long as they carried enough ninja tools, that was sufficient. As for wealth and valuables, Yugakure was so poor they were practically down to the shirts on their backs. Anything of value, along with ninjutsu and other resources, had long since been packed up and hauled back to the village. After receiving the order, all the Kumogakure ninja quickly gathered together, mixed in with a group of Yugakure ninja who intended to go down the same road with them to the bitter end. Tyoshi glanced at them and thought to himself, good dogs. Since they were willing to come along, all the better, he would make good use of them. Move out. At the command, the Kumogakure ninja charged toward the east of Yugakure like wolves released from a cage, a vast, surging mass. Ordinary Yugakure residents who didn't know what was going on even thought those dark-skinned barbarians were about to launch some major operation again. Some people saw their own children following along and even shouted to ask whether they were coming home for dinner that night. They might come back, maybe. But if these people could still eat by then, it would be nothing short of a corpse coming back to life. The ones following Kumogakure were all people who had had enough of their own village's weakness, determined to follow the powerful Kumogakure and become citizens of a great nation. Yugakure wasn't large. After the force left the village, Tyoshi looked over the terrain outside and said to Troy, we split into 2 groups. I'll take some of our comrades and the Yugakure ninja east. You lead the rest northeast, don't take the main road. Troy did not object. Fine. Then be careful. I'll wait for you at the coastal outpost. Idiot. Don't go to the coast. The contingency we left there has definitely already been destroyed by Konoha. Are you taking your men into the sea to feed the fish? Look for a chance to break through to the north. The redeployment of Konoha's main force in the north can't be concealed for long. Once the Raikage-sama finds out, he'll definitely come to provide support. I understand. You have to catch up. Don't worry. I won't die that easily. After confirming it, the two immediately split into two routes and broke out separately. After wiping out the outer defensive line to the east of Yugakure, Konoha's encirclement force quickly concentrated and surged toward Yugakure. They had to concentrate, because Yugakure's terrain was very special. It lay in a valley enclosed by a ring of abruptly rising rocky mountains. The steep peaks all around formed a natural barrier, and the long, narrow passes between those mountains were the roads that connected Yugakure to the outside world. Choosing such a site to build the village was on par with Takegakure and Hoshigakure. Most small ninja villages were like this, powerless to construct large-scale anti-infiltration sensory barriers. They could only rely on the advantages of natural terrain to enhance their village's security. Ninja could, of course, scale the mountains, but doing so would waste both time and stamina. Kumogakure would not choose such a method either. Makoto's squad advanced in the middle of the formation, charging toward Yugakure, and soon spotted dense ranks of enemies surging in from afar. Everyone's scalp went numb. The enemy outnumbered them several times over. With both sides confined to narrow mountain paths, this was not a battle that would be easy to fight. Yet they had no choice but to hold. As long as they could hold for a short while, the main force from the south would arrive and launch an attack from the enemy's rear. Once that happened, everything would turn for the better. They were already close to Yugakure. Makoto had naturally sensed that the Kumogakure forces had split into two routes, but he could not deal with that now. Those enemies would be handled by Konoha comrades advancing south from the north. What he had to consider was how to hold back the opponents directly in front of him. When enemies meet on a narrow road, the brave prevail, of my ass. Even if they won in this situation, their own side would suffer heavy casualties. They had to find advantageous terrain for a counterattack. And if there was none, then they would create it. Just before the two sides were about to collide, Makoto shouted while running, "Sensei, focus on protecting those two. I'll go ahead and set up a favorable battlefield for everyone." Without waiting for a reply, his entire body shot into the air. Propelled by wind-release chakra, he flew at high speed, overtaking everyone and landing ahead of them, simultaneously entering Sage mode. Upon landing, he slammed both hands onto the ground. Sage Art, Earth Release, Earth-Style Wall, Great Wall Technique. A towering, thick wall of rock and earth erupted from the ground between the two sides, as if a mighty fortress pass had been erected in the valley in an instant. On the side facing Konoha, several sloped ramps with steps were formed to allow their own personnel to climb the wall and defend it. Battlements were even thoughtfully constructed on top. On the side facing Kumogakure, the intent was far more malicious. Not only were there no ramps, the wall even jutted out with dense clusters of sharp earthen spikes. If those Kumogakure brats had the ability, they could just attach chakra to their feet and climb up. Makoto's mastery of ninjutsu shape transformation was displayed to the fullest in this earth release. He even had the spare attention to carve the dog head of Rocky the Husky into the center of the wall as mockery. The damage was minimal, but the insult was absolute. Even Kakashi would have approved. The Kumogakure commander leading the force, Tyoshi, was thoroughly disgusted by this ninjutsu. Which bastard came up with such a vile technique? But they had already reached this point. There was no option but to press forward. Lightning release, explosive tags ready. Blow that wall apart. Kill the Konoha ninja and charge through. He shouted loudly, while quietly retreating a few steps himself, pushing everyone else out in front to shield him. On Konoha's side, the ninja were in far better spirits. They happily climbed onto the top of the wall and bombarded the enemies charging below from above. For a time, explosive tags and ninjutsu interwove between the two sides, forming an absolute zone of death. At this moment, the benefits of deep chakra nature training became apparent. More than that, this was Sage Art. How could it be destroyed so easily? Even lightning chakra overcoming earth was not enough. Clods of earth and stone kept sloughing off the wall, but it simply would not fall. After a round of frenzied bombardment and paying the price of heavy frontline casualties, the Kumogakure forces had only managed to grind away the earth and spikes on the wall. What was uncanny was that the dog head remained completely intact. It seemed Makoto had deliberately reinforced that spot. Afterward, relying on their numerical advantage, the enemy used explosive tags and ninjutsu to suppress the Konoha ninja, then began charging upward along the smoothed wall and the mountainsides on both flanks. What was absurd was that those at the very front all wore Yugakyu forehead protectors. They led the charge, fighting with fierce resolve, as if they were determined to burn everything they had for a Kumogakure village they had never even been to, using their own flesh and blood to carve a path of survival for the noble Kumogakure ninja. The Konoha ninja took cover behind the battlements, relying on the terrain to fight back desperately. But ninja were not ordinary human soldiers, and the battlement's protective capability was limited. After taking a few more explosive tags, they shattered. Makoto moved along the wall, the wind blades of the shadowless sword acting like a sniper rifle, precisely picking off opponents who tried to rush up. With both sides packed into the mountain pass and fighting around the tall, thick earthen wall, a brutal, bloody battle unfolded. Every second, someone screamed and fell, but the heavier casualties were naturally on the attacking side. Kumomi and the Hyuga branch family jonin in charge of command could be said to have truly seen it all. They never expected that in their lifetime they would witness a wall-based siege battle in the shinobi world. It was quite something. Fortunately, time was ultimately on Konoha's side. The fighting had not lasted long before Konoha's main force rushing up from the south burst out from within Yugakyu. The enemies caught in the middle immediately fell into a two-sided pincer and began fleeing in panic, attempting to break out by climbing the mountains on both sides. The Konoha ninja only needed to fire ninjutsu and ninja tools upward. The enemies climbing the mountains, however, had far more to worry about. They had to increase their speed, watch their chakra consumption, and avoid the dangers pressing in from behind. Some Yugakure ninja, driven to despair, abandoned their dream of becoming citizens of a great nation and chose to kneel and surrender. But they forgot that the Kumogakure ninja beside them were not known for good temper. These dark, savage brutes who swore never to surrender first cut down the Yugakure comrades who had tried to capitulate, then launched a desperate charge toward the Konoha ninja on both sides. They had decided that even in death, they would take one or two Konoha bastards with them, especially that bastard who had created such a disgusting earth release. But very quickly, they not only failed to find the culprit behind the earth release, they themselves were swallowed up by the surging pincer of Konoha ninja. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 96, Chapter 96, Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star, the sky is full of flying thunder god. 1805 words. After the battle ended, the battlefield was cleaned up. Those who were dead had their bodies collected. Those who were not dead, another blade was added. It did not matter whether they were Yunin or Kumonin. This was not Konoha being cruel. This was simply how the ninja world worked. Even corpses could be used to extract intelligence. In post-battle negotiations, the ninja corpses would be handed over to the other side. If you handed over a living prisoner, the other side would not dare accept them. Ninjas who had once been taken prisoner could not hold their heads up after returning to their village. Not only would they be suspected by the higher-ups, they would also have to face the villagers' criticism. Life would be worse than death. This was different from the Kanabi Bridge battle. Back then, that group of Iwagakure nin who surrendered had been spared because Onoki knelt in time, and Konoha needed them to clash with the Kumo nin. With the third Hokuge's insistence, they were handed over not long after. They were not subjected to Konoha's interrogation, and there were no issues of loyalty. Hayashi stood in the center of the battlefield, gripping the victory he had obtained, extremely satisfied. He glanced at the half-destroyed city wall lying across the valley not far away and asked, "Whose ninjutsu is that?" Very imaginative. The Hyuga Jonin who had led the eastern blocking force replied, "Clan head, it was the ninjutsu of Higashino Makoto, the Chunin from the Kumomi team. Thanks to him coming up with this method and creating favorable terrain, our casualties were greatly reduced, and we managed to hold out until you arrived, Clan head." "Oh, is that the hero who defeated the Kirinin?" As expected of Konoha's #1 genius of the new generation. Such enviable ninjutsu talent. I heard he has a good relationship with Tokuma, is that right? Yes, Clan head. He and Tokuma were classmates, and after graduating they continued to interact quite frequently. That's a good thing. Remember to tell Tokuma to maintain this bond well. At this moment, Hayashi was feeling quite pleased with himself, HMPH. What you, Acha Fugaku, can do, I, Hyuga Hayashi, can do as well. Let things take their natural course, Clan head. I believe Tokuma himself will handle it well. The problem now is that the Kumonin here are only part of their forces. The main body has broken through toward the northeast. Should we pursue? Of course. Leave the matters here to Yugakure to clean up. Just leave a portion of our people to keep an eye on them. We'll immediately reorganize the troops and give chase. Yes. On the other side, the husky Rocky stood in front of the earth wall, looking at the dog head carved on the wall with great satisfaction. He glanced at his own companion and asked, "Whose ninjutsu is this?" "Very imaginative." Tokuma replied without hesitation, "It's definitely his ninjutsu. Only he has the ability to pull off something on this scale." Inuzuka Miko pressed a hand to her forehead, speechless inside, and silently cursed Higashino Makoto for carving Rocky's head. Now when they went back, it would have yet another excuse to run around flirting with other female dogs. It was certain that when today's battle made it into its mouth later, it would turn into a completely different story, absolutely because its majestic, imposing image had intimidated the enemy, and that was why Konoha had achieved victory. Why couldn't her Ninken be as steady and reliable as Kuromaru, Inuzuka Tsume's Ninken? Just then, Makoto walked over and said smugly, "Well? Husky, I did right by you, didn't I? Before long, all of Konoha will be singing your name. I already told you I'm not called Husky, forget it. Since you're being so considerate, Makoto, call me whatever you want. I'll let it slide. The ninjutsu is good. Use it more in the future. Remember, next time, you have to carve me to look more imposing, my mouth needs to open wider, my upper and lower canine teeth need to be longer, my gaze absolutely has to be sharp. My fur has to be bristling. This damn dog really had a lot of demands." Makoto seemed to sense malice coming from the client. He had done graphic design in his previous life, and the client's demands had once driven him to the verge of collapse. Just then, an adult ninja from the Hyuga branch family suddenly used the body flicker and appeared. "Tune in Higashino Makoto, Hayashi-sama requests your presence." "Oh, okay." When he followed the man to Hayashi, Makoto saw Hinata's father. At the same time, the other 3 members of the Kumomi team were also here. Sure enough, he was carved from the same mold as Hisashi, no wonder they were twin brothers. With gentle goodwill, Hayashi asked, "Higashino-kun, I heard your sensory ninjutsu is also outstanding. Then did you also notice the Kumo-nin dividing their forces into 2 groups?" "Yes, Hayashi-sama." Before the battle began, a portion of the Kumo-nin broke through toward the northeast. The one leading them should have been the magnet release ninja Troy. Also, the Kumo-nin commander who attacked our side ran away midway through the battle. From the direction, he was going to rendezvous with Troy. "Oh? Is he still within your sensory range?" "He is." "Very good. Relay my order, form a pursuit force with the Kumomi team as the core. We cannot let that bunch get away." "Yes." In fact, given a ninja's movement speed, Tyoshi, who ran off midway with several trusted subordinates, had already long since left Makoto's sensory range. Then why could he still sense him? That involved the difference between area sensing and specific target sensing in sensory ninjutsu. Area sensing was a precise search within a certain radius, shorter distance but wider coverage, with accurate positioning. Specific target sensing had a much longer range, but it came with limits. Not only was the sensing vague, you also had to be familiar with the other party's chakra fluctuations. And the sense person's chakra amount could not be too low. The second time Senju Tobirama was summoned through impure world reincarnation, he was able to sense Ucha Madara on the battlefield while remaining in Konoha. This was a case of specific target sensing. As for Tobirama, that old ghost was far too familiar with Madara's chakra. He had memorized it back in their youth, when he used to follow his own elder brother and thought he was witnessing a date, only to discover that the other party was an evil Ucha. Although Makoto was not yet as outrageous as the second Hokage, Tyoshi had not fled very far, and he himself was a Jonin. With that, Makoto was still able to sense him vaguely. Just as the Hyuga clan only has the main family and a small number of branch family members capable of focusing their vision to see farther, specific target sensing is not something every sensory ninja can use. Unfortunately, or rather fortunately, Makoto could use it. One could only say that natural energy was far more useful than ordinary chakra. With the Kumomi team at the core, a large number of Konoha ninjas moved swiftly through the forests of the Land of Hot Water, pursuing toward the northeast. The other 3 members of the Kumomi team and several Hyuga Jonin guarded him closely. Maintaining specific target sensing weakened awareness of dangers in the immediate surroundings. To avoid stepping straight into an enemy's explosive tag array trap midway, the Byakugan had to be deployed. Hayashi did not dare let Makoto come to harm. The boy had not only helped Ucha Fugaku earn merit, but had also emerged lively and intact as a little hero. If something happened to him under Hayashi's command, how would he ever hold his head up when facing Fugaku again? Partway along the route, Makoto suddenly changed direction, advancing toward the west-northwest instead. Yugao asked curiously, eh? Shouldn't they be fleeing toward the coast? Hayate understood after a brief thought. The Kumonin aren't fools. Seeing us appear from the east, they must have realized their backup plan failed. Their objective now should be to withdraw toward the Kumo's main base in the northwest. But wouldn't that mean crashing straight into our main command's defensive line? That's still better than being blocked at sea and fed to the fish. Kumomi felt greatly reassured. Hayate's analysis is correct. A moment later, Makoto suddenly stopped and said to Hayashi, who had just caught up from behind, Hayashi-sama, the enemy has run into Konoha's defensive line and is forcing a breakthrough at full strength. Is that so? Full speed ahead, go provide support. But by the time they arrived at the battlefield, it was already too late. Not because the Konoha ninjas holding the line had been wiped out, but because someone had arrived faster than their reinforcements. They saw Konoha ninjas who had already reached the scene scatter large numbers of uniquely shaped kunai across the battlefield. The Kumonin easily dodged them, yet none of them looked relieved. On the contrary, every face was filled with terror. That kunai shape. Damn it. We're finished. Sure enough, a yellow flash flared across the battlefield, and a young figure appeared right in the middle of the enemy. What followed was a blur of dazzling movements that left the Kumonin scalps tingling. Then came a faint chill at their necks, and that was the end. This is what mowing down enemies single-handedly looks like. This is it, plain and simple. Space-time ninjutsu paired with reaction speed unrivaled in the ninja world meant that, once he closed the distance, there was no need for flashy techniques. A light slash with a kunai was enough. How does an ordinary ninja fight Namake's Minato? You don't. You simply don't have that ability, understand? Just wait for death. There's no saving it. The Konoha ninjas who arrived afterward were like a crowd of spectators, responsible only for shouting their amazement. It's Minato-sama. Those damn Kumonin are done for. As expected of Konoha's yellow flash. The Third Shinobi World War had been unimaginably painful for Konoha, but it also gave birth to a superstar renowned throughout the ninja world. Almost by his own strength alone, he struck such fear into Iwagakure and Kumogakure that Onoki issued an order allowing Iwa ninjas to abandon their missions without punishment if they encountered the yellow flash, and even the fourth Reikage would remain unable to forget him more than a decade later. He was the yellow flash of Konoha, Namake's Minato. But not everyone accepted this defeat. The magnet release ninja Troy raised his uniquely shaped square shuriken in both hands and began his tactical micro-adjustments. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 97, The Presence That Doesn't Measure Up. 1,543 words. Watching Minato tear through the battlefield with a series of lightning-fast maneuvers, felling swaths of his comrades in moments, Troy knew things couldn't go on like this. If Minato was allowed to keep it up, no matter how many people they threw at him, it would never be enough. Before his chakra ran dry, no one would even be able to brush the edge of his clothes. What Troy couldn't understand was this: they were all shinobi, so how could someone be this fast? Wouldn't his girlfriend have complaints about that? Ordinary Kumo shinobi simply had no way to deal with attacks that surpass normal neural reaction limits. At this point, only his own Kekkei Genkai, magnet release, could restrain Minato's movements. After magnetizing the massive square-bladed shuriken in his hand, Troy drove it into the ground. He then pulled a sealing scroll free, clamped it between his teeth, formed hand seals, and summoned two long chains of identical small square shuriken. Magnet release, magnetized shuriken technique. After infusing his special chakra into the two chains of shuriken, he swept both hands outward. The hovering shuriken were guided by an invisible force, scattering in all directions. They were fast, and their targets were clear. This was a wide-area ninjutsu. Its objective was the Konoha shinobi surrounding his comrades, forcing them to abandon their assault and instead use kunai to deflect the square shuriken flying toward them. Under Troy's control, once these bizarre shuriken were knocked aside by Konoha shinobi, they fell with precision onto the flying thunder god kunai embedded in the ground. Even the Makoto squad, which had just entered the battlefield, was taken care of by one of the square shuriken. Kumomi drew his blade, intending to sweep it away, but Makoto beat him to it, using a scaled-down version of the one-horn Great Wall technique to knock the shuriken aside. He applied force deliberately, ensuring the shuriken did not land on the flying thunder god kunai near them. Makoto quietly picked up the kunai and stowed it in his ninja pouch, then warned, "Don't touch that guy's shuriken with your weapons. I can sense that even your body will be magnetized. Look at what happened to the others who touched them." The three looked over, and sure enough, the square shuriken that had been deflected sprang back from the ground like predators that had locked onto prey, shooting once more at the people who had just made contact with them. This was the deadly surprise of a special technique on first encounter. Without understanding the principle behind it, it was easy to fall right into the trap. Magnet release was not unfamiliar in the shinobi world. Although ninja placed great emphasis on intelligent secrecy, the way Tsunegakure's third Kazekage and Rosa used magnet release had long since been exposed. Fortunately for them, it didn't matter when iron sand or gold dust crashed down like tidal waves. Knowing about it didn't mean you could stop it. Only Troy of Kumogakure used magnet release in a combat style that remained largely unknown. Outsiders who learned of it were all dead. That was because his magnet release wasn't as flashy as Tsunegakure's. Pathetically, it could only magnetize weapons. It lacked the overwhelming force to crush everything head-on. Once its mechanics were understood, its threat level dropped dramatically. This time, likely because he was controlling too many small square shuriken at once, the speed and striking power of each individual one weren't particularly high. Most of the Konoha shinobi who were attacked could block or evade in time, only a few unlucky ones with insufficient skill were hit, their fates unknown, dead or alive. Even so, this peculiar assault still served as a deterrent. The fighting paused briefly, buying the remaining Kumo shinobi a moment to catch their breath. Troy and Tyoshi both knew that with Konoha shinobi encircling them, there was no way to escape. All they could do was stall for time and see if they could hold out until the fourth Reikage reinforcements arrived. As long as Reikage-sama made it here, everything would get better. Konoha, of course, understood that plan as well. So after the short lull, the encirclement attack restarted. The Kumo shinobi were dragged back into a bitter struggle. Troy couldn't go on rescuing anyone anymore, because he had trouble of his own. Namake's Minato had come for him. From the previous exchange, Minato quickly deduced that the kunai he had scattered earlier had already been magnetized by the enemy and were no longer safe. So several kunai were fired out again, embedding themselves around Troy. Then the Flying Thunder God technique activated, and Minato instantly appeared behind him, kunai in hand, slashing toward the back of Troy's neck at blistering speed. Troy was a pure ninjutsu-type shinobi. He knew his taijutsu was inferior, his reaction speed inferior, so he used a crude method to defend. Under Magnet Release's control, 3 enormous square-bladed shuriken spun around him, sealing him inside a turtle-shell-like defense. Clang! The giant square shuriken blocked Minato's strike, and in the process, magnetized him as well. But Minato himself was also a sensor-type shinobi, and he immediately picked up on the problem. Seeing that he'd succeeded, Troy kept himself protected while directing the nearby small square shuriken to fire in dense volleys at Minato. Those little things acted as if they could track their target, crazily surging in to attack the magnetized mark. But this still didn't do much against Minato, quick on the draw and able to switch positions in an instant. In the end, Troy was just a small-time showman. He could only use his special magnet release chakra to empower weapons, controlling them to attack magnetized targets. At most, his methods were simply strange and tricky. If he could truly control magnetism like a genuine Magneto, hell, even the movie version would do, then by manipulating the metal weapons across the battlefield he could slaughter his way through everything. But chakra wasn't a mutant superpower. It couldn't be used with that kind of effortless freedom. Relatively speaking, the third Kazekige's magnet release was closer to Magneto's. And his opponent wasn't limited to kunai attacks alone. After flickering around Troy several times in rapid succession, spinning him until he was completely disoriented, Minato finally forced him to expose an opening. A Rasengan blasted the 2 giant shuriken away before they could close together. Then, with a flash, Minato slipped past the shredding assault of the small square shuriken and appeared behind Troy, driving a kunai straight into his heart. Minato's raw attack power might not have been overwhelming, but it wasn't something that could be blocked with just a few chunks of metal. He didn't even need to use Flying Thunder God, Guiding Thunder to move the giant square shuriken away. Those things simply weren't worth it. So fast. That was the only remark Troy could manage before dying. It was probably the same lament uttered by every shinobi who died at Minato's hands. While Minato was finishing off Troy, Makoto and the others were happily harvesting easy battlefield merits of their own. The real experts could leave the heavyweights to deal with each other. They only needed to stay on the fringes, observing, and if necessary, add a bit of noise by calling out in support. But a masked, white-haired young man who had followed Minato into battle had no intention of staying in the background. he went straight after the fair-skinned, blonde Kumo shinobi Tyoshi, fighting with extreme ferocity, as if he didn't care about his own life. This was the Konoha genius template that Higashino Jiro had always talked about, Hatake Kakashi. Makoto noticed him. Ever since losing two teammates in quick succession, the light had completely drained from his eyes. His fighting style was equally desperate, carrying an air of mutual destruction. If you don't kill me, I'll kill you. As an adult Kumo Jonin elite, Tyoshi's strength should have exceeded Kakashi's at this stage. But with his emotions in turmoil, and facing a Kakashi who fought as if his life meant nothing, he was forced into an increasingly awkward position. At this moment, Kakashi had already lost his father's weapon, the white-fanged short blade. Armed with nothing but a kunai, he pressed in close, engaging Tyoshi in rapid, close-quarters combat. Neither side had time to use ninjutsu. They clashed using only the most basic taijutsu, and for a while neither could gain the upper hand. Suddenly, not far away, Makoto frowned as his passive sensing detected a change. With a single body flicker, he jumped behind Tyoshi. Just as Tyoshi blocked Kakashi's downward thrust and, having noticed something himself, began to show a smile, Makoto drove his blade straight through Tyoshi's heart. Before dying, Tyoshi turned his head to look at Higashino Makoto, his eyes filled with a desperate longing to live. He could already sense it, rescue had been just moments away. So why did some sneaky bastard suddenly jump out? Damn it. Too careless. Didn't dodge. You bastards deserve to die. A furious roar came from the sky, but it was useless. With his heart pierced, Tyoshi was beyond saving unless a god descended from the heavens. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 98, Chapter 98, I'm taking on the rakeage? Are you serious? 2,146 words. With a furious roar, a tall, burly figure wreathed in lightning descended with an incomparably violent aura, his thick leg mercilessly cleaving down toward the heads of Makoto and Kakashi. Makoto reacted with astonishing speed, dragging Kakashi as he used the body flicker technique to leap away. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the spot where the two had just stood was smashed into a massive crater by the lightning-clad giant's kick, the ground trembling slightly from the impact. Poor Tyoshi could not find peace even in death. His body was half buried in the soil, as though he were about to be laid to rest right there. The burly man glanced at the comrade he had almost managed to save, then fixed his gaze on Makoto, fury blazing in his eyes. It was all because of this damned brat, he had killed Tyoshi a step ahead of him. Both Makoto and Kakashi stood on full alert, for standing before them was the newly appointed fourth rakeage of Kumogakure, You Konoha fools, welcome the arrival of Lord Killer B. Bakayaro. Konoyaro. Accompanied by a strangely accented voice, another figure followed close behind, landing at the rakeage's side. He wore a white shinobi hat, had dark skin, and a powerful build. This was Kumogakure's Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, the young Killer Bee. During the war, this AB duo had always operated together. Following behind them came a large contingent of Kumogakure shinobi who had rushed over to rescue their comrades. But after surveying the scene, they realized they had arrived too late. After Konoha's encirclement and suppression, only a pitiful few of their comrades remained. The rest lay sprawled across the ground. Even Troy and Tyoshi had already fallen. Those Konoha bastards were truly detestable. Minato gave a hand signal to the Konoha shinobi, then instantly teleported to Makoto and Kakashi's side. Hayashi also arrived, standing alongside Minato to face Kumogakure's AB duo. After all, he was the person in charge of the Northern 2nd Command headquarters. He could not very well let two juniors stand at the front while he hid among the crowd. If that got back to the village, how could he ever hold his head up again? The leaders of both sides faced off across a field strewn with corpses, each flanked by their subordinates. It carried the clear momentum of another large-scale battle about to erupt. For a moment, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Yet the leaders on both sides knew that if they truly clashed here in a bloody fight, it would only make Iwagakure laugh until their jaws split. That was an outcome no one wanted to see. Although the rakeage appeared to be a brutish powerhouse, he was in fact quite shrewd behind the scenes, his recklessness was merely a facade he presented to mislead others. Minato still wore his usual bright image, but his expression was grave. You two, we meet again. Meeting again is a good thing, means we get to fight once more. Bakayaro. Konoyaro. Killer B was an odd one, the moment he opened his mouth, the tense atmosphere became somewhat absurd. HMPH. The rakeage let out a heavy snort. On the surface, his anger remained, but inwardly he began weighing things up. Fight? That would only let that bastard Onoki profit, absolutely not. Leave? He wasn't willing. He had to make Konoha pay a price. Minato proposed, if you don't want to keep fighting, then please return. Take your people with you. Today's battle ends here. The fourth Raikage barked angrily, return? Namake's Minato, are you joking? You brought people and killed so many of my subordinates, how are we settling this debt? This is a battlefield, Raikage Dono. Haven't our Konoha shinobi been hunted down by your Kumogakure shinobi as well? By your logic, the only way to resolve this is for both sides to fight until the last person. Is that what you want to see? That works too. We Kumogakure shinobi won't back down, unless you Konoha lack the guts. Then what are you waiting for? Come on. I just don't want that old bastard Onoki to watch and laugh, that's all. If you want us to withdraw, that's fine, hand over those two brats. They must pay the price for killing Tyoshi. That unreasonable demand immediately infuriated everyone on Konoha's side. Bastard! Are you out of your mind? How could we possibly hand over our comrades? In an instant, emotions flared. They had never encountered such an outrageous demand. The shinobi on both sides immediately began shouting insults across the battlefield. Before the fighting even started, the war of spit was already spraying. Was the demand unreasonable? Of course it was. On the battlefield, it's all about ability. If you lose and die, you have no one else to blame. If your own people die and you want the other side to hand over the killer, what kind of good deal is that? But once those words came out of a Kumogakure shinobi's mouth, they suddenly sounded reasonable. That bunch had always been shameless like this. That shamelessness actually amused Makoto. He couldn't help but remind him, Raikage Dono, is there a chance the Tyoshi you're talking about was killed by you? Just now, when you chopped down with that kick, that guy could have still been saved, but you buried him straight into the dirt. If you want revenge, you should commit suicide instead. What did you say, you damned brat? Facing the Raikage, so enraged that lightning flared all over his body, Makoto showed not the slightest fear. Every Kumogakure shinobi who died here today was killed by you. If you hadn't given the order to invade Konoha, how could they have died? Your order killed them. You're the murderer. If I were a Kumogakure shinobi, I should be stabbing you in the back right now. Everyone on Konoha's side was stunned. Damn, so you could say it like that? And why did it sound kind of reasonable? Learn something. Learn something. Next time they ran into shinobi from the other for great villages, they could also accuse them this shamelessly. The Raikage was so furious he actually laughed. Hee hee. Sharp-tongued brat. I wonder if your strength is as impressive as your mouth. I'm fairly capable. Killing that Tyoshi didn't require your help. You're quite warm-hearted, but I won't be thanking you. Is that so? Then I'll give you a chance. If you can take 3 moves from me without dying, I'll withdraw immediately. That way, neither side needs to increase pointless casualties and let Iwagakure reap the benefit for nothing. Well? Do you have the guts to stand up for your comrades? Or are you just a brat who can only wag his tongue? Minato immediately refused. Raikage Dono, by saying such things, are you not afraid of losing face? Face? On the battlefield, we're all shinobi. Age doesn't matter, nor is there any Raikage. Makoto thought about the speed and force of that kick just now. He was confident he could handle it. This man wasn't even 30 yet, not the fully matured 4th Raikage from more than a decade later. Besides, he also wanted to test the level of his current strength. Ever since graduating and joining the battlefield, every fight had been too easy for him. He had felt no pressure at all and had no idea what level his training had reached. So the Raikage's proposal had come at just the right time. And if he couldn't win, he could always fly. The Raikage wasn't Onoki. What, was he going to leap up and hit his knees? Fine. I accept. Everyone was instantly caught off guard by those words. Even Kakashi, standing beside Makoto, could no longer keep his usual half-lidded, indifferent gaze. No, seriously, bro. I fight with my life on the line and don't fear death. I'm willing to die in battle. But I won't throw my life away meaninglessly. Has this underclassman lost his mind? Did your teammates and parents all die too? Minato sternly rebuked him. Makoto, don't be reckless. You'll lose your life. Don't worry, Minato-senpai. I know my limits. After saying that, Makoto briefly revealed the Flying Thunder God Kunai inside his ninja tool pouch. After seeing it, Minato finally agreed. He was confident he could rescue Makoto if necessary. The originally tense standoff suddenly took on a bizarre turn. Neither side had expected things to develop into a one-on-one duel between the Raikage and a Konoha brat. But the Raikage was not wrong. Once on the battlefield, everyone's identity was that of a shinobi. Age and gender did not matter, only strength spoke. After persuading the uneasy Kumomi and the other two to stand back, Makoto stepped to the front of the formation without fear and instantly entered Sage mode. The keenly perceptive Minato frowned slightly. He seemed to sense a familiar yet unfamiliar fluctuation from Makoto, something indistinct and strange. Brat, are you ready to face death? Raikage Dono, are you ready for the possibility that you won't be able to take me down in 3 moves? That would be rather embarrassing. You might even get overthrown by your subordinates when you go back. The Raikage forced down his anger and stopped speaking. He admitted he could not out-argue this brat. If it continued, he might die of rage. Better to seize the opportunity and kill this Konoha genius. Lightning release chakra mode erupted, electricity flashing all over his body. The Raikage raised his aura to its peak, determined to end the battle in a single blow. The Raikage leapt up, bringing down a heavy, overwhelming kick straight at him. He had not forgotten how this move had been dodged earlier. Now that he was using it again, he wanted to see how this brat would block it. Smash into the dirt and atone to my fallen comrades. Makoto spread his legs slightly and raised both hands. Sage Art, Water Release, One Horn Tranquility. A pale blue, semi-transparent chakra barrier enveloped Makoto at the center. Within the shield, blue chakra flowed rapidly like water, interwoven with faint streaks of white that swam through it like fish. The Raikage's kick came down, crushing a deep depression into the top of the chakra barrier, but it did not break. He blocked it. After a brief stunned silence on Konoha's side, cheers erupted. They had not expected their village to have such an astonishing genius. At such a young age, he could withstand the Raikage's attack head-on. It was simply unbelievable. The Raikage's first strike had failed to achieve anything. His expression instantly grew solemn, surprised that the Konoha brat had not been boasting, he truly could withstand his attack. At the same time, he made up his mind, he had to kill this bastard. Otherwise, once he grew up, he would become another Senju Hashirama. And judging by his temperament, he certainly wouldn't be as easygoing as the so-called god of shinobi recorded in the village archives. When that time came, life would be miserable, people wouldn't even dare speak loudly outside. Why couldn't such a genius appear in Kumogakure? The Sage of Six Paths must truly be blind. The next strike would send him to the Pure Land. The Raikage stepped back slightly, regathered his momentum, and concentrated a massive amount of lightning release chakra into his right arm. Charging forward and leaping up, he brought it down in a single, savage chop. Lightning release, lariat. Die. Makoto did not even change his stance. He kept both hands raised, but switched to a different defensive ninjutsu. Sage Art, Wind Release, Wind King's Barrier. It was still a semi-transparent chakra shield, but this time the chakra infused within was not water-aspected, but sharp wind-aspected chakra. White strands of chakra streaked through the barrier like meteors, weaving a dense and dangerous wind net. From the outside, it resembled an enlarged Rasengan. Wind nature was far harder to control than water nature. He had been developing it for a long time, but wind chakra was difficult to restrain. It was only after Makoto learned a large amount of advanced sealing knowledge from the third Hokage that he was able to complete its development. Wind overcomes lightning. Today was the perfect opportunity to test the strength of his defense. The Raikage's arm, crackling with violent lightning, smashed into the wind barrier. It felt as though he had struck a mass of upright steel needles. The lightning chakra around his arm was being consumed violently, and as his chakra diminished, his skin began to sting. If this continued, his right arm would be crippled before that strange barrier even shattered. What the hell kind of bizarre defensive ninjutsu was this? Why had he never seen any Konoha shinobi use it before? Was he not strong enough, or was this shinobi world simply too insane? I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 99, The Shield of Konoha? 1727 words. Again he blocked it. So strong. What kind of defensive ninjutsu is that? Seeing Makoto once again take the Raikage's attack without injury, the ordinary Konoha ninja were already numb with shock. They immediately began asking around about this miraculous life-preserving ninjutsu. After all, as ninja, everyone understood that their own bodies were their fatal weakness. A ninja could level an entire residential district with a single technique, yet also be killed by a tiny shuriken. If they could master this kind of defensive method, wouldn't that mean they wouldn't die so casually in the future? The Jonin collectively let out a breath of relief. They couldn't figure out how things had suddenly developed like this. They had originally been prepared for an all-out battle with the Kumo ninja, yet the group fight had suddenly turned into a one-on-one duel. What kind of third-rate Warring States novel trash plot was this, two armies facing off and first sending out their main generals to duel? The problem was, their current main general was supposed to be Jonin Minato. But since this junior had already agreed to the raikage in front of both sides ninja, there was no longer any possibility of retreat. It was no longer just his own matter. Gekko Kumomi, Sarutobi Hyoma, Hyuga Hayashi, and other Jonin who knew Makoto were fully focused, ready to step in at any moment to save him and then start a fight with the Kumo ninja. Minato, in particular, had kept the Flying Thunder God technique activated the entire time. Makoto had his kunai on him. He was confident that the moment the defensive ninjutsu was broken, he could pull him out. He could not allow what happened to Obito and Rin to happen again. For the Kumo ninja, the gradually darkening sky reflected their current mood. It wasn't that they doubted their leader's attack power. They were considering another issue: if all Konoha ninja possessed this level of defense, how would this war continue? How would their hidden villages survive in the ninja world in the future? After the fourth raikage jumped back once more, he finally began to seriously size up this brat he had thought only knew how to talk big. At the same time, he started thinking about a serious problem. That was, he was now disgusted to death, damn uncomfortable, simply stuck in an impossible position. Although his outward behavior seemed just as reckless as those big, dark, burly men in the village, it didn't mean he didn't use his brain. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the raikage. Originally, when he said he would let Makoto take 3 of his attacks, it had just been said casually, to knock down a sharp-tongued brat while taking the opportunity to mock Konoha, then use it as a pretext to withdraw his men. His hot blood told him he wanted to go all out here. But the rationality of being the leader of a village told him he could not. If something went wrong here, that old fox Onoki would certainly not miss the chance to strike at their Kumogakure. As it turned out, that little bastard didn't follow the script, he actually agreed. That was how they in Kumogakure always did things, they liked to ask for the moon. If they could squeeze out benefits, that was profit; if they couldn't, they could still overwhelm the other side in momentum, spiritual victory. Either way, they won. So since the other side had agreed, he didn't mind killing a Konoha genius. The problem was, his 2 all-out strikes hadn't taken the other side down. That made things bad. Now the key point was that he could no longer throw the third attack, because whether he struck or not, he would lose. If he killed that brat, it wouldn't be glorious. A dignified raikage killing a Konoha brat, and needing 3 attacks to do it, people would think he was a fraud. If he couldn't kill him, then it would be even more humiliating. After that, whenever he went out, he'd have to wear a sack over his head so no one could recognize him. And he had a feeling that the result of the third strike probably wouldn't be much better. Kumogakure's strongest attack secret technique, that Hellstab series, the strongest spear developed by his father, was something he hadn't mastered very well. So he had to come up with a best-of-both-worlds solution. He had it. The raikage's eyes lit up. Looking at Makoto with an appreciative gaze, he asked, "Brat, what's your name?" "Konoha Ninja, Higashino Makoto." "Good, good. Konoha truly deserves to be called the village founded by the god of shinobi. It really is a place where geniuses emerge in droves. There's even such a powerful defensive ninjutsu. You're so young, yet you can already wield it skillfully. You're a genius too. It would be a pity for you to die. I won't use my strongest third strike on you, because I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of light you'll shine in the ninja world in the future." Makoto. Higashino Makoto, right? To survive 2 strikes from me, you should feel proud. When we meet again, I'll call you the Shield of Konoha. Makoto. He finally understood what this big, burly man, coarse on the outside but meticulous on the inside, was planning. So your teacher wasn't your father, the third raikage, but the so-called demigod of the ninja world, Hanzo of the Salamander, right? It must be, right? All the Kumo ninja felt that their leader's image at this moment was upright and great. A small number of clear-headed Kumogakure Jonin quietly lowered their heads, their feelings difficult to put into words. "Thanks for the invitation. I'm on the battlefield. I've just listened to the raikage speech. Those who understand, understand. Those who don't ask. And if you really want to ask, first check whether your neck can withstand a lightning-style heat blade. After giving Makoto a slight nod to show approval, the Raikage swiftly turned to look at Konoha's decision-maker. Namake's Minato, let's leave it at that for today. Konoha has earned my recognition through strength. So, how about it, shall we cooperate and pull that old ghost Onoki down from the sky together? Minato remained perfectly clear-headed. Apologies, Raikage Dono. The war between Konoha and Iwagakure has already ended. Now, as long as Kumogakure withdraws, this war will truly come to an end. I believe that is what you should be considering. An end? Heh. You're too naive. A peace agreement is nothing but a sheet of paper. Onoki will not abandon his ambitions toward Konoha. He hasn't even signed an agreement with you. That is a matter between Konoha and Iwagakure. There is no need for Raikage Dono to concern himself. Heh. Just watch. You'll understand soon enough. That old thing Onoki cannot be trusted. After saying that, the Raikage ordered his subordinates to carry away the bodies of their fallen comrades. They left with great momentum. Shield of Konoha, turtle shell hard. Bakayaro. Konoyaro, oh yeah. Killer BS board rap provided background music for their departure. The Konoha ninja. That was it? No need to fight? Why did it feel so inexplicable? Then how should today's events be described? How else could it be described? Of course it was Konoha's victory. Not only had they completely cleared out the Kumo ninja south of the Konoha defensive line within the land of hot water, avenged those bastards' attempt to seize the Byakugan, and eliminated future trouble, they had also forced back the Kumo AB combination. If that wasn't victory, then what was? Forget it. No matter how you calculated it, it was a win. They would cheer first. The ordinary ninja didn't care about so much. As long as they had survived a major battle today and didn't have to die, that was enough. Victory! Long live Konoha! We won! Some even rushed forward and tossed Makoto into the air. Shield of Konoha! Shield of Konoha! Suspended in midair, Makoto looked at the moon above and felt speechless. Damn it, this wouldn't become his title in the ninja world from now on, just like the Sannin of Konoha, would it? The problem was, it wasn't just that his defense was strong, his attack power was formidable too. For the Raikage's third strike, he had originally planned not to use defensive ninjutsu. He had wanted to use a new technique to counterattack instead of defend. There was no reason the Raikage could strike him while he didn't strike back. Who would have thought that bastard would play the admiring the younger generation card and bring the duel to such an abrupt end? No, in the future he had to find a way to get rid of this lousy title. Otherwise, it would make him look like he was walking around with a turtle shell on his back, only capable of defense. And if he couldn't get rid of it, then he would learn from the Dragon Mother, pile on enough resounding titles so that this broken Shield of Konoha would be drowned out among them and become inconspicuous. Yugao didn't care about any of that. She jumped to Makoto's side and pulled him into her arms, completely ignoring the whistles from the board men nearby. You're not allowed to do something so dangerous again, understand, Makoto? You scared me to death. Don't worry, Yugao. I know my limits. Kakashi, standing in the crowd, looked at the junior being cared for by his teammates. There was a trace of sorrow in his eyes. If he had possessed such powerful defensive ability as well, he should have been able to protect Obito and Rin. Higashino Makoto, he hoped he would continue to grow stronger, protect his teammates well, and never have to taste the same pain he had. Minato noticed Kakashi's sorrow. He patted his disciple on the shoulder, then walked over to Makoto. Makoto, you created a miracle. But as a ninja, you must obey orders. Don't act recklessly like that again. I will, Minato-senpai. Oh, right, your kunai. Minato glanced at it and said, it's your kunai now. I'm giving it to you as a memento of this victory. Makoto. Did this count as Minato planting a marker on him? I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 100, No Fighting on the Northern Front. 2075 words. With Kumogakure already withdrawn, Konohagakure had been freed of its rear concerns, and the 2nd Northern Command headquarters could now be dismantled. That very night, before departing, Minato discussed the matter with Hayashi and the other Jonin, then made the decision. Early the next morning, Hayashi led a portion of the Konohagakure shinobi who had long remained on the front lines, along with the wounded, back to the village. A certain number of branch family shinobi were left to proceed to the first command headquarters as tactical support. Hayashi had no objections and readily accepted. In this battle, the Hyuga clan had taken the lead. Not only had they held off the Kumogakure shinobi within the land of hot water in the north, but under his command they had now essentially eliminated that contingent of Kumogakure forces. The credit that could be gained had already been secured. He was fully satisfied. Continuing to remain on the front lines held no meaning and, in fact, posed greater risk to him than to other Konohagakure shinobi. It was not only Kumogakure that coveted the Byakugan of the main family. Anyone who saw an opportunity would not let it pass. Hayashi was more clear-headed than Fugaku. The Hyuga clan's position within Konohagakure was fixed. The Byakugan would always serve as a strategic pillar of the village, reliable and controllable. No matter who became Hokage, they would have to rely on the Hyuga's strength. Their status was secure regardless of circumstances. For that reason, even though Konohagakure consistently proclaimed the will of fire, it could ignore the existence of the main branch and branch family system, and it had never made an issue of it. As for the ambitions of the Ucha, he naturally understood them. But that was not something the Hyuga should take the initiative to involve themselves in. At the same time, Hayashi also believed that Fugaku was engaged in futile effort. Was it not good enough to remain a prestigious clan of the shinobi world? Whoever became Hokage would still have to rely on the great clan's strength. Why insist on climbing to that position and bearing everyone's scrutiny? The wisdom of clan survival, passed down for 1,000 years in the shinobi world, told him that if one desired certain things, one should simply prepare and wait for the proper timing. To force matters blindly often led to poor endings. Those great shinobi clans that had vanished into history were proof of that. Makoto and the group of shinobi who had only just arrived at the northern front were naturally not among those returning to the village. The next day, their squad departed with the main force for the Konohagakure Northern Command Headquarters camp, located at the junction of the Land of Fire, the Land of Rice Paddies, and the Land of Hot Water. Their mission was to replace some shinobi who had already served on the front lines for too long. The Third Shinobi World War was visibly approaching its end, and Konohagakure finally had enough strength to carry out rotations. The two locations were not far apart, and there was no need for the troops to march in haste. Maintaining a relatively steady pace, they reached their destination at noon. The moment Makoto arrived, he was subjected to an extremely intense gaze attack. Although the attacker possessed neither the Sharingan nor the Ketsuraigan, he wielded a certain dojutsu of the shinobi world with formidable lethality. Bloodline secret art, the loving father's gaze. Inside the camp barracks, Higashino Jiro, whom he had not seen for some time, stared at his own son and mocked him aloud. "Not bad, Makoto. I'm truly gratified. You've already far surpassed me, you even dared to challenge the Reikage one-on-one." In truth, it had not been that long since the father and son last saw each other. After all, the front lines were not fighting every single day, and from time to time they would accommodate certain shinobi's needs to return to the village to visit family or recover from injuries. At a jonin speed, a round trip between the front lines and Konohagakure did not take too long. However, after years of war, compared to before, Jiro, now close to 30, looked far more weathered. There was a scar on the left side of his face that extended down to his neck, left behind after a battle with Iwagakure's explosion core. Back then, he had very nearly been blown to death. Even a jonin could lose his life on the battlefield if he was not careful, let alone chunin, or even genin. Makoto spread his hands. "No choice, father. I just mocked that guy a few times. Who would have thought the Reikage, of all people, would be so petty? When he couldn't win the argument, he just started throwing punches. I can't exactly turtle up, can I? Didn't you teach me from childhood that shinobi need the courage to face battle head-on? When I taught you that, I didn't tell you to go face a village's Koge. A Koge should be dealt with by someone of Koge level. What's shameful about you, a brat, turtling up? Dying would be the real joke. But I didn't die, did I?" Jiro suddenly got stuck, then felt a bit wistful. Yes, his son had not only withstood the Reikage's assault, but in the end he had been completely fine, even reaping the title Shield of Konohagakure for free. A shinobi gaining a name in the shinobi world was extremely difficult. He had fought on the front lines for so long, and aside from scars, he had nothing. He sighed inwardly. He used to think his son was a genius comparable to Kakashi. Now it seemed he had misjudged, his son's genius had already surpassed his understanding. Thinking of that, he could not help feeling proud. As expected of my son. But then, thinking of the fact that he had fought the Reikage one-on-one truly made people worry. And so happiness and worry intertwined, neither emotion could be fully released, leaving him feeling extremely stifled and uncomfortable. For a time, he had nothing to say. All right, Gyro, Makoto is perfectly fine, isn't he? He's been mature since he was little. He won't do anything he isn't confident about, Uzuki Yuyo offered a word of reassurance. Then he looked at Makoto with the eyes of an appraiser. Not bad, Makoto. Oh, no, that's not right. It should be a hero of Konohagakure, Shield of Konohagakure. Oh my, when you put it that way, you've already got 2 titles. Yuyo Jisen, just forget it. They don't sound good. Oh? You're even picky? A genius's brain really is different. Come on, genius, show us those amazing ninjutsu you developed yourself. Let us broaden our horizons. No problem. These were the people closest to Makoto in the shinobi world, those at the very innermost circle of what he defined as his Konohagakure companions. Naturally, there was nothing to hide. He immediately demonstrated each technique one by one and explained the principles in detail. Even when the so-called Konoha F4 had asked before, he had not concealed anything. The same rule applied, anyone in Konohagakure who wanted to learn could come to him. The premise was that they had to be capable of learning it. Only the special natural energy training was his true foundation. That, he had never told anyone. Before he had grown to a certain level, he would absolutely not speak of it. That was protection for the people around him. Gyro and Yuyo were jonin, after all. Their insight might not compare to Danzo's, but it was not poor. They quickly discovered the crux of the issue. All of Makoto's ninjutsu demanded chakra control to an extreme, almost perverse degree. It was not something ordinary shinobi could handle. How was one supposed to learn that? Learn it with one's head? Sure enough, ordinary people and geniuses operated on different frequencies. Yuyo suddenly felt that the jonin title he had finally fought his way to no longer felt so impressive. Compared to Makoto's control over chakra, he seemed like a fool waving a blade around at random. But he could not be the only unlucky one. If someone had to be foolish, everyone would be foolish together. He looked at the person leaning against the doorway and asked, "Hey, Kumomini, after half a year as a team leader jonin, have you learned anything from your own student?" "Can't outdo the student, but I can't outdo you." Kumomi replied, "Have you learned the vacuum blader I developed?" "If you haven't, then shut up." Yuyo. So infuriating. He shifted targets and bullied his daughter instead. "Yugao, Makoto isn't just your teammate, he's your sensei too. What have you and Hayate learned?" "Hayate, Yugao." Yugao felt that this father was probably no longer worth keeping. She might as well change her surname to Higashino. It would happen sooner or later anyway. Gyro looked at his son with eyes full of gratification and said, "Makoto has shown unparalleled control over chakra since childhood. That's innate. Let's not force it. Let's first practice vacuum blader properly. As for reaching Makoto's level, I doubt anyone can. If Makoto's future child inherits that talent, perhaps it might be possible." Hearing this, Yuyo's eyes lit up. Yes, you're right. He thought of the close relationship between Uzuki Yugo and Higashino Makoto and felt secretly satisfied. The descendants of your Higashino family would also be descendants of my Uzuki family, wouldn't they? Blood profit. Thinking of this, the look he cast toward Kumomi unconsciously became superior again, leaving the latter completely baffled. "If not for the two families being old friends, I would have drawn my sword and cut you down already, you bastard." After arriving on the northern front, Makoto joined the mobile patrol unit where his father served. After a few days, he discovered that it was even more idle than when he had been on the eastern front. Every day was either training or wandering along the border. Iwagakure and Kumogakure had suddenly lowered their banners and drums, seemingly unwilling to continue the war. But that was impossible. Because of the third rakeage, the enmity between both sides had grown too deep. Unless Kumogakure made Onoki bleed enough, they would not let it go. Konohagakure remained on guard, preventing itself from being drawn into it. Under such circumstances, Minato was recalled to Konohagakure by a single order, and the northern front was handed entirely to Jiraiya. Makoto calculated the timing and knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen was probably preparing the latter to assume the position of Hokage. Although in the Third Shinobi World War Konohagakure had beaten its opponents one by one and emerged as the greatest victor of the shinobi world, it had paid a tremendous price, suffering heavy casualties. Not only that, but in negotiations with Tsunagakure, it had not gained much benefit. The main reason was that the other side was too poor. The third Hokage feared that pressing too hard would obstruct the path to peace. Talks with Iwagakure were also stalled. Even regarding Konohagakure's not overly excessive demands, Onoki kept delaying, refusing to budge. During this period, some unfavorable rumors began to spread within Konohagakure. Shinobi and villagers alike had accumulated considerable resentment and needed an outlet. The third Hokage knew whose handiwork it was, but he did not order it forcibly suppressed. He decided to hang the villagers' anger upon himself and bear it alone, acting as the pressure valve, then resign in due course to clear the path for Namake's Minato's ascension. As for the other candidates who could compete for the Hokage position, his beloved disciple, Orochimaru, had been pushed to Danzo under the pretext of restraining the route, which also served as a warning regarding Danzo's petty maneuvers. But it seemed that matters had developed beyond his control. Intelligence indicated that the two were getting along rather well, so there was certainly something being kept from him. Jiraiya had no interest in politics and was wholeheartedly promoting his disciple Minato. As for the accompanying candidate, Uchiha Fugaku, if the frontline intelligence was accurate, he had already made arrangements. You like to accumulate merit? I will satisfy you. No matter what, he trusted his teacher Tobirama's judgment. The Uchiha clan was a powerful force, usable, but not suitable to be Hokage. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 101, Chapter 101, The Ninja World's Weightlifting Champion. 1887 words. A well-known fact of the ninja world, the Northern Front battlefield, is in the north. It is separated from the permanently neutral Land of Iron only by several small countries such as the Land of Artisans. Since Makoto joined the Northern Command's Mobile Patrol Unit, a week has already passed quietly. Time is about to enter October. In previous years, by October the northern region of the Land of Fire had already entered its cooling period. Ninjas are a rather peculiar kind of creature. It is unclear whether it is because they have been steeped in chakra or because their physiology is practically abnormal, but they generally tolerate cold quite well. In the depths of winter, with heavy snow falling, they can run around outdoors wearing only a thicker coat, even with their toes exposed, without worrying about frostbite. However, they are not very tolerant of heat. When the temperature rises, they easily wilt, and may even suffer heat stroke like ordinary people. It is rather absurd. It is unknown whether it is due to the excessive slaughter brought by the great ninja wars in recent years, but this year the temperatures are somewhat abnormal. Even though it is already close to October, the north remains relatively sweltering. Nothing to do today, so off to the pleasure quarters. There is no such place on the ninja battlefield, though the nearby Land of Hot Water has quite a few. Jiraiya would regularly come and go there under the pretext of gathering intelligence on the Kumogakure shinobi. But now Minato has returned to Konohagakure to prepare to succeed to the position. As the Supreme Commander, Jiraiya can no longer find a reason to conduct research. When it comes to major matters, this lecture is still reliable. If even he cannot leave casually, there is no need to mention ordinary ninjas. Even during rest periods, they can only remain inside the camp and are not allowed to leave without authorization, in case the battlefield situation changes and forces must be assembled urgently. Inside the barracks, the 4 members of Makoto's squad, along with the 3 members of Higashino Jiro's squad, were drinking tea and exchanging training insights. There were no particular taboos among them. Aside from Uzuki Yuyo, Yugao's uncle, the Chunin Uzuki Yumura, was also present. He was a young ninja who resembled Yuyo by 4 or 5 parts, about 26 or 27 years old. Since Jiro and Yuyo were promoted to Jonin, they had each led a Chunin squad. These Chunin squads were different from academy graduation teams. They were not master and student relationships, merely subordinates, unless there was a closer relationship between them. For example, although Yumura belonged to Jiro's subordinate squad, he was not only his subordinate but also his friend. Thus, everyone in this room belonged to the Higashino, Gekko, and Uzuki families, a tightly bound small community of shared interests. Now, with a shared ninjutsu inheritance, along with the relationship between Higashino Makoto, Gekko Hayate, and Uzuki Yugo, that foundation of mutual interest has grown even deeper. As Makoto continues to display terrifying talent and extraordinarily high strength, it is foreseeable that this 3-family alliance will gain increasing influence within Konohagakure. When Makoto grows up and fully converts his talent into strength, he will naturally become the spokesman of this alliance and the guarantee of its influence within Konohagakure. This is the difference between an orphan transmigrator and a transmigrator with both parents alive. No matter whether Makoto was willing or not, he bore the intertwined survival interests of the 3 families on his shoulders, and those ties would only grow deeper and deeper as time went on. These interest connections were like a net, it would only tighten more and more, unless he became an ungrateful wretch, abandoned these people, acted willfully, and did not care if he got relatives and friends killed. But clearly, Makoto was not someone cold by nature. As for carrying the interests of nearly 20 people from the 3 families on his shoulders, he believed he had no choice but to take responsibility. Putting it that way felt like something was off. If, in the future, he also had to carry Konohagakure on his shoulders, wouldn't he become the ninja world's weightlifting champion? What the hell kind of high minister nonsense was this? Minato was not an idiot. While he had a sunny and cheerful personality, his political instincts were also sharp. He had long since noticed the relationship among these 3 families. Especially after returning to preside over the Chunin exams, seeing Makoto's performance and his talent for developing ninjutsu, and also having previously seen that he faintly possessed the strength to contend with the Raikage, Minato immediately judged in his heart that these 3 families were a rising new force within Konohagakure. Their numbers might not be enough, but as long as they grew and their strength was not inferior to the old established ninja clans, the ninja world, in the end, did not depend on having many people, it depended on whether you had a top-tier powerhouse who could settle things with a single decisive blow. As long as Makoto did not die, the rise of this new force was already unstoppable. And Makoto, just look at this junior series of self-developed ninjutsu. Every damn one of them was like a turtle shell. Even the Raikage could not cut through them. As long as he did not do anything reckless, he was basically guaranteed not to die. Fortunately, Minato had invested ahead of time. Higashino Jiro and Uzuki Yuyo being promoted to Jonin was because he insisted with all his strength and persuaded the other Jonin to recommend them together. He even, before returning to the village, had his teacher Jiraiya arrange for the 3 families to be placed in the same unit, so they could move together and look after each other, increasing their battlefield survival rate. During rest periods, they could also gather to exchange experiences and improve their strength together. When it came to making small accommodations within the scope of his authority to give others help, Minato seemed to understand it by nature, and did not feel there was anything wrong with it. He was a man bright by nature, yet capable of wielding darkness without being eroded by it, unlike the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who dumped all the blame onto his old friend Shimura Danzo. He had forcibly created a root that even he himself could not control. From this point alone, Minato was unlike his prodigal master Jiraiya or the politically fastidious Hiruzen. His political methods were closer to those of the 2nd Hokage, Senju Tobirama, yet at the same time he was more sunny and approachable than the 2nd Hokage. He just happened to be somewhat bad at naming things, a little airheaded, and hopelessly love-struck. Inside the fairly spacious barracks, the fragrance of tea lingered in the air. As the 7 of them drank tea, each held a cigarette between their fingers. But no one here was actually smoking. What they held were stone cigarettes. This was a training method suggested by Makoto, meant to temper wind release chakra. The people of the 3 families shared a remarkable common trait, almost all of them possessed wind release chakra. Those who did not were women who had married into the families, such as Higashino Megumi and Uzuki Sakura. It was foreseeable that wind release ninjutsu would become the primary inherited tradition of the 3 families in the future. With Makoto around, they would never lack wind release techniques. They could not yet learn Makoto's own methods, but given his attainments in wind release chakra, developing techniques similar to the vacuum blade series, the vacuum wave series, and the vacuum sphere series would not be difficult. Take Danzo's path and leave Danzo with no path to take. They could even develop suitable techniques on their own. Wasn't Kumomi inspired by Makoto's shadowless sword and produced a high-quality imitation, the vacuum blade? At this moment, they had long since passed the stage of cutting leaves. Whenever they had free time, they would play with a piece of stone in their hands, using chakra to carve it into the shape of a cigarette or some other simple form. The next step, according to Makoto's requirement, was to instantly erupt wind release chakra and slice a palm-sized stone into fine shreds. After that, it would be reduced to powder. Training had no end. As for slicing waterfalls? Sorry, without an enormous amount of chakra, that is simply impossible. It is an exclusive training method for cheats. Naruto can rely on the Uzumaki bloodline to support him, and Makoto has a body reinforced by white natural energy. Ordinary ninjas should not attempt it, sudden death is likely. Yuge may have been overly absorbed in her training, or perhaps she was distracted by listening to the adults talk, and ended up scalding her mouth with a sip of hot tea. Pouting, she pushed the teacup in front of Makoto. Her father, Uzuki Yuyo, frowned, thinking his daughter was being too delicate. She was not even married yet, and after just one sip of hot tea she already needed her little boyfriend to cool it for her. That would not do. When they returned, he would have Sakura give her some instruction in proper feminine conduct. He could not allow her to tarnish the Uzuki family's traditions. He was about to scold her when his perception suddenly fractured. He saw Makoto lightly grasp the teacup, a burst of cold air surged out, and the hot tea instantly became a chilled drink. Yugao picked it up and drank, inwardly delighted. Hayate also silently passed his tea over. There was no helping it, he liked iced drinks as well, but the Gecko clan youth's training in ice release had not gone well. Yuya pointed at the tea emitting cold air, then at Makoto, and finally at Gyro. Ah, this. Brother, something is wrong with your son. No, that's not it, your whole family is wrong. Gyro scratched his head, looking utterly bewildered. His wife did not seem to know anyone from the Land of Water's Yuki clan, did she? Kumomi rolled his eyes at his old friend Yuya. Look at how ignorant you are. What is the problem? It's only ice release. Makoto saw someone from the Yuki clan use it on the Eastern Front and spent a few days successfully merging it. Yuya. He did not want to speak to that bastard, because what he said did not sound human. Gyro said, Makoto, is what your sensei said true? Are you sure you developed it through training, and that it wasn't a natural awakening? I'm sure it was developed through training. By using the high-speed flow property of wind release to wrap around water release chakra and gradually simulate the chakra fluctuations of ice release, it can be achieved. Oh, that's good. Gyro let out a breath of relief. That's not good, father. You must have been suspecting something again just now. I'll report this matter to mother. Ah, it doesn't matter. At worst, I'll let Megumi beat me up. It's a small matter, ha. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 102, Chapter 102, the entire northern front had descended into chaos. 1889 words. Makoto cooled each of their cups of hot tea one by one, letting everyone enjoy a refreshing cold drink even in this unseasonably scorching weather. They were fighting so hard on the front lines, couldn't they at least enjoy themselves a little? If the Yuki clan of the Land of Water saw the current situation, they would probably be furious. A talent that even their own people struggled to awaken was, in Makoto's hands, reduced to nothing more than an ice-making machine. Uzuki Yumura held his teacup, feeling the chill seeping into his palm, and for a moment felt that the world was unreal. If big brother, is a Kekkei Genkai really that easy to fuse successfully? Uzuki Yuya rebutted his younger brother, of course it's not easy. That's why fused chakra-based Kekkei Genkai are so rare in the shinobi world. Only someone as exceptionally gifted as Makoto can pull it off. For anyone else to replicate it, after training the nature transformation of 2 chakra attributes to an extremely high level, the rest comes down to luck. If you're lucky, you might succeed the next second. But more likely, you'll never manage it in your entire lifetime. The best way for any kind of Kekkei Genkai to spread is through bloodline inheritance. Yuya froze mid-sentence. Right, bloodline inheritance. If they simply had more children, then after some years, perhaps the descendants of the Uzuki and Higashino families could form an entirely new Yuki clan within Konohagakure. At that thought, the old father Yuya looked at his daughter and began to chuckle foolishly again. The others naturally understood what was implied when bloodline inheritance was mentioned. But Yumura was displeased. Damn it, I don't have a daughter. Why does every good thing end up in Big Brother's hands? Kumomi cautioned, because ice release doesn't suit his true combat style, he has never used it in front of outsiders. Only the few of us know. Whether to reveal it is Makoto's own decision, but it must not leak from our mouths. Understood. Understood. No one had any objections. Ice release was something Makoto had created himself, the decision naturally rested with him. Higashino Gyro had already forgotten about being secretly noted down by his son for suspecting his wife without cause. Now he only felt that his life was complete. Not only had he advanced to the Jonin rank he had envied since childhood, he had also brought forth a genius heir for the Higashino family. Thus, his ambition began to grow uncontrollably. My son is more of a genius than anyone else. Perhaps one day he could even become Hokage. When everyone thought about it, it did seem possible. Only Makoto had no interest. In his life plan, becoming Hokage was not an option, it consumed far too much time that could be spent living and training. This was a world of the extraordinary. When an individual's strength became sufficiently powerful, it itself represented authority. There was no need to sit in that labor-intensive position. However, speaking of the Hokage, Yuya suddenly said, this time, Jonin Minato was suddenly recalled. Do you think that means he'll take over as the 4th Hokage? Gyro voiced his agreement. Even though I used to think Orochimaru-sama was more likely to become the fourth, from all the intel we can gather right now, the fourth should be Jonin Minato. Kumomi shared the same view as them. Makoto was not surprised. Jonin were not only powerful, within Konohagakure circles, the information they could access was also something Chunin and Genin simply could not compare to. All the current trends were already clear, and the political signals released by the third Hokage were clear enough as well. No one was an idiot, naturally, they could see it. As for this newly formed three-family alliance was fairly satisfied. Compared with Orochimaru, they were closer to Minato, and the ties between them ran deeper. As for the other person in the rumors, Uchiha Fugaku, aside from the main family ninja, few civilian Jonin would stand on his side. This was an inherent disadvantage, and Hyuga Hayashi saw it very clearly. The Uchiha clan actually understood it too, but their obsession ran too deep, becoming Hokage had already become the clan's curse. Unfortunately, everyone knew the choice for the fourth Hokage had already been settled. The only thing no one could guess was that the world was unpredictable. After Minato took office, he would not even sit for a full year before being taken out at lightning speed. Time moved into October, the afternoon of the 2nd. On the front line where the ninja of Konohagakure, Kumogakure, and Iwagakure were intertwined, a mobile patrol team of 12, formed by Higashino Jiro's squad, Uzuki Yuyo's squad, and Gekko Kumomi's squad, saw a distress flare signal and immediately rushed to a certain area. But they were too late. There was already no one here, only a small patch of a battlefield that had been damaged. Jiro's squad examined the bloodstains on the ground and the traces left behind that the ninja had not had time to clean up after leaving, while Yuyo's squad was responsible for checking and analyzing the traces of ninjutsu. The entire team operated with Gekko Kumomi as the lead. Very quickly, Jiro reported, the Konoha defense line squad responsible for Area A07 is missing. Based on similar incidents before, there's a high chance they're already dead. The enemy's numbers are unknown, but they left traces of retreating in the direction of Iwagakure. Yuya followed up with his report. There's damage on the ground caused by various release techniques. It's impossible to determine which side carried them out. Kumomi had a headache. This was the current chaos on the front line. After only a few days of quiet, Kumogakure and Iwagakure had begun hunting each other again. Konohagakure was also frequently attacked, and many times it was impossible to determine who was responsible. The traces of retreat could be fake. The traces of ninjutsu could also be fake. While those two villages were killing each other, they were also impersonating one another to harass Konoha and drag it into the mire. At the same time, Konoha's people, including mobile support teams like Makoto's operating on the front line, would choose to eliminate any enemy they encountered, no matter who it was. If you did not kill others, others would kill you. At the beginning of the war, it had been about seizing benefits. By now, it had nothing to do with benefits anymore. What remained was mutual vendetta, an irreconcilable kind, until one side was wiped out. It was simply a matter of who would be unable to endure the attrition first. Everyone knew that continuing like this would lead to no good outcome, yet no one could let go of their hatred. At a time like this, even the Koge of a village would find it difficult to go against the collective will of the ninja as a whole. Makoto, can you still sense the enemy's position? After entering a sensory state and sweeping the area once, Makoto said, there are no ninja in the direction of Iwagakure. About 5.5 kilometers to the northeast, there is a squad of ninja, 9 in number, advancing toward our A09 defense zone. Upon hearing this, Kumomi immediately gave the order, full speed support. By the time they arrived, fighting had already broken out. 9 enemies dressed as Kumogakure ninja were launching a frenzied assault on Konoha ninja. The 3 Konoha ninja resisting were covered in wounds, and 3 more lay on the ground. The situation was critical. Makoto accelerated forward, drew his short blade, and slashed down fiercely. Wind release, shadowless sword. A massive wind blade tore vertically across the ground, severing everything along its path and rushing toward both sides engaged in battle. Its flight speed was deliberately controlled to be not too fast. The purpose was to split the battlefield and rescue the 3 allied ninja who were on the verge of collapse. Danger! It's Konoha reinforcements, retreat! To evade the wind blade, both sides leapt away. After landing, the 9 enemies turned and fled, while the 3 Konoha ninja regrouped together, watching both sides warily without advancing. The front line was too chaotic now. Without verifying the encrypted code phrase, who knew what kind of monsters or demons had arrived? Kumomi ordered, Makoto, stop those bastards for me. Yes. In terms of speed, aside from Minato's Flying Thunder God technique, no one could surpass him. Makoto lightly leapt into the air in the direction the enemy was fleeing. With the enhancement of the wind attribute, his body streaked across the sky like a meteor, passing over the heads of the 9. After landing, he turned and swept out a massive horizontal shadowless sword. The enemy had strong predictive ability. Before Makoto even landed, they had already prepared a defensive ninjutsu. Earth release, earth-style wall. Unfortunately, such a thin earthen wall could not possibly withstand the shadowless sword. It was split in two on the spot under the enemy's astonished gazes. The wind blade that cleaved through the wall continued forward, carving massive, fatal wounds across the chests of 3 enemies who failed to react quickly enough before finally dissipating. Immediately afterward, Kumomi and the others who had rushed overcharged into the battlefield and swiftly annihilated the remaining 6. This was what the front line was like now. Disguise, sneak attacks, counter-attacks, killing back and forth. No one had a fixed objective. As long as they eliminated every enemy they saw, that was enough. After carefully inspecting all the corpses, Gyro said, "We can confirm they're not Kumogakure ninja. But there's nothing on them to indicate they're from Iwagakure either." Yuya said resentfully, "Then they must be hired ninja. It's that old bastard Onoki spending money to bring in outside reinforcements again. They're the only ones who like to pull this kind of stunt." On the current front line, it wasn't just the 3 great ninja villages. A considerable number of rogue ninja, missing ninja from small and medium villages, and members of independent clans were also active. They had all accepted the bounties Iwagakure posted in the underground world, taking employment and hiding in the shadows to hunt Konoha and Kumogakure ninja. These people did not care about grudges or allegiance, they recognized only money. Although Konoha and Iwagakure had publicly ceased hostilities, Onoki was not an honest man. He habitually handled matters by spending money and had released a large number of missions in the underground world. There was simply no evidence for such matters. After all, Iwagakure had not violated the verbal agreement by directly attacking Konoha. What did hired ninja have to do with them? Konoha and Kumogakure generally did not use such methods, because that would amount to undermining their own mission systems. If everything were handled by commissions in the underground black market, what use would the ninja they painstakingly trained have? Over time, if reliance formed, it would indirectly weaken the village's strength. Onoki understood this as well, but he had no choice. The war had reached this stage. Even if it meant breaking the rules and spending money to bring in outside reinforcements, they had to hold the line. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 103, Chapter 103, You risk your life and still bring your son along? 1819 words. Late at night. After checking the enemy corpses, Higashino Gyro finished his inspection, and Higashino Makoto followed along to take another look. Although his strength was the highest among everyone present, some experience beyond raw strength could not be obtained through training alone. What needed to be learned still had to be learned. The 9 dead enemies were indeed mostly rogue ninja or ninja from small villages. That brought up the matter of how to distinguish them. Medical ninja were, in the shinobi world, an extremely scarce resource. Outside the 5 great ninja villages, especially among rogue ninja groups, it was possible for 1 or 2 jonin or even Kage-level experts to emerge by chance, but it was absolutely impossible for them to train any proper medical ninja. So when they were injured, they generally could only rely on traditional treatment methods, leaving their bodies covered in all sorts of strange scars. Ninja from the great villages were different. After injuries were healed through medical ninjutsu, scars generally would not remain. That was the distinction between the 2 sides, and it could also serve as a basis for identifying them. After dealing with the corpses, Gecko Kumomi and the Konohagakure ninja responsible for Defense Area A09 carefully verified the coded signals and confirmed identities. Once the danger was lifted, the oldest of the 3 remaining ninja asked, "Kumomi Jonin, does your team have a medical ninja?" Kumomi nodded. Makoto stepped forward. "I am a medical ninja. I will treat you immediately." After confirming identities, even if no one had asked him, he would have begun saving them at once. The older ninja was extremely anxious. "Don't worry about us first. They're all external injuries, we won't die. Quickly check whether my 3 companions can still be saved." "No problem." Makoto stepped forward to examine the 3 Konohagakure ninja lying on the ground. Yuga did not need him to say anything, she took out a scroll and unsealed a medical kit herself. At times like this, she would automatically become the nurse, coordinating with Makoto's work. After a rapid examination, Makoto discovered that the 3 fallen Konohagakure ninja did not have any fatal wounds, but all of them had been poisoned with a special mixed toxin. One young male ninja of about 17 or 18 had already died. Another female ninja of roughly the same age was close to death. Only the third, a robust young male ninja, was in slightly better condition. From the look of it, he could still hold on for a while. This was a common method used by many ninja outside the 5 great ninja villages system. They generally could not learn high-powered ninjutsu, so they especially liked to concoct all sorts of bizarre poisons to assist in battle and enhance lethality. Tsunagakure. Aren't I one of the 5 great ninja villages? Am I or am I not one of the 5 great ninja villages? After quickly using some simple methods to roughly understand the toxin's mechanism of action, Makoto instructed, Yugao, immediately prepare for units of sterile detoxification solution. After saying that, he personally selected 3 corresponding antidotes from the general detoxification medicines and had the 2 survivors take them first, stabilizing their condition. Alright, just a moment. Yugo also began her work. Once everything was ready, Makoto cast the Mystical Palm Technique's advanced application, delicate illness extraction technique, slowly separating the poison from their bodies bit by bit. It was a slow process that required extraordinary concentration. Ordinary medical ninja simply could not endure it. The rescue effort lasted an entire hour before it finally concluded. Seeing that the treatment was complete, the older ninja stepped forward and asked, Kazuto, he is. Kazuto was the young ninja who had already died. Makoto sighed faintly. I'm sorry. He had already fallen in the line of duty before we arrived. There was nothing I could do. I see. Perhaps this was his fate. If, when he was younger, he had listened to me and strengthened his body like Hoto did, he might not have failed to hold on until reinforcements arrived. From the older ninja's tone, it seemed he was either a brother or an elder to Kazuto and Hoto. Makoto was not good at comforting others. He simply continued treating the injuries of the 3 survivors in silence. Fortunately, the poison in their systems was not deep, making it relatively easy to handle. It seemed Rogue Ninja did not possess much poison either. After all, on the black market, highly toxic substances were not cheap. Kumomi asked, Makoto, how are those 2 companions? They'll live. But they'll need about a month of rest. With proper medication, the residual toxins in their bodies can be slowly metabolized. That way, it won't affect their future physical condition or strength. I see. Kumomi quickly made a decision. Tune in Yuton, take them and the intelligence back to headquarters. We'll handle the defense here. Yes, Kumomi Jonin. After receiving treatment, the older ninja named Yuton stored away the intelligence scroll and also took a sheet of paper that Makoto handed to him. Makoto said, this contains my analysis of the poison's components and mechanism, along with follow-up medication recommendations. Give it to the medical department as a reference, it should help speed up their recovery. Thank you, Shield of Konoha. The 3 of them bowed deeply, then each carried 1 companion on their back and departed. Makoto's face stiffened. Had that ridiculous nickname really spread so quickly? As Jonin, Kumomi, and the other 2 were permitted to make minor adjustments to the defensive line according to actual circumstances. So he transferred the personnel from Defense Area A08 to the vacant A07 sector, while temporarily taking over the defense of Areas 08 and 09 themselves. Because Makoto's perception could cover both of those areas, there was no need for everyone to station separately. Night. Inside the cave between the 2 defense sectors, everyone rested around a campfire. After taking a bite of food, Yuyo said, the battles are becoming more frequent. Looks like it's almost time for things to end. Kumomi replied, probably. According to the intelligence, Iwagakure and Kumogakure have each transferred additional forces from their villages. It seems they also want to settle this as soon as possible. If the stalemate drags on any longer, no one will be able to endure it. Gyro said, then Konohagakure will increase its forces as well, right? Do we know who will be leading the reinforcements this time? It should still be Minato Jonin, shouldn't it? Kumomi answered, not sure for now. But it doesn't matter. We'll know tomorrow. Sure enough, the next morning, after handing their defense sector over to the Konohagakure ninja who came to relieve them, Makoto's group returned to headquarters to rest and reorganize, just in time to encounter the arriving reinforcements. The one leading them was Ucha Fugaku. Among the support unit were quite a number of Ucha clan members. Makoto swept his gaze across the group. He did not see Ucha Shisui. Instead, beside Fugaku stood a small radish-like child with half-long hair. He looked only 4 or 5 years old, yet wore an overly serious expression, burying his childish aura deep and disguising himself as an adult. If not Ucha Itachi, then who else could it be? No one knew what that man was thinking. This was a battlefield. With Iwagakure and Kumogakure on the verge of launching a full-scale clash, Konohagakure would certainly not be able to stay out of it. A three-sided melee was about to unfold. And at a time like this, what did it mean to bring your son here? You risk your life in battle and still bring your son along? To let him witness the cruelty of war? Was he not afraid of twisting the child's mind? That evening, not long after Kumomi and the other two jonin returned from a meeting at the command center, Fugaku came to pay a visit, bringing his son with him. The small alliance formed by the Higashino, Uzuki, and Gecko families occupied a middle ground between civilian ninja and clan ninja. Within Konohagakure, there were many such small groups that banded together for mutual support. For example, the Shiranui, Kamizuki, and Yomashiro families, clans with inherited surnames, yet lacking sufficient strength and numbers. They were highly unstable, a single war or one major mission could cause them to collapse and disperse. But these three families were different. Because of Higashino Makoto's existence, their development potential was enormous. They were an emerging force and had already drawn the attention of the higher-ups and the major clans. Namikaze Minato knew to build closer ties. Naturally, Acha Fugaku knew as well. From this perspective, the clan head did have some foresight and ideas. It was just that, personality-wise, he was somewhat lacking in decisiveness. In peacetime that might be acceptable, but once relations with Konohagakure became tense, that kind of temperament could be fatal. The three families exchanged only simple greetings with Fugaku and did not engage in any deeper conversation. Everyone knew their limits. At parting, clan head Fugaku smiled and said, "Jonin Jiro, I would like to invite Makoto to visit us. As one of Konohagakure's well-known prodigies, he is precisely the kind of example my son Itachi should learn from. I had this thought back when we were on the Eastern Front. Now that we have met here, it would be a good opportunity for them to exchange ideas. What do you think?" Jiro did not object. That Makoto can decide for himself. Makoto did not object. After the three of them left, Jiro asked in confusion, "Why is clan head Fugaku looking for Makoto? Are they that familiar? Could this cause misunderstandings?" He personally held no particular prejudice against the Ucha clan. However, as a jonin, he was aware of certain points of tension within the village. As someone naturally aligned with the Hokage side, he was not very willing to see his son grow too close to the Ucha clan. Ucha Shisui was different, that was a schoolmate. But becoming overly close with the clan head was another matter entirely. Kumomi said they interacted on the Eastern Front. This clan head does value Makoto's talent. He's probably trying to strengthen ties between the two sides. Yuya said calmly, "Isn't his intention quite obvious? We adults have clear positions and cannot speak too openly, so let the next generation interact more. There's nothing unusual about that." Kumomi agreed. Exactly. No need to overthink it. Makoto will handle it himself. Jiro said nothing more. Thinking of his son, the boy who had been worry-free since childhood, he let his concerns ease. He knew that Makoto had his own judgment. When it came to certain matters within Konohagakure, his way of understanding them was different from theirs. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novel Wonderland.